Chapter 0001 Rebirth 2010. 01, 22, 24, 25, 29, 33, Blue Ball 15, 50 times. The lottery station boss finished punching the ticket without lifting his head and casually said, "Good luck with the lottery." Li Rui took out his Nokia phone before realizing that at this time there is no convenient cell phone payment, only cash. He flipped out a $100 bill and handed it over, thinking, "I'll win the lottery." Today is October 3rd, 2010, and the lottery jackpot is $291, 680, 631. So if nothing unexpected happens, in a few hours he will empty the jackpot and become a billionaire. Walking out of the lottery station, the song Moonlight in a Lotus Pond floated all over the street. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, only to wait with you for that bright white moonlight. Li Rui was in a trance for a moment, reconfirming that it was 2010 before he let out a long breath. He was reborn a few hours ago. 1 second he was in the office in 2025 studying stock trends. The next second he was back in 2010, back to a day that meant a lot to him. Tonight, at 6 o'clock, it was the Class of '05 reunion of the College of Arts and Letters at Haizhu University. If everything remains the same, in another half hour Li Rui will meet his ex-girlfriend Sun Shuhan at the reunion. In his previous life, he brought a large bouquet of roses, full of joy to get back together. Never thought that Sun Shuhan has climbed up to the rich second generation of Qi Gang, and humiliated him in public. Later, someone secretly told Li Rui, as early as before the breakup, Sun Shuhan and Qi Gang have hooked up. To Li Rui had planted a green prairie. By this blow, Li Rui did not slow down for a long time. This also led to him in the later days, every day thinking about making money to get rich, but unfortunately has always been the life of the leak. Until the crossing is still just a financial enthusiast. Now living again, Li Rui will never let the humiliating scene repeat itself. Buy lottery tickets is just the first step. The next he wants to hoard houses, speculate on Bitcoin, engage in collection, do investment, but also can always buy the national football team to lose. He has too many ways to make a lot of money. He wants to be the richest man. He wants to make up for all the regrets of the previous life. Today is October 3rd. The day after tomorrow is October 5th. There will be people doubling 50 bets wildly won 258 million huge prize. Li Rui, who saw this news in his previous life, thought how nice it would be if the winner was himself, and also studied the numbers of the previous and subsequent periods in passing, keeping them firmly in his mind. The thoughtlessness of that time came in handy now, as he was going to empty the jackpot one period ahead of time. With this bonus, he can very comfortably carry out the next step of the money-making program. Li Rui looked into the distance with a surging heart. The city, Better Life, World Expo poster stood between the skyscrapers. My life, it will definitely become better. At 6 o'clock sharp, Li Rui rode his electric bike to the Haitian Hotel. Li Rui had just parked his electric car when the deafening sound of the engine roared and a red convertible Porsche stopped in front of him. It is Qi Gang. He opened a second-hand car dealership. Often driving a car dealership acquired second-hand luxury cars all over the street. Porsche passenger car has a face that once made Li Rui's soul haunting. It is Sun Shuhan. Even if Sun Shuhan has a great prejudice, Li Rui also have to admit that this woman is very beautiful. Long a man cannot refuse the pure face. The previous life is blinded by her appearance. Li Rui will be teased to death. In 2010, the word green tea whore is not yet popular, or Sun Shuhan is definitely the most qualified spokesman. Sun Shuhan looked at Li Rui, smilingly said, "Li Rui, long time no see ah. It's better to see each other than to miss each other." Li Rui said lightly. All the experiences in his previous life were enough to make him as light as water in the face of anyone. Sun Shuhan stared wide-eyed, never dreaming that she would hear this kind of answer. Playing from the university when Li Rui pursued her. Never as gentle and considerate 100 obedience. Treat her as a little princess. Hold in the palm of the hand for fear of falling in the mouth for fear of melting. There has never been such a lukewarm attitude, especially after the breakup. Li Rui almost every day to send her text messages begging to get back together. I thought that after meeting Li Rui will be excited to cry out. The youth in front of me is calm as water. Cannot see any emotional fluctuations. Sun Shuhan suspected that she was not recognizing the wrong person. At this time she just probed, "Yo, this is not Shuhan's ex-boyfriend?" Sun Shuhan hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. He and I are just very ordinary classmates." Li Rui smiled at Qi Gang. "Nice car." Qi Gang froze, "You know cars? This is a Porsche Boxster convertible." Li Rui nodded, "I know. The cheapest Porsche sports car." Qi Gang's face sank. "Oh, put you crazy. You are riding an electric car also dare to look down on Porsche? It's still second-hand." Li Rui added a knife. "You quite like second-hand goods." Qi Gang and Sun Shuhan's face changed. Li Rui this knife into their pain. Qi Gang's face was ugly to the extreme. "Kid, what are you farting about?" Sun Shuhan was also furious. Li Rui, say it clearly. Who's second hand? Li Rui said thoughtfully. Sun Shuhan, let me ask you a question. Are you willing to laugh in the backseat of my electric car or cry in Chi Gang's Porsche car? This question originated from this year's hottest variety show, Very Do Not Disturb, which became popular because of a certain female guest and sparked countless topics. Li Rui used this question to ask Sun Shuhan in order to ridicule her dislike of poverty and love of wealth. With Sun Shuhan's character, how could she choose an electric car? She must have chosen a Porsche. But soon, Sun Shuhan will regret her choice. Sun Shuhan snorted coldly. Li Rui, is it interesting for you to ask this kind of question? Li Rui said, I just want to hear what you really think inside. Sun Shuhan bristled. Of course I prefer Porsche. Li Rui nodded. Thank you for your honesty. After saying this, he turned around and left in a very dashing manner. Looking at his departing figure, Chi Gang coldly grunted. Poor boy is still quite capable of pretending. Sun Shuhan said, ignore him. Chi Gang, however, frowned. Wait, just now he said that I like second-hand goods. You tell me, do you have that or not with him? Chapter 0002 Classmate Reunion. Hearing such a blunt question from Chi Gang, Sun Shuhan froze, covering her face with both hands and squeezing 2 tears hard from the corners of her eyes. Oh, you actually don't believe me. When I was with you, I was clean and innocent. She just a little panicked, hastily comforted. Wife, don't cry. Don't cry. I believe you. Of course I believe you. Sun Shuhan is still crying. Crying pear blossom with rain. You would rather believe Li Rui are not willing to believe me? Chi Gang was busy saying, I blame that Li Rui, picking on our relationship. I must give him a good look later. Sun Shuhan still had no intention of stopping. Chi Gang helplessly said, wife, it's all my fault. Don't you have your eye on a Chanel bag? I'll take you to buy it tomorrow as an atonement to you. Sun Shuhan immediately broke into a smile and hugged Chi Gang and said, husband, you're the best. Room 777 of Haitian Hotel was packed with people and bustling with activity. There were more than 30 graduates from the 05th grade of the College of Arts and Letters of Haizhou University who stayed to work locally. And this time, more than 20 people came, filling up a large table. Everyone was talking about the world. Why don't they all play Happy Net these days? I don't even have a place to steal food. Who still plays Kaisen now? I've switched to Weibo. You also sign up for one. Let's close each other. Have you watched the World Cup this year? Spain's dominance is too strong. I think they'll win the next one. I heard that the national line of Apple 4 will soon be on the market. I want to save money to buy one. Hey, your HTC cell phone looks good too. When they went to school, the status between classmates was similar. And when they graduated to the society, everyone showed the gap. Rich second generation like Chi Gang obviously became the centerpiece. And many people surrounded him and Sun Shuhan to pat themselves on the back. There are also students who find it strange. Isn't Sun Shuhan Li Rui's girlfriend? Why is she with Chi Gang? What's going on between you and Sun Shuhan? Li Rui was glancing at the time when someone poked him under the table. Li Rui turned his head to see that it was Yao Sichuan from the next class. Yao Sichuan. The two classes usually have a big class together. And Li Rui naturally recognizes this school beauty who is a few points prettier than Sun Shuhan. But he is not too familiar with her. Li Rui faintly said, we broke up a long time ago. Ah? Yao Sichuan covered her cherry mouth, her face full of surprise. She and Sun Shuhan are completely different types. Sun Shuhan is a typical green tea woman. The surface is pure and lovely, secretly thinking a lot. Yao Sixian is a lively and cheerful sunshine type, keeping a head of valiant short hair. Small round face beauty is very delicate. She dumped you? Yao Sichuan asked in a small voice. Li Rui shook his head and said, I dumped her. Yao Sichuan was full of disbelief. You're lying. So beautiful girlfriend, you want to get rid of? Li Rui said, even more beautiful girlfriend. If there's no love left, there's no need to keep it, right? What a pity. Yao Sichuan sighed. Li Rui looked at her. Yao Sichuan said with emotion, when you were so good to Sun Shuhan in school, everyone envied her. At that time, everyone privately said that you were the #1 infatuation seed in High University. Before graduation, we even made a bet that you and Sun Shuhan would definitely get together in the end. Even you guys have broken up. How can I still believe in love? Ah? Li Rui smiled and didn't say anything. Yao Sichuan asked again, why did you guys break up? Ah? Is it because of Chi Gang? Yes, because I have no money. Chi Gang has money. Li Rui said honestly. Yao Sichuan said, how can she be like this? People have their own aspirations. Forget it, don't mention her. Li Rui shrugged his shoulders. Yao Sichuan said, I don't know what Chi Gang sees in her. You're so good to her. She can dump you. And in the future, when she meets a richer one, she can also dump Chi Gang. It seems like I can already see the green oil on Chi Gang's head. Put. Li Rui lets out a laugh. The opposite side of the Chi Gang has long been aiming at Li Rui. See Li Rui and Yao Xixian whispering very close look angry. See the situation cannot help but ask, Li Rui, what are you laughing at? Li Rui said, what do you care? Qi Gang sneered. I know. You are cynical that I snatched Shuhan away from you. The surroundings quieted down. Qi Gang took Sun Shuhan's hand and said, taking advantage of today's good day for a classmate reunion, I officially announce that Sun Shuhan and I are together. The whole room clamored. Many people subconsciously looked at Li Rui. Qi Gang, everyone doesn't need to look at Li Rui. Shuhan broke up with him a long time ago. In fact, I can be with Shuhan, but also thanks to Li Rui. Li Rui said very plainly, there's no need to be too polite. There are some things that I should do, as long as you don't mind. Qi Gang's face darkened. I do want to thank you for your lack of motivation. If it wasn't for the fact that you couldn't even afford to buy Shuhan's favorite birthday gift, how could she be disillusioned with you? She wants too much. I really can't give it. Li Rui spread his hands. Ha 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 ha. Qi Gang laughed his head off. Do you all know what Shuhan sent her for her birthday? Li Rui? A third-rate brand bag. TSK. I don't know how you can take it. I have a monthly salary of 3,007. That bag cost me 3,005. I don't think it's bad. Li Rui said. Qi Gang shook his head. You don't think it's bad? That's right. You're an electric bike rider. A 3005 bag is indeed good for you, but I think Shuhan deserves better. Deserves Gucci, deserves Prada, deserves Louis Vuitton. You are just like the 3005 bag. You don't deserve Shuhan at all. Li Rui laughed. What exactly are you trying to say? Qi Gang proudly took out his Porsche car keys and slapped them on the table, and then rolled up his sleeves to reveal his golden Rolex, and finally lit up his cell phone. I have a Porsche, a gold Rolex watch, an Apple IV. I can take Shuhan on an overseas trip. What do you have? I don't have it for now, but I will have it later. Li Rui said. You? Qi Gang shook his head. What do you have? With your 3007 salary? There were snickers around. I can work hard to make money. Li Rui said. Qi Gang, wake up. You're not a kid anymore. You've graduated for more than a year and you're only getting a salary of 3007. Even if you work hard, you won't be able to afford a Porsche Rolex in this life. Cough. Sun Shuhan interrupted Qi Gang. Li Rui. Actually, I'm not in it for the money. I just think you're too unmotivated, making me insecure. Maybe from the beginning we were a mistake. Li Rui shrugged his shoulders. Since you've said so, there's nothing I can refute. I'm not destined to be in the same world as you guys. Sun Shuhan. I sincerely wish that you can live a life of honor and wealth with Qi Gang. Words to this point. Qi Gang Sun Shuhan also feel that there is no meaning. Fiercely glared at Li Rui a few eyes after digressing. Many students went over to congratulate the two together, but also openly drink up. Compared to this, Li Rui's side is much cooler. Li Rui didn't care. He looked at the time, turned on the plasma TV on the wall and tuned it to CETV1. The time was just right. Everyone laughed. Li Rui is watching the lottery draw. He wants to get rich like crazy. Is this what he said about working hard to make money? Only in his 20s and he's getting rich by dreaming? How pathetic. Even Yao Xixian came over and said, Li Rui, don't take it to heart. Hush. Li Rui waved his hand, his fingertips still flicking a lottery ticket. You really buy lottery tickets? How can you win the lottery? Yao Xixuan was surprised. Li Rui shook the lottery ticket. Look for yourself. Yao Xixuan scanned the ticket and then looked at the numbers on the TV. 22, 33, 01, 29, 25. 5 numbers had already been hit. Snap. The 6th red ball fell. Number 24. Another hit. Only one more blue ball to go. And the jackpot is in hand. Chapter 0003 Super Jackpot. It's time for the last number. Numbers 01 through 16. Among the 16 blue balls would appear the special numbers for this period. Yao Xixuan was incredibly nervous, her gaze swaying with the shaking blue balls. As the speed of the shaker slowed down, a blue ball rolled down. Number 15. Number 15. Yao Xixuan clenched her pink fists and shouted in her heart. The blue ball slid down, and Yao Xixuan held her breath. 15. Yao Xixuan almost screamed out, grabbing Li Rui's arm in a death grip, her body shaking with excitement. Bingo! Bingo! Li Rui, you won the first prize. You won $5 million. She whispered, but realized that the winner himself didn't have any too intense emotions. Li Rui had prepared himself mentally, so he didn't act as exaggerated as Yao Xixian. It was only more than $200 million. Just the first step in the plan to become the richest man. Why be so excited? Seeing that Yao Xixuan was more excited than himself, Li Rui couldn't help but tease her and softly said, You're looking at it wrong. I didn't win $5 million. Ha? Yao Xixuan froze. Didn't win? Did you read the wrong number? How could it be? It was clearly those numbers. I had matched them one by one. Yao Xixian incredibly said, How is it not 5 million? I obviously see very clearly 01, 22, 24, 25, 29, 33, blue ball 15. You obviously won the first prize. Li Rui put the lottery ticket in front of her eyes. You take a closer look. Yao Xishan looked carefully, suddenly opened her mouth wide and breathed sharply. You actually voted 50 times. 50 times. Yao Xishan couldn't believe her eyes. Doubling 50 times would mean that Li Rui's winning prize was indeed not $5 million, but $250 million. Li Rui put the lottery ticket away and prepared to leave. Sun Chuhan, however, walked over and hypocritically said, Li Rui, did you win the lottery? Li Rui smiled and said, so what if I won? So what if I didn't? Sun Chuhan sighed, I didn't expect that my leaving would hurt you so deeply. I advise you not to daydream. Work hard and earn more money in the future. By the way, remember to stop looking for a girlfriend as beautiful as me. You can't afford it. Li Rui said. Who said I can't afford to support? Sun Chuhan frowned, I'm serious with you. Can you put away your poor vanity? What kind of you? I'm still not clear? Li Rui said. I want to find a girlfriend again. Definitely find more beautiful than you. For example, Yao School Flower. Put. Sun Chuhan almost laughed out loud. The students watching from the side were even more full of mockery. Li Rui is really stimulated. He can say such words. What do you take Yao Xishan for? She's the school flower. How many rich second generation can't pursue her? Sun Chuhan can't even look at him, let alone Yao Xishan. Do you think Yao Xishan will dislike him on the spot? Li Rui turned to Yao Xishan and said, Schoolgirl Yao, may I ask if you are willing to go on a date with me? Yao Xishan hadn't yet awakened from the excitement of Li Rui winning the lottery. She froze for a moment at his words before realizing what he meant. This was to use herself to anger Sun Chuhan. AI real-life painting, Yao Xishan conceptual drawing. If it was before, Yao Xishan would not have agreed. This is taking herself for something. But once she thought that Li Rui was now a billionaire worth $250 million, she hesitated. In fact, Li Rui is not ugly to look at. His character is also good. Once on Sun Chuhan's love also let Yao Xishan think that the character is reliable. The most critical thing is that Li Rui is now rich. Yao Xishan didn't consider herself a mercenary person, but she had to admit that the temptation of $250 million was too great, making her feel that it was okay to be used by Li Rui. So she sweetly said, yes. Everyone was stunned. How could it be? How could Yao Xishan look at Li Rui? Had Yao Xishan gone crazy? In the next second, Sun Chuhan was even more devastated as she saw Yao Xishan walk to Li Rui in a churlish manner and took the initiative to take Li Rui's arm and said, let's go. Li Rui swept Sun Chuhan in the crowd and said, I'm sorry Xishan and I have to go on a date. I can't accompany you all to continue playing. I hope you guys have a good time tonight. Bye everyone. Saying that, he took out $200 from his pocket as a party fee for himself and Yao Xishan and walked straight out the door. Watching him leave the figure, the students you look at me, I look at you, are wondering Li Rui this has gone what peach blossom luck First is the class flower Sun Chuhan, and then is the school flower Yao Xishan. Could he have what everyone did not see the superiority of it? Sun Chuhan is even more angry to go crazy. Obviously she dumped the man, but hitched a woman she cannot afford to climb. How can she stand it? Li Rui, what are his credentials? He only earns $3,007 a month. Yao Xishan see him which point. The more Sun Chuhan thought about it, the more wrong it was, and she chased after him in a rage. Yao Xishan holding Li Rui out of the hotel, gently struggled a little, pulled her arm out of Li Rui's arm. Red-faced, almost got it. Li Rui smiled and said, thank you. Yao Xishan bowed her head and said, a show of hands. No need to be polite. Li Rui thought for a moment and said, do you want me to send you home? Sure. Yao Xishan said offhandedly. Then she thought in her heart, did I agree too painfully? Will Li Rui think that I am a woman who worships gold? Li Rui, of course, did not think too much. He doesn't care if Yao Xishan worships gold. It is normal to worship gold. As long as a gentleman loves his money, Li Rui won't look down on anyone. I rode an electric bicycle to come. You should not mind, right? Li Rui asked. Yao Xishan laughed. Just don't get caught by the traffic police. But you should be buying a car soon, right? Of course I'm going to buy a car when I have money. I'm thinking about whether to buy a helicopter in one step. Li Rui said. Yao Xishan snorted. Then you still need to buy a parking space. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked to the electric car, when a shout came from behind them. Li Rui turned around to look. The furious Sun Chuhan ran straight over, her face as blue as if she had been slapped. Chapter 0004, Bitchy Bitches. Mr. Sun, is there something wrong? Li Rui calmly asked. Sun Chuhan coldly said, Li Rui, what's going on between you and Yao Xishan? Li Rui asked back strangely, what's going on? When exactly did you Guys hook up, Sun Shuhan said angrily. We just broke up for a few days and you're with her? Li Rui was speechless. Obviously you betrayed me to get together with Qi Gang, but you can actually plant it on my head. Why didn't you know that your skin was so thick before? Yao Xixian was also upset. Mr. Sun, this is a bit strange for you to say. I remember that you and Li Rui have already broken up for a while. Right, and who he's dating right now doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Sun Shuhan sneered. Yao Xixian, I don't know what you mean. You have to pick up a man I don't want? Do you know that he only earns 3,007 a month? With him, you guys can't afford to buy a house in Haizhou for the rest of your lives. Who said he can't afford it? Haizhou's house. Li Rui can pick whatever he wants now. Yao Xixuan said. Ha ha ha, what kind of international joke are you playing? Just based on him? On the basis of 3,007? Sun Shuhan's stomach hurt from laughing. Li Rui just won the jackpot. He can afford any house. Yao Xixuan was infuriated and said offhandedly. Li Rui won the grand prize? Sun Shuhan froze. Is it true? Li Rui ignored her, sat on the electric car and patted the back seat. Yao Xixuan hurriedly jumped on as well. Sun Shuhan is still in shock. Really? Li Rui, you won the lottery? How much did you win? Is it the first prize? Li Rui had already started the electric car. Sun Shuhan shouted. Li Rui, don't go. I know I'm sorry. Can you look at the fact that we once loved each other and give me another chance? In fact, I love you all the time. Only Qi just tempted me with money. A moment of fainting before I will be with him. Don't worry, I'm innocent with him. I haven't done anything. Qi Gang and a group of classmates just happened to walk out of the hotel. Yao Xixin's words in front of them were not heard, but only heard Sun Shuhan's words. They were all confused. What do you mean? How did Sun Shuhan go to Li Rui to get back together so heartbreakingly low? The problem is, Yao Xixian is still sitting on Li Rui's electric car. Class flower school flower competing for a man. What kind of luck is Li Rui? Qi Gang's face turned red. Sun Shuhan, what are you talking about? Sun Shuhan said without looking back. Qi Gang, stop pestering me. If it wasn't you, how could I separate from Li Rui? You. Qi Gang was so angry that he was about to spit blood. Sun Shuhan looked at Li Rui again, her face full of tenderness. Li Rui, do you still remember those first times we had? The first date, the first time we held hands, the first time we kissed, the first time. Did you forget all those wonderful things? Give me another chance. I must love you well. Let you become the happiest man in this world. Li Rui quietly watched Sun Shuhan's performance, secretly marveled in his heart. This woman did not go to be an actress is really a waste of talent. What White Lotus green tea, compared to her, are too lame. In his previous life, Li Rui might have been deceived by Sun Shuhan, but the reborn Li Rui had experienced so many frustrations and hardships in his previous life, and had tasted all kinds of warmth and coldness in the world, so how could he be easily fooled? Mr. Sun, do you still remember the question I asked you before? My electric car and Qi Gang's Porsche. Which one do you choose? Li Rui faintly asked. I choose the electric car, Sun Shuhan said. Li Rui waved his hand. I'm sorry, the back seat of my electric car is already occupied. It doesn't match the noble you. You'd better go inside the Porsche and cry, started the car carrying Yao Xixian long away, all the way to welcome the wind. Li Rui mood pleasant extreme, cannot help but humming a song. Ride my beloved little motorcycle. It will never get stuck in traffic. Yao Xixian asked strangely, what kind of song is this for you? It's quite nice. Li Rui's electric car carries Yao Xixuan home, AI drawing. Watching Li Rui leave in a cloud of dust, Sun Shuhan sat paralyzed in despair. The sound of footsteps came from behind her. Sun Shuhan turned around and saw that it was Qi Gang. Aggrieved, husband I. Snap. A loud slap exploded in Sun Shuhan's face, hitting her eyes, half a valve face immediately swollen. Bah! Qi Gang spat again. Break up. I send you those gifts. Limit you return within 3 days. Otherwise I'm not finished with you. Finished. Qi just also went to start the Porsche away. This time, not only the electric car is gone, even the Porsche is gone. Chapter 0005, Private Consultant. Li Rui sent Yao Xixian home and returned to the rental house. He is not a local of Haizhou. His hometown is several hundred kilometers away in Yunshan. After graduation, he could not afford to buy a house in Haizhou, can only rent a small single room with simple conditions. Looking at the memory has been a little fuzzy room appeared in front of the eyes again. Li Rui is very emotional. 15 years, not long nor short time, enough to let a young man in the prime of life into a decadent and obscene uncle. Good thing, he has a chance to start over. Li Rui first made a phone call to the lottery center to declare that he would go to claim his prize the next day, and then ambled to the front of the case, recording all kinds of opportunities that he could get rich in his memory in a cryptic language that only he could read and understand, so that he wouldn't forget about it. Waiting for the day to dawn, Li Rui flipped through the thick dozens of pages of records, revealing a smile. With this, $250 million could only be considered a beginning. More exciting days are still ahead. Seeing that the time was almost up, Li Rui washed his face and departed to receive the prize. At this time, the network has exploded. After the results of last night's lottery were announced, the major websites almost simultaneously broke the headline news. Haizhou won a huge prize of 258 million yuan. On the night of October 3rd, the first prize of the 201-0116 lottery blowout, the country won a total of 54 first prizes, a single prize as high as 16 million yuan, of which 50 from the same site in Haizhou, which is the second highest in the history of the huge prize after the Yenzhou 359 million. The ticket was sold at 17 hours 23 minutes and 36 seconds on October 3rd, and the total prize money was 258 renminbi, 200, before tax. 258 million yuan was won by one person, and the winner has contacted the Haizhou Lottery Distribution Center to claim the prize. The news drew countless followers from the netizens. My god, 258 million yuan. This luck is too unbelievable. Who would multiply 50 bets? This must be an insider. Kneel down and ask the jackpot winner to give me $100. Here we go again. 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 The news is making a lot of noise, while the originator, Li Rui, is under the attention of the whole country, riding an electric bike, leisurely coming to the back door of the lottery center, bypassing the various media reporters squatting at the front door, and after verifying the lottery ticket and ID card, he successfully got the check. The prize money totaled 258,030,200 yuan. According to the tax law, Li Rui paid 49,506,040 yuan of personal incidental income tax, and donated 10 million to the earthquake-stricken areas. The real prize money in hand is 198,024,160 yuan. The check just got in his hand. Li Rui has not yet covered hot. A group of people surrounded up. Li Rui was startled. Robbers? Hello sir, I'm from ICBC. I'm from CCB. I'm from Guangdong Bank. So it's not a robber. It's a bank coming to pull deposits. Li Rui thought for a moment and said, if you all want to make a deposit, you may want to listen to my conditions first. First, the highest interest rate permitted by the policy. Second, to provide me with a full range of financial management help. Third, 7 times 24 hours standby one-on-one customer service. I'll choose whichever bank can do it. The representatives of several state-owned banks immediately revealed a difficult look. Some things were not that they didn't want to do, but they couldn't do it due to their status. Only the representative of Guangdong Issuance was full of joy and immediately raised his hand. I can agree to your 3 conditions right now. Li Rui nodded. You're it. Haizhou Cantonese Publishing, Governor's Office. Governor Wu Pengju personally made a cup of tea for Li Rui, then looked up and down a few times and said in praise, Mr. Li is really young. I really envy your luck. Li Rui smiled faintly and opened the door. Governor Wu, you should already know my conditions, right? Wu Pengju busily said. All 3 conditions are no problem. The interest rate that our commercial bank can give you is absolutely the highest. For all kinds of financial management services, we at Guangdong Issuance are also the most experienced. One-on-one service is even more problematic. I will arrange a private financial consultant to serve you at any time. Li Rui nodded and added, also, I need to open the following accounts, said handing over a long prepared list. Wu Pengju took a look at it and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Domestic stock account, black gold credit card, magnesium stock account, Hong Kong stock account, international futures account, Swiss bank account, Bitcoin account, offshore safe deposit box, the various accounts on the list, some of which Wu Pengju knew, some of which even he had never heard of. The more he looked at it, the more he was shocked, and he didn't know what Li Rui was going to do. This is a full investment after getting rich? 200 million enough to lose? However, Wu Pengju did not ask more questions. His task as a bank president is to pull deposits to rush performance, and all the services given to Li Rui are charged, no matter how Li Rui invests. Anyway, he is sure to make a profit. No problem, all these I can help you open, Wu Pengju said. Then thank you, Governor Wu. I have urgent use for these accounts, the sooner the better, Li Rui said. Wu Pengju immediately picked up the phone on his desk. Have Xiaoqin come here. A few minutes later, the office door was knocked. Wu Pengju, enter. The door opened. A beautiful young woman wearing a bank uniform walked in. She was less than 30 years old. Her body was tall and slender. Her makeup was exquisite. Her temperament was elegant and competent. At a glance, she knew that she was the kind of woman who was extremely strong in the workplace. Wu Pengju introduced, Mr. Li, this is Chen Qinglian, the best wealth management manager in our Guangdong issue business. From now on she is your personal advisor. 7 times 24 hours for your service. All the accounts you need. She can help you start. And she can make suggestions for you if you have any questions about financial management. Chen Qinglian knew before she arrived that she was going to be serving a superb client, but she didn't expect the client to be so young. However, Chen Qinglian has a lot of experience in her work. The surprise is just a matter of so few seconds. Quickly walked to Li Rui, bowed slightly and said, Hello Mr. Li, I am Chen Qinglian. I will serve you from now on. Li Rui got up, stretched out his hand and said, Manager Chen, I hope we have a good cooperation. The two hands were soft as they shook together. Li Rui met Chen Qinglian for the first time, AI drawing. Next, it was Chen Qinglian who was responsible for opening various accounts for Li Rui. All kinds of domestic accounts were handled smoothly, while the international accounts were much more cumbersome and needed a few more days to go through the process. By the time the work was done, it was already noon. Chen Qinglian said, Mr. Li, how about I treat you to a casual lunch at noon? Li Rui smiled. You work so hard for me and you still treat me to a meal? Then how can I get over it? I'll treat you at noon. In addition, I'm still several years younger than you. Don't call me Mr. Li, don't use you either. Just call me by my name. Okay. Chen Qinglian smiled sweetly. There was a Chanda shopping mall near the Guangdong distribution center, and there were quite a few food stores on the top floor, so the two decided to go there to find a restaurant to eat. Along the way, many passers-by gave Chen Qinglian sideways glances. It must be said that her temperament is extremely good. Coupled with a uniform seduction, passers-by turnover rate is high. Even Li Rui, walking on her side, smelled a hint of Chanel poison perfume scent, also cannot help but a little bit ape. Two people chatting all the way to the square outside the Cheetah shopping mall. Colorful flags fluttering, crowded, very lively. Li Rui looked up and saw that the large banner pulled on the square read, the 8th Haizhou Cultural Exchange Expo. He violently remembered something. The Celestial Body. Chapter 0006 Celestial Body Copyright. In his previous life, when Li Rui looked through various wealth news, he would pay special attention to the ones that happened in Haizhou. One of the things that seemed to have happened at this fair was the famous Celestial Bodies copyright incident. Celestial Bodies is a science fiction novel with wonderful content. The author, Zhang Haixin, whose real job is an electrical engineer, has written dozens of novels in his spare time, and Celestial Bodies is one of his masterpieces. At this time, although Zhang Haixin has been the domestic science fiction circle of the gods, income is not rich, and this year the development of copyright awareness is not strong enough, resulting in him making a decision to repent for the rest of his life. It was at this fair that Zhang Haixin sold the copyright of Celestial Body for a mere $100,000. In 2010, 100,000 yuan was already a sky-high price, and it was said that many people congratulated Zhang Haixin on the high price after selling the copyright. What no one expected was that 5 years later, Heavenly Bodies actually won the Hugo Award, the highest award in the science fiction world. 10 years of hard work and no one asked for it, but once it became famous, the whole world knew about it. From the moment of winning the award, the copyright price of Celestial Bodies has risen, and various development projects have been launched, which has become one of the most heavyweight IPs in China, with an incalculable value. But all of that has nothing to do with the original author Zhang Haixin. Even in the case of repeated setbacks in the film and television development of Heavenly Bodies, the copyright was still resold in 2018 at a sky-high price of hundreds of millions of dollars, 100,000 to hundreds of millions. 8 years of explosive earnings 1,000 times. This is still only the book earnings, and the subsequent various share profits have not yet been calculated. Although buying the rights to Heavenly Bodies is not as profitable as speculating on Bitcoin, but since we've come across it, we can't miss it, right? Not only Heavenly Bodies, Li Rui also wanted to grab the copyrights of Zhang Haixin's other works. He remembers that in 2019, Zhang Haixin's 2 films adapted from his works landed in the Spring Festival Theater at the same time, and won nearly $10 billion at the box office. All of them were money trees. None of them could be spared. Go over and take a look. Li Rui didn't bother to eat and went straight to the fairgrounds. Although Chen Qinglian didn't know what was going on, she hurriedly followed closely out of professionalism. Entering the venue, there were huge posters everywhere. Li Rui swept a glance and quickly found his target. Sci-fi writer Zhang Haixin. Representative works Celestial Bodies, Leap to Jupiter, Teacher on Special Duty, Ribbon Lightning, etc. Book signing location, Expo booth C65. All the way to find the C65 booth, and other overcrowded booths. Compared to this place is much cooler. Only 3 or 2 readers are shopping for books. Li Rui glanced into the booth, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. Zhang Haixin was talking to a man and a woman, and on the table were several contracts and a bundle of $100 bills. One step late. In booth C65, Zhang Haixin fiddled with the pen in his hand somewhat nervously. In front of him lay a contract and $100,000 in cash. As long as he signed his name on the contract he could immediately take the cash away. Zhang Haixin desperately needs money, but the thought that after signing several years of hard work to write the celestial body no longer belongs to him, he is still a little hesitant. Wang Yikai on the opposite side said somewhat arrogantly, Mr. Zhang, just don't hesitate. I can guarantee that it's impossible for anyone to offer a higher price than this. Wang Yikai's girlfriend, Jiang Lele, also smiled and said, as far as I know, the first 2 installments of Celestial Bodies only sold a total of 30,000 copies, and the royalties added up to less than $100,000. This transfer fee is already generous. Zhang Haixin smiled bitterly, I understand. I just feel a bit sorry for it. It's like my son. Jiang Lele said, I'm a loyal reader of Celestia, and I love Celestia more than anyone else, and we, Kale Movie and TV, are very strong, and we already have a series of very mature ideas for the development of celestial bodies, so you can rest assured that you can leave it to us. Well, Zhang Haixin glanced at the bundle of cash again. $100,000 was really quite a lot. Just as Zhang Haixin lifted his pen and was about to sign his name, Li Rui and Chen Qinglian walked into the booth. Mr. Zhang, please don't make a hasty decision. I'm also interested in the rights of celestial body. Do you want to hear my offer? Li Rui said. Zhang Haixin froze. What was going on today? It's been several years since the Celestial Bodies was published, and there had been a lack of interest before. So why did 2 groups of people come in a row to buy the copyrights today? Wang Yikai and Jiang Lele frowned, not expecting someone to steal business from them. Even Chen Qinglian was confused. Didn't they want to eat? Why did they come halfway to buy copyrights? Are all rich people's lives so whimsical? I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Rui. Li Rui said, I've loved reading science fiction since I was a kid, and I'm a loyal reader of Mr. Zhang. I was amazed after reading Celestial Bodies some time ago, and in my mind it's a classic that can be passed down forever. So I want to buy the rights to the Celestial Bodies series and develop it, so that the world can see that we Shaharians can also write good science fiction stories. Zhang Haixin blushed a bit at the compliment and muttered, not that good, not that good. Wang Yikai interjected, Celestial Body is indeed a good work. That's why I'm willing to pay $100,000 for the rights. What? Can you also afford $100,000? Li Rui is too young. In the business world being young is not an advantage but a disadvantage. Being too young will give people an unreliable feeling. Originally Li Rui is also just graduated from school. The average person in his age, not to mention 100, 000, 10, $000 are afraid to come out. Li Rui smiled and said, I'll pay double. Zhang Haixin opened his mouth wide. 200,000? Are you serious? 100,000 is already enough to satisfy Zhang Haixin. 200,000 almost smashes him. Chapter 0007, Contracting the Copyright. Li Rui said, I'm very optimistic about the market prospects of heavenly bodies before I offered this price. I hope that Mr. Zhang will think about it. Wang Yikai and Jiang Lele were also stunned by the price Li Rui gave, but they quickly reacted. Wang Yikai busily said, Teacher Zhang, do you believe he has 200,000? Nowadays, some people don't do things in a practical manner. They rely on trickery to make a living. Be careful not to fall for it. Jiang Lele also said, we have a strong production team at Kailuo Film, and the rights to celestial bodies can only flourish in our hands. As for him, would you rather trust a qualified company like us or a youngster who came out of nowhere? Zhang Haixin looked at Li Rui up and down, although he looked at Li Rui not like a liar, but he also did not look like he had $200,000. Li Rui immediately said, Mr. Zhang, I will directly transfer your V letter. What letter? Zhang Haixin was confused. Li Rui then remembered that the V letter has not been introduced yet. Wang Yikai laughed, Teacher Zhang, I think he's here to be funny. I have a plane to catch. If you don't sign the contract soon, I'm going to take the money. Saying that, he pressed one hand on the cash. Just then, Chen Qinglian, who had been silent all this time, said, Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm a senior wealth management manager of Guangdong Issuance. My name is Chen Qinglian, and this is my business card. Mr. Li Rui is a senior VIP client of our Guangdong Issuing Company. I can vouch for his financial status. Zhang Haixin ignorantly took the business card. This, Wang Yikai sneered aside. This kind of business card can be printed in a box for $10. It doesn't mean anything at all. Teacher Zhang, this is cash for me. Chen Qinglian laughed. A business card indeed proves nothing. What about a black card? Mr. Li, you can show Mr. Zhang your card. Li Rui took out the credit card that he had just applied for from Guangdong Issuance. The black card face was dignified, elegant and cold, with a special pattern. Even if people who didn't know the origin of this card saw it, they would have a feeling of amazement. This was the legendary black gold card with unlimited overdraft limit. The black card is the most honorable symbol of the banking world. The account must have at least an 8-figure deposit to do it down. Once the black card came out, Li Rui's financial power could no longer be questioned. Mr. Zhang, you can be sure now, right? Not only does Mr. Li have sincerity, he also has a financial guarantee. So if you're not sure, you can go with us to Guangdong Issuing House now and get the cash in 10 minutes. Chen Xinglian added. Zhang Haixin hurriedly said, no need, I believe in your sincerity. I've decided that I'll sell you the rights to Celestial Body. At those words, Wang Yikai and Jiang Leilei's faces changed dramatically, but there was nothing they could do at all because they couldn't get that much money. Jiang Leilei gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Zhang, we don't want heavenly bodies. We don't want Leap to Jupiter. I also want Leap to Jupiter. All of Mr. Zhang's works that still have copyrights. I want them all. Li Rui smiled lightly and said, the two of you can leave if there's nothing else. Don't delay me from talking to Mr. Zhang. You. Jiang Leilei's face turned red, wanting to scold Li Rui for having a few stinking dollars and what's so great about it, but just opened her mouth and didn't curse. Not everyone dares to mess with rich people, especially rich people with black cards. Although the two were not willing, they could only leave resentfully. Li Rui looked at their backs, and for the first time experienced the joy of rich people doing whatever they want, even though this joy is built on the pain of others. Without the disturbance of other people, Li Rui smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, now we can talk properly. Zhang Haixin said with a bit of disbelief, did you just say that you want the copyrights of all my works? Li Rui nodded and said, that's right, all the works. Long works other than the celestial bodies are $200,000 each, and short works are $100,000 each. Is that okay? Zhang Haixin's eyes glazed over. Even his breathing was shortened. Chen Xinglian on the side was also dumbfounded. People only buy one, but you buy them all in one breath? Do you think this is a wholesale market to buy cabbages? And you buy so much, is able to bargain? Did not see people only give 100,000. How do you even a little bit of price is not speaking? Chen Xinglian which know Li Rui's mind. Zhang Haixin's works are all fine, worth the price, and today give Zhang Haixin a high price, is to continue to cooperate in the future. If Zhang Haixin is pitched too hard now, how can we cooperate in the future? You're not kidding, right? Although he already knew that Li Rui was rich, Zhang Haixin still couldn't believe it when he heard such a high price. Chen Xinglian said, I have a lawyer friend. I can have him come over now to draft a contract to ensure the rights and interests of both parties. Chen Xinglian, AI drawing. Just do it. Li Rui nodded approvingly. This private counselor didn't hire in vain. It helped a lot. Next Chen Xinglian looked for a lawyer. Li Rui and Zhang Haixin sorted out the copyright information, and when the lawyer arrived and worked for several hours, the contract was finally fixed. Zhang Haixin solemnly signed his name on the contract, including his celestial body, including a dozen long short story copyrights are transferred to Li Rui. The transfer fee totaled 1,700,000 yuan. Li Rui in accordance with the agreement to transfer the transfer fee into Zhang Haixin's account, the subsequent notarization, tax registration and other issues, all to professional lawyers to deal with. No need for them to worry about. Cooperation reached. Both sides are satisfied. Zhang Haixin said with emotion, I had thought to get the money will be very happy, but now the heart of the empty fishing is like to raise their own children to sell. Li Rui nodded in understanding and asked, Mr. Zhang, why are you in a hurry to sell the copyright? Chapter 0008 A gift for you. Zhang Haixin was a bit embarrassed and said, to tell the truth, my son is getting married, and I plan to buy him a wedding house in my hometown. Originally looking at a set of more than 80 square meters of 2-bedroom. Now you can give him a big house, in addition to buy him another car. Li Rui thought about it and said, Mr. Zhang, if you trust me, don't buy a house in your hometown. Take this money and buy a house in Haizhou. Zhang Haixin shook his head back and forth. The houses in Haizhou are almost 20,000 square meters. The down payment money is enough to buy several suites in our old home. Li Rui said, the houses in your hometown have no upside. You can only buy them to live in. And your 1,700,000 will only ever be 1,700,000. Haizhou just held the World Expo this year. The rise in housing prices has just begun, and in a few years it will rise to unimaginable prices. By then, 1,070,000 might become $5 or even $10 million. Will it? Zhang Haixin was a bit moved. Trust me, it won't be wrong, Li Rui said. Give Zhang Haixin's advice as Li Rue from the heart. Took advantage of people so cheap. Mentioned some free advice as compensation. As for whether Zhang Haixin will listen, that's not something Li Rue can control. Walking out of the fairgrounds, Li Rue only felt relaxed. So many copyrights in the hands of a few years. 1,700,000 at least can become 500 million. This is only the value of the copyright, not counting the subsequent development potential. Li Rue is even considering, when there is enough money, imitating Universal Studios and Disney's model to engage in a science fiction studio. Put all of Zhang Haixin's works into it, it would be incalculable. Not only Zhang Haixin, Li Rue thought again. Taking advantage of the 2010 copyright value is still in the trough period. He also want to acquire some later explosive. At that time, the entire Chinese world's best copyrights are all integrated together. Head on with Universal Studios just a wave. To see who is more bull. Yes, that's the way to do it. While Li Rue was thinking about the future, he suddenly saw Chen Xinglian's face turn pale and her hands cover her stomach. Sister Chen, what's wrong with you? Li Rue was startled. Chen Xinglian used to work too busy, always forget to eat, leaving the roots of stomach pain. Today followed Li Rue busy day. Not to mention the meal. Not even a mouthful of water. Guilty of illness. Blame me. Li Rue apologized. Just focusing on busy copyright things. Made you hungry. Go, I'll treat you to a big meal. Arriving at the restaurant, a cup of hot water down. Chen Xinglian's face gradually got better. Li Rue apologized. Sister Chen, I'm really sorry. I almost starved you. It's okay, I'm used to it. When I first joined the workforce in the past, I was busy and often couldn't eat for the whole day before falling into this sickness. Chen Xinglian smiled. Li Rue handed over the menu. Then I have to treat you well. If it wasn't for you today, the matter of buying the copyright wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I'll treat you, so feel free to order whatever you want. Even though Li Rue was rich, Chen Xinglian didn't order indiscriminately, but chose a few affordable dishes. Li Rue looked in his eyes and knew that the other party was a very smart woman who knew how to grasp the sense of proportion. After serving the food, the two ate and chatted, and had a deeper understanding. Chen Xinglian is 29 years old, a native of Haizhou, and majored in finance in college. She graduated into the Guangdong issue of work, all the way from the teller to senior financial manager, is considered a successful career. Unfortunately, her married life wasn't as good as she would have liked. She had just gotten divorced a year ago and was currently celibate. Forget about me, let's talk about you. You are so young and have so many assets. What are your next plans? Chen Xinglian asked curiously. Li Rue said, you're a financial manager. What do you think I'll do? Chen Xinglian pondered for a moment and said, from the fact that you opened so many accounts today, you should be doing financial speculation. You have a lot of money, and speculation can indeed expand your wealth quickly. But I have to remind you that speculating on stocks is fine. Speculating on futures is too risky. If you are not sure, I suggest you don't touch it. Thanks for reminding me. I will be careful. Li Rue smiled slightly. Futures for others may be a shortcut to heaven, may also be the clutches of the abyss that pushes people into the abyss. But for Li Rue, a reborn person with various experiences and memories of his previous life, it is not much different from an ATM, or the kind that does not need to insert a card and does not need to enter a PIN. In fact, I think that the words you said to Mr. Zhang today make sense. Haizhou's property prices will continue to rise. You should invest your assets in real estate. Low risk and high return. More stable than stocks and futures. Chen Xinglian added. Oh, these words aroused Li Rue's interest. After experiencing the downturn in 2009, the real estate market gradually warmed up in 2010, opening the prelude to the next round of housing price explosion. Although the prices of first-tier big cities have begun to gradually rise, there are still a lot of bearish real estate arguments in the community that this round of price rise is just a flashback, and the prices are likely to fall back to the level before 08. No one dares to guarantee that the future of real estate in the end cannot make money. Chen Xinglian but can hit the future trend of housing prices. Let Li Rue impressed. Why would you say that? Li Rue asked. Chen Xinglian said, it's very simple and other international metropolises to do a side-by-side comparison to know. China's first-tier city prices are underestimated. China's development is so fast. Yenzhou Haizhou Yangcheng Pengcheng will sooner or later become an international metropolis. The current housing prices and the future status does not match. Take Haizhou for example. The current house price has at least 1 or 2 times more increase. Li Rue couldn't help but applaud. Chen Xinglian blushed. What are you doing? Li Rue said. I think you said it very well and couldn't help but encourage it. I'm just saying it casually. Chen Xinglian said. Li Rue smiled but didn't say anything. An idea came to his mind. After dinner, the two of them went downstairs. Chen Xinglian was going to go back to the bank, but Li Rue pulled her straight to the luxury area. Why go? Chen Xinglian froze. Li Rue said. I want to buy a gift for a friend. You help me counsel. A female friend? Chen Xinglian asked. Li Ruwei said, yes, a female friend, with a figure similar to yours and as pretty as you. Under Li Ruwei's lulling, Chen Xinglian followed him into the Chanel flagship store. Chapter 0009 People are shameless. At the Chanel flagship store, a man and woman were looking at the bags. Hubby, I knew you couldn't leave me behind. Don't worry, I'll only love you from now on, and I'll never care about another man again. Sun Shuhan was holding the latest Chanel bag. Her face was full of joy, but it was a pity that half of her face was still swollen and she couldn't be as before. Shi Gang stood aside. His face was a little unsightly. He originally intended to break up, but could not help Sun Shuhan to perform all kinds of green tea means. Finally chose to forgive. Forgiveness is forgiveness. He doesn't want to spend money for this kind of watery woman. Ahem. Shuhan the store's recent business is not very good. I don't have too much free money on hand. This bag, I'll buy it for you next month. Shi Gang said. But, I've liked this bag for a long time. You promised to buy it for me before. Sun Shuhan was not happy. Wasn't she with Qi Gang just for the money? If Qi Gang refused to spend money on her, then what was the point? I've spent $60,000 to $70,000 just on bags since I've been with you. Now you want the bag again. Do you think I'm a money printing machine? If you keep this up, I don't even know if it's me as a person or the bag you're looking at. Qi Gang complained. Of course I fancy you as a person. Then we'll buy it next month. Sun Shuhan reluctantly put the bag back. Just then, Li Ruwei and Chen Xinglian walked into the store, and Sun Shuhan opened her mouth wide. Good you Li Ruwei, no wonder you won't get back together with me. So you have a new love. You Chen Shimmy, you negative man. Men really are not good things. Get it and do not cherish it. Li Ruwei also saw Sun Shuhan and could not help but freeze for a moment. It is really a narrow road between enemies. Li Ruwei just as did not see Sun Shuhan. Directly to the clerk said, bring the store's latest model of the bag over. Sun Shuhan just put back the bag to Li Ruwei's hands. He stuffed Chen Xinglian and said, sister, you back a little I look. Chen Xinglian put the bag on her back. Beauty with a famous bag. Very beautiful and eye-catching. Li Ruwei nodded with satisfaction. Very good. This is it. Swipe the card. The black card is shown. The clerk's eyes are straight. She has received all kinds of rich people, but the black card is the first time she has seen it. Sun Shuhan's eyes stared straight at the black card. Heard the drop of a successful card prompt. Jealousy is about to go crazy. If she didn't break up with Li Ruwei, the Chanel bag would be hers. But now it's on Chen Xinglian's back. What is this woman's right? Obviously I am Li Ruwei's first woman. Just then, Li Ruwei suddenly said, wait, you try another set of clothes for me. Saying this, he pointed to a long skirt and said, try this one. Chen Xinglian went to the fitting room and walked out a moment later. Li Ruwei's eyes widened. It was too beautiful. Chen Xinglian's new picture. Chanel's this skirt is very picky. Want to wear out the effect of big brands must have a fair skin color and tall figure. Precisely Chen Xinglian both all meet. Not to mention that she also has a kind of elegant strong woman temperament. And this dress can be said to complement each other. Chen Xinglian at this time, people like their names, like a moonlit night under the beautiful blooming green lotus. Simply beautiful. Li Ruwei was surprised. Sister, this skirt is like tailor-made for you. What do you think? Chen Xinglian's income is also considered generous, but it is also the first time to wear such a big brand of luxury goods. She stayed looking at herself in the mirror, and for the first time in her life, she realized that she can actually be so beautiful. Li Ruwei looked again, matched it with another pair of high heels. After changing into high heels, sure enough, the overall effect has been enhanced by another cut. Li Ruwei looked so happy that he directly swiped his card. 33,000 for the skirt, 12,000 for the high heels, and in the blink of an eye, another 45,000 was brushed, plus bags. Li Ruwei into the store 10 minutes, wild brush nearly 100,000, an average of 10,000 yuan per minute consumption. The clerk wrapped the bag, skirt and shoes, attentively sent Li Ruwei and Chen Xinglian to the door. Sun Shuhan stood at the door and watched them leave with hateful eyes. Shi Gang said, wife. Sun Shuhan gritted her teeth and said, don't call me wife. That bag was obviously the one I saw first, and now it's been bought by Li Ruwei. Shi Gang, are you going to buy this bag for me or not? If you don't buy it for me, I will go and ask Li Ruwei for it. Shi Gang's face turned green. You're crazy. You want a bag. I'll buy it for you. What's wrong with asking him for it? Sun Shuhan coldly grunted. If you had just bought it for me, would I have to ask him for it? Shi Gang said, don't be a disgrace. I'll buy it for you. The clerk, however, said, I'm sorry sir, this is the last one. The next shipment won't arrive until next month. Shi Gang said, honey, did you hear that? The new shipment won't arrive until next month. I'll definitely buy it for you next month. Sun Shuhan shook her head vigorously and said, no, I want it now. It's all your fault for being petty. If I knew you were so petty, how could I have dumped Li Rui and followed you? I'm so blind. Qi Gang said angrily. What did you say? Say that again? I said you're not even as good as Li Rui. Li Rui was only earning 3,700 a month at that time, so he was willing to spend 3,500 to buy me a bag. Unlike you, who obviously has money and doesn't want to spend it on me. Sun Chuhan screamed. Qi Gang said, are you regretting it now? Then go find Li Rui. You think I don't dare to go to him? I'll go to him now. Li Rui likes me so much, he will definitely give me the bag. Sun Chuhan said she was going to go after Li Rui. If you dare to go to him, I'll beat you to death. Qi Gang couldn't hold back any longer and slapped his ear. Splat! This time Sun Chuhan's face was balanced on both sides, swollen to an average height. Chapter 0010, Pit in the Brain. Li Rui didn't know about Sun Chuhan's beating, and exited the mall saying to Chen Xinglian, Sister, I'll send you home to rest. Chen Xinglian shook her head and said, no need. I'll just go back by myself. I'd better take a taxi to send you. Almost starving Chen Xinglian today, Li Rui was really embarrassed to let her sit in his electric car again. Li Rui took a taxi to send Chen Xinglian downstairs, while she didn't pay attention to a few bags into her arms, and told the driver to hurry and drive away. Chen Xinglian held a bunch of luxury goods and stayed for a few seconds before rushing to call Li Rui. Mr. Li, you forgot the gifts at my place. Li Rui said, the gift is for you. How can this be? Chen Xinglian was shocked. It's too expensive. I can't have it. This is what you deserve. Li Rui said, thank you very much for today. Rest early. Bye. The phone hung up. Chen Xinglian listened to the busy sound coming out of the microphone, and felt that everything that happened today was too unreal. Back home, Chen Xinglian just opened the door. A voice came out from the balcony. The man who sent you back is your client? Age is so much lighter than you. Is it a sister control? Chen Xinglian coldly said, it has nothing to do with you. A man wearing gold glasses walked out from the balcony and laughed dryly. Although we are divorced, after all, we still live under the same roof. Can't I care about you? His face sank as soon as the words left his mouth. Staring at the shopping bag in Chen Xinglian's hand. A Chanel bag? He rushed over and opened the shopping bag, looking at the contents and letting out a cold laugh. When he looked at the small ticket, he became even more sinister. A small $100,000? This was all bought for you by that man just now. Ha, how generous. This man was Chen Xinglian's ex-husband, Lu Jia, and the two were college classmates. The two once had a good time, but with Chen Xinglian's career is flourishing, Lu Jia actually jealous. He suspected that Chen Xinglian was promoted by the leadership of the subterfuge, but also suspected that Chen Xinglian and the client has an improper relationship, often make a fuss. Chen Xinglian endured 2 years, finally could not stand it, and Lu Jia divorce. Because the house cannot be divided for the time being, the two still live together, just in different rooms. Lu Jia is like a police officer who has caught the evidence. Full of scorn, you still say you are innocent. How do you say these things? If you were okay with him, would he buy you so many things? You must have messed around with him. You asshole. Chen Xinglian violently snatched the bag and rushed back to her room, locking the door behind her and sobbing silently. Lu Jia's curses came from outside the door. Chen Xinglian felt out her cell phone and tearfully sent a text message to Li Rui. Li Rui just returned home and received Chen Xinglian's text message. The gift you sent is too expensive. I thought about it and felt I couldn't accept it. Tomorrow you accompany me to return it, or I will transfer the money to you. Li Rui was happy. How can you take back what you sent out? He crackled and typed a reply. Sister Chen, if it wasn't for your help today, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to buy the copyright. The lawyer you introduced also helped a lot. I still need you for a lot of things in the future. These gifts are a little token of my appreciation. Li Rui gave gifts not just to thank Chen Xinglian for her help. AI real-life painting, Chen Xinglian's conceptual drawing. Through today's foundation, Li Rui found that Chen Xinglian has a high level of financial investment, a nimble mind and a rich network, an unparalleled talent. Want to become the richest man? Rely on himself alone is far from enough. He needs helpers. The more the better. Chen Xinglian has this potential. The gift was a thank you, an investment, and a test. If Chen Xinglian can pass the test, the next step of recruitment can be carried out. Li Rui was thinking about it when his cell phone received another text message. I thought it was still Chen Xinglian, but when I looked down, I realized it was from Yao Sichuan. Big Tycoon, have you claimed your prize yet? Li Rui smiled. After leaving the reunion that day, he was in a hurry to go home and organize his memories from before he was reborn, and didn't bother to chat with Yao Sichuan in detail. However, the two made an appointment to find time to come out and get together alone after Li Rui claimed his prize. Claimed it. Li Rui replied succinctly. You're a billionaire now? You can say that. Treat, time, place, tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 26 Xinchuan Road. Aloe Curtain. You decide what to eat. I'd like to eat Heidileo. No problem. A good night's sleep. The next day after Li Rui went to the bank to do some more business, he went straight to Yao Sichuan's company, Xinchuan Road, Aloe Curtain. Yao Sichuan standing on the side of the road was an extremely beautiful scenery, with big eyes, a small round face, short hair, white skin and a beautiful figure. Pedestrians would not be able to help but look at her for a few more moments when they caught a glimpse of her. Especially her face often hangs a kind of confused look, will inspire men's desire to protect, want to love this lovely girl. A few company co-workers walked out and greeted her strangely. See Xian, waiting for someone? Couldn't be waiting for a boyfriend, right? Then a lot of men in our company are going to have their hearts broken. Yao Xixian's face blushed. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just waiting for an ordinary friend. Blushing, it must be a boyfriend. Right at this moment, a white car's shadow sped over. A sharp brake happened to stop in front of Yao Xixian. Ha, isn't this Zhou Xiao's Maserati president? Why is young Zhou here? Is he here to pick up Xixian? The door of the Maserati opened and a short, fat youth got out, smiling at Yao Xixian. Miss Yao, how are you? A few co-workers opened their mouths wide. Really here to find Xixian? Zhou Xiao? Yao Xixian was also stunned. Chapter 0011 Greenfield Zhou Xiao. The name of the visitor was Zhou Yunhao, the only son of Zhou Zhanghua, the chairman of the listed company Greenfield Culture, which was Convergence Ceremony's biggest client. Zhou Yunhao came to the company to talk business a few days ago, and after seeing Yao Xixian, he was amazed and harassed her frequently. It was clear that Yao Xixian had politely declined many times, but he had been a ghost. I heard that you're working overtime today, so I came over to visit. Zhou Yunhao smiled and said, I know a very good seafood restaurant. Are you interested in trying it? I'm sorry Xiao Zhou. I'm meeting a friend for dinner tonight. Yao Sichuan shook her head. Zhou Yunhao casually said, you can ask your friend to join you. It's a male friend. It's not too convenient for us to talk about something private. Yao Sichuan said. Zhou Yunhao's face sank. He was the only son of the chairman of a listed company. A genuine second-generation rich man, driving $1 million luxury car. Very generous. Casually hooking his finger, there were countless girls screaming and pouncing on him. Not expecting to run into a soft nail here in Yao Xixian. The more this happened, the more Zhou Yunhao's desire to conquer was aroused. I have to go to a private auction after dinner. There will be a lot of celebrities from the business and literary circles attending. Recognizing them will be very helpful to your work. Do you want to go with me? Zhou Yunhao said. Yao Xixian shook her head and said, I'm sorry Zhou Xiao, I'm already off work. I don't want to talk about work during my break time. I just want to relax with my friends. Zhou Yunhao grunted coldly. In your mind, career is not as important as friends? Yao Sichuan smiled. I grew up with this kind of unmotivated personality, and I don't think I'll change it in the future. Zhou Yunhao's face grew more and more ugly. Then I'd like to see just how good the man who can make a mess Yao give up her career is. Right at this moment, an electric car came slowly and stopped in front of the Maserati. Li Rui in the car waved. MS. Yao. Long time waiting. Yao Sichuan's face immediately bloomed with an incomparable bright smile, as joyful as a small rabbit, jumping and running to the front of the electric car, smilingly said, You drive me. Set across the back seat of the electric car, arms naturally on Li Rui's waist, the electric car went far away. AI real-life painting, Yao Xixin conceptual drawing. Zhou Yunhao stood on the side of the road, his mouth wide open and dumbfounded. Maserati does not sit. Go to the electric car? The distant shadow of the electric car was like a slap in Zhou Yunhao's face as he glared at Yao Sichuan's colleague with a grimace. Go and tell your boss. If I don't see Yao Sichuan tonight, I won't want to take any more business from Greenfield Culture in the future. After saying that, he drove off in the Maserati. The co-workers all froze. Greenfield Culture was the company's #1 client. Don't freeze. Hurry up and call the boss. Li Rui and Yao Xixian were having a great time eating undersea fish and chatting about their college past. After eating, the two were about to find a cafe to sit in. Yao Sichuan's cell phone rang. She looked at the caller's number and revealed a confused look. It's my boss calling. This has to be answered. Yao Sichuan spat out her tongue. When she finished answering the call, Li Rui saw that her face didn't look right, so he asked, What's wrong? Yao Sichuan sighed and said, It's not that bastard Zhou Yunhao. Asked me to have dinner and I refused. Actually ran to threaten my boss, saying that if I don't accompany him to participate in the private auction, it will cancel the cooperation with our company. You say how can there still be this kind of person now? Indeed an asshole. Li Rui said. What did your boss say? Yao Xixian spread her hands and said, The boss said that I would give me a $20,000 bonus if I went to the auction, which I refused. Li Rui laughed. Why don't you go if you're given so many bonuses? I'll accompany you. See what tricks he can get up to. To be rich and unkind is to talk about people like Zhou Yunhao. But how is the name Greenfield Culture a bit familiar? is Greenfield Culture a magnesium stock-listed company? Li Rui's brain suddenly flashed and asked in surprise. Yao Xishuan nodded and said, well, it's that Greenfield Culture. Zhou Yunhao bragged all day that the domestic business is not interesting, and he wants to go to magnesium to develop. Li Rui smiled. It is really that Greenfield Culture. That's all the more reason to go and meet Mr. Zhou. This is the god of wealth. Haizhou's suburb, a private museum outside the luxury car clouds. The brightly lit hall of the museum is decorated with dozens of paintings, both Western oil paintings and ink paintings, famous masterpieces and newcomers, all of which are treasured by the owner of the museum. The owner of the museum, Ma Xiaotian, is a billionaire in Haizhou. The main business is stock investment. Hobby collection, once claimed to be the most knowledgeable collection in the circle of tycoons, the collection of the richest in the circle. Unfortunately, such a scenic figure was also affected by the financial tsunami in 2008, struggling for 2 years, or had to put the collection out to auction to make up for the loss of stock investment. Ma Xiaotian has a wide range of contacts, rare collections. The auction attracted a lot of local tycoons and celebrities. When Li Rui followed Yao Xishuan into the museum, he instantly recognized a few of the famous figures. Yao Xishuan looked around and didn't see Zhou Yunhao. Zhou Yunhao isn't here. Wait for another 5 minutes. If we don't see him, we'll leave. Li Rui laughed. We're here. Why don't we just take a look around? If I come across a favorite painting, I'll buy one back too. You know paintings too? Yao Xishuan was surprised. Li Rui lowered his voice and said, if you don't know, you can pretend to know. You can see which one of these people really knows, but they are all just attaching themselves to elegance. Yao Xishuan snorted with laughter, and hurriedly covered her mouth for fear of being heard by the big shots. The two of them turned around in the hall, taking a look at this one and that one. Although they didn't quite understand the skills and connotations of the painting, they were able to understand the price. 8 million. Yao Xishuan stood in front of a painting that was called a masterpiece of the conceptual school and read out the price with a dumbfounded look. Li Rui came over to take a look. Just this? A painting frame, painted in dark red, nothing else. Li Rui does not know what the painter wants to express. If purely based on the craft of painting, it is quite flat and even, but it is not worth 8 million, right? Art is really not something that a mortal like me can understand. Li Rui shook his head. Just as the two of them were spitting, a cold laugh came from behind them. What does a bumpkin know? Chapter 0012 Private Auction. Zhou Yunhao came. He arrogantly walked over and pointed at the painting. This is a painting by Gerhard Richter, who was a famous German pop artist, pursuing as much as possible the reduction and neutrality of hues in his technique, and paying special attention to the use of brushed painting pigments. This painting expresses the painter's hatred and resistance to industrialization, and also shows the inner world of loneliness and pathos. The fact that you can't even read this shows that you know nothing about art. Li Rui was stunned. Such blatant nonsense. Sure you won't be struck by lightning? Zhou Yunhao glanced triumphantly at Yao Xishuan and added, it's good that you're here, but how did this poor bastard get in? Yao Xishuan couldn't help but retort, Li Rui has money. Zhou Yunhao let out a loud laugh. Rich enough to ride an electric bike? He said and waved his hand at Li Rui. You're not qualified to participate in this kind of occasion. If you know what's good for you, get out quickly. Li Rui looked at him coldly and said, who said I'm not qualified? Zhou Yunhao disdainfully skimmed his lips and said, I said so. The cheapest painting here costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can you afford it? I think you can't even afford the frame. Li Rui said, whether I can afford it or not is my business. Don't bother you. You have this energy. Why don't you study your own business, lest you go bankrupt and live on the streets one day? Zhou Yunhao said, his face sank, suddenly speaking loudly to the surrounding guests. Have you all seen the one who rode an electric bike to the auction? This one is. The crowd had sideways glances and murmured. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the crowd. Mr. Li is our Guangdong Issuing Company's Black Card VIP. Wu Pingjiu, the president of Guangdong Issuance, came through the crowd to Li Rui and said with surprise and joy, I looked like you. I didn't expect it to be true. Black Card VIP. There was a clamor around. Guangdong Issue Black Card VIP must at least have more than $10 million. Zhou Yunhao actually said that people came on an electric bicycle. This is not a joke. Governor Wu, you're not mistaken, are you? Zhou Yunhao's face was full of confusion. This kid was obviously a motorized bicycle rider. How could he be the Black Card VIP of Guangdong Province? Even he, Zhou Yunhao, was only a Gold Card VIP of Guangdong Issuance, far from reaching the qualification of a Black Card VIP. Wu Pingjiu frowned slightly. Young Zhou thinks I'm lying? No, I don't mean that. Although Zhou Yunhao was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant enough to offend the god of fortune, and he hurriedly apologized. Wu Pingjiu said indifferently, Mr. Li and I have some words to say. If Zhou Xiao is fine, please make yourself at home. Zhou Yunhao blared at Li Rui with some resentment and left resentfully. Governor Wu, thank you for relieving me, sending Zhou Yunhao far away. Li Rui thanked. Wu Pengju laughed and said, don't look at these people who are all bright and shiny and call themselves upper class. The funds they can mobilize may not be as much as yours. Instead of me helping you out, it's better to say that you are more qualified to stand here than the others. Overpraise. Li Rui smiled and didn't admit or deny it. Wu Pengju lowered his voice again and said, you have a grudge against Zhou Yunhao? Li Rui said, he tried to subvert my classmate. Wu Pengju swept a glance at Yao Xixuan and smiled knowingly. Offending Zhou Yunhao for such a beautiful woman was well worth it. Yao Xixuan, AI drawing. However, he still reminded, Zhou Yunhao is the only son of Zhou Zhenghua of Greenfield culture. He was pampered since he was a child and is very careful. You have to be on your guard. Li Rui smiled lightly and said, just by him? Governor Wu is overthinking. I see that he has a black seal. He will soon have bad luck. Maybe in a few days he will go bankrupt. What can he do to count on me? Wu Pengju thought that Li Rui was just young and impetuous. He could only shake his head and say no more. How does he know that Li Rui is talking about a big event that is about to happen? Greenfield Culture is a magnesium stock-listed company, with a market value of more than $300 million magnesium dollars, and in the first half of this year, it realized a sales revenue of $60 million magnesium dollars and a net profit of $12 million magnesium dollars after tax. In everyone's opinion, the business of Greenfield Culture is flourishing, but only Li Rui knows that this company is only 1 month away from bankruptcy. At the beginning of next month, the infamous Magnesium Financial Institution's mixed water will list a series of evidence to prove that the Greenfield Culture suspected of financial fraud, followed by a large-scale shorting of Greenfield Culture's share price. In just 10 days, Greenfield Culture's stock price fell from 35 magnesium dollars to 1 magnesium dollar, and was tragically suspended. Fortunately, Zhou Yunhao's appearance reminded Li Rui, otherwise he would have to miss this good opportunity to shorting. This time at least have to earn 10 million magnesium dollars from the Greenfield Culture. Otherwise I am sorry for Zhou Yunhao's arrogant and domineering. Li Rui and Wu Pengju chatted for a while, and the lights in the hall flickered a few times, changing from bright to soft. The auction was about to start. A figure appeared in the middle of the hall and all eyes were gathered on him. This person was none other than the owner of this private museum, the legendary tycoon of Haizhou, Ma Xiaotian, who had half black hair interspersed with half white hair, and looked somewhat haggard. I'm sure you all know that my company is about to collapse. In order to save the company, I had to put my collection from these years up for auction. Ma Xiaotian looked around and opened the door. A sigh rang out from all around. The financial crisis had affected them just as greatly. A good number of people had survived, and there were also a good number of people who had folded. Today's lots are my lifeblood. I hope you all treat them well after taking them back. One day if old Ma can rise again, he is willing to redeem it at double the price of today's auction. Ma Xiaotian added, Pa pa pa. The hall resounded with applause. People fall and the frame does not fall. Li Rui secretly marveled. This is the style of a big player. The applause subsided and Ma Xiaotian bowed deeply. All of you who are here today, whether they are old friends or new friends, are here to help. I bid you all a big thank you. The four of them clamored. Boss Ma, no need to be polite. Ma Xiaotian arched his hand. We're all on our own, so I won't say anything polite. The auction will now begin. Please welcome the first lot. Chapter 0013, 2 paintings. The auction was very formalized by hiring a professional auctioneer and several experts of great reputation in the country who were responsible for issuing appraisal certificates. The first lot was a painting by Sun Di, a leading young painter in China. Young girl wearing a hijab, which showed the confused state of contemporary young people in a playful way of composition. At the time of the painting, Sun Di had not yet become famous, and was living at a snail's pace in a village in the middle of the city, drinking cold water and nibbling on bread every day. Ma Xiaotian found the painting by accident and bought it for $3,000. Nowadays, the painting girl in hijab is valued at $3 million, 1,000 times more. Perhaps because of the first lot, or because the story behind the painting was auspicious. The auction went into fierce competition as soon as it opened. Starting from the reserve price of $1.5 million, the competition went all the way to $4.5 million before it was auctioned off by one of Ma Xiaotian's old friends. Although there was an element of friendship price, it also signaled that today's auction was extremely hot. The second, third, the paintings Ma Xiaotian brought out were all fine works, triggering a series of intense bidding, especially a painting by Bada Shanran. After more than 30 rounds of competition, before the hammer fell at $20 million, watching the guests call out for their enjoyment, Yao Xixuan watched in awe and subconsciously grabbed Li Rui's arm, only to realize that he wasn't paying attention to the intense auction, but was instead searching for something among the paintings that were about to debut. What are you looking for? Yao Xixuan asked. Li Rui said, I'm looking to see if there's a favorite painting and buy one to support Boss Ma. so do you have a favorite? Li Rui shook his head. I look and look are too expensive. Better pick the cheapest one. As he spoke under his breath, his eyes locked onto a very inconspicuous painting, and certain memories gradually became clear in his mind. If he remembered correctly, it should be this one. Lot after lot had a new owner, and the prices hit record highs. Zhou Yunhao also made a move, throwing $3.5 million to put that color block painting that Li Rui could not understand on the auction. Holding a large piece of dark red, Zhou Yunhao grinned from ear to ear. Li Rui also laughed, hoping that he would still be able to look at the painting and laugh out loud a month later. The auction came to an end. Most of the fine art had already been sold, and the remaining paintings were inferior in both quality and price. Ladies and gentlemen, next up for auction are two paintings by the Republican master Zhang Daqian, Cloudy Mountain Picture and Spring River Flower and Moon. The two works will be auctioned together at a starting price of $350,000, with an increase of $10,000 each time. There are a few matters that need to be explained to you before the auction. These two paintings are both imitations of Zhang Daqian's earlier works. The techniques are a little bit tender, but you can already see the master's understanding of the classical ink style. Cloudy Mountains is the work of Fan Quan, a famous painter of the Song dynasty, and the author of Spring River and Moonflower is the Ming dynasty Talan Tang Bohu, whom we are all familiar with. The former's authentic painting is currently housed in the Jinling Museum, while the latter was once hidden in the Qing Palace, and was strayed into the private sector during the Republic of China period without knowing its whereabouts. The guests whispered, not looking too favorably on the two paintings, although both paintings are made by Zhang Daqian, but is an imitation, and is the early years of skill immature period of work, whether the market value or artistic value is not too high, especially after seeing those fine works in front. These two paintings are even more difficult to get into the eyes. When the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, actually appeared in the auction of the first cold, a full dozen seconds even a bidding are not. See, the atmosphere is a bit awkward. From the Haizhou Museum of Painting and Calligraphy experts Jin Wenshan laughed, you do not think that these two are imitation? There is no collection value. After all, they are Zhang Daqian's works. There are still merits in the technique, and the market value is yet to be developed. Experts are good at talking. No merit can be said to have merit. Not worth money can be said to market value to be developed. Estimated that the dead can also be said to live. All present are human savvy. Heard Jin Wenshan words do not mean it. A polite smile, but no one refused to bid. It wasn't that they weren't willing to spend money. It was because they were afraid of being treated like fools. Even Yao Si Xian whispered, aren't imitations just fake paintings? Who would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy two fake paintings to go home? The auctioneer waited for another half a day, saw that there was indeed no one bidding, and was somewhat helpless, and could only raise the auction gavel and say, since everyone isn't interested, then I announce that these two paintings will be sold. 350,000. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone followed the voice and looked. When they saw the bidder clearly, Zhou Yunhao snorted and laughed. Ha ha, does this stupid kid think he can pick up the pieces? The bidder was none other than Li Rui, who rushed to call out the reserve price at the last second before the auction was aborted. Wu Pengju was surprised. Mr. Li, what do you mean by this? Li Rui smiled. Zhang Daqian is quite famous. I can't afford to buy his real paintings. It's also good to buy two fake paintings to go back and enjoy. Wu Pengju didn't know what to say. Around the guests also look at Li Rui with different expressions. Some face mockery, some disdain. Most people think of Li Rui as a layman who does not pretend to understand. How do they know that Li Rui is picking up the pieces? These two paintings to the hands of Li Rui. The price can be doubled 100 times. Chapter 0014, Dry Heaven in the Painting. The auctioneer didn't expect someone to bid at the last moment, and was surprised when he asked, this gentleman, are you sure you want to bid 350,000? Li Rui nodded. The auctioneer excitedly said, this gentleman bid 350,000. Is there a higher price? There was a silence. Money didn't come from the wind. Why spend it on two fake paintings? Li Rui didn't know anything about paintings. He couldn't even tell the authenticity and goodness of a painting, but he had a rebirth hangover. He had read a report in his previous life about the Spring River Flower Moon. It was said that after Ma Xiaotian got this painting in his early years, he kept treating it as an early imitation of Zhang Daqian's and threw it away in a warehouse without paying any attention to it. Later, there was a warehouse flooding. The mystery of the painting was exposed. The value of this Spring River Flower and Moon from no one asked to become worth a lot of money. At this moment, Li Rui had the opportunity to buy the painting. How could he miss it? No one bidding. Li Rui very easy to 350,000 reserve price auctioned off two paintings. Li Rui went to the finance room and swiped his card to pay and got the two scrolls. When he returned to the hall, Yao Sichuan said with a depressed face, Li Rui, aren't you too good for face? What's wrong with me? Li Rui froze. Yao Sichuan said, You don't need to use this kind of tactic even if you want to integrate into this circle. Do you know what they just said about you? Saying that you're a little cutie. Li Rui laughed. Really? Who is the little cutie? It's not certain. You spent $350,000 on 2 imitations. You're still not stupid? Yao Sichuan finished before realizing that some words shouldn't come out of a lady's mouth, and couldn't help but spit out her tongue. The playful look fell in Li Rui's eyes, and his heart flickered slightly. If I can prove that I'm not a cutie, what do you say? Yao Sichuan skimmed her lips. Then I'll fulfill one of your demands. Any request? Yao Sichuan blushed. Anything that isn't too much is fine. Li Rui nodded. Then you wait and see. The auction ended successfully. All the lots were sold without fail, giving Ma Xiaotian back hundreds of millions of dollars. With this money, his company can still hold on for a while. As to whether it can come back from the dead, who was not sure. After the meeting, Ma Xiaotian prepared a buffet simple meal for all the guests. The hall was full of laughter and pushing glasses. Li Rui held 2 scrolls and walked towards Jinwen Mountain. Zhou Yunhao was bragging with a few friends, and when he glanced at Li Rui, he laughed. Ha ha ha, isn't this the number 1 hoi polloi of this auction? What is he going to do with the gene expert? Is he going to authenticate the imitation as the real thing? There was laughter all around. Holding it so tight, is he afraid of people robbing it? Don't worry, take it back as a family heirloom. No one will rob it from you. Zhou Yunhao relentlessly mocked again. Li Rui didn't even bother to look at him and went over to say a few words to Jin Wenshan. Jin Wenshan's face changed, hastily unfolded the spring river flowers and moon, using a strong flashlight to carefully shine on the painting, from top to bottom, from left to right. Looked for a long time. Everyone felt strange. Is not just a Zhang Daqian's imitation. What is Master Jin looking at? Is it really like what Zhou Yunhao said? Can imitations be viewed as authentic? Zhou Yunhao said, Master Jin, this thing still need to see? It's too broken to be put in the toilet as toilet paper. You know, Jin Wenshan bellowed. What happened? The always gentle and elegant Master Jin actually exploded into foul language? Everyone was stunned. Zhou Yunhao was very domineering, but he couldn't afford to mess with Jin Wenshan. His face was green, but he didn't dare to say anything back. He could only retreat to the side full of puzzlement. He didn't understand why Jin Wenshan had such a big temper. Jin Wenshan turned to Li Rui. Young man, this spring river flower and moon is indeed, as you say, a little interesting. Do you mind if I operate on the spot? Li Rui laughed. Master Jin is too polite. You go ahead. Jin Wenshan nodded, waved his hand and said, move a table. By the way, bring my toolbox too. Not long after, a large table was placed in the center of the hall. With the table as the center of the circle, the guests surrounded it tightly. They were all curious. What was Jin Wenshan up to? Wasn't it just an imitation of Zhang Daqian's earlier works, as to make such a fuss? The spring river and flower moon was spread out on the table. Jin Wenshan scrutinized it for a long time. Ma Xiaotian asked strangely, Master Jin, what's wrong with this painting? Jin Wenshan said, Boss Ma, I remember when this painting was appraised by you and I together, but now it seems that we were both blinded. Ha! Ma Xiaotian was stunned. Isn't this a copy of Zhang Daqian's? Could it be that there is someone else who imitates Zhang Daqian's imitations? With this kind of effort, one could have imitated the real one. So why do this kind of painting and adding to it? Jin Wenshan said, this is Zhang Daqian's imitation. It's because it's too conclusive that it makes us ignore the Qiankuan inside the painting. Ma Xiaotian stunned. What Qiankuan? Jin Wenshan pointed at Li Rui and said, little friend Li Rui suspects that something else is hidden underneath this painting. So I'm going to peel back this layer on the surface to take a look. When these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar. Something else is hidden underneath the painting? What could it be? Chapter 0015, Tang Yin's True Handwriting. Next, it was time for the crowd to have an eye-opening experience. Jin Wenshan opened his toolbox, took out a whole set of framing tools from it, and started the show. He concocted an unknown liquid and applied it to the surface of spring river and flower moon, and with a flurry of several fine tools along the wet edges, he actually uncovered a layer on the surface of the painting. Uncovering a layer? I've heard of it and never seen it, so there really is such a craft. The crowd marveled. Uncovering layers is the traditional craft of the framer, which can uncover the ink painting layer by layer, and can uncover up to 3 layers depending on the thickness of the rice paper. It was said that once a powerful framer had unveiled a painting worth $10 million into 2 sheets, and auctioned off the lower layer as if it were the real thing. However, generally speaking, the lower layer and the surface layer will have a lot of differences. Thick ink is clearer, lighter ink is more false. The seal of the inscription will often become blurred. Jin Wenshan's show this hand is indeed amazing, but the crowd is more and more puzzled. Not just a piece of imitation, there is a need to reveal the layer? Jin Wenshan carefully removed the entire surface layer, revealing the lower layer. The closest Ma Xiaotian immediately stared wide-eyed. How is it possible? However, on the surface of the paper, It was clearly another copy of Spring River Flower and Moon. The crowd all stretched their necks to look at it, and sounds of astonishment rose in all directions. What's going on? This layer below seems even more subtle? Look at the river under the shadow of the moon. The brushwork is dashing and uninhibited. A few brushstrokes have drawn out the feeling of silence. Strange. I've never heard of a revealed painting being better than the original. The bright moon in the sky, half hidden in the clouds, the vast river, the fragrance of the flowers on the shore, the use of few strokes, but gives people a sense of beauty of being there. This kind of handwriting is not comparable to the superficial Zhang Daqian imitation. How is this possible? Master Jean, what's going on? Ma Xiaotian asked in shock. This painting has been hidden in his hands for many years, and Ma Xiaotian has played with it a few times, but he never thought that there was something else in the painting. And the lower layer of this Spring River Flowers and Moon is exquisite and incomparable. Definitely from the hand of a master. Jin Wenshan said with great emotion, can't you see? The following layer of the painting is Tang Pak Fu's Spring River Flower Moon original authentic. Tang Pak Fu's authentic painting? How is that possible? The entire room was shocked. Jin Wenshan pointed at the painting and said, you guys look at the seal of the inscription. Ma Xiaotian looked over and distinguished the names on each seal. Liang Qingbiao, Wu Qizhen, Zhang Xiong, A Sin, Zhang Daqian. The owner of each of these seals is a collector like thunder, especially the two at the end. One is the Prince Gong of the Qing dynasty. One is the antique imitation of the great master. It is a famous name, known to all. It's really the real handwriting of Tang Pak Fu. Ma Xiaotian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. There are various legends about the whereabouts of the true masterpiece of Spring River and Flower Moon. Some said that it was destroyed in the war years. Some said that it was dispersed overseas, and others said that it was burned during the chaotic years, to name a few. At this moment, Jin Wenshan and Ma Xiaotian said that this painting was the true masterpiece of Spring River Flower Moon, which could not help but make people's jaws drop. Zhou Yunhao was the first to disbelieve, angling his neck. Master Jin, do you have any proof? Jin Wenshan snorted coldly. Evidence? What I say is evidence. Are you not convinced? Cow. The Haizhou Museum's #1 ranked painting and calligraphy expert did have the strength to say this. Zhou Yunhao was like a deflated ball. No sound. Jin Wenshan looked at Li Rue and said with emotion, young man, your luck is really good. $350,000 to auction this rare treasure. The crowd then realized that the painting belonged to Li Rue. What kind of luck did this kid have? Just now everyone was treating Li Rue as a layman who didn't pretend to understand, thinking that he was just having a headache when he spent $350,000 on two imitations. In a flash, they were slapped in the face. $35 million to buy the imitation of the following actually hides the real work. This is the real masterpiece of Tang Bohua, absolutely more valuable than that just auctioned $20 million high price of 8 Mountain Man painting. $350,000 turned into tens of millions of dollars in a second. This luck couldn't be better, could it? In the midst of the clamor, Yao Sichuan was particularly calm. After all, she is a person who has seen the world. What's the big deal if $350,000 turns into tens of millions of dollars? A few days ago, someone was $100 turns into $250 million. What the hell did this guy do? Why is his luck so good? If I'm with him every day, can I get lucky? While others were envious, Zhou Yunhao was downright jealous and angry. This little cutie, he actually bought a genuine painting of Tang Pak Fu by mistake? By no means. Master Jean, take a good look again. Are you mistaken? How could this possibly be a genuine work of Tang Pak Fu? Zhou Yunhao shouted. Jin Wenshan's face sank. Xiao Zhou, what do you mean by this? Don't believe in my eyesight or don't believe in my professionalism? I don't mean that. Then what do you mean? I just don't understand how Tang Pak Fu's real work could be hidden under Zhang Daqian's imitation. It doesn't make sense at all. Jin Wenshan looked around and saw that many people had the same puzzled expression on their faces. So he said, good, I'll explain it to everyone. The crowd was busy saying, please instruct Master Jin. Chapter 0016, Earning 100 Times. Jin Wenshan pointed at the Spring River and Flowering Moon on the table and said, when I say it's authentic, I mainly look at 3 points. First, the painting's uninhibited brushwork, lonesome mood, and appropriate ink color, is a very obvious style of Tang Bohu. Second, the seal on the painting shows that this painting has an orderly inheritance. Every collector is famous. Even if I would hit the eye, could they also hit the eye? The last and most important point, this matter seems absurd, but if it was made by Zhang Daqian, then it's completely understandable. Boss Ma, don't you think so? Ma Xiaotian nodded and said, Master Jin is right. Zhang Daqian's character is spontaneous and playful. He is good at imitating ancient paintings. He especially likes to use his own imitations to pretend to be the real thing. And every time he gets it, he is smug. The last collector of this spring river and flowering moon was none other than Zhang Daqian, who covered the imitations on top of the real one, deceiving the world for decades, and was not discovered until today. If he knows in his grave, he would be greatly pleased. The crowd suddenly realized, and then looked at spring river and moon, felt that Jin Wenshan and Ma Xiaotian were right. Just look at the temperament shown in the painting, and then associated with Tang Pakfu's flirtatious and downbeat life. All of them sighed. Jin Wenshan emotionally said, "Spring river flower and moon for many years without a trace. I originally thought that it is impossible to see again in my lifetime. I did not expect to have the chance to see today. This is thanks to Li Rui, little friend." All eyes were focused on Li Rui. There was envy, jealousy, and hatred from Zhou Yunhao. Li Rui said, "I also have to thank Master Jin. If it wasn't for your skill in unveiling the painting, this painting wouldn't have been able to see the light of day." Someone suddenly asked, "Master Jin, how much is this painting worth?" The crowd also became curious. How much would the real painting of Tong Pakfu be worth? Jin Wenshan pondered for a moment and said, "If I were to come and estimate it, around $35 million. If it's taken to a foreign auction, the price might be a little higher. Bought at 350,000, worth 35 million in a flash, 100 times gain." The crowd's eyes were green with envy. "Mr. Li, I'm offering 40 million. Can you cut me off from this painting?" In the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd followed the voice and staggered. It's old Lua. He hasn't made a bid just now. Thought he wasn't interested. Turns out he didn't come across a worthy target. Old Lu is the representative figure of domestic collectors after Boss Ma. This painting fell into his hands. It is also considered to be a perfect match. $40 million. Old Lu is a big spender. Li Rui also recognized this person. Lu Hong, a famous financier and collector in Haizhou. In his previous life, he had seen Lu Hang's big name in many financial news. But what really made Lu Hong famous was not his success in the business world, but his throwing away thousands of dollars in the auction market. $300 million of Jiangsu's wild grass, $50 million of Northern Song calligraphy, $80 million of Emperor's imperial seat, $280 million of blue and white porcelain, $200 million of tankas. These are all Lu Hang's battle results. In today's auction, Lu Hong never made a bid, and many people were very disappointed. Tang Bohu's real work Spring River Flower and Moon appeared in the world, finally drew out Lu Hang, and the first bid was $40 million, higher than Jin Wenshan's estimation by a whole $5 million, worthy of being the most generous person in the collection world. This price made everyone's heart drip blood with jealousy, and also secretly regret why the person who bought this painting was not himself. "Boss Lu likes this painting?" Li Rui asked. Lu Hong smiled. The calligraphy and painting of the four great geniuses of Jiangnan, Tang Bohu, Zhu Xishan, Wen Zhangming and Su Jinqing. I've got 3 of the 4, only missing a real painting of Tang Bohu. Since I came across it today, how can I let it go? If Mr. Li is able to part with it, Lu Hong is grateful. Li Rui smiled. I personally like this genuine painting of Tang Pakfu, but since Boss Lu likes it, I'm willing to be a man of honor. That's great. Lu Hong was overjoyed. Li Rui added, as for the price, well, the crowd heard. This is to be a lion's mouth? Do you want to be so greedy? Lu Hong also frowned, but he was originally a brash character. Secretly thought that as long as Li Rui asking price is not too much words, can be negotiated. Just follow Master Jin's valuation, 35 million. Surprisingly, instead of raising the price, Li Rui took the initiative to press down $5 million. Lu Hong froze for a moment, then nodded knowingly. Thank you, Mr. Li, I'll keep this favor. I hope we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Li Rui smiled. There will be soon. Chapter 0017 Electric Love Affair. The auction ended. Li Rui rode an electric bike carrying Yao Xixian and ran through the streets of Haizhou. Ride my beloved little motorcycle. It never gets stuck in traffic. Li Rui hummed a song as he traveled through the night breeze of Haizhou. Why are you singing this song again? Ha ha ha, it's kind of nice, but you're not a small motorcycle. You're an electric car. Yao Xixuan spat. Li Rui heatedly laughed. With my skills, an electric car can also drive like a motorcycle. Don't believe you see. With a twist of the hand, the electric car buzzed and screamed a few times, and the speed didn't increase in any way. Put. Yao Xixian happily fluttered. What are you laughing at? Li Rui was a bit faceless. This technique of yours sucks. Stop the car and switch to me, Yao Xixuan said. If you come, you come. Li Rui pinched the brakes and stopped on the side of the road. Yao Xixuan stepped on the electric car. Li Rui realized that her body proportion is super good. Obviously petite but has a pair of long legs. This is still riding an electric car. If you ride a big motorcycle, certainly valiantly. Come up. Yao Xixuan patted the back seat. Li Rui sat up. Sit firmly. Yao Sichuan started the car and the electric car leaped forward. Li Rui subconsciously stretched out his arms and wrapped them around Yao Sichuan's slender waist. In this instant, both of their bodies were a bit stiff. The electric car is back on the road, and the speed is even slower than just now. Li Rui, however, did not say anything to ridicule. He was immersed in the touch of his arms. How did I not find out in my previous life that Yao Sichuan was so material? Yao Sichuan, two eyes dead, staring at the road. The warmth coming from the back makes her stiff but has an indescribable sense of security. Suddenly, Li Rui said, "Didn't you say that I bought 2 fake paintings as a cutie?" Ha! Yao Sichuan froze, then remembered the bet she made with Li Rui. Her small round face instantly turned red, and she didn't know if it was blown by the night breeze or if she was shy in her heart. "I'm asking you, am I stupid?" Li Rui did not get an answer, and asked a follow-up question. You are not the little cutie. I'm the little cutie, okay? Yao Sichuan pouted. Li Rui smiled and said, "Then what you said, does it still count?" "What did I say?" Yao Sichuan was flustered. "You said that you promised me a request. It can't be that you want to renege on the debt, right?" "This girl won't renege on the debt. Just mention whatever request you have." Yao Sichuan hummed. In fact, her heart was poofing and nervous. In case Li Rui puts forward excessive demands. "Will I agree or agree or agree?" Li Rui said. "I'm tired all day today. My shoulder is a bit sore. Give it a press later." "Just this?" For some reason, Yao Sichuan actually lost a little. Li Rui asked, "Otherwise, what do you think I would ask for?" Yao Sichuan spat. "Just press it." The electric car arrived downstairs at Yao Sichuan's house. The girl got off the car with a twist and stood at the door of the unit and whispered, "You sit down." Li Rui then sat on the electric car with a big grin. Proudly said, "Use some strength. I can eat hard." AI real-life painting, Yao Sichuan conceptual drawing. In the next second, Yao Sichuan's palm pressed on Li Rui's shoulder. Although she had already exerted herself enough, the force was still soft. Fortunately, the touch of the palm is good. Through the clothes can still feel the softness and tenderness. Soothing and gentle movements moving on the shoulders. Comfortable, Li Rui almost hummed out. Yao Sichuan hatefully asked, "Is it comfortable?" Li Rui heatedly laughed. "Of course it's comfortable. Why don't I press it for you too? Beautiful you." Yao Sichuan turned her palm into a fist and punched him hard on the shoulder a few times. It didn't hurt at all, and was quite energizing. After a few whacks, Yao Sichuan went on strike and quit, blushing and said, "I'm going home." Li Rui looked at her. "This is back?" Yao Sichuan blushed and said, "What else?" The air was filled with ambiguous emotions, and the two's bodies unconsciously moved closer, closer, and closer. "Isn't this Xiao Yao? Not home so late?" A neighbor who came out of nowhere disturbed the ambiguous atmosphere between Li Rui and Yao Sichuan. Yao Sichuan bounced away as if electrocuted. "It's Auntie Lu. I'll be home soon." "Who is this young man? Is he your boyfriend?" Damiang asked nosily. No, just classmates." Yao Sichuan squeezed her eyes at Li Rui, and quickly pulled the damsel home to go. Li Rui looked at her slender back, although a little regret, but also can only hurry home. Arriving home, Li Rui checked the account. There was $35 million more in the account, which was called in by Lu Hong. Compared to get on the line of Lu Hang, 35 million revenue is not so important. Lu Hang, as early as in the early 90s, is the first batch of domestic stock market trendsetter. Rely on 10,000 yuan to start. The highest reached 40 billion worth of money. Such a financial predator, in 2010, has just revealed the looming Li Rui later the same to make waves in the financial market. No need to deal with him today, a good karma first, only to meet in the future. After solemnly writing down Lu Heng's name on the notebook, Li Rui looked at the calendar again, only to realize that the National Day holiday is only the last 2 days. Chapter 0018, 3 Funds. The vacation ended on October 8th. The entire population returned to work, and the reopening of the various financial markets. This meant that Li Rui was going to start investing. He divided the money on hand into 3. 1 for aggressive speculation, 1 for steady investment, and 1 as a reserve in case of emergencies. Li Rui was cut fear in his previous life. Everything is the pursuit of foolproof. Once out of order, towards another possibility, he can also ensure the financial freedom of the second half of his life. The first, risky speculative funds, about 100 million. This money is mainly used for stocks, futures, Bitcoin and other high-risk investments, which is Li Rui's main focus and will also involve the most of his energy. The second, steady investment fund, again, is about $100 million. It will be invested in stocks, real estate and emerging businesses that will have significant gains in the future. As long as the overall trend of the world's economic development does not change much, this part of the funds will be very safe and stable earnings. The same rate of return is also very amazing. The last one is used to consume. Are so rich have to consume. Otherwise make money for what? After planning the three parts of the funds, Li Rui began to prepare for October 8th. The first investment after rebirth. He already has a goal, is to short Greenfield culture. According to the memory of his previous life, Greenfield culture will soon suffer a heavy blow. At this time its stock price is floating in the range of 30 magnesium yuan or more, while it will plummet to 1 magnesium yuan in another month or so. This huge difference in the middle of the price is like a piece of oil flow big fat meat. Li Rui do not na bite or sorry Zhou Yunhao. Anyway, you guys are dead. One more me is not much, one less me is not less. The money earned from you guys, take it as Zhou Yunhao's apology to me. Li Rui smiled faintly and wrote down the words Greenfield culture heavily on his notebook. Besides Greenfield culture, Li Rui had a few more goals. He wanted to seize the tail end of 2010 and make a fortune in the domestic stock market as well. Li Rui has a lot of memories in his mind about the demon stocks in 2010, but not many of them were started at the end of the year, and he only thought of 3 stocks after thinking about it. Jin Gong Technology. This stock ranked first. It will start immediately after the long vacation. Just 2 months' time rose more than 250%. The absolute end of the year the first demon stock, Golden Rose ranked second. This stock rose 172% last year. The stock price as high as $40, in the view of many people has reached the top. Only Li Rui knows, $40 is far from the top of the Golden Rose. Next month it will issue a public announcement, announced in the domestic top real estate developers cooperation. By then the stock price will be up. Even pull several stops rushed up to $80 high and then slowly fall back. The third is the Fly Integrated. The end of the month will announce the reorganization plan. Began 9 consecutive stops of the show. The 3 stocks start sequentially, deployed properly. The funds doubled a few times is not a dream. 100 million is a bit less. Li Rui studied a bit, secretly thought, but he still resisted the urge to invest more money. Walking in the Jianghu, safety first. The future is still long. Want to become the richest cannot rush, and put too high. Alarmed those behind the scenes financial players, cannot be good. Li Rui decided to low-key wealth, quietly do the richest, in front of the stage to show off what is interesting. Do a behind-the-scenes Big Brother he does not smell? Early the next morning, Li Rui came to Guangdong issue. Hearing that Li Rui came, Wu Pingju personally came out to meet. Compared with the previous 2 days, Wu Pingju's attitude is more and more enthusiastic, more like receiving years of old friends rather than just the supreme customer. Chen Xinglian saw, heart very surprised. Do not know what Li Rui did to make the governor so discount. After having a cup of tea in Wu Pingju's office, Li Rui came to Chen Xinglian's workstation. How is my magnesium and Hong Kong stock account opening done? Li Rui asked. Chen Xinglian said somewhat apologetically, I'm really sorry, there are still a few processes over there that haven't been completed. I have already urged my colleagues in magnesium and Hong Kong Island. At most 24 hours, it will definitely be able to be opened. However, the Swiss bank account has been opened, and a magnesium dollar fund was deposited and connected to the PayPal account according to your request. Li Rui was delighted. Great, can the computer lend me a hand? Of course. Chen Xinglian let out the computer. Li Rui opened the browser and entered a website. MTGOX. This is a Bitcoin trading website, which was the most active electronic currency trading platform in the world until 2014, and at its peak, it undertook more than 70% of the world's Bitcoin transactions. MTGOX is jokingly referred to as Men2 because of the harmonization. The website was just established in July 10th. Even in foreign countries, not many people know. And then the price of Bitcoin is still far from reaching the previous generation, so crazy. In the country is even more knowledge of very few people. Chen Xinglian did not know. She asked strangely, what kind of website is this? It is used to trade Bitcoin. Bitcoin, do you know? I think I've heard of it. It's an electronic currency, right? Are you going to invest in this? Chen Xinglian asked in surprise. Li Rui smiled and said, if you believe me, buy a few and save them. You'll thank me later. How much is one? How do I buy it? Chen Xinglian came to be interested. Li Rui said, look at the work. Said registered a username and transferred 1 million magnesium dollars into the account. Chen Xinglian looked silly. She had thought that Li Rui was just playing around, but did not expect to invest 1 million magnesium dollars at once. How many bitcoins can this buy? Chapter 0019, 3 stocks. Bitcoin in 2010 is still in the state of being unknown, but just a few years later it turned into a miracle in financial history. There are many claims about Bitcoin. Some say it is a scam. Some say it is a trend. Li Rui does not care who is right. He only cares about the revenue. At this time, the value of Bitcoin has not yet been developed, and the price is in an extremely low range. The future of the Bitcoin madness, Li Rui is clear. The previous life has always regretted not investing in a few. This life finally have the opportunity. In March 10th, the world's first Bitcoin exchange Bitcoin market was born. giving a Bitcoin trading price of 0.003 magnesium yuan. By April, the price of Bitcoin exceeded 10 magnesium cents. Now it is October. Li Rui inquired and found that the price has reached 65 magnesium cents. In just half a year, from 0.003 to 0.65, it has risen more than 200 times. This is just the beginning. The future of the Bitcoin. Although the ups and downs of the Bitcoin is high and low, but the overall trend is straight up. Now $1 million magnesium dollars can buy more than 1 million Bitcoins, and the peak of the Bitcoin price even exceeded 60,000 magnesium dollars apiece. After the account deposit was confirmed, Li Rui immediately placed an order and began to furiously sweep the Bitcoins lined up for sale on Mentor. More than 400 pending orders at 0.65 magnesium cents were cleared in an instant. Then at 0.66 magnesium cents. Then at 0.67 magnesium cents. In just 10 minutes, under Li Rui's frantic sweeping orders, the Bitcoin price level doubled up. From 0.65 all the way up, broke through the historical high of 0.7, and then rushed to 0.8. Li Rui with his own power to make the world Bitcoin market have a huge turbulence, which if placed in a dozen years later, without tens of billions of magnesium yuan funds is simply impossible to do. And he is now only a few tens of thousands of magnesium yuan to do it. Of course, Li Rui cannot be all the Bitcoins are swept away. From the day of the initial birth of the Bitcoin, has been stipulated the number of such virtual coins, a total of 21 million. Digging out a less one, it is because of the scarcity will lead to the later Bitcoin's successive upsurge. This is originally a capital game, must be involved together. All kinds of money in the inside of the waves. Li Rui can profit from it. If he came up to buy Bitcoins to their own hands, who will still come? Can't be the banker himself. That can be too tired. Is not the style of Li Rui's investment. So Li Rui's goal is to quietly enter the village. Shotgun don't. Hoard a certain number of Bitcoins, both to ensure the future of the huge gains, but also to make other funds profitable. The next step is to wait for the various players to enter the field to speculate up the Bitcoin. Anyway, Li Rui is only planning to sit on the ground to share the dividends. Magnesium, Los Angeles, a luxury villa in the study. A computer screen flashes dim light, showing a private network chat room interface. Ding dong, the computer speakers beeped as someone in the chat room spoke. A big bearded, hairy, fat man moved to the computer, while drinking coffee and swept the screen. Poof of the mouthful of coffee all sprayed on the screen and keyboard. He hurriedly brought paper towels to wipe the screen and keyboard clean, and only then quickly typed and asked, "Really?" On the screen, a user codenamed Troll said, "You can log on to MTGOX to take a look. It's already blowing up." Chapter 0020, Currency Hunter. The bearded man switched pages to the MTGOX website, and sure enough, he saw the bright green up, red down, numbers on the front page. 0.81. It was only 0.65 before going to bed. And this has broken through the 0.8 barrier, creating an all-time high price? The bearded man was full of confusion. Who did this? A dwarf? Dwarves? Humans? Or elves? He crackled on his keyboard, not even bothering to wipe the coffee residue off his beard. "Wasn't it you, bullhead?" the troll asked rhetorically. The bearded man retorted in annoyance. "Of course it wasn't me. Dwarf, not me. Dwarf, not me either. Human, it wasn't me anyway." The other members of the chat room, who had just disappeared, all popped up at this time. There were a total of 8 members in the chat room, all named after the races in the hot online game World of Warcraft. Trolls, minotaurs, undead, orcs, humans, gnomes, dwarves and elves. No one knows that this chat room, which appears to be a daily gaming exchange, is actually an alliance that secretly manipulates and speculates on the price of Bitcoin, and that the Bitcoin they control in their hands accounts for 40% of the entire Bitcoin market at present. A lot of the Bitcoin price movement on MTGOX is their doing. Just a few months ago, they spent 10,000 Bitcoins on 2 pizzas worth $25 magnesium in order to hype Bitcoin and made the news for it. After this hype, the public was made aware of the existence of Bitcoin, attracting many new accounts into the pit, and causing Bitcoin, which at the time was priced at only 0.003 magnesium cents, to skyrocket, rising all the way to over 0.6. According to their plan, the price of Bitcoin needs to enter a cooling-off period, and then slowly speculate. With about a year or so time rushed up to 1 magnesium yuan, and their ultimate goal is 10 magnesium yuan. When the time to liquidate the position off the hands of the words, everyone will become a multimillionaire. What they never expected was that someone would actually go out and scavenge for Bitcoins at this time, disrupting their plans. The purchaser's ID was found. It's called Hunter. The IP address is not in magnesium. Undead suddenly said. His real identity was a hacker, proficient in all kinds of computer technology, and MTGOX Gox's technical protection was not outstanding. Checking a profile was easy for him. Hunter? Bitcoin Circle. When did a hunter come out? What is he hunting? Bitcoin or us? The internet chat room was silent for a few seconds. Undead. Please find out what this hunter is all about, and drag him in if you have to. Almost at the same moment, the same few words appeared on the screen. Why are you called Hunter? Chen Xinglian looked at Li Rui's ID and was also a bit curious. Li Rui explained. My name is Li Rui, and my pinyin abbreviation is LR. There's an occupation inside the World of Warcraft called Hunter, which is translated as Hunter, and the pinyin abbreviation is also LR, so I used this ID. Chen Xinglian laughed. I thought you wanted to hunt someone? Li Rui smiled. It's okay for you to think so. Investment in the financial market is originally a hunt. I hope I will always be the hunter, not the prey. Of course you won't be the prey. Having seen Li Rui's frantic sweep, Chen Xinglian said with confidence, but how did you stop? Isn't there still more than 900,000 magnesium dollars? Li Rui shrugged his shoulders. There are only so many bitcoins on the market. If I sweep them all up, how can others play? I'm still counting on them to speculate on the price for me. Only investing, not jumping in, letting others try to make money for themselves. This is how Li Rui plays. Next, he has more exciting ways to play. Chapter 0021, Faraway Star Garden. Li Rui's first wave of crazy sweep took 50,000 bitcoins, only to spend less than 40,000 magnesium dollars. 40,000 magnesium dollars to buy Bitcoin. This kind of completely do not know what investment significance of things, in the eyes of ordinary people must be crazy, but for the knowledge of the previous life of the Bitcoin crazy upward trend of Li Rui, with the white to give no difference. For the time being, Li Rui does not intend to sweep the goods again, to give the real Bitcoin players to leave some time and space. After all, the overall number of Bitcoins is only 21 million, and the total number of mined out is only a few million. So if Li Rui buys too much, it will be unfavorable to the market regular transaction. Li Rui's ultimate goal is to acquire about 500,000 bitcoins in 3 to 5 years, occupying 5% of the total number of all bitcoins. This is the upper limit. Any higher may trigger an unpredictable butterfly effect, and even cause alarm in the capital market. Satoshi Nakamoto, for example, the mysterious founder of Bitcoin, is considered a major risk factor for the price of Bitcoin. It is estimated that Satoshi Nakamoto holds roughly 5%, or 1 million Bitcoins, and if his identity is disclosed or his holdings are significantly reduced, it will destabilize the entire digital currency market and cause the price of Bitcoin to sink. Li Rui is still counting on capital to work for him, so 500,000 Bitcoins is about right. Diversify the investment, diversify the storage, and try to keep a low profile in order to reduce the impact on the market trend while ensuring a huge gain. Not to mention that this gain is already large enough. According to the price before Li Rui's crossing, the total amount is more than 50 billion magnesium dollars. This amount of assets can squeeze into the top 10 of the domestic rich list that year. Satisfied and closed the browser, Li Rui said to Chen Xinglian, "Thank you for the computer." Chen Xinglian laughed. "It looks like you can earn a lot of money. I helped you such a big favor. Only a thank you? Then I'll send you 5 bitcoins? Li Rui asked. Chen Xinglian said, "I don't want it. If you really want to thank me, treat me to a meal. This is what you don't want. Don't regret it later," Li Rui said meaningfully. During the lunch break, Li Rui and Chen Xinglian went to the Chanda shopping center again. This time there was no extra trouble, and they enjoyed a very pleasant lunch. After lunch, the two of them walked out of the mall, and suddenly someone shoved a flyer into Li Rui's hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest opening of the upscale district, mainly 6-story houses and townhouses, with a superior location. Now the preferential price per square meter starts at 15,888 yuan. Full payment can also enjoy a 95% discount." The young man who sends out flyers is also coping with the errand. Quickly introduce a few sentences and then turn his head to send elsewhere. Did not take Li Rui as a potential consumer. Li Rui carefully surveyed the flyer. Voyage Star Garden? Li Rui is familiar with this neighborhood. In his previous life, he had a customer who lived in Voyage Star Court, and had a door-to-door experience. At that time, Li Rui felt that the location of Farhang Star Garden is superior and convenient. Only a few hundred meters away from the subway station. It is also very convenient to travel by car. There are 3 hospitals and large supermarkets in the vicinity. And the most important thing is that the school district is very high quality. Moreover, Farhang Xingyuan is one of the rare neighborhoods in the second ring road that is dominated by ground floor houses, and the internal environment is quiet and pleasant, which is an excellent place to get peace and quiet in the midst of a bustling city. There are so many advantages of the district. The price of housing is naturally not low. Li Rui remembers the customer is more than 100 square feet of house, enough to spend more than 14 million. discounted down to the average price of more than 12 million per square meter. And at this moment, just opened up the Voyage Star Garden House, actually only 15,888 square meter. Can also discount? This is still waiting for what? Of course, is to buy. Buy a house, as Li Rui can think of the most secure way of investment. He specifically prepared to buy a house funds. Even if all the other investments collapse, the house can also let him the rest of his life without worrying about food and clothing. Sister Chen, are you free? Accompany me to look at houses? Li Rui shook the flyer and said. Chen Xinglian glanced at it. Voyage Star Garden. Xinkai Road? That seems to be the old city. It is very messy. The subway will have to be opened years later. In addition to being close to the center of the city, there is no advantage. Are you sure you want to buy a house over there? Li Rui said. Go and take a look first. AI Real Life Drawing. Chen Xinglian's conceptual drawing. The disadvantages that Chen Xinglian said certainly exist now. With the passage of time, the demolition of the old city as a whole is completed. Large commercial bodies rise. The subway opens. The new road planning is completed. There will be no disadvantages but only advantages of the Farhang Star Garden. But by that time, the price of housing has long been on the rocket skyward. Ordinary families simply cannot afford to buy. Now is the value of Farhang Xingyuan depression. Li Rui absolutely will not let go. Farhang Star Garden is not too far from the Guangdong issue. Li Rui simply ride on the electric car, carrying Chen Xinglian, through the congestion of traffic, straight to Xinkai Road, into the Xinkai Road, full of smoke and dust. This neighborhood are all old houses that are being demolished and relocated, but also everywhere is a construction site that is rumbling construction. A pandemonium. Cough cough cough. Chen Xinglian coughed while pouncing on the dust that fell on the skirt. This skirt, but Li Rui sent Chanel. Very expensive it. Li Rui, however, is very excited. These construction sites look dirty and chaotic. Cannot be used for long, will become a skyscraper, into an unimaginable wealth. Came to Xinkai Road in the middle of the Farhang Star Court sales office. The environment near the slightly better. A small building has taken shape, but the entire plot of the ground is only a large pit, so that Li Rui difficult to hear with the previous life of the water and mountains. Green and tree-lined high-grade and elegant neighborhoods linked together. In front of the sales office, the cars and horses are sparse. Two sales ladies standing in front of the door of the boredom of gossip. An electric car drove by slowly and stopped at the door. They thought it was a courier, but when they saw Chen Xinglian in the back seat, their eyes couldn't help but light up. This profession of sales lady usually contact with a lot of rich customers, on a variety of luxury goods, quite understand. A glance recognized Chen Xinglian, where back are Chanel seasonal new products. Just this outfit alone would cost about $100,000. This is a rich big customer. But, how did such a rich customer come in an electric car? Although there were many doubts in their hearts, the two of them still scrambled to welcome them and respectfully said to Chen Xinglian, "Hello ma'am, may I ask if you're looking at a house?" Chen Xinglian pointed at Li Rui. "I don't look at houses." "He does. I'm here with him." "Ah." The two sales ladies froze. This is not a driver. Coming to see a house? Don't be ridiculous. Riding an electric bike to see what house? Our place is a future high-end townhouse neighborhood. Electric cars are not allowed to enter. The short-haired one's eyes turned. "Bailon, my stomach suddenly hurts." "You come to receive it," said a smoke and ran away. The remaining long-haired sales lady was full of speechlessness, and could only say, "My name is Bailon. I'm the No. 418 sales consultant. I'm very happy to serve the two of you. Please come with me, and I'll introduce the two of you to the details of this property." Bailon is quite dedicated. It took half an hour to introduce the general situation of the district clearly, and only then asked, "How do you two feel about it? What other questions do you have?" Right at this moment, a roar of an engine came from outside the door. Just by listening to the sound, one could tell that a luxury car was coming. Chapter 0022 Appreciation Potential. Maserati. Aisha, the short-haired salesgirl who had just said she had a stomachache and was unwilling to receive Li Rui, leapt up and rushed outside. Everyone else also swarmed out. The people who drove luxury cars were their important target customers. As for the ones riding electric bicycles, it would be nice to have someone to receive them. Bailon can only sigh that today is too unlucky. Not to mention the Maserati customers. Not even a four-wheeled customer. Only a two-wheeled. Chen Xinglian went to the restroom. Li Rui stood alone in front of the sand table, absorbed in thought. Elsa smiled and led a pair of young men and women to walk the sales office. Apparently just won the battle for customers. The man is short, fat, unimpressive, but covered in hipster brand. Female tall and demure, face painted with heavy makeup, carrying a new LV bag. Walk a step to twist three twist. From their appearance can be seen is not bad money lord. Seems to be a man to buy a house for the woman. This is all the sales lady favorite customers. The probability of a transaction is very large. As Li Rui was thinking, a cold snort came from behind him. "Li Rui? Li Rui turned around and looked. What's going on lately? Wherever you can run into enemies. The short and fat youth who just came in was actually Zhou Yunhao. I said how that electric car outside looks a bit familiar. It's really you. Oh, you made a fortune last night and came to buy a house today? It's true that it's a small farmer's mindset. The first step to earning money is to first acquire a nest egg. Zhou Yunhao sneered. Li Rui faintly said, yes, accidentally earn so much money, not spend out all over the body. You shouldn't think that 35 million is a lot, right? Zhou Yunhao was crazy with jealousy in his heart, but his mouth refused to show any weakness. Anyway, enough to buy a few houses. Li Rui laughed. Zhou Yunhao's face turned blue, suddenly put his arm around the woman next to him and said, baby, look at this kid, does he look like a rich man? The woman disdainfully swept a glance at Li Rui, not like. Zhou Yunhao laughed, just outside that electric car see. No whose, it's his, ha ha ha. Riding an electric car to buy a house is also strange. Li Rui was simply too lazy to bother with them. Zhou Yunhao put his arm around the woman and said, why didn't Yao Xian accompany you? In fact, I didn't even put her on my mind. I just wanted to play with her, since she doesn't know how to appreciate it. Forget about it. Young master, I don't lack women around me. What's the fun in a chick like Yao Xian who doesn't know anything? This kind is the best. The woman deliberately lifted her chest and demonstrated to Li Rui. Oh, Li Rui smiled. At this time, Chen Xinglian came back from the restroom and asked strangely, Li Rui, are these two your friends? Zhou Yunhao froze. This was too beautiful. Chen Xinglian originally has beautiful features, outstanding temperament. Today wearing a Chanel dress and high heels, carrying the latest models of bags, the overall temperament is climbed to a peak. Even if she is put on the red carpet of the stars is not out of place. In comparison, the women around Zhou Yunhao were simply like mediocre powder. Weak. I'm not very familiar with them. Li Rui smiled lightly and suddenly held Chen Xinglian's hand and said, Xinglian, accompany me to take another look. Chen Xinglian was startled by Li Rui's action and address. Her first reaction was to shake it off, but she immediately snapped out of it. She softly said, yes, I'll accompany you for as long as you want to see. The heartbeat somehow sped up quite a bit as she spoke. Seeing Li Rui pulling Chen Xinglian's hand away, Zhou Yunhao was furious. Zhou Xiao, what's wrong with you? The woman beside him said greedily, aren't you going to buy a villa? Zhou Yunhao impatiently pushed the woman away. He originally thought that this woman was quite flavorful, but after seeing Chen Xinglian and then looking at this woman, he couldn't help but wonder if he was blind before. Not only did this asshole get lucky with, he also got lucky with peach blossoms? First Yao Xian, then this woman. What gives him the right? The more Zhou Yunhao thought about it, the more angry he became. At this time in front of the townhouse sandbox, Chen Xinglian broke away from Li Rui's hand without any trace. Sorry Li Rui whispered. It's okay, to be sure to give a man face outside, but the next one will not be an exception. Oh. Chen Xinglian smiled. Li Rui scratched his head in embarrassment. All two lives how to still be calm. But, Chen's sister's hand is really soft. Chen Xinglian sidetracked the topic. How are you looking at it? What do you think? Chen Xinglian thought about it. I take back my previous words. This neighborhood is very good. I think it has appreciation potential. Oh, how so? The most important factor in whether a house can appreciate in value is the location. I thought the neighborhood was dirty and poor before, but I just looked at the location map and realized that the neighborhood has a very good location, convenient transportation, and close to the subway station. And, right now the neighborhood is full of construction sites and there are no commercial facilities, but this should only be a temporary situation. This place is very close to the city center. When all the buildings are constructed there will be a large influx of people, then still worry about supporting? There's a AAA hospital nearby, and the schools across the street are all very good, able to meet all kinds of needs. So your conclusion is? Buy. I think the appreciation potential of buying a house here will be greater than other places. Li Rui nodded in relief. He really didn't look at the wrong person. Chen Xinglian's insight in terms of housing prices even surpassed some so-called real estate experts. Miss, make me an offer. Li Rui greeted Bailan. Bailan was sneaking glances at Aisha and was jealous when she saw her selling the villa to Zhou Yunhao. Suddenly hearing Li Rui's greeting, Bailan was still in a bit of a trance, thinking she had heard wrong. AI real-life painting, conceptual drawing of Bailan. Billing? No way. This customer on an electric bike really wants to buy a house? Can he afford it? Regardless of whether Li Rui could afford it or not, since the request was made, Bailan naturally had to fulfill it. These two townhouses are both 7-story, starting at 15,888 yuan per square meter. The first floor is complimentary to a small garden and basement. The top floor is complimentary to a terrace. The price of each floor has changed, but the house type is 127 square meters of 3 rooms, 2 halls and 2 baths, very suitable for family living. At present, Full payment can enjoy 95% discount, taking the second floor with the lowest price as the standard. The total price after discount is 1916, 887 yuan, and also give 5 years of property fee. Is this the lowest discount? Li Rui said. Can we get another concession? Bai Lan said. If you can pay the deposit today, I can apply with the above for you. Li Rui said. Can I also get a 5% discount on the loan? Then I'll have to ask the manager for permission. Do you have income and deposit certificates? If not, the bank side of the loan may be a bit troublesome, Bai Lan said. Before the words left his mouth, cheers rang out in the hall. The three of them turned their heads to look. Aisha was waving her arms excitedly and shouted, "Congratulations to Mr. Zhou and Miss Wang for signing Villa 7. Chapter 0023, I want 2 buildings. Signed?" Bai Lan stared blankly at the frowning Aisha, envious in her heart. The area of the villas in the district are all around 300 square meters. The unit price is 27,000 yuan, and each one is a multi-million-dollar mansion. Aisha signed such a large single. This month's commission earned over. If I didn't receive them, this list might be mine. Bai Lan glanced at Li Rui. However, Bai Lan still had professional ethics. Since she had already received this single from Li Rui, she had to seriously serve to the end. Mr. Li, M.S. Chen, if you guys do have the intention to buy, I'll go and communicate with the manager and get you the biggest discount. How about it? Bai Lan asked. Li Rui nodded and said, then please do. Bai Lan left. Li Rui turned his head and asked Chen Qinglian, how many loans can your bank lend me at most? Chen Qinglian was stunned. You want a loan to buy a house? What else? You have so much money. Why don't you buy it in full? Chen Qinglian simply couldn't understand. Li Rui smiled. Buying a house with your own money? That was a little cute. If you can get a loan, of course you should use the bank's money to buy a house. First of all, housing prices will skyrocket in the next 10 years. No matter how to buy is a big profit. This kind of investment does not need to consider the risk of repayment. Secondly, personal funds are ultimately limited. With the help of the bank, funds to small and big was only enough to buy 10 suites of funds can buy 30, so as to maximize returns. Lastly, simply considering the rate of inflation, it is also imperative to take out a loan to buy a house. The repayment figures that seem alarming today will gradually become amiable or even worthless with inflation. Chen Qinglian did some calculations and said, according to your deposits in our bank, we can give you a loan of up to $80 million. $80 million? Li Rui estimated in his mind. He was pondering. Zhou Yunhao, arm around the sultry woman, came over and said, I fixed the 7th villa. The deposit alone paid 2 million. I'm such a family. Buy a house here is more or less the same. You earn a little money. Go back to your hometown to buy a few sweets before it's too late. Maybe enough to eat for a lifetime. The house here, I'm afraid you can afford to buy, can't afford to keep. Li Rui glanced at him, thinking that in another month your company will go bankrupt. I'll see how you can pay the final payment. Did not get Li Rui's response. Zhou Yunhao, full of upset, and rushed Chen Qinglian, said, Beauty, I do not understand what you follow him. Figure that he sells paintings to earn a little money? You have to hesitate for so long to buy a $1 or $2 million house. Shame on you. If you follow me, the villa I just bought is yours to live in. What about me? The demure woman quit when she heard this. Zhou Yunhao said, you go aside. Don't delay me from talking to a beautiful woman. The demure woman was furious, and not daring to offend Zhou Yunhao, she could only glare viciously at Chen Qinglian, as if it was all her fault. Chen Qinglian shook her head. This gentleman, I'm not familiar with you. Please speak politely. Zhou Yunhao hemmed and hawed. It's true that we're not familiar now. Won't we be familiar after a chat? Li Rui frowned. Zhou Yunhao, you'd better go far away. Don't delay me from buying a house. Ha ha. Zhou Yunhao laughed. Sales lady, come here. Aisha hurried over. What are Mr. Zhou's orders? Zhou Yunhao pointed at Li Rui. You claim to be a high-grade neighborhood. Then you can't sell the house to some random people just to make money. You must set a threshold for the owners. I've heard that there are now some rich people who don't know what class they are after turning a few bucks. And if this kind of person buys a house, it will definitely bring down the grade of the neighborhood. Tell your manager that if you sell a house to this kind of person, I don't want the villa. I don't want to be neighbors with low-quality thugs. This, Aisha was dumbfounded. She had sold properties for several years and had encountered all kinds of difficult customers, but it was the first time she had heard such a brutal and unreasonable request. If it wasn't for the generous commission, Aisha would have wanted to ask a rhetorical question. Are you of high quality? What? You don't want to sell the villa? Seeing Aisha standing stupidly still, Zhou Yunhao drank in dissatisfaction. Just at this moment, Bai Lan came over with the sales manager. Mr. Li, our manager is here. Bai Lan still didn't know what was happening and introduced the man behind Li Rui. The man came over to shake hands with Li Rui and suddenly his eyes lit up in surprise. Chen Qinglian, how come it's you? Chen Xinglian also recognized the other man. Yuan Fong. You work here? Yuan Fong laughed. I have always been in Farhang real estate. Just transferred to this side last month as a sales manager. Why? Is it you who wants to buy a house? Not me. How can I afford to buy a house here? It's my friend buying a house. Chen Xinglian hurriedly introduced Li Rui. This is my college friend Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong shook hands with Li Rui, somewhat surprised by his youth, and at the same time speculated about the relationship between Li Rui and Chen Xinglian. At this time, Zhou Yunhao's conspiratorial voice came from the side. You're the manager here. I'm asking you, are you going to do his business or mine? What's going on? Yuan Fong froze. Aisha hurriedly told Zhou Yunhao's request. Yuan Fong thought he had heard wrong. What a mess this was. Zhou Yunhao said, is there any need to consider this? My list of tens of millions, his list of up to 2 million. Which earn more, which earn less, you should be clear, right? Li Rui sighed. You mean, whoever has more money should do whoever's business, right? Zhou Yunhao sneered. It's okay for you to understand it that way. If I spend more money, I can also ask them to get rid of you? Li Rui asked. Zhou Yunhao was happy. If you're willing to give it up, there's no problem, but I advise you a word of advice. Take good care of your pockets of 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Don't spend. You don't think the villa is finished when you buy it. Don't you need to renovate it? You are so tens of millions of dollars. Careful to decorate to half of the money is not enough. Can only live in a rough room? That can be too shameful. Li Rui smiled. Manager Yuan, I've just seen the property and think it's not bad, so I'm going to buy 2 units. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yunhao was overjoyed. I thought you had a lot of strength. Holding back only 2 units? After saying that, Zhou Yunhao realized that everyone else's expressions were not quite right. Everyone had their mouths open wide, revealing an expression of disbelief. What was wrong with them? Why were they so surprised? It's not just 2 suites. It's only $4 or $5 million to hold up. What's so great about it? Wait, what did this kid just say? 2 units? 2 units? 2 units? Zhou Yunhao round eyes, finally realized that he is the clown. Li Rui to buy not 2 sets of houses, but 2-unit houses. A unit of 7 layers of 14 suites. 2 units is 28. According to the average price of a suite of 2 million to calculate, is 5,008 million. This kid has 58 million? Zhou Yunhao couldn't believe it. Although he is the only son of the chairman of the listed company, the hand can be freely disposable funds are only 2 or 3 million. This time to buy a villa he can only make a deposit. The final payment has to rely on the family to pay off. Li Rui's shot is more than 50 million. Even if yesterday earned 35 million, another 20 million where to come? Chapter 0024 Huge Loan. Zhou Yunhao's first reaction was that Li Rui bragged. Still 2 buildings, really can blow. Why don't you buy the whole neighborhood? He covered his stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha. Before you brag, make a draft, okay? 2 buildings must be more than 50 million. Even if you earned more than 30 million a few days ago, there is still a difference of more than 20 million. Not only Zhou Yunhao, other people present also didn't believe that Li Rui could afford to buy a 2-unit house. A group of sales ladies all looked at Li Rui with strange eyes. Bai Lan even lowered her head in shame, not knowing what kind of sin she had created, actually taking such a client. Even Chen Xinglian was shocked, and only then did she realize why Li Rui asked how much the Guangdong provincial government could lend him, and it turned out that she wanted to buy 2 buildings. This guy is crazy. This is to buy a house, is not to buy food. Where there is a unit by unit to buy. Yuan Fong froze, squeezed out a smile and said, Mr. Li, don't joke. He also does not believe that Li Rui can buy 2 units, only as a fight with Zhou Yunhao. Li Rui pointed to Chen Xinglian and said, does manager Yuan not believe in my financial strength? She can give me proof that I'm not joking. Yuan Fong looked at Chen Xinglian. Chen Xinglian took a deep breath and nodded. There is no problem with Li Rui's financial power. He is the owner of our Guangdong Issuance's Supreme VIP Black Card. Our bank has given him a credit limit of $80 million. What? A chorus of voices sucking in cool air resounded from all around. The Supreme VIP of Guangdong Province, Black Card holder, a credit limit of $80 million. This is a real rich man, okay? Yuan Fong's eyes lit up. He knew Chen Xinglian's character very well and would never lie about such things. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. I'm the one who was abrupt. Are you really planning to buy 2 units? Yuan Fong asked with surprise and joy. Li Rui nodded and pointed to the 2 units of townhouses in the center of the district and said, just these 2 units, I want them all. Yuan Fong was a little dizzy. Happiness came too suddenly. He excitedly said, Mr. Li, these 2 units of townhouses is a total of 28 suites, the total price of nearly 60 million. Are you sure you want all of them? Li Rui laughed. That depends on your sincerity. What did someone say just now? Whoever has more money will do whoever's business. Zhou Shao and I can only choose one. You choose. Everyone's eyes landed on Zhou Yunhao in unison. Zhou Yunhao's face went black. How dare you? Li Ruwei faintly said. If you do the first day, I'll do the 15th. What's there to dare? Zhou Yunhao threatened Yuan Fong, manager Chang of Yuanhang Real Estate, and my father are friends. If you dare to treat me like this, I'll report to Mr. Chang and fire all of you. Yuan Fong looked embarrassed. Mr. Li, this, Li Ruwei said in a serious tone. Zhou Xiao, actually it's not too late for you to take the deposit back. Less nonsense. I'll buy this villa. Zhou Yunhao coldly grunted. Li Ruwei spread his hands and said, I am actually kind. Well, I hope you will not regret it later. Won't regret it? After another month, Zhou Yunhao's intestines have to repent. A farce ended with Li Ruwei's concession. No one to pay attention to Zhou Yunhao's list. Yuan Fong with deputy manager, sales director, financial director and Bai Lan. 5 or 6 people together for Li Ruwei services. Chen Xinglian also found a lawyer friend to help Li Ruwei look at the contract, and at the same time contacted the bank site for the loan. The total price of the 2 buildings was calculated. Yuan Fong said, Mr. Li, there are a total of 28 suites in the 2 units. The total price after the 10% discount is 58,714,856 renminbi. Your down payment is 30%. That is 17,614,457 renminbi. GDIC will provide you with a 30-year loan totaling 41,100,000 RMB, repaying the loan according to equal principal and interest, and the total repayment will be 785,263,525 renminbi, of which the interest will be 374,263,525 renminbi, and the repayment will be 218,128 renminbi per month. Do you see any more problems? Hearing this figure, the crowd in the room was about to choke. A loan of more than $40 million, an interest of more than $30 million, and repayment of more than $200,000 every month. With such a large sum of money, could Li Ruwei really pay it back? Even Chen Xinglian was a bit nervous. What if Li Ruwei's capital chain broke midway and he couldn't pay back the loan? Li Ruwei frowned slightly. Yuan Fong looked in his eyes and thought that Li Ruwei also felt the pressure, and hurriedly said, in fact, 2 units are indeed too much. You can buy a few sets less. Usually he was trying to sell hard, hoping that the more customers bought, the better. This time, however, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that Li Ruwei would buy fewer units, otherwise the repayment pressure is too great. Even he, the seller, can't bear it a bit. Li Ruwei, however, muttered, only paying back such a tiny bit every month? Everyone was dumbfounded. A tiny bit? Since when is $200,000 a tiny bit? Of course they didn't know that the repayment of more than $200,000 a month was really just a tiny bit compared to the future increase in housing prices. In a few short years, Li Ruwei would only need to sell 5 or 6 of the 28 suites, and that would be enough to pay off all the loans. The remaining 2 dozen or so suites were all for nothing. Sign the contract, Li Ruwei said. Yuan Fong was startled. Just sign it? Don't you have any other questions? Li Ruwei then remembered something, pointed to Bai Lan and said, it was this young lady who introduced me just now. I think her work ethic is quite good. Don't forget to give her a commission. No problem, no problem. Yuan Fong nodded repeatedly. Bai Lan, good job. Bai Lan's entire body was confused. Is there smoke coming from my family's ancestors' graves? How else would I come across such a good thing? Rich people buying a house is indeed similar to buying food. With the help of Chen Xinglian and the lawyer, Li Ruwei quickly signed 28 purchase contracts. He had never signed so many in his 2 lifetimes combined, and his hands hurt from signing. After all the formalities were completed, it was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Li, you helped me complete such a big order. Thank you so much. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you and Xinglian students to dinner. After completing the contract, Yuan Fong said with a joyful smile, the commission for this deal was more than $300,000, and Yuan Fong could share about $100,000. He had earned so much, so of course he had to thank Li Ruwei. At the same time, he also hid a small mind, hoping to get in touch with Li Ruwei, the big gold master. There may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Li Ruwei, however, shook his head. Dinner is not necessary. I still have something to do in the evening. He just got the news from Chen Xinglian that the magnesium stock account was finally opened and trading could be done tonight, in a little more than an hour, at 9 a.m. Magnesium time on October 6, 2010. The magnesium stocks would open on time. This was a historic moment. The reborn Li Ruwei is about to enter the market, make a big show of his fists and feet. Bloody massacre. See God to kill God. See Buddha to kill Buddha. The first ghost under the knife is none other than Greenfield culture. Chapter 0025, Crazy Shorting. Hong Kong Island, Austin Road, Sim Sha Sui, Kowloon, Mixed Water Research Company's office. This is a company registered in magnesium, but the office is located in Hong Kong Island, just established more than half a year. Only rented 2 small rooms as offices. Mixed water staff often hold thick information out and in. Outsiders only know that they do financial business, but do not know what the main business in the end. In fact, his business is shorting. Only a few months ago, Mixed Water created a big news. They issued 6 consecutive reports on listed company D, claiming that the other party is suspected of serious fraud and counterfeiting, suspected of misappropriation of funds, exaggerated revenue and asset valuation, gross profit margins, etc., and gave a strong sell rating on company D's shares, with a target price of less than $1 magnesium. While the share price was $9 magnesium at that time, the report caused a huge reaction in the market, and company D's stock price fell 13% in the following trading day. Company D kept clarifying and defending itself, but the market questioning was hard to dispel, and in less than a month, company D's share price fell miserably to $1.15, a drop of more than 80%, with a market value loss of $200 million. In the process, Mixed Water made a big profit. They lent 1 million shares of company D stock to Merrill Lynch a month in advance and sold it in the market for $9 million magnesium in cash. Then they released negative information about company D, suppressed the stock price, and when the stock price drops to $1.50, they spend $1.15 million to buy back the 1 million shares and return them to Merrill Lynch. $9 million magnesium minus $1.5 million magnesium, and then pay Merrill Lynch part of the commission. The rest is profit. This was Mixed Water's first outing, and it made a fortune by shorting D Company. After the victory of the D Company battle, Mixed Water now set his sights on a second target. Carl, the information you asked for is all here. The secretary walked into the office and placed a thick stack of information on the desk of Mixed Water's old president, Carl Thompson. Thompson had just turned 35, the perfect age to be young and strong, but his hair was already on the verge of going gray, thanks to his years of mental labor. Taking the topmost piece of information, Thompson flipped through 2 eyes, revealing a smile. Sure enough, Greenfield Culture set up a shell company, proposed a fake contract, inflated revenues, opened false invoices, and the majority shareholder misappropriated public funds. All of this evidence is conclusive, the secretary said in surprise. Then can we do it? Thompson nodded and said, we can start writing the report, but before that, say hello to Jan so he can be prepared. Okay. The secretary turned to leave. Thompson tapped the information in front of him, feeling smug about his keen sense of smell. A few months ago, he had overheard an article in Barron's Weekly mentioning that Greenfield Culture had changed 3 auditors and 4 CFOs in the past year, and had also adjusted previous financial statement figures twice. Sensitive Thompson realized that there must be a problem inside. After months of covert investigation, all kinds of evidence has been in front of. Can be sure that the Greenfield Culture of the problem is bigger than the D Company. What made Thompson even happier was that Greenfield Culture's stock price was at a high of more than $30 magnesium, and if it could be suppressed to less than $1 magnesium, the profit would be incomparably huge. So, let's begin. On the other side, Li Rue also started. He found Greenfield Culture on the magnesium stock website. Greenfield Culture's current share price was $32.71 magnesium, with a market capitalization of over $700 million magnesium, and the Zhou family's father and son held 19.7% of the shares, barely having a small billion-dollar fortune. However, this kind of good day is coming to an end. From $1 billion to $1 billion in debt, that is, a few down things. In his previous life, although Li Rue did not earn much money, financial knowledge is quite rich. A variety of financial means quite understand. Shorting is not strange. Shorting has 2 ways. The first is to borrow to a variety of securities companies to borrow a certain number of shares, sold at the current market price. After the stock price falls, the stock is bought back at the fallen price and returned to the securities company. The profit made in this way is the difference between the sale and the purchase. The second is the purchase of a bearish option, in which the buyer pays a premium for the right to sell at a specified price by a certain date, and can choose to fulfill or not fulfill the rights granted by the contract at expiration. This way of risk is lower. Choose not to fulfill. The biggest loss is the payment of the premium. Originally, Li Rue should have used the second method, but if you sell a large number of options short, it is very likely to hit the grass. Not to mention that the Wall Street riot in the previous life where the retail investors forced the short sellers to wait for another 10 years, so Li Rue decided that he would just borrow. At 9 p.m. domestic, 9 a.m. magnesium time, the stock market officially opened. How many steps does it take to short a stock? The answer is 1 step. Li Rue opened was originally a margin account that can be financed. and after choosing Greenfield Culture on the website, he directly clicked on short selling. The program automatically helps Li Rui borrow 400,000 shares of stock from the brokerage house, and sell them immediately after borrowing them. 400,000 shares. The whole sold 12 million magnesium yuan. This is just the beginning. Li Rui still need to wait until the agreed repayment date of December 5th, to acquire 400,000 shares from the market, back to the brokerage firm, in order to complete the whole transaction. If everything goes well, by that December 5th day, Li Rui only needs to spend 400,000 magnesium dollars to buy back the same shares. The profit in this is amazingly terrifying. After doing all this, Li Rui was satisfied, and the next step was to wait for mixed water to work for himself. Cheer up, oh, Yenzhou. A building is still brightly lit late at night, and inside a huge open room, dozens of screens are flashing stock market K-line charts from all over the world. A group of traders were nervously monitoring the stock markets of various countries, issuing one buy and sell order after another. Strange. A certain trader suddenly frowned. He hesitated for a moment or got up and walked towards the next office. In the office, a handsome and elegant middle-aged man, probably around 40 years old, was reading a book. It was an autobiography published by Zhou Zhanghua, the chairman of Greenfield Culture, which was actually a self-aggrandizing and self-financed internal publication printed at his own expense, and he didn't know how he managed to get his hands on it. Mr. Yang, there's a situation. The trader knocked on the door and came in. What? The man asked. The trader said, just now there was a fluctuation in Greenfield Culture's share price. Someone offered 400,000 shares and slammed the share price down to 22 magnesium dollars. The man's eyes stared. Such a large bid. Could it be that some organization got the news? The trader shook his head. From the operation method, it doesn't look like an institution. Could it be a coincidence? The man coldly said, continue to keep an eye on Greenfield Culture. Shorting tactics a little gentler, to noiselessly kill it. Understand? Please ask the brokerage firms you know to help check and see what kind of people are shipping out. As long as it's not an institution, just let him be. Understood. The trader led the order and left. The man gently tapped his knuckles on the desktop, making a kowtow sound, muttering to himself, who could it be? Chapter 0026 INS goes online. After completing the shorting of Greenfield Culture, Li Rui was in a good mood. But this is just the beginning. The next step is steady investment. Li Rui's notebook is filled with the names of stocks whose stock prices will skyrocket in the next decade or so. Netflix, up 3,767%. Buy. Market Access, up 3,182%. Buy. Biomed, up 2,121%. Buy. Companies like Amazon and Apple, up less than 1,000%. Li Rui couldn't even look at them, and it was purely because of their leading position in the industry that he reluctantly added a few lots. The last one, the biopharmaceutical company Neurocrine Biosciences. The current share price is 2.5 magnesium dollars. Gee, I remember when I crossed over its share price had already gone to over 150 magnesium dollars, right? This one definitely needs to be bought as well. Sweeping wildly in the magnesium stock market, Li Rui temporarily stopped. Relying on the earnings of these stocks in the next 10 years, Li Rui can already ensure a life of waving money like dirt. For the time being, wait for the gains from shorting Greenfield Culture to arrive. Then make other investments. Li Rui stretched and prepared to go to bed. Today is a good day. What the heart wants can all come true. After washing up, Li Rui hummed a song and climbed into bed, and suddenly his eyes condensed. Today is what number? October 6th, 2010. In his previous life today seems to have happened a big thing. Oh, what was it? Li Rui slammed his head. Cell phone. He grabbed the cell phone on his pillow. Nokia? Li Rui was speechless. Nokia cannot. Have to find an Apple. He remembered that Yao Xixuan used an Apple cell phone, so he dialed a phone. Why are you calling so late? The call went through. Yao Xixuan's voice was confused. Li Rui laughed. It's only after 10 and you're asleep? Yao Xixuan said irritably. Only when you sleep a lot does your skin get better. You don't even know this. Say it. What's the matter? You're using an Apple 4, right? Can you log into the App Store and search for a software for me? What software? Instagram. See if it's in the store. Hold on. Half a minute later, Yao Xixuan's lazy voice sounded again. There is. It seems to be software that just hit the shelves today. That's right. Li Rui clenched his fists in excitement. It's not wrong. It's today. Instagram, the world's hottest online photo and video sharing application software for the next 10 years or so, was officially launched today. After only one day, Instagram gained 25,000 users, broke through 1 million a month, and reached 7 million 9 months later. By the time Li Rui traveled, the number of Instagram users had exceeded 1 billion. Such a hot software. Naturally, cannot escape the fate of being acquired by the giant. Just 2 years later, Facebook will spend $1 billion magnesium to acquire Instagram. The earliest investment in Instagram's venture capitalists all took 100 times the return to leave the field. It's too late to invest in Facebook, and you can't miss the opportunity of Instagram. And this is not just an investment opportunity, but also a great opportunity to enter Silicon Valley and contact the internet industry chain. If you want to become the richest man, there is no faster way than going to Magnesium and going to Silicon Valley, and earning foreigners money back to spend. How cool is that? In addition to Instagram, there should be other companies worth investing in. I have to recall and organize. Li Rui was mesmerized by the thought. He forgot that there was a Yao Sichuan on the other end of the phone. The round-faced little beauty listened to the beeping sound coming from the microphone and was so angry that she wanted to drop the phone. Looking for me in the middle of the night just to say this? Li Rui, you bad egg. Big bad egg. I don't want to care about you anymore. What's this software he's talking about? To take pictures? It seems quite interesting. Early the next morning, Li Rui woke up. October 7th was the last day of the long vacation. Li Rui originally had no arrangements, but what happened last night made him realize that it was time to update his equipment. As the saying goes, if you want to do a good job, you must first make good use of it. His Nokia cell phone is already outdated, so he has to hurry up and replace it with a smartphone. Apple launched the first half of the Apple 4 generation. Android system also blossomed, led to the 4G technology in the country's booming development. The mobile internet from now on embarked on a high-speed development of the fast road. Li Rui want to ride the bus. At least you have to change the first cell phone. There is also a car. Every day riding an electric car, although environmentally friendly, there are also many inconvenient places. In the future to participate in some business activities, cannot also ride an electric car? It is not called pretending to be a pig, called the head has a pit. Also have to change a place to live. This apartment is too small. Later to deal with more and more things. The place is certainly not enough. Li Rui thought about it, and gave Yao Xixian a phone call. Buying things like this, it's still more convenient to have a woman with you. The first time, did not pick up. The second time, didn't pick up. Li Rui did not call again. After 10 minutes, Yao Sichuan's phone call came. As soon as it was connected, I heard her exasperated voice. How do you play 2 times and then do not play? Li Rui was confused. You didn't answer. Why should I call again? That is intentionally do not answer. Who let you say half of the words yesterday? Ignore people. Have you? Li Rui stayed before remembering. Seems to be such a thing. You actually forgot. Yao Xixian was furious. What's wrong with this man? In the end there is no putting me in the eyes off. Li Rui hurriedly said. I'm sorry. I had a temporary thing yesterday and forgot about you. Don't be angry. Give me a chance to make amends. Okay? How are you going to make amends? Yao Sichuan asked. How about treating you to a big meal? By the way, I invite you to go shopping with me. Shopping? Great. Yao Sichuan came in the spirit. Say, where to meet? Arranging a time and place. Li Rui hung up the phone, only to realize that he forgot to remind Yao Sichuan. Although buying things today, it's not shopping, because the things to buy are a bit special. Forget it, let's talk about it when we meet. Before leaving, Li Rui contacted Chen Qinglian again and asked her to help consult the formalities and process of opening a venture capital company in China. You want venture capital? Chen Qinglian was stunned. Another Bitcoin, another house purchase, and now venture capital. Chen Qinglian felt that Li Rui's step was too big. Don't forget, Li Rui is now the one who is burdened with tens of millions of dollars of mortgage. In case there is any problem with the capital chain, maybe the whole line will collapse. But she did not know how to persuade. Can only say, I have a lot of classmates are doing finance, they should be very familiar. I'll help you ask around. Li Rui said. Please. Hanging up the phone, Chen Qinglian was a little flustered. In fact, the more Li Rui invests, the more frequently the funds are utilized, the greater the profit she and Guangdong Distribution get from it. But for some reason, Chen Qinglian hopes that Li Rui can walk steadily, rather than like now. Everything is involved. We need to find a time to talk to him. Chen Qinglian thought secretly. Chapter 0027, Updating Equipment. Li Rui and Yao Xixian had an appointment at the Marriott Hotel. The neighborhood was one of the busiest business districts in Haizhou, with several large shopping malls, where you could buy either a cell phone car or a house. Li Rui was standing on the street when his shoulder was tapped. Turning back to look, no one was there. Turning back again, Yao Sichuan was already standing in front of him, with a childlike smugness on her face. Childish. Li Rui was speechless. Yao Sichuan instantly glared. You dare to say I'm childish? I also said you're 3 years old. The two of them laughed and joked for a while. Yao Sichuan said, what do you want to buy? Li Rui said, buy a cell phone first. I'm still using a Nokia feature phone, and I'm planning to change to a smartphone. There is a cell phone store in the nearby mall. As soon as the two entered the door, the clerk enthusiastically greeted them. Both of you, do you want to buy a cell phone? Is there a favorite style? Leroy bluntly said, Apple IV have? The clerk heard a big business, full of smiles, said, of course, pure Hong Kong goods, absolute fidelity. It is slightly more expensive. Leroy did not even ask the price, and said, what is the latest Android model? Bring it to me. If Mr. likes Android machines, that's really the right place to look. The store just got the HTC Aspire yesterday. This is the most highly configured Android machine this year, equipped with the latest. The store clerk introduced it with a fluttering brow. I want both of these, and then give me 2 cards. Leroy didn't even listen to the end and said, ah. The clerk froze. Both? Yao Sichuan was also surprised. You don't even try your hand at it? Leroy shook his head. No need to try. For Leroy, any smartphone these days can only make do. Why waste time trying again? Get me 2 more cards, Leroy added. In 10 minutes of work, Leroy swiped his card and bought 2 cell phones, spending nearly $10,000. Walking out of the cell phone store, Yao Sichuan still complained a bit. Why didn't you bargain? Leroy laughed. You don't need to haggle on the cheap stuff. Later on when you buy the expensive ones, you can help me haggle again. Yao Sichuan froze. What expensive things are you going to buy? Leroy pointed to the front. Buy a car. The first floor of Huatai Mall was different from other malls. It didn't invite luxury stores to hold down the scene, but was rented out to luxury car brands to be their flagship display stores. Ferrari, Lamborghini and Bentley lined up on the south side of the street, while Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi were on the north side. Leroy pulled Yao Sichuan to the door of the Bentley store. About to go in, Yao Sichuan was terrified, pulling Leroy's hand and said, what are you doing? What are you doing? Go in and take a look, Leroy said. Yao Sichuan said in horror, this is a Bentley. Leroy said, what's wrong with Bentley? Yao Sichuan stayed, suddenly patted her head and said, right, I forgot. You won $250 million. A few days ago you sold paintings and made $35 million. You are a tycoon. Hey, how did I forget all about this? Leroy speechless. Am I so unlike a rich man? The two entered the Bentley store. At the same time on the other side of the Huatai Mall, Mercedes-Benz flagship store. Leroy's 2 acquaintances are also looking at the car. Shi Gang sat in a Mercedes-Benz G500 car instead. This car is good. High chassis, good vision. Off-road performance must be strong too. Outside the car, Sun Chuhan timidly said, hubby, don't you have a car to drive? Why do you want to change cars? This pair of men and women had fallen out twice in a row, and then made up twice in a row. It was really 502 blue wiping their asses. They could no longer be separated. Shi Gang coldly grunted, now that I see that second-hand Porsche, I think of you and Leroy those things. And I'm angry. I will never drive a used car again. I want to drive a new car. Sun Chuhan busy said, hubby, don't be angry. It's all my fault. I promise. I will never make you angry again. I will treat you wholeheartedly. That's more like it. Shi Gang said, what's so good about that kid Leroy? He's just a thug. The more Shi Gang looked at the G500, the more he liked it, looking for sales to ask the price. After asking the price, Chi just some difficulties. This car is priced at up to $1.7 million. He does not have so much money on hand. Can't we get a discount? Shi Gang asked. The salesman smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Shi, this is the official uniform price. We will at most give you some interior decoration. The price really can't be lowered any further. If you think the price is a bit high, the store still has a used 08 model. It can be cheaper by a few $100,000. I don't buy used cars. Shi Gang was furious. The sale was startled, thinking, aren't you in the used car business? How come you can't drive a used car? Are you irritated by something? Used cars cannot be bought. New cars cannot afford. Shi Gang huffed and puffed and pulled Sun Chuhan to leave the Mercedes-Benz store. Husband, do not buy? Sun Chuhan asked. Shi Gang shook his head and said, don't buy it. First, by the way, didn't you say last time that you wanted to sit in a Bentley to take pictures? I will take you there. Really? Sun Chuhan's face was still swollen, but she was excited as soon as she heard that she could take pictures. Shi Gang said, I'm buddies with the assistant manager of the Bentley store. Just go and say hello. Sun Chuhan was pleasantly surprised. That's great. I'm going to take a few more pictures and put them on QQ Space, so that my classmates are envious. The two circled around to the Bentley flagship store. A door will see a luxury noble Bentley Mulsanne parked in the center of the hall. This is the latest Bentley limousine this year. As long as you see its brand, what engine, power, torque, transmission, and other parameters, there is no need to consider. People who buy this car don't care about parameters, only care about face. Sun Chuhan eyes are straight, cannot wait to immediately drill in to take pictures. Shi Gang's buddy Wang Sin came out to greet him. He was the assistant manager here. Why are you free to come over? Wang San asked. Qi Gang laughed. Came to see you. How's it going? Busy or not? Wang San said. Usually there isn't a customer for a month. Today is really a coincidence. I just sold a car. She just smacked his lips. Those who can afford your brand must be really rich. By the way, let my girlfriend borrow your car to take a few pictures, okay? Sure. Which one do you want to shoot? Wang San asked. That new Mulsan. Qi Gang said. Wang San revealed a difficult look. This is a bit inconvenient. That Mulsan just sold out. The owner is signing the contract. After signing to drive away, was seen by the owner of the words is not good. She just busy. You're right. This kind of big man's car. Or don't touch it. Touch bad can't afford to pay. Hearing that he couldn't shoot the Mulsan, Sun Shuhan was greatly disappointed and could only choose the old flying spur in the corner. Wang San pulled Qi Gang to drink tea. Sun Shuhan shot himself very vigorously. Although the new Mulsan to 6 million, the old flying spur as long as 5 million. After all, our Bentley. Sun Shuhan is still photographed very vigorously. At this time, she saw someone pull open the door of the Mulsan. Chapter 0028, quickly call uncle. When Sun Shuhan saw someone approaching Mulsan, she took a look at him, and it didn't matter. It was actually Yao Xixien. What shocked Sun Shuhan even more was that Yao Xixien reached out and pulled open Mushan's car door. Yao Xixuan, what are you doing? Sun Shuhan exclaimed in shock. Sun Shuhan? Yao Xixuan froze when she saw her as well. Quickly closed the car door. Sun Shuhan droned. Yao Xixuan looked confused. Why? Sun Shuhan said. Is that a car you can touch? Can you afford to pay for it if it gets damaged? Yao Xixuan nodded. Also right-o. Why are you here? Sun Shuhan raised her hair and laughed coldly. If you can come, why can't I come? I'm accompanying Qi Gang to buy a car. You and Qi Gang haven't broken up yet? Yao Xixuan covered her mouth and laughed. Sun Shuhan glared. Yao Xixuan, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You actually hooked up with Li Rue. Want to be shameless? Yao Xixuan blushed. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just an ordinary friend with Li Rue. Just having a meal together. She didn't even have the courage to say this herself. More than just eating but also together to participate in the auction together shopping to come. Recently seems to be too close, right? Sun Shuhan coldly grunted. You can really lie College that time I thought you quite pure it. Did not expect is also a heart. You're looking at Li Rue's wealth. So you're stuck on him, right? I'm telling you, Li Rue is mine. Don't touch him. Yao Xixian's face was full of questions. Didn't you and Li Rue break up a long time ago? Sun Shuhan crossed her arms. That doesn't work either. You. Yao Xixuan was completely speechless, shaking her head and pulling open the car door again. Sun Shuhan shouted. Don't you touch. Why can't I touch? Yao Xixuan asked rhetorically. This is a car bought by my friend. If you touch it, your friend bought it? Yao Xixuan was surprised. Sun Shuhan held her head high. To be precise, Qi Gang's uncle bought it. Put. You said the person who bought the car was Qi Gang's uncle? Yao Xixuan covered her mouth and snickered. Sun Shuhan said unhappily. What are you laughing at? How can a thug like Li Rue's circle of connections be compared to Qi Gang's family? The big shot who bought the car is Qi Gang's uncle who grew up watching Qi Gang. Name it to scare you to death. Yao Xixien sighed. Sun Shuhan, although I didn't like you before, I didn't expect that you'd become like this after only 2 years of graduation. What's wrong with me? Sun Shuhan sneered. Are you jealous of me? Let me tell you, Li Rue was dumped by me when I got tired of playing with him. You're just worthy of taking over for me. Yao Xixuan shook her head. I really feel sorry for Li Rue. So many years of youth and sincerity were fed to the dogs. What did you say? Say it again. Sun Shuhan became furious. Believe it or not, I'll immediately ask someone to kick you out. Yao Xixuan was too lazy to bother with Sun Shuhan anymore and directly sat in the car. You come out. Sun Shuhan was incomparably angry. She didn't even dare to sit in it to take a selfie, but Yao Xixuan sat there so righteously. You woman, not only robbing my Li Rue, but also robbing my car? Sun Shuhan simply lost her mind and rushed over to pull Yao Xixien out. What are you doing? Right at this moment, an angry shout came from behind him, and someone rushed up to push Sun Shuhan to the side. Sun Shuhan turned around to see that it was actually Wang Sen. Brother Wang, why are you pulling me? Go pull her out. Sun Shuhan shouted. Wang Sen's face turned blue. Who is your brother Wang? I don't even recognize you. Brother Wang? I am Qi Gang's girlfriend. Sun Shuhan was confused. Qi Gang also rushed over. Surprised. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Wang Sen said angrily. What's wrong with your girlfriend? Actually harassing our VIP customers? VIP? Qi Gang glanced towards the car and was also a bit dumbfounded. How come it was Yao Xixien? Wang Sen glared fiercely at the two of them and said to Yao Xixien. MS. Yao, I'm really sorry. It's because we didn't take good care of her and let her harass you. You're not in shock. Are you? Yao Xixin shook her head. It's fine. She was just joking with me. He, a joke is good. A joke is good. Wang Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Li has already signed the contract and will come over right away. Qi Gang and Sun Shuhan were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why was Wang Xin treating Yao Xixin with such respect? Wait, who was Mr. Li? Could it be? Ominous speculations welled up in their hearts. In the next second, a group of people walked into the hall with great vigor. The person in the center with the stars arching over him was none other than Li Rui. Li Rui laughed bitterly while walking. Manager Zhao, can you not be so high profile? I'm not used to it. Accompanied by Bentley flagship store general manager Zhao Gang smiled and said, Mr. Li, other people buy a car and want the whole world to know about it. You are also too low-key. Don't worry, just take a picture, and you won't show your face when publicizing. Li Rui nodded and said, that's good. Li Rui. Seeing Li Rui, Qi Gang and Sun Shuhan all opened their mouths in disbelief. Li Rui also said breathlessly, how come it's you guys again? It is said that the road is narrow, but this road is also too narrow. Right, Haizhou is so big. How to run into these two goods every day? Yao Xixin got out of the car. Li Rui, you bought this Mulsan? Sun Shuhan asked. Li Rui nodded and said, that's right, it's me. You heartless. When you were with me, you couldn't even spare an LV bag for me. But you actually bought a Bentley for Yao Xixin. Sun Shuhan roared in anger. She was really about to go crazy. It was one thing to know that Li Rui had gotten rich. It was another thing to see with her own eyes the high-end spending after getting rich. This bright and shiny Bentley Mulsanne with an expensive aura was right in front of her, making it even harder for her to accept. The person sitting in the car should obviously be me. Yao Xixin got out of the car and smiled. Qi Gang. Sun Shuhan just said that the person who bought the car is the uncle who has watched you grow up since you were a child. Why don't you call out when you see your uncle? Qi Gang was confused. What uncle? How come I don't know that Li Rui is my uncle? What's going on? Qi Gang was furious. It's not even if you cuckolded me, but you also recognized an uncle for me? Husband, listen to my explanation. Sun Shuhan panicked. Explain a fart. Qi just swung up his arm. Another slap. Sun Shuhan, from now on you walk your Yangguan road. I walk my one-tree bridge. We are cut off. After the beating, Qi Gang glared at Li Rui with hatred and walked away. Yao Xixuan blinked and raised her hand to hold Li Rui's arm. Honey, the car has been bought. We should go for a ride. Li Rui froze. Although he knew that Yao Xixuan was trying to help herself to be angry with Sun Shuhan, but was it really good to hold her arm like this? Well, it's quite good. Li Rui. You. Sun Shuhan's nostrils smoldered with anger. Don't blame me. Blame your own choice. Li Rui shook his head. Mulsanne started and drove out of the flagship store in the applause. Only left Sun Shuhan. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she cried out with a whimper. Chapter 0029 Maoyuan Advertising. Bentley traveling in the street. The car next to the subconscious avoid far, for fear of an accidental rubbing on the family lost money. Li Rui is also careful. Car insurance has to be 24 hours later to take effect, and now if the cuts and rubs, repair costs have to be his own pocket. How does it feel? Yao Xixuan asked with a smile. Quite good. Li Rui nodded. Yao Xixuan beamed. Driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car is pretty good? Li Rui shrugged his shoulders. What else is it going to be? Actually, he also wondered why he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. This Mulsanne is a luxury car that he didn't even dare to dream about in his previous life. And now that he's reborn only a few days ago, he's already driving it. If it was any other 20-something-year-old guy, his tail would have been up in the air. But he was actually an almost 40-year-old guy on the inside, and was really a bit too excited to get up. Or maybe, what he really enjoyed was the process of chasing a goal to achieve it, rather than the goal itself. Didn't you say there's something else? Yao Xixuan felt that the atmosphere was a bit off and digressed. Li Rui said, the apartment I'm living in now is too small. I'm planning to rent a new room. Do you have any good introductions? Yao Xixuan asked. Do you have any requirements? Li Rui thought for a moment and said, there's nothing special to ask for. A little more convenient transportation, a quieter environment, and a bigger room will do. My uncle's house can meet your requirements. 2 rooms and a hall of more than 100 square meters. The community environment is good. Near the subway station. Recently just empty. I have the key. Take you to take a look. Yao Xixuan said. That dare good. Renting our uncle's house, isn't it cheaper? That's my uncle, not your uncle. Yao Xixuan's face was scarlet, her cherry lips slightly angry, but she didn't really get angry. Under the guidance of Yao Xixuan, Li Rui drove to Jiahan neighborhood. Jia and the neighborhood is located in the edge of the inner ring. The environment and location are very good. Community property services are also very thoughtful. The car was stopped at the door of the neighborhood. The security guard originally wanted Li Rui to show the entrance card, and so see clearly is a Bentley car, asked no questions on the release. This is the convenience of the luxury car. Most people will think that the person driving a Bentley will not be a bad person. After all, this is still 2010. Renting a luxury car to pretend to be a tycoon is still relatively rare. Another 10 years or so, even stockings can be grouped together. Not to mention the Bentley. Into the neighborhood parked the car. The two went upstairs to see the house. The house is on the 17th floor of Building C, 1702. More than 100 square meters of large two-bedroom. Spacious and bright, clean and tidy. All kinds of furniture and appliances are available. Why is such a good house empty? Li Rui turned around quite satisfied. Couldn't help but be a little strange. Yao Sichuan sighed, don't mention it. This house was originally bought by uncle to his cousin. She lived not long before she ran to Linen to start a business. Ago more than 2 years have not come back. Oh, Li Rui nodded. That's good. I'll rent here. Yao Sixian this layer of relations in. Also do not have to sign any contract. Li Rui directly to her uncle transferred 48,000 yuan as a year's rent. Even if the suite is rented another year, the Farhang Star Garden side of the house will be able to hand over the house. Li Rui has planned. Then the two buildings on the top floor of the 4 sets of houses through, dual more than 400 square feet of large flat, live-in villas are comfortable. Rented the house. Li Rui called to find a moving company and cleaning company at the same time to start work. Busy until 5 o'clock in the evening. The house cleaned up. Li Rui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the distant lights and skyscrapers. The heart has a feeling of stability. From the moment of rebirth to now, he is like in a dream. It was not until this moment in this scene that Li Rui realized that he would stay in this time forever. What are you looking at? Yao Sichuan's voice came from behind her. She was wearing an apron and carrying a plate of crayfish out of the kitchen. Li Rui turned around with a smile. Wow, it smells so good. I have to taste your handiwork. Wash your hands first. Yao Sichuan's scream came out from the room. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was so loud that one wanted to stay in this moment forever. Early in the morning of October 8th at 7:30, Li Rui was woken up by the sound of the alarm clock. Getting up, brushing his teeth, washing his face, dressing up, Li Rui went out to work. Normally speaking, with several $100 million, Li Rui should have resigned a long time ago. However, he decided to work for a while longer, because he wants to acquire the advertising company he is currently working for. Junj Mansion. Li Rui's company is called Manhwa Advertising and rents the 17th floor of Juni Building. After he graduated from college, he entered the Manhwa Advertising, has been working until now. After deducting the 5 insurance and 1 gold only 3,700 salary, all day long tired half dead still have to kiss the party's ass, is considered to be the bottom of the industry. Li Rui drove the Bentley to the underground parking lot, parked the car in the company's parking space, take the elevator directly on the 17th floor. Into the company, Li Rui just sat down to the workstation. Design director Li Jun hurried over. Li Jun's suit, big back head combed meticulously, but cannot hide the crisis of middle-aged dandruff. The company's surface call him a military brother, behind the scenes but called him Mediterranean Sea. Not to make fun of his pain, it is really too chicken for him to handle the world. People's fate is poor to the extreme. Li Jun came over, pop a stack of documents thrown at the workstation. Li Rui, how to get this project? The party does not let you modify before the holiday. You change what the stuff? Li Rui took a look. Is called Pro Dear TT Manufacturer's Advertising Design Copy. Before the festival the customer clearly said that can be finalized. How to change the idea? June brother, the customer said before can finalize. Before is before, now is now. The client said the draft is no good, so you hurry up and rewrite it. This advertisement is going to be launched next month. If it is delayed in your part, I will deduct your salary. Li Jun drank without any explanation. If it were usual, Li Rui would have to argue with him, but at this time, he smiled lightly and said, okay, I'll rewrite it. Li Jun snorted coldly and turned to go. At this time, a silhouette walked into the company. Instantly, the whole company was like a million flowers blooming, and everyone's eyes flashed a light. Li Rui's eyes also lit up. The reason why he did not resign, in addition to wanting to acquire the company, there is also a part of the reason is for this silhouette. The memories of his past life, surging to his heart, vivid in his mind, merged with the silhouette in front of him, making Li Rui's heart feel endless emotions. Manhwa Advertising Company Chairman and General Manager Yi Bingling. She and Li Rui the same age, tall, concave and convex, once won the champion of the Haizhou City College student modeling competition. Even though she was wearing only a black professional dress, her body curves were still shown to the fullest, attracting everyone's attention. It was too beautiful. Throughout the entire Manhwa Advertising Company, just Li Rui knows that there are more than a dozen people who purely for the sake of seeing this beautiful chairman every day. Willingly receive wages less than the industry average but do work that exceeds the industry average. Li Rui used to be one of this group of people, but he is now in a different mood. In his eyes, Yi Bingling is not only the object of admiration once, but also a poor girl. Chapter 0030 Fired. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Li Jun greeted him with a flattering face. This guy was almost 40. The center of his head was bald like the Darim Basin, and he didn't know what to think. Surrounding Yi Bingling all day long, playing the idea of an old cow eating young grass, Yi Bingling coldly said, Director Li, good morning. Li Jun was not displeased with this kind of attitude of hers, because Yi Bingling was this kind of cold character. Her body seemed to be covered with a layer of frost forever, and very few people had ever seen her smile. Normally in the company, the employees also love and fear Yi Bingling. Love is the breathtakingly beautiful face and body. Fear is the cold character that rejects people. Yi Bingling swept another circle and said indifferently, the long vacation is over. Everyone collects their minds and puts their energy back into work. If anyone slacks off on work and is lazy, don't blame me for not being polite. Everyone didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Only then did Yi Bingling walk towards the office with model-like steps. AI real-life painting, Yi Bingling conceptual drawing. Looking at her swaying back, Li Rui's heart was full of emotions. Who would have thought that such a beautiful strong woman, after just a few years would be forced to marry someone she didn't like and be depressed ever since? Li Rui is thinking. Li Jun's roar rings in his ears. Li Rui, what are you still dumb? Chairman of the board of directors' words, did you not hear? Today before the end of the day, I want your revised program. If the customer is still not satisfied, you do not have to come to work tomorrow. Taking the chicken feather as an arrow, Li Rui made a belly laugh and opened the computer to work. It is not TT advertising copy. The previous life of Li Rui, inexperienced to write bad, reborn but has countless ideas. Watch, this time the copy is sure to be a hit. In the morning when people are not paying attention, Li Rui is writing copy while fishing and speculating in the stock market. Today is the first day after the long vacation. The stock market reopened. The turnover rate is very amazing. The market is also a red, showing a thriving scene, but Li Rui knows, hundreds of thousands of stocks inside, really can last until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a total of not much. One of the most bullish shares, no more than he has long been on the gold technology. Early in the morning when the centralized bidding, Jin Gong technology valuation of 19 yuan, Li Rui did not hesitate to throw out a few big single. I do not know is affected by a few large single, or has long been accumulated enough power. Anyway, 9:30 a.m. market. Jin Gong Science and Technology share price rose steadily. Li Rui is also constantly absorbing. Only one morning to tune the whole 2,000 lots, a total of 2 million yuan spent. After 2,000 lots, Li Rui temporarily stopped. Let the market calm down. Otherwise the stock price rose too quickly, affecting his cost of building a position. Just stopped. Someone came over and said, Li Rui, Brother Jun asked you to go to his office. After saying that, the person hesitated, lowered his voice and said, the chairman of the board is in Jun's office. It seems like he just lost his temper. You'd better be careful. Li Rui frowned. Is not just an advertising copy? What is the hurry? Taking the copy to Li Jun's office, Li Rui knocked on the door and went in to see Yi Bingling sitting on the sofa, her face cold and chilly. Chairman of the board, Director Li, what are you looking for me? Li Rui asked. Li Jun slapped the table. Li Rui, how dare you? I asked you to revise the client's copy. You actually went to work to speculate on stocks. What kind of place do you take the company for? Li Rui froze, thinking, how do you know? Li Jun said, are you trying to ask me how I know? This long vacation, the chairman of the board of directors installed surveillance cameras in the company, able to see the work status of the employees. Did not expect the first day of work to catch you this fish in the water. Li Rui almost slapped his thigh. Careless, he remembered. The same thing happened in his previous life. The difference is that it was other co-workers who were caught instead of him. Butterfly effect. It must be the butterfly effect. At this time, Yi Bingling's voice rang out, icy cold and thumping. Li Rui, you have been in the company for more than a year. You should know the rules of the company. Going to work without working seriously and secretly doing things outside of work is a serious violation of the company's rules and regulations. Li Rui sighed and said, Chairman, I'm sorry, I admit that I used my work time to speculate on stocks. The company, no matter how to punish me, I admit it. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Li Rui has nothing to defend. Since you admit it, then pack up your things, Yi Bingling said. Li Rui was surprised. I've been expelled? Yi Bingling nodded. That's right. Kill the chicken for the monkey? Li Rui asked. Yi Bingling said, since your mind is not on the job, the company will not keep you, so as not to delay your future. You can also rest assured that the company will give you all the compensation that should be given. Li Rui thought. You think I want to come to work but also not want to acquire your company. Chairman, are you sure you want to fire me? Li Rui asked a little helplessly. If you leave the company, and then come back to acquire may be a little difficult, or stay as the old six easier. Yi Bingling coldly said, if I give you a chance, is it fair to other colleagues who are working seriously? You don't need to say anything anymore. Hand over the work at hand as soon as possible, then go to the personnel to settle the salary and compensation. Okay. Li Rui threw the paperwork to the ground and turned to go. Since you're driving me away, then I don't have the cheek to stay. When I come back to acquire the company with the 7 colored clouds, let's see if you'll give your body to me. Waiting for Li Rui to leave, Li Jun then wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Chairman, it's all my fault that I'm not strict with my subordinates for this kind of thing to happen. I'll ask for my own punishment. Please approve it. Chairman, Yi Bingling said, the company's ethos does need to be cleaned up a bit. Your performance this month, cut in half. Saying that, she got up and was about to walk out. Suddenly, she glimpsed the copy Li Rui dropped, and the rows and rows of handwriting on the open page caught her attention. Leaning down to pick up the paperwork, Yi Bingling turned a page. Li Jun busily said, Chairman, this copy will be given to others to do. Surely can be completed on time. You don't have to worry about. Yi Bingling waved her hand, interrupting Li Jun's words, and muttered out a reading under her breath. You are Hollywood of Hong Kong Island, Jin Yucheng's flourishing flower, Lian's green underworld sword, King Cobra's martial arts, the lyrics of Raymond Wong, Lin Yutong's cigarette silk, Liang Shircho's waistcoat, Bonesetter's vision, the toothbrush and the rhinoceros. The world has changed in 1,000 ways. All are my whispers. After reading the last sentence, Yi Bingling's face was slightly red. To be able to see such a look on this iceberg female president's face, it was simply rarer than seeing penguins in an Arctic ice cave. Yi Bingling. Li Jun didn't see Yi Bingling's expression and said offhandedly, I let him write the copy. What kind of mess did he write? It's so wise of the chairman to fire this kind of black sheep in time. Yi Bingling ignored Li Jun's words and flipped to the next page, continuing to read out. The ink dries up. Only then can the poem become eternal. But between us, it's only when we get tired of each other. That's what's forever. She blushed even more as she read it and spat. Rascal. Chapter 0031, No Resignation. Li Rui returned to the workstation, began to pack things. A few co-workers came over and asked, what's wrong? Li Rui spread his hands. I was fired. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Li Rui sighed, who let me speculate on stocks during working hours and was caught on camera. The chairman personally gave the order for me to leave immediately. Said pointed to the ceiling revealed a few small eyes. Crowd a burst of sighs. Li Rui quickly packed up things to go to the personnel settlement of wages. This time Li Jun hurriedly ran over and said, Li Rui, with me to the chairman's office. Li Rui frowned. What else? I've been fired. The chairman won't still want to teach me a lesson, right? You go back and tell her that I won't receive her salary anymore, so she won't be qualified to teach me a lesson. Li Jun just wanted to have a fit, seemed to think of something, his face twisted a few times, squeezed out a smile and said, good thing. It's a good thing. You go. Good thing? Have been fired and what good thing? Li Rui thought about it or think to give Yi Bingling another chance. Came to Yi Bingling's office. She is sitting behind the desk, giving a person an extremely harsh sense of oppression. Li Rui is very relaxed. Even if he doesn't have hundreds of millions of dollars, he doesn't need to be afraid of this woman. Ms. Yi, are you looking for me? Li Rui asked bluntly. Yi Bingling was stunned by this address. Then she realized what Li Rui meant and shook her head slightly. You are quite a character. Li Rui laughed. I am studying liberal arts, and science and technology is not the same. Science and technology is concerned about rigor. Liberal arts without a little personality cannot. Yi Bingling picked up the copy, shaking said, you do have a lot of personality. Can you say this copy is how to think? Li Rui said, now the market competition is so fierce. In the case of product quality and technical level are almost the same. Can only from the product culture to find selling points, to create additional attributes. This kind of product can be from the love romantic and ethical point of view to play. This series of poetry copywriting, it is from the romantic point of view, to TT's product attributes and the romantic temperament into one, to create a strong romantic attribute for the product, shape a strong romantic attribute for the product. In fact, this copy is the work of Dudu, a major TT manufacturer in the previous life, and every time a new copy was released back then, it would trigger countless worship. Li Rui, as an advertising practitioner, also praised Dudu's works, and every one of them had once been studied in depth. Now, he shamelessly took out Dudu's works to deliver, and then made some nonsense about his own understanding, and did not know if Yi Bingling would eat this. Yi Bingling listened attentively, flipping through the text and reading out the name of a poem. Bathrobe, mirror, wine glass, 10,000 changes. Pause. Quadrant game. Why didn't I realize before that you still have this kind of talent? Li Rui was tempted to ask if he used to be bad, and then thought carefully about this time in his previous life. He was indeed quite bad, or at least didn't show the ability that this series of copywriting should have. Yi Bingling put the copy down and said faintly, so you think you've done a good job? So you start to fish in troubled waters and take the salary I gave you to do your own thing? Li Rui originally thought that Yi Bingling would continue to praise 2 sentences, did not expect the words to turn and start preaching again, so he shrugged his shoulders and said, Miss Yi, I have already admitted my mistakes, and also assumed the punishment that I should have. If you do not have anything else, I'll take my leave first. Seeing that Li Rui turned around and was about to leave, Yi Bingling coldly snorted, Stop! Li Rui helplessly stopped and turned around. Ms. Yi, do you have anything else? Yi Bingling said, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to fire you, so you'll have to keep working for me. Li Rui laughed, I'm sorry, you can't say anything about this. If you want me to do it, I won't serve you. Yi Bingling, you want to quit? Yes. Yi Bingling faintly said, then I'll popularize the legal knowledge for you. According to the provisions of Article 37 of the Labor Law, if you want to resign, you must notify the company 30 days in advance. Even if you resign now, you have to continue working for 30 days. Otherwise, the company can ask you to bear the resulting losses according to the provisions of Article 90 of the Labor Law. Li Rui laughed. Scare me with money, isn't it? Do you know what is the last thing I need now? But Li Rui originally did not want to go. In his previous life, when Li Rui was in the most difficult time, Yi Bingling lent him $20,000 to help him get through the difficult time. Later, when Li Rui went to return the money, Yi Bingling's situation was already difficult, and still asked if he still needed help. Li Rui is not ungrateful people, so by Yi Bingling capricious go, who let the previous life was a love, black-hearted capitalist. Li Rui mumbled in a low voice, you say you can't quit it, then I go back to work. Well, Yi Bingling leaned back. The whole person leaned on the back of the chair, her chin slightly raised. She may not feel how this posture, falling in Li Rui's eyes, but it is radiant and beautiful. Forget it, let you be arrogant for a while. When I buy the company, I'll be the chairman of the board and you'll be my secretary. Let's see how arrogant you are at that time. Li Rui thought like this and turned to go out, waiting for Li Rui to leave. Yi Bingling picked up the copy again and read out the sentences in it in a low voice. I lie 180 degrees. You sit 90 degrees. Take a fight. Only 1 or 2 quadrant coordinate system. Bah. Hooligans are not scary. Afraid of hooligans with culture. Expelled. Li Rui is back. The company up and down the discussion for a while also over. After lunch, Li Rui returned to the workstation. Suddenly found himself nothing to do. The paperwork was taken to the A client, and there were no new projects, so he could feel the fish in the afternoon. Li Rui made a cup of tea, hesitated not to put goji berries. After all, after the rebirth of only 25 years old, so young on the wolfberry bubble water words, will be misunderstood by female co-workers. While drinking tea, while reopening the stock software, justified the use of work time to speculate on stocks. The momentum of Jin Gong technology is still good. Li Rui made up another 2,000 lots. His goal is 20,000 lots. In Li Rui's planning, the cost of building a position is about 17 yuan, with a total investment of $34 million. The highest price of JGT will reach 55 yuan, and Li Rui's position reduction price is designed to be around 50 yuan. Conservative estimate. This investment took 1.5 months. The return is 66 million. 2 Spring River and Flower Moon only. Drinking tea, buying stocks. The afternoon time passed half, and so on the thermos cup of tea finished, Li Rui and go to the pantry to chat with female colleagues a few words. The day passes not too leisurely. When he held a thermos back to the workstation, suddenly found that Yi Bingling is fiddling with his computer. The screen red and green K-line charts reflecting her iceberg face. Very odd. Damn. Being caught twice in one day. Isn't it too much to take the chairman as a dish? Chapter 0032, Someone Above. Around the atmosphere is very strange. Manhwa advertising employees are dying to put their heads into the computer screen. The atmosphere does not dare to come out. Some of the bold ones cautiously raised their heads and cast a pitying look at Li Rui. Li Rui helplessly walked over and said, Chairman, I was wrong. You fire me. Yi Bingling didn't react. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. Li Rui dryly coughed. Chairman? Yi Bingling turned her head, looked deeply at Li Rui, said nothing, and directly walked away. Li Rui froze. It's over? I thought there would be a stormy reprimand, or an on-the-spot dismissal in front of all his colleagues. But what Li Rui didn't expect was that Yi Bingling left without saying anything. Chairman? Not firing me? Li Rui shouted. Yi Bingling shuddered and walked away without stopping. Li Rui scratched his head. Is my talent already so strong that I won't be fired even if I get caught groping fish on the spot? Colleagues are also stunned, one by one whispering, wondering how Yi Bingling changed her nature today. Li Rui sat down, puzzled, waiting for the eyes to fall back on the screen, snapped out of it. Yi Bingling is scared. The screen shows exactly the amount of Li Rui's position. Jin Gong Technology, 4,000 lots, profit 7%, total value of 67 million yuan. From the morning entry to add positions to now, it is only a few hours of work. Li Rui's gain on Jin Gong Technology has reached more than $400,000. It is assumed that Yi Bingling did not expect that his company's small employee actually had so much money, and made hundreds of thousands of dollars in one day, and could not accept it for a while. Damn, there's no way to keep a low profile. Li Rui scratched his head. It's really not convenient enough to touch the fish in the company. A careless exposure. This is good. Li Rui had also intended to find an opportunity to show their strength in front of Yi Bingling. Now it saves some effort. Yi Bingling returned to the office, sat half a dozen times without speaking. After half a day, she left the secretary to go to the personnel department, take Li Rui's information all over. Information to hand, she looked through several times. The more she looked, the more confused. From Li Rui's personal resume? Born in a small city, his parents are ordinary workers. His grades were mediocre during the university. After graduation, he entered the company, and his mediocre life can't see any special features. But if Li Rui is just an ordinary person, what is the matter with the more than 6 million positions that we just saw? Don't look at Yi Bingling control such a big company. She can't take $6 million of free money to speculate. At that time, Yi Bingling thought that she had misread the account, and she looked at it several times before she was sure that the account was Li Rui's. That is to say, a small employee under my hand that is not very eye-catching is richer than me? Yi Bingling finally understood why when he announced the dismissal of Li Rui, he did not care about it. Who else holds $6 million in his hand, speculate on stocks to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, will not care about such a monthly income of more than 4,000 of the broken work? Found Li Rui's second fish speculation. Yi Bingling would have wanted to be furious. This kind of employee, even if again capable, but the work attitude is not correct, is absolutely cannot stay. Otherwise it will only be a mouse-bad pot of soup. But when she saw Li Rui's stock account, she did not know how to respond. She has never been through this kind of thing. In the past she faced anyone with superior confidence and arrogance, but also used to condescending to deal with the problem. Li Rui's account, however, made her realize that anything she said or did might not be able to bring Li Rui, and the confidence and arrogance that had been cultivated over the years collapsed all of a sudden. Firing Li Rui? Such a capable and mysterious employee, Yi Bingling is really a little reluctant to fire. Keep Li Rui? What if he is fishing and speculating in the stock market every day? Is it possible to let it go? Chairman, I heard that Li Rui is speculating in stocks again. This guy is not changing too much. Do you want to fire him immediately? At this time, Li Jun pushed the door in. Yi Bingling waved her hand. Li Rui's copy. Does Party A have any comments? Li Jun stayed, the client. Client liked it a lot, and asked if the subsequent copy can be so wonderful. Then send him to specifically buttress this project. Well, arrange an independent office for him. Ha! Li Jun thought he had heard wrong. Although Li Rui's work ethic is not serious, his copywriting is well done. The company standard is that if you have merit, you will be rewarded, and if you have faults, you will be penalized. He speculated on stocks during working hours. All of his performance salary is deducted this month, but his copywriting was recognized by the client, so he has to be rewarded as well. Yi Bingling said word by word. Li Jun nodded blankly. Also, arrange his office next door to me. I'll supervise him. Yi Bingling added. Ha! Li Jun froze. Chairman, next door is me, then you'll move somewhere else. Yi Bingling said. Li Jun was filled with black lines. But, what else is wrong? Yi Bingling frowned. No, there are no more problems. Li Jun cried out. When Li Jun left, Yi Bingling opened her schedule. She had a very important meeting tonight, involving the future survival of the company. She had planned to go to the appointment alone, but now Yi Bingling felt that there was someone who would be very suitable to accompany her. After thinking for a while, she casually opened her computer and entered the stock system. Total account assets, $101,7254, $77. Estimated profit and loss for the day, 15039, 13 renminbi. Floating profit and loss, $316, 544, 92. Golden Pictures -5, 7%. Daxing Entertainment -6, 3. Mighty Wind Media -4, 1%. Yi Bingling covered her forehead and sighed softly. Why don't I understand investing? It was almost the end of the day and Li Rui slowly packed up his things. A few co-workers came over and gave him a thumbs up. Groping for fish during working hours, or 2 times in a row. Not fired. Ka. Li Rui gave a dry laugh. Don't laugh at me. Who dares to laugh at you? Now everyone is rumoring that you have someone above you. Otherwise how can you not even put the chairman of the board in your eyes? The crowd scared. Li Rui cried and laughed, and was about to explain when Li Jun appeared. Li Rui, pack up your things, Li Jun said with a bad face. When the crowd heard this, they looked sideways. It seems like it still hasn't escaped. Fired in the end. Li Rui sighed and said, as you can see, I really have no one above me. I am leaving. You don't miss me. We have a meeting in the mountains and waters. Say what? Li Jun frowned. It's not dismissal. It's arranging an independent office for you. From now on, you'll be exclusively in charge of ProDear's publicity program. The crowd was stunned. Caught twice on the job groping fish and speculating in stocks. Not only not fired, but also promoted? Li Rui, Li Rui, how dare you say there is no one above you? Chapter 0033, Take My Car. Li Rui squeezed out the design director Li Jun and moved to the independent office next door to the chairman of the board. The news quickly spread throughout the company, and many people sneaked over to see it, wanting to determine the authenticity of the news. When they saw Li Jun moved away from the office, the door nameplate has been replaced with Li Rui. All stunned. What kind of mistake did Mediterranean make? Being demoted? I don't want to know what Mediterranean made a mistake. I want to know what Li Rui did. How come he has an independent office? I heard that Li Rui has someone above him. Really? How hard must it be? Amidst all the conflicting opinions, Li Rui walked into the new office with his personal belongings. TSK, worthy of being the second most luxurious office in the company. Really good. Li Rui touched here and patted there, in a pleasant mood. Only he is still a little strange. Why would he arrange an independent office for himself? Or next door to Yi Bingling? I remember when I went to school, one way for teachers to deal with the most mischievous students is to transfer the student's seat to the front of the classroom. That is, under the eyes of the teacher. Could it be that Yi Bingling had also been a teacher? Whatever. Use it first. Li Rui hummed and cleaned up the office. Look at the time, is almost time. Ready to go home from work. Out of the office, Li Rui glanced toward the next door. The door and lights have been turned off. Yi Bingling has gone. In my previous life it seems that it was this recent period of time when her investment failed, which led to a series of chain reactions. Li Rui thought secretly. I have to hurry up to get her trust and help her dodge this. 4. Li Rui took the elevator and slowly came to the underground garage to find his car. Walking to the company's parking space, Li Rui was about to pull out the key to drive. Snap, 2 lights shone on the body. Shaking his eyes, Li Rui reached out to block the lights, thinking who was so unqualified. Behind the lights came a familiar voice. Li Rui, come over here. Chairman? Li Rui recognized the voice and felt very strange. AI real-life painting, Yi Bingling conceptual drawing. Bypassing the light, Li Rui only saw a black Mercedes-Benz S350 with the windows down, wearing a turquoise jade bracelet of snow-white wrists resting on the window. Just a hand on the beauty of the heart. Li Rui walked over and saw the frosty face of Yi Bingling sitting in the car. Chairman, something? Li Rui asked. Yi Bingling did not look askance. Accompany me to a meeting at night. Li Rui froze. Meet a client? Chairman, I'm already off work. Yi Bingling coldly said. Count your overtime. Triple your salary. It's not a matter of whether the work is paid or not. 5 times the wages. Good Lu. Li Rui directly drilled into the passenger side. Yi Bingling slanted him a glance. You also do not ask what to do. Li Rui heatedly smiled. 5 times the salary. As long as I'm not sold. Do anything. Yi Bingling shook her head and pressed the car's start button. No movement. Pressed it again. Still no movement. Yi Bingling frowned. What's going on? Fiddled a few more times. The car still did not have any reaction. Yi Bingling looked to Li Rui. You see what's going on? Li Rui puzzled. Chairman, your car is never changed the battery? Electric battery? This is not an electric car. What battery to change? Yi Bingling asked rhetorically. Female driver. Li Rui helplessly pointed to the center console. See this icon with positive and negative symbols. This is the battery icon. It is constantly flashing, indicating that the car battery power is exhausted, so the car cannot start. Yi Bingling froze. This icon seems to be flashing for days. Li Rui cried and laughed. Then you haven't thought about why it's flashing? Is this the battery screaming for help? I thought it was charging. When the cell phone is charging it doesn't flash non-stop? Yi Bingling said. This line of thought is very clear-cut. It can't be said to be completely unreasonable. Yi Bingling frowned. What should we do now? Li Rui said. It is necessary to change the battery. I can help you find a friend who specializes in car repair to come over. How long will it take? Well, he'll come over with the battery, plus the time to replace it. It'll take at least an hour and a half. It's too late. Yi Bingling shook her head. Leave the car here. let's take a taxi, she said, pulling out her cell phone, ready to call a car. Li Rui hesitated for a moment and said, Chairman, if you don't mind, you can go in my car. Yi Bingling coldly said, you want me to take your electric car to meet my partners? I changed 4 wheels, Li Rui said. Yi Bingling thought of the more than $6 million in Li Rui's account and nodded. Where is your car? Li Rui took out the key and pressed it. Tick-tock, the Bentley on the right side let out a lark-like chirp to greet the owner's return. Yi Bingling froze. Although she was a typical female driver, she knew some brands of top luxury cars. Previously, when she saw an unfamiliar car parked next to her occupying the company's parking space, she wanted to find the property to complain about it, but later realized that it was a Bentley, so she dismissed the idea. Can open up Bentleys people are not rich, that is? Of course, Yi Bingling does not want to offend this kind of people. Until this moment she did not know. The original car is Li Rui's. You drive a Bentley to work? Didn't you used to ride an electric bike? Yi Bingling sucked in a breath. She knew that Li Rui was rich, but being so rich was still beyond her imagination. Li Rui said, well, I bought it yesterday. Yesterday. Yi Bingling kept her cool. Nice car. How much did it cost? 6 million. Another 6 million. 6 million in the stock account. 6 million in the car. That's $10 million. Yi Bingling thought it was strange. Why do you still have to earn $3,700 a month's salary when you are a multimillionaire? If you have not seen Li Rui's resume, Yi Bingling suspected that he is a rich second generation out to experience life. Since it is not a rich second generation, where did he get the money from? A guess popped up in Yi Bingling's mind. She was startled, and then she looked at Li Rui's eyes a little bit wrong. Li Rui, strange, Chairman, why are you looking at me like this? Nothing, Yi Bingling said. Let's go. Changing to the Bentley. Yi Bingling sat in the back and felt much more spacious and comfortable than her own Mercedes. Li Rui started the car and sped off according to the address Yi Bingling said. Yi Bingling gently sniffed. The car in addition to the new car should smell. There seems to be a hint of light perfume flavor. Women are always sensitive to such things. She guessed that a woman should have sat in this car recently. As she was pondering, Yi Bingling suddenly felt a bit choked and reached out to touch a lipstick from between the cracks of the seat. Dior HF50? This kind of big red lipstick is more suitable for 40 to 50-year-old noble women to use for daily makeup. Yi Bingling's heart thumped. Female Big 3. Hold gold bricks. Female Big 30. Send rivers and mountains. She probably guessed that Li Rui's money came from. Chapter 0034, Investment Opportunities. Boss, what kind of people are we going to see today? Can you reveal it in advance so I can prepare for it? Li Rui asked casually as he drove through the traffic. Yi Bingling didn't move and put the lipstick back to its original place. Faintly said, meet a friend. There is an investment opportunity on his side that is very good. I want to know more about it. Li Rui's ears perked up. It should be this one. In her previous life, Yi Bingling's investment failed. Her company collapsed and owed huge debts, and she could only be forced to marry. I heard that her husband cheated on her and had a tendency to domestic violence, and had a very bad life. At that time, Li Rui has jumped ship to other companies. After hearing the news or sigh, he once admired the ability to outstanding character cold beauty boss. Do not want her to end up in such a miserable end. In his previous life, he did not have the ability to save her, and now that he is living again, Li Rui does not mind fishing for her. What investment opportunities? Li Rui asked, pretending to be careless. Yi Bingling said, do you know group buying? Group purchase? Li Rui knows too much. In November 2008, Magnesium established a group buying website called Groupon, which realized profitability in the second year and financed up to $140 million Magnesium dollars. In these years, the domestic internet enterprises to copy Magnesium success stories as the main means of entrepreneurship. With the experience of Groupon, from the beginning of 2010, a variety of group buying sites like the rise of the spring. The most brilliant time. The market is full of 5,000 group buying site. The competition is incredibly fierce, known as the 1,000 Group War. Now all kinds of money crazy into the group buying industry. As long as it is a little bit of strength of the enterprise, not to engage in a group buying site have no face to go out to see people. No one thought that just 2 years of light, 5,000 group buying site closure of the bankruptcy of the bankruptcy. Sold. The final winner there is and only one. Magnesium Group. The capital that invested in Magnesium Group made a lot of money. Other huge amounts of money all hit the water. Lost blood money. Now as the group buying war is in the ascendant, in full swing, everyone feels the future is bright. Want to do the domestic Groupon? Yi Bingling will want to invest in group buying is also a matter of course. But she did not know that this is a big pit. No matter how much money she has, how many connections, rushed in only a dead end. I know Groupon, Li Rui said. Yi Bingling said, I want to see this person today. He is going to do as the domestic Groupon. Put. Li Rui was happy. 5,000 group buying sites, each claiming to do the domestic Groupon. The problem is that in the end there can only be a Groupon. The other are cannon fodder. Yi Bingling almond eye slightly glaring. What are you laughing at? Li Rui said. I still want to be the domestic David Ogilvy. David Ogilvy is the founder of the world-famous advertising company Ogilvy and Mather. Known as the godfather of advertising, is the idol of all advertisers. Li Rui used this terrier to remind Yi Bingling that it is one thing to think about it, and it is another thing to be able to do it. I didn't expect Yi Bingling to say, if all your future copywriting can maintain today's standard, there will be opportunities. Li Rui wanted to say you misunderstand my meaning, but the heart is somehow a little comfortable. Yi Bingling added, you don't say it's my employee later, just say you're my boyfriend. Li Rui froze. Yi Bingling said, what? Unwilling? It's not that I'm not willing, Li Rui said with a little difficulty. I haven't done this kind of thing, so I have to add money. Yi Bingling was silent for a full minute before squeezing a few words out of his teeth. 10 times the salary. Enough? Too enough. Thank you, Chairman. Don't call me Chairman at that time, call me Bingling. Yi Bingling said, don't talk nonsense, just listen carefully. When I need you to give your opinion, you have to tell me your truest thoughts. Understand? So, I'm actually the counselor? Li Rui asked. Yi Bingling didn't answer again, but closed her eyes. She kind of regretted calling on Li Rui. Can this guy who is dying for money really help me? It's too late to change your mind now. Li Rui might not be able to help with anything else, but at least he can be a shield. I hope not to wear help. Yi Bingling sighed deeply inside. Half an hour later, the Bentley came to the Sea Maple Hotel. The two walked to the entrance of the hotel. Yi Bingling suddenly held Li Rui's arm. Li Rui slightly open mouth. In his mind Yi Bingling is always a strong woman image appears. It is difficult to imagine will also hold a man's arm. Don't think too much. Go inside. Yi Bingling whispered. Li Rui's hands and feet stiff, like a puppet on strings, was wrapped by Yi Bingling into the hotel. He realized that everyone was casting envious gazes. This feeling is better than driving a Bentley on the street. When he arrived at the coffee bar in the hotel lobby, someone was already waiting. Is a young handsome suited youth, was holding an IPAD in the pointing, looked up to see Yi Bingling suddenly bloomed out of a full-face smile, and then saw Yi Bingling holding Li Rui's hand. The smile and instantly disappeared. A series of changes in expression is simply more wonderful than the Sichuan opera face changing. Edward, I've kept you waiting. Yi Bingling walked over with Li Rui on her arm and faintly greeted him. Edward got up. I just came too. Bingling, who is this? Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Li Rui. Yi Bingling said. Li Rui, this is my college friend Edward. Boyfriend? Edward's face became a bit ugly. In his college days, Edward had pursued Yi Bingling relentlessly, but never got a response. This time, Edward wanted to use the opportunity of investment to continue to launch an onslaught, but he didn't expect Yi Bingling to suddenly bring her boyfriend, completely disrupting his plans. But in the end he is also a business elite. He quickly reacted and squeezed out a polite smile to Li Rui and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Edward. Hello, I'm Li Rui. Li Rui reluctantly let go of Yi Bingling's arm and shook Edward's hand. The three of them took their seats, and the atmosphere was a little weird. What are you guys drinking? It was Edward who broke the silence. Cappuccino. Yi Bingling said faintly. He'll have an Americano. Li Rui was tempted to say change a cup can't you? This time drink American style. Night still sleep or not sleep? Yi Bingling, however, said, honey, isn't American style your favorite? Right. Li Rui endured for the sake of 10 times his salary. Coffee was sent up. Edward glanced at Li Rui and said somewhat unfriendly, Mr. Li, how do you and Bingling know each other? How come I don't know she has a boyfriend? Li Rui laughed and was about to answer, when his foot was a pain. Yi Bingling's high heel stepped on the top of his foot, reminding him to be careful with his answer. Chapter 0035, A Big Mistake. The process of Bingling and I getting to know each other. That's really a long story. Li Rui sighed, making a deep and nostalgic look. I still remember that day. The sky of the Padala Palace was incomparably blue. You guys met in Tibet? Edward was greatly surprised. Bingling, when did you go to Tibet? Yi Bingling thought which I have been to the Tibetan land. This guy is talking nonsense. His feet added a few more points of strength. Hiss. Li Rui sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What's wrong with you? Edward was puzzled. Li Rui said, nothing, just remembered that legendary and romantic realization process, a time of feelings. Cough cough. Yi Bingling saw Li Rui talking more and more unlike words, lightly coughed twice to interrupt the topic. Edward, these things will be said later. The plan for investment, have you brought it? Edward nodded and handed over the IPAD in his hand. It's all in there. Take a look. Yi Bingling opened the IPAD and flipped through it. Edward's gaze fell back on Li Rui, and the more he looked at it, the more annoyed he felt. He didn't understand where exactly Li Rui was better than himself. The looks and body appearance were ordinary, and too young. At this age, if you don't have family heritage, you are often at the stage where your career is just starting out and won't have much capital. Edward knew Yi Bingling very well. In her college days was a noble and lonely white swan. Many rich second generation pursued her. Without exception were all rejected. After she graduated and took over her family's advertising company, Edward had also heard that Yi Bingling had rejected many entrepreneurs' advances and had always kept herself clean. He didn't believe that Yi Bingling would look for a rich second generation. So Li Rui was just very capable? Yi Bingling is indeed the kind of character that would like a capable man. But I am also very good. Okay? Returned from studying abroad. Successful career. Will soon become the next Andrew Mason, Groupon CEO. Such conditions are not as good as Li Rui? Could it be that Li Rui has used some dirty tricks? The more Edward thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Yi Bingling had never been in love before, and after graduation, she was single-mindedly focused on her career, and might not know the perils of society. Maybe Li Rui disguised himself as a successful career and tricked Yi Bingling. Thinking of this, Edward decided to test the waters, and if he found out that Li Rui was really a liar, he would reveal it on the spot. Li Rui, you look a bit younger than Bingling and I. Ha, Edward said. I am 25 years old. Li Rui said. Only 25 years old. Isn't that not long after you just graduated from college? Edward was surprised. Well, just graduated more than a year. Oh, then what kind of work are you doing now? I also do advertising. Li Rui said. Yi Bingling, who was looking at the iPad, raised her head, afraid that Li Rui would reveal himself. Edward took out his business card. It turns out that it is also an elite in the advertising world. After my group buying website is online, there will be a lot of demand for advertising and publicity. Come and exchange a business card. Li Rui took Edward's business card. The design was very delicate and the titles were many and scary. The most important title was CEO of 10,000 Tours Network, TSK. People have 1,000 troops. You come directly to a 10,000 troops. Bull. Edward spread his hands and waited for Li Rui's business card. Li Rui, however, smiled and said, I left the house in too much of a hurry today. I forgot to bring my business card. I'll make it up to you some other day. Edward smiled lightly, showing great poise. No harm. Mr. Li, what do you think of the current group buying market? Is there any good advice? This question was asked. Even Yi Bingling also slightly angled her head, showing no small interest. Li Rui smiled faintly and said, my suggestion is, don't waste money on group buying. Li Rui, don't talk nonsense. Yi Bingling droned offhandedly. A trace of displeasure also flashed in Edward's eyes, but he still pretended to be a gentleman and said, Bingling, let him speak. The entrepreneurial stage is all about brainstorming and absorbing opinions from all sides in order to avoid taking a detour. Perhaps, Li Rui has insights in this area. He couldn't wait for Li Rui to say more. Saying more wrong, just to expose Li Rui's true colors. Let Yi Bingling see who is the real young talent, who is really worth trusting. Li Rui is not polite. Bingling, you plan to invest in this project? Yi Bingling hesitated for a moment and said, at present, the prospects of the project are still good. I think that group buying is the current windfall as well as the future trend. It's worth trying. Edward excitedly said, that's right. You have the publicity resources. I have the technology and operation team. It's a match made in heaven. Li Rui, then how much money needs to be invested in the whole project? Who is going to fund it? And how will the equity be divided? Edward said, I personally contribute $3 million. To operate the technology and merchant resources discounted $5 million. Iceling contributes $5 million and discounts $3 million with publicity resources. The total investment is $16 million. I take up 51% of the shares, and Iceling takes up 49%. I'm going to take 3 months to get a 15% market share in the Haijo market, and then look for venture capital. At least $10 million magnesium dollars for round A. I'm going to use the money to expand immediately after I get the money. Expand immediately after the money arrives. Strive to get 30% market share within a year. And open the B round of financing after standing firm in Haijo. He spoke eloquently. Spittle almost sprayed Li Rui's face. You wait first. Li Rui waved his hand. What? Edward frowned. Li Rui said, everything you said is on paper. It's just wrong. Li Rui. Yi Bingling was furious. Didn't I tell you to shut up and wait for me to ask before you speak? You don't want your 10 times salary? Li Rui, however, simply ignored Yi Bingling and said bluntly, your judgment of the entire market pattern is wrong. Do you think group buying is a very strong geographical market? Do you think you can bloom? We share the market share, peaceful competition and gas to generate wealth? Wrong. Big mistake. In the internet era and the future mobile internet era, As long as technology is used as the support of products and business models, it must be an oligopolistic pattern. That is to say, there is only one winner in this market, and all others will die. 30% market share? You're thinking beautifully. Or 100%, or 0%. There's no in-between number. Edward and Yi Bingling both froze. What Li Rue said about the pattern, they hadn't even thought about it. Li Rue. Yi Bingling wanted to ask Li Rue what his basis was. Shut up and listen to me, Li Rue said. Yi Bingling was shocked. Are you playing the boyfriend too much into the drama and forgetting your real identity? I am your boss. But she suddenly thought of the $6 million in Li Rue's stock account in the Bentley, and her heart got weak. She, who is the boss, may not be richer than her employees. Chapter 0036, Dumbfounded. After scolding Yi Bingling, Li Rue was so happy. However, he also knew that if he didn't continue to say something dry, he would definitely be out of luck later. Second point, you guys only contributed a total of $8 million and you want to do a group buy? This is not an industry that can spend less and do more. Everyone is burning money like crazy. Tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars may not be enough to burn. With your 8 million enough to stick around for a few days? To put it bluntly, you guys can't even hear a sound with this amount of money invested. Edward grimaced. 8 million is just the starting capital. We will finance it. Financing? Are you sure you can hold out until the day of financing? And I just heard you say something about the merchant resources in your hand being converted into $5 million? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think that in the group buying industry, is it the users or the merchants that are important? Do you think the merchant resources in your hand are worth a lot of money? But I'm telling you, the user is the first. This market is still a buyer's market. You give the best experience in order to get users. With users, merchants are willing to cooperate with you. Otherwise, even if you have more merchant resources, you'll end up running out of them. Edward's face became more and more ugly. Not only do I have merchant resources, I also have a technical and operational team. A large team of over 100 people with a lot of experience. Ha 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 ha. Li Rue shook his head and laughed. Wrong on top of wrong. The business is not even there yet. The skeleton is built up. And you got more than 100 people. What is your labor cost? What is your efficiency? What is the percentage of errors? If you can solve problems with technology and products, do you still need so many people? It's not that more people work. There are times when more people will affect efficiency instead. Edward said angrily, you don't understand management at all. All the personnel are set up according to the norms and processes of the world's most advanced management model. Li Rue bristled. Less bluffing with those foreign stuff. Norms and processes are nothing more than the hope of high efficiency and fewer mistakes. But in the group buying industry where there are new changes every day, in the process of high-speed development, norms and processes can only slow down efficiency. Edward's face turned green. Every word of Li Rue hit the nail on the head. He was unconvinced in his heart, but he couldn't refute it. Li Rue continued. There is also the most important and the deadliest issue. You just mouthed around be round, talking as if you just have to go and look for it. There will be funds waiting for you. That's really naive. Now these participants in the group buying industry, or have a large company as a backer, or have already gotten financing. Which one is not stronger than you? La Shou has almost completed 2 rounds of financing. Nuomi, the investment is $300 million. Volkswagen Dianping, it's all been brilliant for 7 or 8 years. If you want to invest, why don't you invest in them and invest in a small website like yours? Group buying this O2O industry. What is spelled out? Spelled out is the product, execution and money. The first 2 are even better. Without money you will die, and you will die miserably. Edward was speechless. Yi Bingling is also confused. She originally also felt that Edward's plan is very detailed. The heart has made the decision to invest, just short of the final negotiation. After listening to Li Rue's words, she realized that Edward's plan did not even consider some of the most critical issues. The whole is drawing a big cake. If she really listened to Edward and invested rashly, it was very likely that she would die a horrible death like what Li Rue said. Just Yi Bingling is still a little reluctant. Li Rue, you know so much, so what if you come to do group buying? Li Rue shook his head. I'll do it, and I'll also die a miserable death. Li Rue is very self-aware. He just opened the Rebirth plugin, and not opened the Invincible plugin. Thousands of groups of war, blood and rain. The last magnesium group can stand out. That is the result of the time, place, people and all kinds of capital game. And magnesium group of Wang Xing no matter how late change. At least in the magnesium group startup period. His vision consciousness determination vigor have reached the extreme. Li Rue open hanging, also absolutely not Wang Xing's opponent. So Li Rue only intends to invest in magnesium troop, but does not have the slightest intention to compete with Wang Xing for the world. Then in that case, the group purchase indeed can't be invested. Yi Bingling was a bit lost. Edward sniffed and snapped out of it. Bingling, don't listen to his nonsense. I've come back from studying abroad. I have the advanced experience of magnesium. You believe me? Group purchasing has a promising future. Yi Bingling asked rhetorically. Then how do you plan to solve the problems that Li Rue just said? Edward, who returned from studying abroad, opened his mouth. The so-called advanced experience came to his lips, but he couldn't say a word. Yi Bingling sighed. This investment plan. I'll go back and consider it again. It was said to consider it, but as long as Edward had enough intelligence, he should understand that it was impossible for Yi Bingling to invest again. Bingling, you think about it again? Edward refused to give up. Yi Bingling, however, had already gotten up. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. I'll leave first. Let's talk next time. Edward was going to say something else. Li Rue had already picked up Yi Bingling and smiled faintly at him. Thanks for the coffee. Bye. Seeing the two people fluttering away, Edward stayed standing for a long time, and suddenly grabbed the iPad and slammed it hard on the ground. Pop, parts flew across. 10 years March new iPad. Water goods have to be more than 5,000 it. Too bad. Walk out of the hotel. The night wind blew. Refreshing. Yi Bingling struggled a little, shaking off Li Rue's arm. Li Rue slandered, really a desperate woman. After using people immediately turn their faces? Back to the Bentley car. Li Rue dry cough. Chairman, just now I speak a little impulsive. You do not mind Yi Bingling shook her head and said, it won't be. You're talking a lot of sense. Thank you. If it wasn't for your words, I might have decided to invest. It could have been a disaster. Li Rue thought, of course it's a disaster. I saved you from the miserable fate of the second half of your life. How should you thank me? The next second but heard Yi Bingling said, Li Rue, if the group purchase can't be invested, then what do you think of True Power Group? Its movie studio is looking for investment. I intend to invest. True Power Group? Li Rue almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Bingling, what do you hold in your hand to invest in a failed script? I just pulled you out of the wolf's den. You want to rush into the tiger's den again? Compared to the group buying site, the Real Potential Group is a bottomless pit. If you really fall in, that will never climb out. He even had a bellyful of questions. Chairman, why are you in such a hurry to invest? Yi Bingling was silent for a moment and said, I'm a little hungry. Go to the restaurant and eat while talking. Chapter 0037, Who's buying this meal? Li Rue drove to the nearby restaurant, recalling the bits and pieces of the True Potential Group on the way. True Potential Group is a famous investment giant pit. This company started from the video industry, known as the entertainment first stock, just landed on the growth enterprise market in August this year, the stock price all the way up, and soon entered the 10 billion club. In the next few years, Jinsure Group will enter the movie, cell phone, sports, home appliances, agriculture, sales and automotive fields, market value of more than 180 billion yuan, becoming the highest market value of the GEM, writing a mythical story of entrepreneurship. Shingu Egua, the chairman of Jinsure Group, was also known as Zenbus, and for a while, he became a model of entrepreneurship from scratch. However, the myth is ultimately illusory. Zenith Group at the same time into many industries to burn countless money, the so-called internal ecosystem and the lack of blood creation capacity, which finally led to the break of the capital chain. In 2016, the True Potential Group began to collapse, and has been in a downward spiral ever since. By 2020, Jinsure Group was completely delisted, leaving a field of chicken feathers and countless debts. Even Zenbus himself also hid abroad to avoid debt, and never returned without a trace. The collapse of the Real Potential Group, pit crying countless investors. Yi Bingling intended to invest in the true potential of the film industry. The establishment of the initial pull to a group of stars to invest in the stock price is high when everyone has earned dozens of times the gains, but with the plummeting stock prices, their investment all hit the water. To play a virtuous daughter-in-law famous actress, a loss of 60 million. A famous actress famous for playing the role of a maiden and her husband, a variety artist, lost $50 million. A former Northeast dance king who played a gangster, lost 20 million. Other big stars who have been pitched are countless. Li Rue didn't know how Yi Bingling got this investment opportunity and couldn't help but ask, Chairman, do you know someone from True Power Group? Yi Bingling said, you know dear Xiaoli, the actress who cooperated with our company to shoot an advertisement. She held a birthday banquet a few days ago and invited me over, where I met Tian Wei, the boss of Jinsure Group. Tian Wei said that Jinsure Film is financing. The development prospect is very good. In the future to join the ecosystem of Jinsure Group, to create an omni-channel industry chain. Many stars want to invest. I also want to follow some. Li Rue of course knows. In this year, dear Xiaoli hadn't yet swept the hip-hop circle, and she hadn't even announced her romance with Xiao Liang. The virtuous daughter-in-law was trying to pay off her husband's debts. Nyang Nyang's masterpiece hadn't been released yet and hadn't yet earned the title of Nyang Nyang, and her husband's variety show masterpiece, Run, would have to wait for a few more years. The former Northeast dance king is not yet a big pretty in variety. True Potential Group of course is not yet the future of the big pit. The boss straight to Forbes' richest man position. The boss's wife jumped to become one of the most powerful women in the entertainment industry. A variety of photos all stand in the C position. Even if Li Rui told Yi Bingling that the true potential of the group will fall apart in a few years, Yi Bingling will not believe. This thing, have to persuade in a roundabout way. To the restaurant, Li Rui parked the car. The two went inside. Walked to the door. Li Rui suddenly stopped. Chairman, who invites this meal? Yi Bingling lungs are about to explode. She grew up to encounter the man, which is not attentive and enthusiastic, courteous, hate her as a princess like coaxing. When she was in college, as long as she is willing to words, ask her to dinner. Men can row from the school gate to Paris. This Li Rui is good. Actually asked who treats. Simply asshole. My treat. Yi Bingling was annoyed but still squeezed out 2 words from her teeth. That's great. I can order whatever I want. Li Rui muttered. Yi Bingling pretended she didn't hear it. Otherwise she would really pass out from anger. Entering the door, taking a seat, ordering food. Li Rui was not polite at all and ordered 5 or 6 dishes in one breath. Yi Bingling coldly said, you ordered so many dishes. Can you finish them? If you can't finish it, you can pack it. Li Rui did not lift his head. Waiter, another seafood fried rice. More seafood and less rice. Yi Bingling, such a high and cold goddess, wanted to cover her face when she heard this. She kind of regretted bringing Li Rui to her favorite restaurant. The familiar waiter looked at her with odd eyes, probably thinking that the goddess was so hard to bring a man to dinner. How come it was this kind of goods? Finally finished ordering, Yi Bingling organized her emotions and said, Li Rui, those views you just had on group buying, are they all your own thoughts? Li Rui said, of course not. That is my previous life in the financial magazines to see the horse after the cannon. But in front of the woman, of course, a man cannot say no. So he nodded and said, yes. Are my usual observation and thinking out? Yi Bingling looked at Li Rui with something more in her gaze. She had to admit that although Li Rui was greedy and stingy, he still had a unique view of the economic situation. This time, if it wasn't for Li Rui, her investment would have gone down the drain, and it would probably be a disaster for her, for Maoyuan advertising, and even for the Yi family. Thinking of all the terrible consequences, Yi Bingling felt that Li Rui was not that annoying. She even felt that all the things that Li Rui showed were the unique character of a talented person. That's how people are. When they like someone, whatever that person does is right. When you don't like a person, what that person does is wrong. Yi Bingling's view of Li Rui now jumps from side to side between liking and disliking, slightly favoring the liking side. At this time, Li Rui pulled out his cell phone and fiddled with it. Yi Bingling frowned. When other people accompanied her for dinner, they would take the initiative to look for topics in the hope of getting this iceberg of hers to open her mouth a few more times. Li Rui was good, playing with his cell phone by himself. Didn't he know that this was very ungentlemanly? She couldn't help but open her mouth. Li Rui, don't you know that playing with your cell phone while eating is a very impolite thing? Li Rui said, I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm not playing with my cell phone. It's the magnesium stocks that will open soon. I have to place a few orders. Magnesium stocks? Yi Bingling was stunned. You also invested in magnesium stocks? Li Rui nodded. Aha. You thought of Li Rui's domestic stock account earnings. Yi Bingling is very curious about his magnesium stock earnings, but a woman's self-esteem and reserve does not allow her to take the initiative to ask. Can only wait for Li Rui to take the initiative to disclose. In accordance with the general personality of men, if the magnesium stock earned money, certainly to blow. A dollar gain hate to blow into $10,000. Li Rui is buried in the screen point and click. A little reveal the meaning or not. Yi Bingling several times want to speak but cannot find the right opportunity. Suffocated is very difficult. Not long after, the food was served. Li Rui casually put the cell phone on the table. Yi Bingling only glanced at the screen on a piece of green. She thought in her heart, no wonder not to say, the original is to lose money. Deserved. Wait, magnesium shares of green seems to be the meaning of up. Chapter 0038 Ordinary, the domestic stock market. Red up, green down, and magnesium stocks just the opposite. Green up, red down. Yi Bingling usually look at the green look too much. Preconceived ideas that Li Rui's stock fell. A few seconds later only to wake up. That is not down. That is up. And look at the curve. It seems to go up quite a lot. She secretly thought, how can I take a peek at Li Rui's position? Thinking about it, she raised her hand and said, waiter, a bottle of wine. The waiter was a little surprised. Yi Bingling is also an old customer. Come to dine or drinking mineral water. Not to mention wine. Even drinks juice have not drunk a cup. Today actually want to drink? Or with this goods? There is no reason. The waiter grumbled and went to get the wine. Li Rui is also a little surprised. The impression that the leaf iceling drops of alcohol does not stain. Today this is how it is. Could it be that she has what purpose? As the saying goes, men don't get drunk, women don't have a chance. Does she want to be? Li Rui is thinking nonsense. The wine came. MS. Yi, this is LVMH Group's Moat Pink. Is it okay? The waiter asked as he brought a bottle of pink and tender wine. Yi Bingling nodded her head. The waiter opened the bottle, poured the wine for the two of them and bowed. Please enjoy yourselves, both of you. Yi Bingling picked up the wine glass. Drink a little. Li Rui raised his glass. Is this a celebration? Or thanks? Yi Bingling didn't say a word and drank it all in one go. Cheers? Li Rui was surprised and followed suit with a sip. Well, the taste was quite ordinary. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yi Bingling put down the cup and looked straight at Li Rui. Her face, swirling with a touch of pink after being slightly drunk, mirrored the pink wine bottle. Is there anything to say? Li Rui asked curiously in return. I've read your resume. You came from an ordinary family. Your parents are ordinary workers. You went to an ordinary elementary school, ordinary junior high school and then entered the ordinary faculty of Haijo University. University results are ordinary. Neither a student union cadre nor a scholarship. The performance of the post-graduation social recruiting is also very ordinary. And the performance of more than a year of entering the company is also very ordinary. I want to know, how did you drive a Bentley when you are such an ordinary person from childhood? Yi Bingling really couldn't help herself and asked the doubts in her heart. Li Rui laughed. Chairman, these belong to my personal privacy. There seems to be no need to tell you, right? I can guess. Yi Bingling was suddenly a bit angry. Li Rui was shocked in return. You guessed it? Yi Bingling nodded. I guessed it. Li Rui shook his head. I don't believe it. I have evidence. Yi Bingling thought of the lipstick in the seat crevice and became more and more irritated. Li Rui was just about to ask what the evidence was when his cell phone rang. It was a call from Yao Sichuan. He made an apologetic gesture and picked up the phone. Li Rui, the Dior lipstick I bought for my mom yesterday seems to have fallen in your car. Help me look for it. Yes? Maybe fell in the back seat. Later I help you look. Well, what are you doing? Outside to eat with customers. Oh, then you're busy. Rest early at night. Don't be too tired. You too. Li Rui hung up the phone and looked at Yi Bingling. Chairman, what did you just say about the evidence? Yi Bingling's mouth was open. The phone call had just been so loud that Yi Bingling heard it clearly, which made her realize that the lipstick had nothing to do with some messy deal she had guessed. Drink! With a red face, she grabbed the bottle of wine and poured the glass full, only wanting to get drunk to cover up the embarrassment in her heart. One glass after another. Soon the bottle of wine was drunk. Yi Bingling's face was scarlet and her demeanor gradually soared, completely ceasing to be the usual cold as ice state. Chairman, don't drink. It's almost over, Li Rui advised. No, one more cup. Really don't drink. I'm the chairman of the board. If I say one more cup, then one more cup. But you are already drunk. I'm not drunk. You drink with me. 3 bottles of Moat Pink. Drinking a trickle. Yi Bingling's eyes went straight, staring at Li Rui and giggling. Li Rui, do you know why I asked you to accompany me to see Edward? Because I saw your stock account. You seem to be very good at speculating in stocks. I think you definitely know how to invest. No one in my family wants me to be successful. They want me to get married early, and I just don't. I want to use my ability to prove that women can also do well in business. The company has been in trouble lately. Its performance has been declining, and I'm under so much pressure. I want to use investment to turn things around, but I don't know how to do it, and my family isn't willing to help me. It's a good thing I brought you along, or else I would have been cheated by Edward. You know, my investment can't fail. If it fails, I'll have to marry someone, and I don't want to marry that person. Some people don't say a word when they're drunk. Some people after getting drunk, rambling, usually cold as glacier words like Golgi Bingling drunk. Just the latter. The heart of the secret is bamboo tube poor beans general. All said, Li Rui finally understood why she was in a hurry to invest. In his previous life, I did hear that the company encountered some trouble. I did not expect so serious, to the extent that Yi Bingling must rely on side business to restore the situation. And from what she said, her family had been forcing her to marry someone. Perhaps this was the root cause of her miserable fate in her previous life. It was true that everyone had difficult experiences, and a woman as outstanding as Yi Bingling couldn't escape. Today, thanks to you all. Thanks to you all. Yi Bingling mumbled for a while longer and suddenly fell asleep with her head tilted. Chairman? Yi Bingling? Hey! Li Rui was speechless. What can be done about this? Li Rui wanted to use Yi Bingling's cell phone to contact her family or friends, but he was stopped by the cell phone password lock. I don't know where she lives either. Li Rui was helpless. Chairman, don't blame me then. Li Rui carried Yi Bingling and walked out of the restaurant. There happens to be a 3-star hotel nearby, and at this time Li Rui can't care about the great problem. He can only stay nearby. On the way towards the hotel, Yi Bingling was still muttering, I thought you were adopted by a rich woman. Hey, Edward was dumbfounded by you. So handsome. Will you teach me to speculate on stocks? Li Rui secretly smiled. Chairman, I didn't expect you to hide such a little girl in your heart. Ding dong, ding dong. Yi Bingling was woken up by the doorbell and opened her eyes in a daze. Her head hurt. That was her first feeling. In the next second, she jolted awake. This was somewhere. Fragmented fragments of memories mixed with a slight headache came flooding back together, and Yi Bingling was filled with bewilderment. Then she realized that she was sleeping in a hotel in her pajamas. Inside the pajamas were just close-fitting clothes. How did I run here? Who changed my clothes? What happened last night? Yi Bingling was cold all over. At this time, Li Rui's voice came from outside the door. Chairman, are you awake? Chapter 0039, The Emperor's Son-in-Law. Li Rui? It's him. Yi Bingling's heart pranced in what appeared to be a ball of rage. Bastard. This asshole. He actually dared to do this to me? Yi Bingling jumped out of bed, rushed over and pulled open the door to her room, then froze. Li Rui stood at the door with a plate of breakfast, full of smiles. Chairman, I sent you breakfast. I don't know what flavor you like, so I came with a combination of Chinese and Western. On the plate, there was bread and milk and eggs and sausage, but also soy milk and donuts and tofu brains and buns. Yi Bingling was so angry that she was trembling. Li Rui, do you think that I will forgive you for this? Li Rui was a bit confused. What's wrong with me? What did you do to me last night? Yi Bingling said angrily. Li Rui said, you were drunk last night. I didn't know your address and couldn't open your cell phone, so I could only carry you here to get a room to rest. What else can I do? I can't just leave you on the street? Yi Bingling said, it's okay for you to send me here to rest, but why? Why are you doing this to me? Li Rui was full of confusion. How did I treat you? Who changed my clothes? Yi Bingling asked. Li Rui laughed. You said clothes It was me who asked the hotel attendant to help you change. Not you? Yi Bingling was surprised. Li Rui said, how would I do this kind of thing to take advantage of people's danger? Yi Bingling was relieved. Okay, innocence is still there. However, when she thought about it, she actually lost such a big scandal in front of Li Rui. She hated to find a crack in the ground. It's over. The iceberg goddess persona created over the years completely collapsed. Chairman, you drank so much wine last night, also did not eat much. Must be hungry. Eat something. You still have to go to work after eating. Li Rui said, carrying breakfast into the room. Yi Bingling froze. For many years, no one had been so gentle and considerate to her. She was born in a big family, where several houses of clansmen fought and counted on each other. There was not much affection to speak of. In school, the classmates she met were either jealous of her background or coveted her beauty, and all of them were unkind. Entering society is full of naked exchange. All the pity is to pay the corresponding price. That's why Yi Bingling has developed an indifferent character since childhood. As long as she doesn't give her feelings, she won't be hurt. It was only at this moment that her iceberg shattered open a crack and shone into the sunlight. Cluelessly, she sat down and took a sip of soy milk, the warmth going down her throat like it was going to melt her heartland. Chairman. Just when Yi Bingling was moved in her heart, Li Rui gave a dry cough. Yi Bingling was a little nervous in her heart, always feeling that Li Rui would say something that would make their relationship go further. Li Rui said, that, last night's meal money is 2,545. The hotel room is 410, a total of 2,955. Round up to give me 3,000 it. Yi Bingling's face darkened. The soy milk was not so hot, the sunlight went out, and the iceberg refroze. Li Rui, you bastard. A beautiful day was completely ruined by you. When she walked out of the hotel, Yi Bingling's face was still black. Li Rui is still a little strange. How does this woman change her face so fast? Is it that the wine is not awake? When they walked out of the hotel one after the other, there happened to be a couple at the front desk checking out of the hotel, and the man among them looked at the back of the two men dumbfounded, and his jaw was almost smashed on the surface of his feet. The woman angrily pinched him. Looking at a beautiful woman in front of me, are you not putting the old lady in your eyes? Goo, pain. Honey, you misunderstood. I'm not looking at a beautiful woman. You're clearly looking at the beautiful woman who just went out. The woman became even more angry. The man screamed, that's our chairman. Ha! The woman was taken aback. Your chairman? The iceberg beauty you always talk about? She's here in a room with someone? The man nodded like garlic. That's right, and the person she's rooming with is my colleague. On the way to the company, Li Rui felt that the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward. He coughed and said, that, chairman, you like to speculate on stocks a lot? Well, Yi Bingling responded coldly. I recently have a bullish stock, Do you want to recommend it to you? Well, flying integration is not bad. You can get your hands on some. I feel that there will be a wave of market next month at the latest. Well, come on. Li Rui had nothing to say. The car arrived at the parking lot. Yi Bingling went to the company first, and Li Rui waited for a while before stepping on the clock. Only once into the company, Li Rui felt the atmosphere is not quite right. All colleagues are with a very strange eyes looking at him. The meaning of this eye is very complex. There is jealousy, there is envy, there is hate, there is worship, and even some adoration. Li Rui was puzzled. What happened? He pondered all the way to the office. Just opened the door. Behind him flashed out a big fat figure. Good you Li Rui, buddy, just go back home to visit a relative. You do this kind of thing, fatty? Li Rui looked back and revealed a pleased smile. Zhu Jianfeng, Li Rui's colleague, nicknamed Fatty. This guy is 170 tall, weighs 270, fat, round belly, cheerful, optimistic by nature, is the only diehard in the company who can play with Li Rui. After Li Rui left Maoyuan advertising in his previous life, the two seldom meet, only through WeChat contact, send a message to greet each other on New Year's holidays. When they met again, they were already separated from each other. Fatty because of excessive weight, unhealthy diet, suffered from diabetes, and caused other complications. Only 32 years old died. Li Rui cried bitterly in the hearth, only hating that he usually did not care more about his friend. To live again, Li Rui not only want to change their own life, but also want to change the life of many people. Do not let this life have any more regrets. For example, Yi Bingling, such as Fatty, and many other people. Honestly, what's going on between you and the chairman? Fatty drank. What? Li Rui was startled. Fatty laughed badly. Still pretending? Still pretending? This morning, someone saw you and the chairman come out from the hotel together. Don't tell me that you only talked about business in the hotel last night. Li Rui opened his mouth wide. This seems to be a little hard to say. The fat man added, now the company are saying, you are the emperor's son-in-law, are planning to slip you well. Needless to say, Buddy is proud of you. Fatty patted his shoulder. But you are also really. Take the chairman out to open a room cannot be generous. Next time do not go to the 3-star hotel. To go to the 5-star. Only worthy of the chairman's identity. If you don't have enough money, Buddy lend you. When you really become the emperor's son-in-law then pay me back. Chapter 0040, Can't Wash It. Li Rui finally understood why everyone was looking at him with that kind of look. The original is to take him as the emperor's son-in-law. Yesterday, he swore to everyone that he had no one above him, but in a flash, he became the emperor's son-in-law. The problem is, the chairman and I really nothing. Li Rui felt aggrieved, but the fat man smiled with a frown. You said that you have gotten the chairman of the board of directors. In the future you can at least be a general manager. I'm your good brother. How do you also have to arrange a director for me when it? Fatty said prettily. Don't dream. Hurry back to work. Li Rui kicked him. The fat man rubbed his ass and said seriously, go rich and powerful. Do not forget each other. Scram. Yi Bingling didn't know what was happening outside. Her mind was full of last night's events. I seem to have said something to Li Rui. Wouldn't have said everything in your heart, right? Oops. Why did I drink so much? Never drink again. It was hard to calm down. Yi Bingling thought of Li Rui's recommendation and hurriedly opened the stock software on the computer. Feixiang integrated current share price of about 10 yuan. Performance is mediocre. In the thousands of stocks belong to the category of lukewarm. In the past few years, the stock price has been fluctuating above and below 15 yuan, and is now in the trough of 2 years. Is this stock okay? Yi Bingling hesitated. At this time, the office door was pushed open. Yi Bingling's face sank. Who was so rude to barge in without even knocking on the door? When she saw the visitor clearly, she couldn't get angry. The visitor was tall, with skin as white as snow, and clear eyebrows, with a classical beauty that was out of place in the modern world. Tang Shi, why are you here? Yi Bingling was surprised. Aren't you preparing for a new movie? Tang Shi was one of only a few girlfriends of Yi Bingling, although the two knew each other from work, and their personalities and temperaments were very different. They were surprisingly compatible and often drank tea and chatted in shop together, so it could be said that they had nothing to talk about. Unlike Yi Bingling, who always exuded an air of refusal, Tang Shi was like a gentle and beautiful neighboring sister, making people subconsciously want to get close to her. Tang Shi closed the door with her backhand and said excitedly, I heard that you're in love and came over to interrogate you. Yi Bingling was startled. Who did you hear that from? Tang Shi said, I met with Li Jun today to talk about the magazine cover and he told me. Li Jun is crazy, right? Yi Bingling couldn't believe it. Tang Shi said, he said your boyfriend is a company employee. Yi Bingling, you always reminded me not to fall in love with the male actors who are on the show. I didn't expect that you, a little rabbit, ate up the grass in the nest. Do you think you are engaging in subterfuge? Nothing, Yi Bingling denied. Still not admitting it? Li Jun said that person is called Li Rue. You specially transferred the person to the next door for the convenience of romance. Tang Shi said and glanced next door. There are still people who saw the two of you coming out of the hotel together this morning. Yi Bingling was about to go crazy. Where is this all going on? When did I fall in love with Li Rue? And I didn't move him next door for the convenience of falling in love. And last night, Yi Bingling suddenly realized that this matter jumped to the Yellow River may not be able to wash clear. Lonely men and women come out of the hotel early in the morning. It is a person who will suspect their relationship. Boom! The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Yi Bingling knocked her fist on the desk, then wanted to shed tears from the pain. Seeing her like this, Tang Shi was startled. What are you doing? I'm not preventing you from falling in love. I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated and fooled. So I came over to help you keep an eye on it. I really didn't fall in love. There is nothing between me and Li Rue. Us, Yi Bingling said in annoyance. The words were actually a bit weak, although it's true that nothing happened between the two people, but last night that everything was ambiguous in every way. Okay, I believe you. Although you guys went to a room, it doesn't mean anything. Tang Shi smiled and said, then can you tell me what kind of person he is? You, okay, I'll be honest with you. Yi Bingling also knew that at this time, if she didn't confess all, then she really couldn't explain clearly. Half an hour later, Yi Bingling retold what happened last night in its original form. Tang Shi was dumbfounded and asked a series of questions without waiting to hear it. You said that he, a small employee who just graduated more than a year ago, is actually a stock speculator with more than $6 million in his stock account? Driving a Bentley? The new Bentley Mulsanne. Wow, I want to sit in it. Sounds like he's quite capable. Actually seeing the prospects of group buying so thoroughly? I have long felt that Edward is unreliable. Fortunately Li Rue saved you. You were all drunk and unconscious, and he sent you to a hotel room and then didn't do anything? Is there something wrong with his physiology? Yi Bingling was furious. Can you not be so nasty? How is this sordid of me? I'm thinking about your future married life. I'm afraid you won't be happy, Tang Shi said seriously. Yi Bingling was speechless. You've learned to be bad since you finished filming Sword Immortal Strange Warrior 3. You've learned to be oily. Tang Shi snorted. Alright, I won't tease you. I'm serious. This man is not bad. Quite suitable for you. Don't be ridiculous. It's impossible for me and him. Yi Bingling glared at her, but she was a little happy in her heart. Li Rue had been in the company for more than a year and she didn't have much of an impression. Yesterday's one day of contact left her with a deep memory that made her flustered. Really? You don't want such a good man? Then introduce him to me, Tang Shi said with a smiling face. He's right next door. You can go over and get to know him yourself. Yi Bingling snorted coldly. Tang Shi bristled. You think I don't dare? Saying that, she was about to open the door to go next door. Yi Bingling hurriedly said, come back quickly. Tang Shi smiled incomparably brightly. Afraid? We really don't have anything. I've said it all. I just want to learn stock investment from him. Here, look. This is the stock he recommended to me. Yi Bingling pointed to the computer screen. Tang Shi glanced at it and said, is it that powerful? I usually study stocks. How come I don't know that flying integration has favorable good news? I see. You are just overwhelmed by being in love, and believe whatever men say. Where have I? Yi Bingling's retort was very bottomless. Tang Shi winked. Why don't you just have lunch together at noon and I'll test him for you. If you can pass my exam, I'll believe that you're really just learning things from him. Then I'll ask him. Yi Bingling inexplicably agreed. Perhaps, she also wanted to have lunch with Li Rue. Chapter 0041 Future Flower Girl. At 11:45 minutes past noon, an upscale restaurant near the company. Li Rue looked at Tang Shi across the table and was pleasantly surprised. Tang Shi, one of the famous 85 Generation 4 little flower girls in the previous life, goddess of Divine Eagle TV Festival, a first-line actress famous for her soft and sensible temperament and generosity. If she remembered correctly, the TV series Sword Immortal Strange Warrior 3 starring Tang Shi had just finished airing, and she was preparing for the ancient costume drama Step by Step that had made her a big hit. Next year, Step by Step started airing and became a huge hit, thus establishing Tang Shi's position in the acting industry. Today's Tang Shi was a little famous, but compared to the future it was still a little less well known. Sitting in the restaurant for 5 minutes no one came over to ask for an autograph. In these 5 minutes, Tang Shi has been looking up and down at Li Rue. The more she looks, the more she thinks he's plain. In Yi Bingling's description, Li Rue could be described as astonishing by revealing Edward in a few words. So in Tang Shi's fantasies, Li Rue should be a glowing, suave, jade-like man. This meeting, her fantasy was shattered. In fact, Li Rue was a little handsome, but Tang Shi was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the showbiz circle, and her aesthetic standards became harsh. According to her standards, Li Rui was the average level of vegetarians. Let's talk. Tang Shi decided to go straight to the point. Tang Shi, drawn by AI. Chat about what? Li Rui had the feeling of being interrogated. Chat about you. Tang Shi said. Are you a local of Haizhou? I'm from Yunshan County. Li Rui replied. I came over here after I got into Haizhou University. Li Rui said and glanced at Ji Bingling, realizing that she had her head down and couldn't see the expression on her face. Oh, outsider ah. Then where do you live now ah? Did you buy a house? I'm renting a room now. Then do you have plans to buy a house in the future? Only when you buy a house will you be considered a true Haizhou resident. But, oh, how big is the square footage? Tang Shi asked in a pretense of carelessness. About 3,000 square feet. Li Rui faintly said. Put. Tang Shi just drank a mouthful of tea and almost sprayed it out. Tang Shi. Yi Bingling also raised her head and glared at Li Rui. Why is this guy always joking around with his mouth full? Did you buy a residence or a factory building? Tang Shi laughed. Li Rui said. Residential. Bought 28 sets. Bingling, this friend of yours is really. Tang Shi shook her head, obviously not believing. However, for the sake of Yi Bingling, Tang Shi was not willing to pursue deeper, but only dropped a few more points in her heart to Li Rui's score. I heard that you're good at stock speculation? Tang Shi changed the topic. Li Rui said. Not bad. Tang Shi asked curiously. How much money did you earn? Li Rui laughed, not asking a woman's age, not asking a man's income. This seems to be a very basic social etiquette, right? Tang Shi skimmed her lips. I understand when you say that. You must have lost a lot of money. Li Rui didn't argue. This move fell in Tang Shi's eyes as a sign of weakness. The score fell again. In Tang Shi's mind, Li Rui was not worthy of Yi Bingling. It's too flat, and too able to blow. And bought a 3,000 square meter house? Why don't you say you bought the Forbidden City? As for stock speculation, Tang Shi also knows a person who is very good at stock speculation, and that kind of temperament is completely different from Li Rui. So Tang Shi felt that Li Rui was a liar and somehow brainwashed Yi Bingling. Forget it, let's eat. Tang Shi was too lazy to ask anymore. Li Rui had been hungry for a long time and nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks and chucked a piece of the fattest beef five flour. Tang Shi made a wink at Yi Bingling. This kind of man you also take as a treasure? Yi Bingling covered her face. No eyes to see. Just then, a shout came from the side. Mr. Li. Li Rui turned his head to look. It was Yuan Fong, the sales manager of Farhang Real Estate, and a few well-dressed young men and women. Looking at their serious dress, he knew that they were all elites in the real estate sector. Yo, Manager Yuan, what a coincidence. Li Rui swallowed the cow five flowers in his mouth and greeted with a smile. Yuan Fong said, it's a coincidence. I invited a few friends over for dinner. I look like you from afar, and came over to see that it was really you. No wonder I heard magpies calling when I left the house early this morning. So it turns out that I would have met you as a valuable person. Yi Bingling and Tang Shi were dumbfounded, thinking that this person was too good at flattering people. Yuan Fong added, actually, it's my first time coming to this upscale restaurant. My co-workers heard that I made your big order and had to let me treat them. After saying that, he said to the others behind him, didn't you guys always ask me what a big client who bought 2 buildings in one breath is like? And today you got to see it. This is Mr. Li, the biggest owner of Faraway Star Garden. The crowd swarmed around, handing over their respective business cards. Hello Mr. Li, I'm Xiao Chun from the sales department of Farhang View Garden. This is my business card. Farhang View Garden is a high-grade view high-rise near the river. Currently there is a 10% discount for large customers. Mr. Li, I'm Lu from the sales department of Farhang Shangyuan. Our Shangyuan is mainly townhouses, specializing in providing high-quality customers with a superb living experience. Mr. Li, I'm from Farhang Xintiandi. Welcome to see the house. Li Rui received the business card with his hands full and nodded. I'll go back and study it, and will contact you if I'm interested. Yuan Fong hurriedly said. Mr. Li, then we won't disturb you and your friends to dine. Aha, aha. Li Rui nodded. They left. Li Rui picked up another piece of beef five flour, and only then did he realize that Yi Bingling and Tang Shi were staring at him with odd gazes. He was a bit ashamed. You guys want to eat this piece too? Tang Shi dryly coughed. You eat. Li Rui, just now what are these people doing? Li Rui casually said. They are all selling houses. Then how do you know them? I heard them say that you are a big customer? Tang Shi asked again. Oh, didn't I just say it? I bought 28 suites. Li Rui smiled. Yi Bingling and Tang Shi both sucked in a breath of cool air. 28 suites were real? If it was real, how could it be? If it wasn't true, why were these sales managers so enthusiastic about Li Rui? Both women's minds were in turmoil and they even forgot to ask further questions. When they finished eating and were ready to settle the bill, they realized that Yuan Fong had already secretly settled the bill for this table. It's more than $1,000. How can I be so kind as to let your friend settle the bill? This meal should be my treat, Tang Shi said. Li Rui laughed. He earned me hundreds of thousands of commission. What's wrong with buying a meal? Hundreds of thousands of commission? This is 2010. If it is 2020, Tang Shi will thumbs up a compliment. You really Versailles. On the way back to the company, Li Rui walked in front. Yi Bingling and Tang Shi dragged behind. Tang Shi pulled. Yi Bingling muttered. I still suspect that this kid bragging. Later you cooperate with me, together to see how much money in his stock account. Chapter 0042 Cotton Futures. Back to the company, Li Rui into his office. First made a cup of tea, before slowly and methodically opened the futures trading software. Stocks also invested. Bitcoin also bought. Greenfield culture also shorted. The house has bought too. The investment should be done or almost done. The next Li Rui ready to put energy into futures speculation. The rate of return on investment, visible and touchable, is also a ceiling. Speculation rate of return. There is no upper limit. Especially futures speculation. Can make a person helicopter heaven? Can also make a person fall into hell. In 2010, among all futures varieties, cotton is the most notable and most suitable for speculation. Especially in the second half of the year, cotton futures and spot prices time and time again to refresh the historical highs, staged a magnificent bull market. In the past life, there is a futures big brother, keen to seize the wave of the market. First invested 28,000 yuan principal with a month's time to grow to 150,000 yuan, and then used 6 months to reach 6 million yuan, and then used a year to do 130 million yuan, and then backhanded shorting to complete the saga of the 28,000 yuan to 2 billion yuan. This wave started in August. Li Rui has missed the first wave, but he is not in a hurry. The next year or so, the price of cotton will be staged roller coaster, general substantial surge and plunge. Each note is deeply imprinted in Li Rui's memory. Do not say 2 billion, as long as Li Rui is greedy enough. Earn 20 billion are no problem. Li Rui opened the software and inquired about the price of cotton. At this time the cotton price is 18,000 yuan/ton. Wait until the end of October will reach 22,000 yuan/ton. To the end of November will reach the horror of 28,000 yuan/ton. The difference of 10,000 yuan per ton. Unimaginable profits. Li Rui to the futures account into 50 million yuan. At the same time started 20 times leverage, which is the domestic futures market policy can be used under the largest leverage ratio. This means that Li Rui's 50 million funds can be invested as 1 billion. Also means that as long as there is more than 5% fluctuation, Li Rui's funds will be closed. The greater the gain, the greater the risk. But for Li Rui, there is only gain, no risk. In the afternoon, the futures market just opened. Li Rui directly killed in the position. 2 main long contracts at the same time to build positions. First take 20,000 lots. This is just the beginning. Futures take is the daily settlement system. Every day after the end of the transaction, the customer's profit and loss will be settled at that time. You can earn the profit to be used to add positions. Usually futures customers use the investment model as a positive pyramid. For example, the first investment of 100,000 yuan, making money on behalf of the correct judgment. The second time to invest 50,000 yuan. The third 30,000 yuan. Each time gradually reduce the commission number of lots to diversify and eliminate risk. Li Rui is not the same. He wants to earn every day all the profits used to increase the position. The funds will show an inverted pyramid of the graph. The later will be more and more huge. This is a method of investment to maximize returns and risks. Earn a pot full of money. Loss to the rooftop to meet. Some people even think that this is actually gambling, or the craziest kind. Li Rui is certainly not a gambler. He is comparable to the existence of the banker. In the gambling game, everyone is losing. The only one who can win money is the banker. Finished building positions. A cup of tea also happened to finish. Li Rui got up and went out to pour tea. His front foot just went out. The door of the chairman's office next door opened. Tang Shi probed out and glanced, turned back and greeted. He went out. Quick. Yi Bingling hesitated at the back. Not too good, right? Didn't you peek last time? Tang Shi said. Yi Bingling said awkwardly, that wasn't intentional. Then do you want to see it or not? Tang Shi asked. Yi Bingling hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Tang Shi pulled up Yi Bingling's hand, and the two sneaked into the next door. Tang Shi stood in the doorway and peered out. I'll look out for you. You take a look at his computer. Yi Bingling let out a hum and went around to the back of the desk. Her eyes landed on the screen and she froze. Tang Shi asked while looking out, how is it? Did you find it? There was no response. She followed up with another question. Still no response, and couldn't help but turn around strangely. What's wrong? Nothing? But she saw Yi Bingling covering her mouth, her face full of shock. What's wrong? Tang Shi asked. Yi Bingling raised her head and said with a shocked face, Li Rui bought cotton futures. 50 million, 20 times leverage. Bought 20,000 lots. What? Tang Shi opened her mouth wide. It was hard to believe. They also had a slight understanding of futures. Of course they knew how risky this investment was. It can be said that as long as the cotton market sneezes, Li Rui's 50 million will immediately go up in smoke. Really? Tang Shi didn't care about looking over her shoulder and rushed over to take a look. At this look, she was also dumbfounded. He must be crazy, Tang Shi muttered. Li Rui returned to his office and found the door half covered. Strange, I remember closing the door? Li Rui muttered. What should be bought was bought. It was time to work seriously. Li Rui opened the file and began to recall the wonderful texts he had read in his previous life. Turning to the closing time, Li Rui was packing up his things and preparing to leave work when the office door was knocked. Please come in, Li Rui said without lifting his head. The door opened. No sound. Li Rui looked up and it was Yi Bingling and Tang Shi. The two bright and moving beauties stood at the door, causing him to be in a bit of a trance. Chairman, is there something wrong? Li Rui asked. Yi Bingling seemed to have made a great determination. Li Rui, I have something to say to you. Come in and say it. Li Rui hurriedly got up. Do you want some tea? How can we be in the mood for tea? Tang Shi said. Li Rui wondered. What happened? Tang Shi said. It's not because of you. Bingling was worried about you all afternoon. What's wrong with me? Li Rui was even more surprised. Yi Bingling said. I'm sorry. We sneaked into your office in the afternoon and looked at your computer. The matter of you buying cotton futures. We know about it. Li Rui was speechless. The next time you leave the office, you have to lock the door. Yi Bingling continued. Your guts are also too big. Actually invested so much money, but also used 20 times leverage. Do you not know the risk of doing so? As long as a small fluctuation, you have the possibility of blood money. I know. Li Rui nodded. Knowing that you still dare to do this, Tang Shi stared wide-eyed. Li Rui smiled and said, Of course I have confidence. You must be crazy, Tang Shi said in annoyance. Bingling, let's go. Don't care about him. Wait for him to lose light to know the risk. Li Rui smiled and said, Who said I lost money? The exchange just settled. Do you guys want to see my results today? Yi Bingling and Tang Shi looked at each other and walked over to look at the computer screen. Cotton Maine. Latest price 18090. 00. Up or down plus 90. 00. Position 20,000. Profit plus 90. 000. 000. Chapter 0043, 6 months of planning. $9 million? Tang Shi almost didn't count the string of zeros. Yi Bingling was also stunned. $9 million? Li Rui made $9 million in one day. Under their gaze, Li Rui lightly clicked the mouse and put the 9 million profit back in. What are you doing? Tang Shi was shocked. You have made so much. See the good thing, Li Rui lightly said. You are at least a star. Why do you look like you have never seen the world? It's only $9 million. It's early. Tang Shi blushed. Although she had filmed several TV dramas, her paycheck had never been high, and 9 million was indeed a significant amount for her. Li Rui said, Today is just the beginning. The cotton market will continue until next year. I will naturally close my hand by then. Next year? Yi Bingling and Tang Shi were both dumbfounded. $9 million in one day. How much money would it be if it continued until next year? However, how under the sky is there a good thing to make $9 million every day? Buffett can't do it. What does Li Rui have? Li Rui returned home. Remembered that when he left the appearance of Yi Bingling and Tang Shi the dumbfounded, also feel a little funny. Unfortunately, there is an important thing to do tonight, or you can tease them again. Simply ate dinner. Li Rui logged into the Penguin software. His ID is also called Hunter, has been used for many years. After searching in the list of classmates, Li Rui found the target. White Moonlight Yuna. Yuna is Li Rui's high school classmate. A school bully. The college entrance examination took the first prize in arts in Yunshan County. Entered the foreign language department of Yenzhou University, and after graduation went to study abroad in magnesium. Is one of the most mixed people in the class. Hunter, old classmate, are you there? I'm Li Rui. There's something I want to ask you. After sending it, Li Rui waited patiently. At this time now, the magnesium side should have just gotten up, and there was no telling how long it would take to get a reply. While browsing the web to check the news, while searching for memories to scribble on the notebook, Li Rui waited for a reply. Time passes minute by minute, a full 2 or 3 hours. Just when Li Rui thinks there will not be a reply tonight, the Penguin drip call up. White Moonlight, old classmate, how to remember me. Li Rue a happy. Fingers on the keyboard. Crackling typing past. Hunter, school bully. Long time no see. White Moonlight, yes. Sophomore year after the party in Yunshan. Have not seen. How is it recently? After the two exchanged a few pleasantries. Moonlight, didn't you look for me for something? You nah. Hunter, I heard you're studying at Stanford. I wonder if you've heard of Instagram. Moonlight, what's that? Hunter, it's a filter software. You can search for it in the App Store if you have an Apple phone. White Moonlight, I'm using an Android phone. But my roommate is using an Apple. I'll ask her about it. Just wait a minute. After a few minutes, the text appeared on the screen again. White Moonlight, I saw it. It's a pretty interesting filter software. My roommate is using it too. Why are you inquiring about this? Hunter, the founder of Instagram, is a Stanford graduate. Sort of your senior. This company is near the university. I'm very interested in them, but I can't get in touch with them. I don't know if I can trouble you to do me a favor and ask for a contact information for me. White Moonlight, what do you want? Hunter, to tell you the truth, I want to invest in this company, miles away in the magnesium country of San Francisco, in an apartment building near Stanford University. Yuna laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Her roommate asked strangely. Yuna laughed. Nothing. There is a high school friend who hasn't been in contact for many years, and suddenly said that he wants to invest in a company in magnesium, and he wants me to help contact him. Isn't that a pretty good thing? Roommate said. Yuna shook her head. I happen to know his situation. His family is just an ordinary family. After graduating from college he worked in an advertising agency, just a few $1,000s of salary every month. What can he take to invest in a company in magnesia? The roommate also laughed. Then why did he say that? Could it be to attract your attention? This kind of trick is also too stupid, right? It's a pity. I actually had a pretty good impression of him in high school. I didn't expect him to turn into this kind of person. Yuna sighed while typing a string of text. White Moonlight, okay, I'll ask around for you. Hunter, thank you so much. After the matter is accomplished, there will be heavy thanks. Closing the chat window, Li Rue was in a good mood. Instagram is a company with unlimited potential. Whether waiting for Facebook to acquire a big profit or holding their own development, it is an excellent choice. He is even considering whether it is possible to develop socialization with Instagram as the core, replacing Facebook's future status and creating an internet ecosystem empire? No, Instagram is still a little short of meaning. Unless, that's software. A name popped up in Li Rue's head. It's not too late. If you take it down, you might really have a chance. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets. A big chess game pops up in his head, and he writes furiously on his notebook. Right to the whole 11 o'clock. The notebook is filled with a variety of other people cannot recognize the symbols and drawings. Li Rue's mind planning is also gradually clear up. Take it as the core. Develop an ecosystem that focuses on communication, socialization and content. Radiate from the core. Pursue holding and resource integration, and maintain the core industry. Li Rue muttered to himself, but it needs a lot of money. A lot. Just the first step of investment. A conservative estimate would be $3 billion, or magnesium dollars. Thought I was making money fast enough. Now it seems like it's still not fast enough. Money, it's never enough. Good thing, there's still a little bit of time left. It can't be later than next April at the latest. There's still half a year to earn $3 billion magnesium dollars, and manpower is needed, both at home and abroad. Time is tight. The task is heavy. What are you waiting for? Start working. Li Rue dropped his laptop and his eyes coalesced onto the computer screen. Magnesium stocks have long opened the market. This time he is no longer mildly investing in gradual profits. He wants to kill big. Want to accumulate wealth as soon as possible. Want to earn enough $3 billion magnesium dollars within half a year. Towards the heart of that super huge plan impact. This night, magnesium stock blood flow into a river. The next morning, Li Rue woke up with a pair of dark circles under his eyes and lamented under his breath. What the hell? Actually more tired than the previous life 996? At this rate I'm afraid I won't live to 2025 to die suddenly, all the way to the company's sleepy eyes, only to enter the door. Bang sound, countless ribbons and gold stars from the sky, sprinkled Li Rue's head. Li Rue was at a loss. What is this? Could it be that I am still dreaming, but also dreamed that I got married? Chapter 0044 V-Blog Advertisement. Congratulations! Li Jun jumped out holding the salute cannon. Applause rang out all around, and his co-workers stood in formation on the sides, snapping their palms red. What's going on here? Li Rue brushed off the ribbons in his hair and asked with a confused face. Li Jun cheerfully said, Li Rue, congratulations. Pro-Dear liked your copywriting so much that he decided to cooperate with our company for a long time. You've given the company a big credit. Li Rue frowned. It's just signing a contract. There's no need to make it so grand, right? He remembered that in the past, when the company signed a major contract, The most they could do was to buy an afternoon tea for everyone to celebrate. Now making it like a wedding scene was too embarrassing. Li Jun froze. You don't like it? Li Rui laughed. Nonsense. Li Jun hurriedly waved his hand. Clean up. Disperse, disperse. Everyone hurriedly swept the floor, cleaned up, and then dispersed with a bang. And in a flash the company returned to normal, like everything just happened. Only then did Li Jun smile and say, "Go to your office to talk?" Into the office. Li Jun was busy making tea. Attentive. Li Rui a little puzzled about his meaning. Jun, you are. Don't call brother Jun. Li Jun immediately said. Call Ah Jun. Ah Jun is more gracious. You call me Ah Jun. I'll call you Ah Rui. Ah, Li Rui really can't open this mouth. Hurriedly changed the topic. Looking for me something? Li Jun laughed. Rui, you into the company also more than a year. I used to be more strict with you at work. That's all in order to stimulate your potential. You must not hold a grudge against me. Li Rui thought to himself. Don't worry. I won't forget the things you put on my shoes. However, he also felt strange. Just signing a contract. Li Jun should not be able to show so much enthusiasm. Even enthusiasm to the extent of humility. Could it be that an ominous premonition bubbled up in his heart? Sure enough, the next second, Li Jun added, Rui, your relationship with the chairman of the board I know. You can rest assured. In the future in the company, you say east I will go east. You say west I will go west. I am a gun in your hand. You point where I will fight. For you on the knife mountain under the frying pan absolutely no second thoughts. I knew it. Li Rui slightly sighed. Harnessed by the side of a team seems to be the name of the emperor's son-in-law cannot be removed. A world of fame into the drain. However, this feeling is also quite cool. Li Rui raised his hand and patted on Li Jun's shoulder. Jun, don't worry. As long as you behave yourself, I won't treat you badly in the future. Many thanks to brother Rui for his honor. Li Jun was touched with the face of a soldier dying for a friend. Unconsciously, Li Rui turned into Rui and then brother Rui, completing a 3-stage jump. Brother Rui, there is one more thing. Li Jun said. The pro dear side wants you to give another set of publicity copy, or go for this high-class little romantic style. Li Rui said. Where do they want to put it? Men's Style, Men's Fashion and Sports Illustrated are a few magazines that are dominated by male groups. Li Jun said. Li Rui shook his head. You go and tell the client that magazine advertising is no longer popular, and the timeliness is too low, lacking feedback. If you really want to burst into flames, go to Vblog to do it. Vblog? Li Jun froze. You can advertise on that too? Li Rui said. You are at least an advertiser. Why can't you keep up with the situation at all? The number of users of Vblog is about to reach 50 million, and some celebrities have more than 1 million fans. Which traditional media can have such a large coverage? So many. Li Jun stared wide-eyed. Really? Li Rui said. Taking advantage of the fact that Vblogs have just emerged and the interest of users is strong, ProDear just happens to seize the first position of birth control products, and after making a name for itself, the brand will naturally be shaped. When other manufacturers wake up and do this again, people will only think they are imitating, and this impression can easily be projected from the brand image to the product quality, and by then it will be an area we are good at. High, really high. Li Jun suddenly realized. You go communicate on the client's side. I'll do the copywriting. Remember, this is a high-tech new media advertising plan. You have to let the client add money. I understand. Li Jun nodded repeatedly. Li Jun farted to find the client to communicate. Li Rui made himself a cup of strong magnesium coffee and drank it all in one gulp, finally relieving the sleepiness that filled his body. In the morning, the wind was calm. Jin Gong Technology's share price continues to rise steadily. Li Rui and batch replenished 4,000 hands in the huge volume cover, and did not set off any splash. On the magnesium side, the price of Bitcoin fell back. Li Rui, of course, will not be polite, once again out to sweep the market. As for the price of cotton, it continues to rise slightly. This wave of the market does not need to worry at all, almost showing a one-sided upward trend. There is no chance of falling back. Dizzy, Li Rui actually took the time to make up a sleep, until he was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Caller is Yao Si Shen. 2 days did not see this little beauty. Li Rui really miss a little. Answer the phone. Li Rui is trying to make a joke, but heard the sound of sobbing. What's wrong with you? Crying? The opposite side only cries. What's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Li Rui was anxious. Woo. Yao Si Shen choked. Li Rui. Woo. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Don't cry first. What happened? Li Rui asked. Where are you now? I'll go find you. I'm on the road next to the company. I don't know where to go. Oh, you wait for me. Li Rui hung up the phone and walked out. Walked to the door of the company, just ran into Yi Bingling and Tangshi. Yi Bingling frowned and said, It's work time. Why are you going? I'm taking a vacation, Li Ruwei said and left. Yi Bingling opened her mouth slightly and didn't even react. Tang Shi, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Aren't you the chairman of the board? Why does he look even more bullish than you? The employees who saw the scene all secretly gave a thumbs up in their hearts. Emperor's son-in-law, Cao, Li Ruwei driving, all the way to Run Wild. Less than half an hour rushed to Yao Xixian Company near, far away from seeing her pitifully standing on the side of the road. Park the car and drop the window, Li Ruwei said. Get in the car. When Yao Xixian got into the car, Li Ruwei realized that her face was covered with tears. A pair of beautiful big eyes also cried and swollen. Light makeup cried into a flowery face. After receiving the person, Li Ruwei was not in a hurry, threw a packet of Kleenex to her, and drove the car to roam on the road. There are times when companionship is more important than comfort. Yao Xixuan cowered in the back seat, sobbing in a low voice, and only calmed down after a long time. I'm hungry, she said shyly. I know a nice place. Li Ruwei laughed. 10 minutes later, at the end of a certain remote alley, the two stood in front of the humble roasted cold noodles stand, discussing how many eggs and sausages should be added. Then one person held a roasted cold noodles and leaned against the rear of the Bentley, eating and chatting. Yao Xixian said, Greenfield Culture cancelled next month's exhibition. It's all because I dragged the company down. Chapter 0045 Waiting for your apology. Zhou Yunhao was a lousy person, but he also had an advantage, and that was being true to his word. When he said he would take revenge on Yao Xixian, he really did. Originally, Greenfield Culture was going to hold an exhibition next month, which was to be executed by Aloe Gather Curatorial. But just this morning, Greenfield Culture cancelled the exhibition without giving any reason. Aloe Curated had invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in the show, but if the show was cancelled now, all the money invested would be lost. According to the contract, they can claim compensation from Greenfield Culture, but the problem is that if they start a lawsuit, do they want to cooperate with each other in the future? And the other party is a magnesium stock listed company. Aloe Curated is a small company. Really fight the lawsuit. Drag also be dragged to death. Throughout the morning, the company was in a sad state, and the employees were no longer worried about this month's salary and bonus, but whether the company could survive. Yao Xixian knew it was coming at her, a little unable to withstand the enormous pressure. Emotional collapse. After hearing this, Li Ruwei faintly said, Don't be stressed, leave this matter to me to solve. How do you solve it? Yao Xixuan asked. Li Ruwei said, I'll find a friend to talk to Zhou Zhanghua. After sending Yao Xixuan back to the company, Li Ruwei dialed a phone. Hey, hello Lu Dong. This is Li Ruwei. There's something I want to ask you. After making the call, Li Ruwei went straight to the Green Energy Building where Greenfield Culture's headquarters was located. Outside the Green Energy Building, Li Ruwei waited for half an hour. A Mercedes-Benz S600 slowly came. The car stopped, the door opened. Down a middle-aged man. Lu Hong. Not more than a few days from the auction, the two met again. Li Ruwei smiled and greeted. Lu Dong, thanks for the help. Lu Hong smiled slightly. I'm a person who dislikes debts the most. Whether it's money or favors, it's the same. It's also my honor to help you with this favor. Then, please. Li Ruwei pointed towards Green Energy Mansion. The two of them stepped into the building and came to the front desk. The receptionist asked, May I ask what the two of you want? Looking for someone, Li Ruwei said. Looking for which person from which department? Zhou Zhanghua. The receptionist's eyes widened. Looking for our chairman? Do you have an appointment? No appointment, Li Ruwei said. Tell him that Mr. Lu Hong, the chairman of Xinhong Investment Management Company, wants to see him. The receptionist opened her mouth slightly, hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. A moment later, her face became very shocked, and then she looked at Li Ruwei and Lu Hong with completely different eyes. Hanging up the phone, she hurriedly said, Both of you please follow me. The chairman is waiting for you in the upstairs office. Taking the special elevator, it went straight to the top floor of the Green Energy Building, and when the elevator door opened, a man with 5 or 6 points of similarity to Zhou Yunhao's appearance was already standing at the door. Zhou Zhanghua. This actual controller of Green Energy Culture swept his eyes from Li Ruwei's face and immediately shifted to Lu Hang. With a smile on his face, Lu Dong, which gust of wind blew you here? Why don't you say hello in advance so that I can prepare for it? Compared to his domineering son, Zhou Zhanghua was more cultured and more like an old fox. Lu Hong laughed and said, I also received a call from this little friend temporarily and accompanied him over to do some good offices. Zhou Zhanghua froze and looked Li Ruwei up and down a few more times. This is? My name is Li Ruwei. Li Ruwei faintly said. Hello Zhou Dong. Zhou Zhanghua nodded and said, Both of you please come in. What is it that we drink tea and talk slowly? His office has a special tea room, a beautiful secretary for the 3 people to make tea and then exit. Zhou Zhanghua sipped tea, then said, Li Ruwei little brother, We should be the first time we meet. I do not know what you do. Li Rui lightly smiled and said, I actually just want to come and ask. Greenfield Culture as a magnesium stock listed company. For the contract credit problem is how to see. Is it that any contract signed by itself can be treated like scrap paper and said to be defaulted on? What does that say? Zhou Zhenghua wondered. Li Rui told the encounter of Allo curated, and finally said, as a company listed on magnesium stocks, your company's every move not only represents itself, but also represents the face of a listed company in Huaxia. This type of behavior that violates the contract and manages chaos is likely to lead to serious consequences and even have an impact on your company's share price. Little brother is overstated. Zhou Zhenghua smiled. Li Rui's words were, in his opinion, uptight and alarmist. Is not $1 million contract, for the big Greenfield Culture is not worth mentioning. Besides, even if such a small matter, even if it makes a fuss, so what? Will the shareholders of Magnesium Country, which is thousands of miles away, care about it? Even Lu Hong feels that Li Rui is not making a big deal out of it. Is my Lu Heng's favor worth a few tens of millions? Zhou Zhenghua thought for a moment and said, I'm not fully aware of this matter, but if it's really like what little brother said, I'll ask the people below to correct them. Being able to let his hallowed boss of a listed company say such words is already enough to give face. And this face is for Lu Hong, not for Li Rui. Lu Hong felt it was okay and looked at Li Rui. Li Rui, however, said, just a correction? Shouldn't Zhou Yunhao apologize to Allo Curate for his public and private use? When these words came out, Zhou Zhenghua's face sank slightly, and even Lu Hong raised his eyebrows, feeling surprised. Zhou Zhenghua said with anger in his voice, making my son apologize? When you do something wrong, you should apologize. Otherwise, if you make a mistake again and again, a mistake to the end, then no one can save you. Li Rui said meaningfully. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zhenghua let out a loud laugh. Is it funny? Li Rui asked. Zhou Zhenghua shook his head and said, it's you who are wrong about what it means to use a public weapon for private use. I'm the largest shareholder of Greenfield Culture. Greenfield Culture is my family's. It's not a public weapon. It's a private weapon. As for having Yunhao apologize, it's even more ridiculous. Yunhao dares to apologize. Does anyone dare to accept it? Dong Lu, it's not that I don't give you face. It's really that this little brother is too ignorant. There's no need to say this matter again. Lu Hong was speechless. How did a little thing get to this point? Li Rui instead smiled. Dong Zhou doesn't have to make a decision in a hurry. I believe time will let you calm down and know what is wrong and what is right. I will wait for your apology. After saying this, Li Rui got up and left. Lu Hong owed his head slightly at Zhou Zhenghua and also chased after him. Zhou Zhenghua frowned tightly and suddenly slammed the cup in his hand hard on the ground, spitting. Where did all these mental illnesses come from? Chapter 0046, Double Eagle with One Arrow. Lu Hong walked out of the Green Energy Mansion and saw Li Rui standing on the side of the road with a bemused face. He couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile. On the day of the auction, Lu Hong had a very good impression of Li Rui, thinking that this young man was quite dignified and would become a great man in the future. Seeing him again today, Lu Hong was a little disappointed. Too impulsive, too idealized, too taken for granted. Zhou Zhenghua is what kind of person? That is the chairman of the magnesium stock listed company, has $1 billion, no matter from which point of view, is a person who wants to face? Today, Zhou Zhenghua was able to take a stand and said to check the contract. It was already a huge concession on his face, but Li Rui gave an inch and let Zhou Yunhao apologize. As a result, the talks fell apart. Obviously can be solved things. Prefer to fight for a breath. Make this unhappy results. I can only say that Li Rui is still too young. Lu Hong could not say anything, but could only say, Li Rui, don't take today's matter to heart. In the future, if there is any business and convention and exhibition on my company's side, I can give it to your friend to do. Li Rui asked back, does Dong Lu think I care about $1 million or so of business? Lu Hong froze for a moment and shook his head. You made more than $30 million from one painting. I don't think you should care. Li Rui smiled. Care or not, Greenfield Culture offended me. I will let them pay the price. The matter of shorting Greenfield Culture can't be hidden sooner or later. As a Chinese person, shorting a Chinese company, how can it be said? And is rushed in the mixed water report out before the month started shorting, but also invested a large sum of money, fell in the eyes of the people will inevitably have some bad guesses. Li Rui to find a legitimate reason for himself. Today this scene is the purpose. Why short Greenfield Culture? And the Zhou family has a grudge. This reason is not sufficient. Lu Hong is not here to mediate today, but to act as a witness. In the future, no matter who questions Li Rui's motives, Lu Hong can testify. At this moment, Lu Hong simply did not expect to be utilized by Li Rui, and thought that he was just talking. Somewhat helplessly said, doing business is about peace and harmony. I'll turn around and give Zhou Zhenghua a call. No need. Li Rui said. Today, no matter how to thank Lu Dong. By the way, Lu Dong shares in the water and wood with the round, okay? Why are you asking this? Lu Hong slightly changed color. In May, Lu Hong spent $1 billion to invest in Shui Mutong Yuan, shaking the financial world. At that time he aimed at the concept of spin-off listing, intending to take this opportunity to make a big profit. However, since the second half of the year, the policy has been tightened, and the concept of spin-off listing has been delayed again and again. Although the markets still have confidence, but Li Rui know, the policy will only tighten more and more tightly and finally turned into a floating cloud. This investment Lu Hong loss must be. Lu Dong, if you have to continue to wait for the spin-off policy, will lose more and more. Getting rid of it early is the best policy, Li Rui reminded. Lu Hong took a deep breath. So you're looking for me today. Drunkenness is not ah. Li Rui smiled. It can also be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Lu Hong said. You know stocks too? Li Rui said meaningfully. Understand or not, water and wood with the round of water are too deep, not suitable for Lu Dong toss. I have some good investment opportunities at hand. Lu Dong, if interested, we can talk about cooperation. Lu Heng's gaze became grave. For example? Then we have to find a place and have a detailed chat, Li Rui said. Lu Hong smiled. I know a good coffee shop nearby. The cappuccino and strawberry cake there are very good. Oh, I happen to like strawberries a lot, Li Rui said. The two of them smiled at each other, putting what just happened behind them, and went side by side. You still know to come back. It was only at 4:30 p.m. that Li Rui returned to the company, and as soon as he entered the door, Tang Shi rushed over in a furious manner. Li Rui was surprised. Ms. Tang, aren't you an actress? Don't you have a movie to shoot recently? Why are you soaking in our company every day? Tang Shi gasped. Of course I have a movie to shoot. There is more than a month to start. Wait, why do I have to tell you this? You know, Bing Ling was sulking all afternoon. Why angry? Li Rui wondered. Tang Shi said, it's not because you missed work. I took a vacation. She didn't approve it. Then deduct my salary. Deduction of wages? You're so beautiful. I think you're going to have bad luck this time. Li Rui apprehensively walked into Yi Bingling's office, and sure enough, he saw her chilling her face. However, Yi Bingling usually has this kind of expression, so Li Rui can't see how angry she is. Chairman, the afternoon thing. Yi Bingling interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Where's the paperwork? What copywriting? Our company just signed a long-term cooperation agreement with ProDear. We need a package of publicity planning. You as the person in charge of the copywriting should come up with the work. I'm asking you, where's the copywriting? Yi Bingling coldly said. Li Rui said, the agreement was signed only yesterday. I don't care which day the agreement was signed. If the client wants the copywriting today, can you get it out? Yi Bingling was aggressive, wanting to vent her stomach of sulkiness. It's so uncharacteristic. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Did you think that because you helped me yesterday, you cannot put me as the chairman in your eyes? If I don't force you to bow your head and admit your mistakes today and make you feel the cruelty of the workplace, I won't be Yi Bingling. See, Li Rui did not speak. Yi Bingling continued, Li Rui, I know you have talent, but that does not mean you cannot comply with work discipline. You absent yourself from work for no reason without completing your job. It's so uncharacteristic. You. If you had written the copy, not to mention missing work, even if you didn't show up for a week, I wouldn't say anything. But did you finish it? Li Rui sighed. Yi Bingling secretly rejoiced, thinking that he was going to bow his head and admit his mistake. Who knows that Li Rui took out a folder from behind his back like a trick and said, Chairman, this is what you said. The paperwork is right here. Do I not have to come to work this week? What? Yi Bingling stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. Li Rui put the folder on her desk. Take your time to read it. I'll go pack up my things. It's already time to get off work. If you have any problems, let's talk tomorrow. After saying that, he slipped away. Yi Bingling picked up the folder and turned the first page. The subway instruction label reads, stand firm and hold on. Tonight, I intend to remind you of this as well. 17, 21, 57, sex wine. In the morning when I looked in the mirror I was suddenly a little shy, thinking it saw everything. Reading down one text after another. Looking at Yi Bingling blushed. When Tang Shi walked in she still felt strange. Bingling, why is your face so red? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Which is? Yi Bingling hurriedly closed the folder and cursed Li Rui in her heart. You rascal. Big rascal. Chapter 0047, forced to go on a blind date. Tang Shi walked to Yi Bingling in a disoriented state. What's wrong with you? Seeing her like this, Yi Bingling asked in surprise. Tang Shi said, do you know how much he made today? Cotton went up again? Yi Bingling immediately reacted. Tang Shi nodded. It went up another $90. Then wouldn't he have made another $9 million? Yi Bingling exclaimed. Tang shook her head. Don't forget, he invested the 9 million he made yesterday. Yi Bingling opened her mouth wide. Over $10 million. A company as big as Manhwa Advertising had less than 10 million net profit a year. Li Rui made 10 million in one day. Where to reason? The two beauties stared wide-eyed. Always felt like dreaming. Next door office. Li Rui put the profit of the day settlement and put it in, then turned off the computer, humming ready to leave work. Only to the door. The phone rang. The caller is Mom. Pick up the phone. Li Rui mood a little excited. After the rebirth, he has not been organized emotions. Do not dare to call home. Now hear the voice of the young teenage mom, the corner of his eyes a little wet. Mom, miss me? Li Rui laughed. What do you have to think about? I now only want to hold grandchildren. Otherwise all day playing mahjong. Boring. In addition to Mom's voice in the microphone, there was also the crackling sound of mahjong. Li Rui's smile froze. How to forget this thing? In his previous life, his father and mother's pattern of forced marriage, engaged in his head is big, later finally could not bear. In a return to the hometown of the new year when the pro engaged, Li Rui does not want to recall that thing. Dry cough said, Mom, I'm still young. You are 25. But also young what? I 25 when you can play soy sauce. Mom mercilessly chided. The era is different. Li Rui depressed. Mom drank. Less nonsense. I entrusted your cousin to introduce you to a girl, about to meet tonight. You now immediately go over. I can warn you you must get along with the girl, otherwise do not go home this year. Mom, Li Rui still wanted to ask again. The phone had already hung up. Listening to the busy sound coming out of the microphone, Li Rui cried and laughed. Mom's phone just hung up. Cousin's text message followed. Li Rui, I'll send you an address. Come over now. Remember to dress up handsome. Li Rui sighed. In order to be able to go home for New Year's Eve, this pro is a must to go on a blind date. Blind Date Cafe is not far from the company. Li Rui rushed to the time. Cousin has arrived. Cousin named Song Jie, only 1 year older than Li Rui. The two grew up with bare buttocks. Successively examined Shanghai State University. After graduation are working here. See cousin. Li Rui depressed. You are still a year older than me. Why aunt and uncle do not urge you to get married? Song Jie bristled. Maybe your old Li family has a throne to inherit. Only so anxious for you to get married and have children. Li Rui sighed. Cousin. Today this thing you help me mix over. Another day I invite you to eat Pizza Hut. Song Jie laughed badly. 3 meals. It's a deal. Li Rui was overjoyed. With his cousin as an insider, Mom's side should be easy to muddle through. In fact, I'll introduce you to this girl today. The person is quite excellent. Song Jie suddenly said. Li Rui shook his head. I am now career-oriented. Temporarily do not want to consider love. Song Jie music on your advertising agency's broken work, only earn more than 3,000 a month. What career if I say you hurry to resign, come to our company to work, not only earn more, co-workers of young girls are also more. Can career love double harvest? Li Rui said. I've recently been very much honored by the chairman of the board. Did you raise your salary? No. What's the use of that? Don't listen to the boss draw you a big cake. Only the cake that you eat into your stomach is real. The two were chatting. The door of the cafe opened and a girl wearing a black suit walked in. The girl's first impression to Li Rui was somewhat similar to that of Yi Bingling. Her eyebrows were full of competence and indifference, but there was not a small gap in her temperament, probably similar to that of Yi Bingling after bankruptcy. Gu Xin, you're here. Song Jie rose to greet. Gu Xin smiled faintly and said with the unique elegance of a working woman, Sister Song, just now the road was a bit jammed. Sorry for being late, said her eyes without revealing a sweep on Li Rui. Li Rui got up. Hello, I'm Li Rui. Hello, I'm Gu Xin. Gu Xin said. Everyone sit. Song Jie was full of smiles. Order something and chat slowly. They casually ordered pizza and some snacks, and then they officially entered the matchmaking session. Gu Xin said. I'm not too young. The blind date is for the purpose of marriage. I've learned some about your personal situation. It basically meets my requirements, but I still have some things to make clear in advance. Song Jie busy said, should. Each other have what conditions can be open to say. If we get along, we can get along. If we can't, we can just take it as knowing one more friend. Gu Xin said. I'll get straight to the point then. I am going to settle in Haizhou in the future, so I hope that my marriage partner can buy a house in Haizhou. Song Jie revealed a difficult look. As Li Rui's cousin, she couldn't be clearer about the Li family's family background. Li Rui's parents are ordinary workers. These years, although also saved some money, but not enough to buy a house in Haizhou full payment, or even get enough for a down payment is a problem. As for Li Rui, Song Jie simply did not take his 3007 salary into account. That little salary can guarantee to live as good. Buy a house on too much thought. What? Is there a difficulty? Gu Xin asked. Song Jia accompanied the smile. Full payment to buy a house is indeed a little difficult, but the down payment should not be a problem. Li Rui? Li Rui, you make a statement. Li Rui was lost in thought, was called back by Song Jia, hurriedly nodded as if pounding garlic. No problem. Gu Xin frowned. Can I take the liberty of asking? What is your current salary? My salary is 3,007. Li Rui answered truthfully. Just after finishing, he was stepped on by Song Jia, but unfortunately it was too late. Gu Xin's eyebrows frowned even more. I heard Sister Song say that you have graduated for a year. How come your salary is only this much? Li Rui said. Mine was a small advertising agency and the boss was black-hearted, so I earned less. A few kilometers away from a certain restaurant, Yi Bingling who was eating sneezed without warning. Gu Xin shook her head. Currently the houses on the edge of the inner ring of Haizhou are about 14,000 yuan per square meter. Buying a 100 square meter house is 1,400,000. According to the calculation of a 30-year loan and 30% down payment, you have to pay back roughly 5,000 yuan per month for the mortgage. My current salary is 5,008. Your salary is 3,007. Do you think this income level is enough? Not enough. Li Rui shook his head. $9,500 of income minus $5,000 of mortgage. There is still $4,500 left. In Haizhou want to rely on this amount of money to live a quality life. It's too difficult. Gu Xin shrugged his shoulders. So, I don't think there's a need to talk about it anymore. Chapter 0048 Acquaintance BFF. Don't. Seeing Gu Xin put up a refusal, Song Jia was anxious. Actually, I think it's quite a romantic thing for young people to struggle together to pay off the mortgage. Song Jia said, although you guys are earning less now, as long as you struggle for a few years, your monthly salary will easily exceed 10,000, and then you won't feel like there's a lot of mortgage payments. Gu Xin thought for a moment and said, Li Rui, then what are your thoughts about the future? Do you have any plans to change a job with a higher salary? Li Rui scratched his head. I don't have any intention of jumping ship for the time being. Could it be that you intend to get 3,007 all the time? Gu Xin coldly said. As you said, your company is so small and the boss is black-hearted. A monthly salary of over 10,000 is out of reach. Li Rui said. Actually needless to say, wait a moment, my girlfriend's over. Their real estate sales department is recently recruiting. You cast a resume. Gu Xin said. The real estate industry will have a great development prospect in the future, and earn more money than you in the advertising company for sure. If you can increase your salary to more than 5,000 within 6 months, I will give you a chance. Li Rui was shocked. This woman is also too confident. What makes her so common and so confident that she thinks she can control other people's destiny? Li Rui could see the fate of everyone around him after more than 10 years. They were not as confident as her. I don't have the intention to change my job for the time being. Li Rui shook his head. Gu Xin frowned. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. You know, my best friend did a single a few days ago and got more than 100,000 commission. Isn't this kind of income better than you getting a dead wage in an advertising agency? 100,000. Li Rui hasn't reacted much. Song Jia already exclaimed first. Are you talking about that? Gu Xin nodded. Sister Song also heard about it? Song Jia said. Such a big thing. Of course I heard about it. You say rich people are really strange too. Buying a house hurts more than buying cabbages. Gu Xin said. I can't understand the world of the rich, said she added. Li Rui, you and I are children from ordinary families, do not have the rich kind of conditions, so we have to work harder. My dream is to put down roots in Haizhou, buy a house, buy a car and travel abroad, and no longer worry about the firewood, rice, oil and salt, so that my next generation will not repeat the story of my struggle. I'll only accept you if you can work hard with me, otherwise we'd better stop here and not waste each other's time. Li Rui was a bit surprised. If it was him in his previous life, when he came across a woman like Gu Xin, he might really be spurred to progress and wouldn't have accomplished nothing. Even in this life, Li Rui had wealth that was hard for ordinary people to reach, but he was still impressed by Gu Xin. He realized that Gu Xin was not confident, but had a clear goal. Maybe her goal was a bit more secular, but there was nothing wrong with it. Li Rui retracted the inner spit he had just made and felt that Gu Xin was worthy of respect. You said it very well. It's a shame I didn't know you earlier, Li Rui said seriously. Gu Xin said, it's not too late now. If you really want to join the real estate industry, I can give you some advice. As he was talking, someone walked into the cafe and looked around. Gu Xin beckoned. Bai Lan, this way. The visitor hurried over and said, sorry, I'm late. Mr. Li, she covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Li Rui also froze. Isn't this girl the sales lady of Faraway Star Garden? You guys know each other? Gu Xin and Song Jia were surprised. Bai Lan said, He is. Ahem. Li Rui coughed dryly. We've met before at a PR event. That's right. We met at the event. Bai Lan reacted extremely quickly and nodded repeatedly. Gu Xin blinked and nodded. Since you guys know each other, that's great. Bai Lan sat down timidly and asked in a low voice. Gu Xin. Li Xian. Li Rui is your blind date? How is your chat going? AI real life drawing. Bai Lan conceptual drawing. Gu Xin said. I still have to examine him. Still have to examine? Bai Lan thought she had heard wrong. This kind of young and rich tycoon couldn't be found by lanterns. So what's the point of inspecting him? Gu Xin said. Li Rui's current job earns too little to afford a house in Haizhou. Isn't your company recruiting? Can you recruit Li Rui in? Bai Lan was dumbfounded. She confirmed again that it was indeed Li Rui on the opposite side and her heart turned over. Gu Xian's requirements are too high. Right. The person who can take out tens of millions of dollars down payment to buy 2 buildings at once also belongs to the people who earn less and can't afford to buy a house? Besides, what's the point of recruiting Li Rui into our company? To be the president of the owners committee? Bai Lan did not know how to answer, but found Li Rui squeezed his eyes at her. In the end, being from the property sales, Bai Lan is also considered to know how to read words and colors, and immediately said, good, this matter will be wrapped up in me. Thanks a lot. Gu Xin was delighted. Li Rui, this is an opportunity I've managed to fight for you with great difficulty. You must grasp it well. If you can meet my requirements in half a year, I'll talk to you as a friend. Li Rui nodded. Thank you. I will work hard and not disgrace you. Gu Xin also said. Bai Lan, thank you. Bai Lan awkwardly said. You're welcome. At this time, the waiter brought snacks, and several people ate and chatted. Gu Xin said. Bai Lan, how did you do that big order the other day? It's all over Haizhou now, saying that the person who bought the house is a coal boss. Really? Bai Lan glanced at Li Rui and saw that he was concentrating on gnawing chicken wings, so she said carefully, it's not a coal boss, it's a pretty handsome young brother. Young, handsome and rich? Song Jie's eyes lit up. Any pictures? Bai Lan shook her head. No, I don't dare to take pictures of my clients. However, it's really quite handsome. Song Jie skimmed her mouth. That may not be true. I guess you were dumbfounded by the tycoon with money. Even if an ugly guy took out so much money to buy a building, he must be a big handsome guy in your mind. Which is not true. He's really handsome, and he even brought a particularly pretty girl along. Bai Lan stole another glance at Li Rui. Seeing that he didn't react at all, her heart was slightly apprehensive. Wow, Song Jie was envious. That girl must be very happy. Gu Xin, on the other hand, faintly said, that may not be true. I still think that a girl's happiness should be in her own hands, and she can't just rely on a man. What do you say, Li Rui? Li Rui was gnawing on a chicken wing and didn't know how to answer. This kind of question is put in more than 10 years later. It is simply a life-saving question. A bad answer is a female fist warning. Good thing the cell phone rang at the right time, saving Li Rui's life. I'll take a call. Li Rui hurriedly got up and slipped away. As soon as he left, Gu Xin looked at Bai Lan. Do you like Li Rui? Ha! The pizza fell from Song Jie's mouth. Bai Lan was also dumbfounded. Chapter 0049 House Buyer. Why do you say that? Bai Lan's jaw dropped in surprise. Gu Xin said. I just saw you keep stealing glances at Li Rui and thought you were interested in him. Bai Lan hurriedly said. Which is not the case. I'm not even worthy of. I don't want to find a boyfriend right now. Then I'm relieved. Otherwise, I was afraid that sending Li Rui to your company would be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Gu Xin laughed. Bai Lan also smiled. Only the smile was forced. Li Rui returned to his seat after answering the phone and realized that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. But he didn't know what was going on. After chatting for a while more, Gu Xin suddenly said, it's almost time. I have to go back to review the materials for the accountant exam. So I'll leave first. I'll send you. Li Rui felt that he should send Gu Xin on a trip in all senses. Gu Xin shook her head and said, no need. My home is nearby. Sister Song and Bai Lan's home is farther away. So you'd better send them. We'll set up a time to meet another day. She walked away. Li Rui was relieved. Being with Gu Xin was like writing an exam paper under the teacher's eyes, always fearful that the other party would see any mistakes. It was better to meet less in the future. Better not to meet at all. I'll send you guys home. Li Rui turned to Song Jie and Bai Lan. Song Jie glanced at Li Rui, and then glanced at Bai Lan, and tapped her head and said, oops, suddenly remembered that the company is still a bit of a thing. You send Bai Lan. I'll go home myself later. I will go home by myself later. After saying this, she ran away in a puff of smoke. Song Jie from childhood is such a hot temperament. Has not changed. Li Rui did not put in mind. Naturally did not find Bai Lan blushing. I send you? Li Rui asked Bai Lan. Bai Lan timidly said, Mr. Li, I didn't affect you today, right? Li Rui laughed. You said gu xana. No. I didn't want to go on a blind date, but I couldn't argue with my mom and came over to cope with the errand. Bai Lan said. In fact, gu xin is quite good, and her motivation is especially strong. Well, I can see that, Li Rui said. Unfortunately, it's not suitable for me. For some reason, Bai Lan didn't feel disappointed for her best friend. Instead, she had a feeling of relief. The two of them walked out of the cafe while talking about the house purchase that day. Bai Lan was glowing. Li Rui felt that she smiled beautifully, as her name suggests, like a white orchid. Suddenly, Bai Lan's cell phone rang. She answered the phone, revealing a trace of helplessness. Mr. Li, there is something temporary in the sales office. I have to go back immediately. It's almost 8 o'clock. There's something at the sales office? Li Rui was surprised. Bai Lan helplessly said, our profession is like this. When customers come to see the house, when we go to work, then I'll send you. It's just that I want to take another look at the villas in your property, Li Rui said. Bai Lan was surprised. You still want to buy a villa? Li Rui said. If my parents move to Haizhou in the future, they are used to living in bungalows and don't like high-rise buildings, so I'll buy them a villa to make do. Bai Lan was speechless. It's good to have money. Villas can only be considered as making do. But considering Li Rui's financial strength, this make do is really not pretending, but really have the strength. When Li Rui took the Bentley, Bai Lan was even more speechless. Obviously have Bentley that day, but riding an electric car to buy a house. Rich people are so simple and unassuming. Arrived at the sales office, a young couple is watching in front of the sand table. Bai Lan walked over and said, Wang Dan, Zhao Kai, how are you? The young couple was covered in name tags and jewelry. They looked like rich people. Bai Lan, long time no see. The woman raised her hand, the gold watch on her wrist almost blinding people. The man nodded with little expression, but his gaze stayed on Bai Lan's body. The woman's name was Wang Dan and the man's name was Zhao Kai. Both were Bai Lan's high school classmates. Li Rui walked over. Wang Dan asked curiously, Bai Lan, who is this? Bai Lan shyly said, He is. I'm Bai Lan's friend. My name is Li Rui. Li Rui smiled. Oh, Wang Dan smiled oddly and stretched his voice. Zhao Kai, on the other hand, swept a hostile glance at Li Rui. You guys called me over in a hurry. What's the matter? After the pleasantries, Bai Lan asked. Wang Dan smiled. Zhao Kai and I are planning to buy a house, and I heard that you are selling properties here, so I specifically came over to ask you to give us a recommendation. Bai Lan was surprised. You guys made a lot of money? Wang Dan smiled chirpily and said, It's not us, it's Zhao Kai's father who has made some money in the past 2 years by contracting projects, so he's going to buy us a house in Haizhou to settle down. So envious of you, Bai Lan said. Wang Dan said, It's just a house. It's nothing. It's you. I heard that you've been doing well in the past 2 years. Did you buy a house in Haizhou? Bai Lan awkwardly said, I haven't bought yet. Wang Dan was surprised. Why haven't you bought a house yet? Bai Lan was a bit speechless. Do you still need to ask? It's definitely not that she doesn't want to buy it. It's not because she can't afford it. Although her heart was not too comfortable, Bai Lan still explained. I'm still saving for the down payment. Wow. Wang Dan was even more surprised. I thought you bought a house a long time ago, but Haizhou housing prices are so high. It's normal that you can't afford it. You're going to buy a house, so it's normal that I can't afford it? Although what Wang Dan said was the truth, it sounded uncomfortable for some reason. Bai Lan tried to adjust her emotions. You come to me on the right. Our Farhang Star Gardens real estate. Whether it is the location or housing quality and even a variety of property facilities are the best in the region. The house type is the European designers who have won the Red Dot Design Award for the elaborate design of. Wang Dan skimmed his lips and said, Unfortunately, the area is too small. Only more than 100 square meters. Zhao Kai and I looked at a 180 square meter high-rise before, and that one was just barely big enough to live in. Bai Lan opened her mouth and didn't know how to take it. Li Rui, on the other hand, smelled the smell of gunpowder. This girl didn't look like she came to buy a house, but rather like she came to show off. Wang Dan turned to Zhao Kai and said, Zhao Kai, why don't you say anything? I remember you had a crush on Bai Lan in high school. It turned out to be this. Li Rui suddenly realized. Bai Lan also seemed to understand something. Zhao Kai coughed dryly and said, Why do you always bring up things from your childhood? Wang Dan laughed and said, The feelings of childhood are only pure. Do not have to consider the family conditions, do not have to consider the work, as long as you like it is enough. But I didn't even put it on my mind. What are you nervous about? Do you still like Bai Lan now? Bai Lan really couldn't listen anymore and hurriedly said, Why don't you guys look into it again? My friend happens to be buying a house too. I'll introduce it to him first. Wang Dan was surprised. Wow, so young to buy a house. Then Bai Lan, you have to grasp it well. Don't miss another good man like you missed our Zhao Kai. Li Rui saw Bailan's face swollen red, so he laughed and said, luckily Bailan didn't fancy your family Zhao Kai back then, or else he wouldn't be able to touch me as a wonderful man. The moment these words came out, Bailan Wangdan Zhao Kai's three faces all changed. Chapter 0050, The President's Personal Visit. Bailan didn't expect Li Rui to stand up for himself. His face turned from red to pink and shy. Wang Dan and Zhao Kai even didn't expect to be mocked by Li Rui to his face. Their faces became ugly. Wang Dan said in a conspiratorial manner, yo, so you are the fabled absolute good man. I don't know how to be good. Is it better than my family Zhao Kai? Zhao Kai even showed disdain, not putting Li Rui in his eyes. Li Rui lightly said, whether I'm good or not, it's enough for Bailan to know. There's no need to tell you guys. Wang Dan sneered, then I'd like to see if the absolutely good man can afford to buy a house or not. Li Rui simply didn't bother with her, turned to Bailan and said, introduce me. Bailan led Li Rui to the sand tray. I think the 9th villa is the best location. Located in the center of the entire villa area, in front of the artificial lake. Every day sitting at home can enjoy the lake scenery, while sitting in 400 square meters of courtyard. Very suitable for the elderly and children activities. Li Rui nodded his head while listening. In his previous life, although he had come to Farhang Star Garden, he had never entered the villa area, but only heard that the quality of the property service was very good. Now combined with Bailan's introduction and the SanDisk demonstration, the more he felt that it was very suitable for his parents to live. Thinking of the previous life wasted half a life. Parents so old but cannot filial piety. Li Rui is a little sad. In this life, must let them live the best life. Wang Dan aimed from afar and sneered, Zhao Kai, what does it feel like to see your soulful goddess with another man? Zhao Kai was annoyed. What are you babbling about? I'm talking nonsense? A few days ago, you were talking in your sleep and calling out Bailan's name. I recorded it. You still don't admit it? Wang Dan said. Zhao Kai opened his mouth and stammered. I just dreamed about her. What can it mean? Wang Dan questioned. Then what does it mean that you have her old pictures stored in your cell phone? Don't think I don't know those little thoughts of yours. You simply haven't forgotten her all these years. Otherwise, why did you agree as soon as I said I came to find Bailan to buy a house? Zhao Kai helplessly said. I thought you really wanted to buy a house. Buy? Of course I did, but you can't buy it in Bailan's hands. I'm not going to her earn a commission. Wang Dan bristled. After saying that, she pulled Zhao Kai to Bailan and said, Bailan, I'll decide to buy it over here. You also know that it's a large sum of money after all. So I want to buy it directly from your manager and ask him to give us a bigger discount. Bailan was about to say something, but finally squeezed out a smile and said, no problem. I'll contact manager Yuan for you. I'm really sorry for making you come all the way here for nothing. Wang Dan hypocritically said. Bailan laughed. It's okay. My friend wants to buy a house anyway. Wang Dan then said with a curious face, oh, which building are you planning to buy? I originally wanted to choose the two buildings A-B in the center, but unfortunately they were all bought out, so I can only settle for the second best and buy the C building on the side. Li Rui faintly said, I'm still considering. Oh, then take your time to consider it. After all, buying a house is a big thing. If you spend so much money to buy a house that is not to your liking, that would be bad. Wang Dan laughed. It was hard to send Wang Dan and Zhao Kai away. Bailan said apologetically, Mr. Li, sorry to make you laugh. Li Rui laughed. I can see. She is here to demonstrate today. It can't be helped. It's all because you're too pretty that caused the trouble. Bailan's face was red again. She didn't understand what was wrong with her today. Why was she blushing all the time? At this time, a group of people walked into the sales office. The middle-aged man in a suit at the head looked around as soon as he came in, seemingly looking for something. When the sales ladies saw this man, they were all stunned. Mr. Shui. Wow. Why is Mr. Shui here? Mr. Shui. The customers in the sales office searched for the voice and found a familiar face that often appeared in various financial news. Shui Xingui. Shui Xiangui is the president of Farhang Real Estate. Farmers from scratch. Only a little more than 10 years to Farhang Real Estate from a small engineering team to a listed company. The experience is very inspirational. Although the real estate industry is not very prosperous in these 2 years, Shui Xiangui still occupies a place in the Forbes rich list with a fortune of about 1 billion. Seeing Shui Xiangui appear in the sales office, not only the staff of Farhang was excited, but also the customers. Shui Xiangui's eyes swept. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and he hurriedly walked towards the sandbox. Wang Dan and Zhao Kai's eyes lit up. We're also too dignified. Mr. Shui personally came to receive us? Wang Dan said excitedly. Zhao Kai hurriedly tidied up his attire. If Mr. Shui comes personally, he won't give a big discount? Wang Dan said. Don't freeze. Greet first. The two of them greeted him and said with a smile, Mr. Shui, we're just buying a small house. But we're actually still working for you. You're really welcome. Shui Xiangui froze. Who are you two? Zhao Kai hurriedly fished out a business card and said, Mr. Shui, my name is Zhao Kai. My father is the general manager of Triumph Construction Engineering Company. Shui Xiangui frowned and said, if you want to talk about cooperation, go to the engineering department. If you want to buy a house, ask the sales lady directly. After saying that, he didn't even bother to pick up the business card, but crossed over the two men and continued walking towards the sandbox. Zhao Kai's hands froze in midair, and his face swelled into a soy sauce color. Wang Dan was also shocked. What's going on? Mr. Shui isn't here to receive us, so what's he doing here? Shui Xiangui walked straight to Li Rui and said with a smile on his face, hello Mr. Li, I am Shui Xiangui. I happen to be inspecting this side of the property. I heard that your big client is here, so I came over to pay my respects. Seeing this real estate tycoon who was famous in his previous life, Li Rui was also a bit surprised, but still calmly said, Mr. Shui is polite. Shui Xiangui said, Mr. Li came last time and gave us a big business deal for Farhang Star Garden. What guidance do you have today? Li Rui smiled, planning to buy a villa for my parents. Shui Xiangui immediately said, Mr. Li is so filial, I must support it. No matter which one you buy today, I will give you the lowest price in the market. Li Rui said, is Mr. Shui serious? Then I'll be polite. Shui Xiangui laughed loudly. I'm looking forward to you being nonchalant. The more nonchalant you are, the more I'll earn. That's good. Li Rui pointed to the sand disk. Just now Bailan said that the 9th villa has the best location. I think it's good, so I'll keep one for myself and buy another one in case some relatives come to Haizhou to visit, just so I can buy all that row. Ha! Shui Xiangui thought he heard wrong. You mean, buy 3 buildings? Li Rui said. That's right. No. 8. No. 9 and no. 10. I want them all. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop on the ground. Especially Wang Dan and Zhao Kai were simply stunned. Chapter 0051 Real Estate Giant. Bragging. Bragging, right? Wang Dan and Zhao Kai felt that Li Rui must be bragging. This was buying a house, not a cabbage, and it was a villa. The smallest villa in Farhang Star Garden was more than 300 square feet, and the total price was around $10 million. It was simply not something that ordinary people could desire. Although Zhao Kai's father recently earned a lot of money, but only enough to buy them a house in Haizhou. As for the villa, they dare not even think about it. And the moment Li Rui opened his mouth, it was a villa, or 3. What is this not bragging? Zhao Kai suddenly said. He must be trying to show off in front of Bailan. Wang Dan also felt so. That's right, Bailan a building seller. How could he have such a rich friend? Just when they thought they knew the truth. I don't know who was the first to applaud in the sales office, and in an instant the applause thundered. Shui Xiangui also let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, last time it was 2 buildings, this time it's 3. Mr. Li really brings surprises every time he comes. You are so quick, I can't lose to you. How about 15% off? 3 villas nearly $30 million. Shui Xiangui opened his mouth and gave a 15% discount, directly knocking down the price of a set of townhouses. It was indeed very refreshing. Thank you Mr. Shui. Li Rui heard Shui Xiangui in his previous life as a man of bold and generous atmosphere. Today I see that the name is indeed true. You are my god of wealth. I have to thank you. Shui Xiangui smiled broadly. Let the people below do the formalities. Let's go have a cup of tea? No problem. Li Rui said. By the way, the house price can be discounted. The commission cannot be discounted. Shui Xiangui was stunned. The commission will definitely not be discounted. Li Rui nodded and asked Bailan. This time the down payment should save enough, right? Bailan was trembling with excitement. Last time the 3 buildings, she divided into more than 100,000, plus this time more than 100,000 commission. She not only saved enough for the down payment, but also spared the cost of simple decoration. After struggling for years, helping hundreds of people to settle down, she was finally able to have a place to settle down in this bustling metropolis. Can not be excited? Li Rui added, why don't you just buy in building C? It's closer to my AB and AB buildings, and you can usually walk around each other. Bailan's face reddened again, and she was at a loss as to how to answer. You are Bailan? At this time, Shui Xiangui said smilingly, the 2 buildings last time were also sold from your hands, right? Little girl is good, very capable. Go to the group's personnel department tomorrow and arrange a new position for you. Bailan's eyes widened in surprise. Thank you, Mr. Shui. Double happiness. All the sales ladies all looked at Bailan with jealousy. The commission of 3 villas, another 100,000 or so. Being promoted from the sales office into the group headquarters is even more of a step up. Aisha, who received Li Rui with Bailan a few days ago, was almost repenting. If she hadn't judged people by their appearance that day, maybe all this good fortune would have been hers, but now it's too late to regret it. Shwe Sengui pulled Li Rue to have tea, and the sales ladies surrounded Bailan, offering either sincere or hypocritical blessings. Sister Bailan, after you arrive at the headquarters, you must take care of your sisters. When you first came to the sales office, sister didn't take care of you. Don't forget sister when you get rich in the future. Li Rue is really good to you. This did not forget to help you ask for commission. Is not interesting to you? You must grasp the opportunity. Bailan was like in a dream, confused and didn't know what to say. In the distance, Wang Dan and Zhao Kai were dumbfounded. That kid isn't bragging? When did Bailan know such a rich friend? Are we still buying a house? Buy what? Go away. The two didn't have the face to stay and slipped away directly with their feet. Tea room. Tea curls. Shwe Xiangui drank a mouthful of tea and said, Mr. Li is young and talented. I don't know what line of work he is in. Li Rue said, I am doing investment. Oh, Shwe Xiangui revealed a strong interest. Which aspect of the main investment? Stocks, foreign exchange, futures, industry. As long as I can make money, I have dabbled in all. Li Rue said. Shwe Xiangui was a little surprised, really a hero out of the youth. I'm like you at this age, but also in the construction site to move bricks. Li Rue said, Shwe total joke. You start from scratch story I also heard. Can seize the opportunity of urbanization development, go with the trend. From the foreman development into real estate listed company president. I want to learn from you, there are a lot of places it. Shwe Xiangui smiled. I didn't expect Mr. Li to know me quite well. It seems that you usually don't pay much attention to the real estate market? Li Rue nodded. Real estate, this kind of profiteering industry. Of course I will pay a little more attention to it. Profiteering? Shwe Xiangui shook his head. Real estate is very difficult to do now. I'm not ashamed to say that my last year's new development of Farhang Star Garden and Farhang Zintiandi sales are not very satisfactory. The good thing about Farhang Star Garden is that you, the great magnate, solved a lot of problems for me, but there's still no improvement in Zintiandi, and I'm worried. Farhang Zintiandi? Li Rue knows that neighborhood. In today's eyes belongs to the urban and rural areas, but with the rapid development of Haizhou in the next 10 years or so, it won't be long before it will become a piece of treasure. And the rate of increase in the Farhang Star Garden compared to no less, he vaguely remembers. It seems that in May or June next year, Haizhou changed the original subway planning, in the vicinity of the new world of the voyage to add a subway station, directly driving the entire plot of land to take off vigorously. Early in the voyage of the new world of property owners, all earn a pot full of money. This is a good opportunity to make a lot of money. Li Rue calculates. Shwe Xiangui chatted a few more times and suddenly said, Mr. Li, are you interested in investing in real estate? 2010 is the end of the worst era of the real estate industry and the beginning of the best era. Some companies cannot survive this level of complete collapse. Some companies survive this level of skyrocketing. In the past life, Farhang real estate went through, in the subsequent decade of rapid development, revenue growth of 35 times, core net profit growth of 17 times, land reserve value growth of 33 times, net assets growth of 27 times, market value of more than 100 billion. Among the country's top 10 real estate leading enterprises, it is worth investing. Li Rue doesn't know how Shwe Xiangui survived in his previous life, but since he found his head, he can't miss this opportunity. Mr. Shwe is short of funds? Li Rue asked. Shwe Xiangui was a bit embarrassed. Those who do our business are always short of money. How much money do you need? More is better. Li Rue thought about it and said, I can invest in you, but I have a condition. Please say. I want to bag the sales rights of Farhang Zintiandi and return all the money within a year. Li Rue's calm appearance didn't look like he was talking about tens of thousands of square meters of neighborhoods, but a truckload of cabbages. Shwe Xiangui opened his mouth wide. He had been in business for decades. What kind of people he hadn't seen before, but it was really the first time he had seen someone so bold as Li Rue. Chapter 0052, Super Big Order. You said you're going to charter Farhang Zintiandi, not Farhang Star Garden? Shwe Xiangui couldn't believe it. Underwriting was a popular sales tactic in the real estate industry, especially in recent years when developers' financial chains were getting tighter and tighter. They preferred this way of being able to get money up front. Generally speaking, the underwriter will sign a contract with the developer, agreeing on the base price and the underwriting period, and pay a certain amount of money in advance. During the underwriting period, the underwriter sets its own sales strategy and prices, and the profit is the difference between the pricing and the base price. At the end of the underwriting period, the underwriter must purchase all the unsold homes at the contracted base price. In this approach, the developer makes less money, but recovers money quickly and reduces risk. Underwriters have a lot of risk, but will make great profits if housing prices rise. Recently, Shui Xiangui's capital chain is tight, in urgent need of funds to maintain the company's operation. Would have considered finding an underwriter, but a few projects at hand. Farhang Star Garden cannot give. Farhang Zintiandi and no one wants. A moment of dilemma. So when he heard that Li Rui took the initiative to underwrite Farhang Zintiandi, he thought he had heard wrong. Li Rui laughed. I want to underwrite Farhang Star Court. Shui is willing to give? Ha 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 ha. Shui Xiangui could only use laughter to hide his embarrassment. After laughing, he said seriously, Mr. Li, aren't you joking? Does Mr. Shui think I would joke about this? Shui Xiangui said with some excitement. If it's true, I can give you the most favorable conditions. Then let's talk about it in depth. Li Rui returned to the sales office, his eyes still gleaming even though it was already midnight. Shui Xiangui, who followed him, was even more full of excitement, walking with a tiger's gusto. The general intention of cooperation, the two sides have already talked about almost. The rest is to sign the contract. Mr. Li, I hope we can work together happily. When parting, Shui Xiangui held on to Li Rui's hand for a long time, unwilling to let go. Li Rui smiled. It will definitely be pleasant. When Shui Xiangui left, Bai Lan came over timidly. She hadn't been home waiting for Li Rui. What did you and Mr. Shui talk about? Bai Lan asked. Li Rui said, talked about cooperation. Cooperation. Bai Lan opened her mouth wide. Shui Xiangui was a big boss high up. The cooperation that Li Rui talked to him must be at least tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Right? Right. I have a question for you. Li Rui said. You say. Bai Lan's heart was pounding. Li Rui, if I want to ask you to work for me, are you interested? What do you want me to do? I don't know anything. I can only sell buildings. Bai Lan was surprised. Li Rui said. That's right. I want you to sell buildings. I packaged the Voyage Zintiandi. Ready to do a big job. How about it? Are you interested in helping me? Bai Lan was dumbfounded. Farhang Zintiandi, wrapped up? Before it was 2 townhouses, then it was 3 villas, now it simply wrapped up a whole neighborhood directly. Billions. What kind of guest did I receive? Li Rui looked at her face full of stagnation. So he said, there is no need to rush to answer me. First go back to sleep and think about it. You are always welcome on my side. Well, Bai Lan answered dreamily. This night, Bai Lan tossed and turned. Li Rui, on the other hand, was writing and spent another sleepless night. The next day, Li Rui rushed to the company with a yawn. It was already 9:37, a whole 37 minutes late. He walked to the office door, only to open the door. Next door to the chairman's office door opened. Yi Bingling face ice cold came out and said, come to my office. Li Rui into the Yi Bingling office. Strange, chairman, your air conditioning in this house is not open too much. How so cold? Yi Bingling grunted coldly. Li Rui, explain yourself. Why are you late? Do you think you are great because you are a bit talented and fixed the pro dear copywriter? Do you believe I will fire you now? Li Rui smiled. Chairman, you've wronged me. I was late for the sake of the company. For the company? Yi Bingling was furious. Then tell me how you were late for the sake of the company. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I definitely won't indulge you anymore. Li Rui handed over a document. This is a project I negotiated for the company yesterday. It's for this contract that I worked until after 4 in the morning last night before I went to bed. That's why I was late. Yi Bingling frowned. I remember you are from the design department. When did you do the work of the sales department? Li Rui said. Can't the design department talk about projects? The so-called can do more work. I'm such a good employee is not much. Or you give me 2 salaries? Yi Bingling took a deep breath to calm her anger. Picked up the file, ready to see what Li Rui was doing. She even made up her mind. If it's just a small order, then she definitely won't be polite. She must severely criticize Li Rui in front of everyone in the company to make an example of him. Then she froze. After a long time, she woke up and mumbled. Li Rui, is this true? 1,000 times true. Li Rui said. Farhang Real Estate actually wants to cooperate with us? Yi Bingling's face, which never had much expression, revealed a look of excitement. Big single. Real estate companies are the advertising company's favorite rich and powerful customers, and Farhang Real Estate is the leader of the real estate industry in Haizhou. Can cooperate with Farhang Real Estate? For Maoyuan Advertising, this kind of medium-sized advertising company is simply too good to be true. First of all, regardless of whether this single can earn money, just in Yanghang Real Estate cooperation this matter, it is worth writing a special book. In the future, when you talk about cooperation with customers, you can say that our company has served Farhang Real Estate, which is very dignified. What's more, the contract stated that the cooperation period was 1 year, and the amount was far beyond Yi Bingling's imagination. She was so happy. Yi Bingling really wanted to raise her arms and shout, but she suddenly calmed down and looked at Li Rui. she was too happy, but instead, she was a bit afflicted. This kind of big single, all advertising companies will break the head to fight to grab. How will fall to Li Rue's head? It can't be that this guy made it up to cheat me, right? How did you get this single? Yi Bingling asked. Li Rue said, I went to buy a house in Farhang Star Garden yesterday, ran into Shui Xiangui, and he chatted with him, and talked about this list. Yi Bingling was dumbfounded. Going to buy a house again? Ran into Shui Xiangui and talked to him? By the way, the negotiation came to fruition? Li Rue, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Chapter 0053, Registering a Company. Yi Bingling forced herself to hold back her inner apprehension and tried her best to make her voice seem calm. Li Rue, didn't you buy a house? Why are you going to buy a house again? Li Rue said, the ones I bought a few days ago were townhouses. For investment. Yesterday went to buy 3 villas, ready for my parents to live. 3? Can your parents live here? Yi Bingling was taken aback. Li Rue said, 1 for them to live, 1 for me to live, and 1 for relatives and friends who come to Haizhou to visit. Yi Bingling had a black line on her face. You treat buying a house as buying food, right? Then how did you run into Shui Xiangui? Yi Bingling squeezed this question out of her teeth. Li Rue said, he happened to be in the neighborhood and came to say hello when he heard I was looking at houses. He specifically came to say hello to you? Yi Bingling only felt incredible. That was Shui Xiangui, not some small real estate company's boss. It was a big tycoon whose name could be seen on Forbes. Li Rue said, is it strange? If someone signs a tens of millions of dollars of large orders with our advertising agency, you will definitely make a special trip to say hello. Yi Bingling thought, is such a reason? Not to mention tens of millions of dollars. It's not like she hasn't done the thing of dunking her head in wine for a few $1 million order, but she still couldn't accept it a bit. A small employee of her own company, actually talking and laughing with Shui Xiangui? If this was what it felt like to be rich, then Yi Bingling felt like she had never been rich. Tell me again how the contract was negotiated. Yi Bingling asked. Li Rue simply pulled a few sentences, but hid the fact that he had underwritten Faraway's into Yandy. He was also doing it for Yi Bingling's sake. In case it irritated her and triggered any mental depression, it would not be good. Yi Bingling didn't hear any cracks and had to accept the fact. Li Rue, thank you, Yi Bingling said with some difficulty. Li Rue coughed dryly. It's nothing, this is all what I should do. That. Yi Bingling was a little embarrassed. What I said before, don't take it to heart. What did you say? Li Rue deliberately asked. Yi Bingling blushed slightly. It was a rare view on her face. Looking at Li Rue's heart fluttered. Anyway, forget about being late. I've also written down this credit. Yi Bingling was a little flustered. Li Rue yawned. I didn't sleep well last night. Take a good rest these days. Come to work if you want to. Don't come if you don't want to. Just dock the Farhang real estate side. Yi Bingling immediately said. Then thank you, Chairman. I'll go home and take a nap first. Li Rue finished with a smile, turned around and left. Yi Bingling watched Li Rue leave, flipped over the contract and read it again, leaning back in her chair powerlessly, feeling that the world was too unreal. Li Rue of course didn't go home to sleep. He left the company and went straight to Guangdong distribution and found Chen Xinglian. A few days gone, Chen Xinglian seems to be more charming, overflowing with the flavor of a young woman, making Li Rue's eyes light up. Mr. Li, what can I do for you? In the workplace, Chen Xinglian's attitude was very professional and did not show any unprofessional behavior because of her relationship with Li Rue. Li Rue appreciated Chen Xinglian the most for this great sense of proportion, always knowing what to do on what occasion. I want to register a sales company. I also need talents in management, sales, legal affairs, and personnel. Li Rue took out a plan. Another result of last night's all-nighter. Chen Xinglian took it and flipped through a few pages, revealing a look of surprise. You're going to do a big business? Li Rue said. Well, I plan to cooperate with Farhang Real Estate. Need to set up a company to dock. The faster the better. Farhang Real Estate? Chen Xinglian was puzzled. Didn't you buy a house there? Why is there a cooperation? Li Rue simply said. Chen Xinglian opened her mouth wide. You want to underwrite Farhang's into Yandy? The location there is too remote. Are you sure you want to do that? Li Rue smiled and said. What? No confidence in me? Since I dare to underwrite it, I naturally have a set of plans. Chen Xinglian stay for half a day. I know people who represent the company. I can register the company soon. I'll keep an eye out for talent for you, but I'm not sure if I can find a suitable candidate. I will also contact headhunters on my side to find people, so keep an eye out for me. Li Rue nodded his head. After chatting about business, Chen Xinglian hesitated for a moment and said, Li Rue, when you start selling on your side, leave me a set. Ha? Li Rue froze. Chen Xinglian smiled and said, I happen to be planning to buy a house recently. Since you have started selling houses, I won't look around. so I'll take care of your business. Remember to give me a higher discount. Oh, Xintiandi is far enough away from this side. There is no subway and no direct bus. Are you sure you want to buy over there? Li Rui asked. Chen Xinglian said, there is no way. Who let my hand money is not enough, can only buy a little farther. Li Rui knew she wasn't telling the truth. You woman, you are afraid that my property won't sell, right? Alas, you don't think about it. If it really can't be sold, what role can the set you bought play? Although he felt that Chen Xinglian's approach was a bit silly, Li Rui's heart was warmed. Don't worry, I will definitely give you the biggest discount. He smiled. Leaving the bank, Li Rui was really a little bit unable to stand up, and returned home and fell asleep. This sleep in the dark, until the day wiped the dark before waking up, opened his eyes only to find that the cell phone has more than a dozen missed calls. Yi Binglings, Chen Xinglians, Yao Sichuans, Bai Lan's. How come they are all beautiful women calling? Li Rui thought about it and called Bai Lan back first. I've thought about it. I'll go over to help you anytime when you need it, Bai Lan said as soon as she picked up the phone. Li Rui said, are you sure? Staying in Farhang you will have a very broad development prospect. Going to my side everything has to start all over again. Are you okay with that? I'm sure, Bai Lan said firmly. Welcome, Li Rui smiled. Then there was Yao Sichuan. The little beauty had nothing important to say. Just greetings. Li Rui guessed that she wanted to date, but unfortunately there were too many things to do, so she could only pretend to be uninterested, and hung up after exchanging a few pleasantries. Then came Chen Xinglian. Li Rui, about the company and recruiting, I have an idea. Chen Xinglian said, why don't you acquire a ready-made sales company? As long as the transfer is processed, the license does not need to be reprocessed, and there is a ready-made sales team. Do you have the resources? Li Rui's eyes lit up. Chen Xinglian said, I have a friend. He knows a boss is planning to transfer the company. If you are interested, I can help you contact. Good. You arrange it as soon as possible. The company and manpower things have an eyebrow. Li Rui was in a good mood, and finally called Yi Bingling. Only as soon as he connected, Yi Bingling's voice chilled his heart. Li Rui, I'll give you 30 minutes. Go back to the company immediately. Chapter 0054, 2 programs. Li Rui rushed back to the company. Most of the employees have been off work. Only the chairman's office is lit. Walked to the door. Through the light shot out of the doorway, Li Rui happened to see a shocking scene. Behind the desk of Yi Bingling seems to be after a day's work some tired. Is somewhat unladylike to do the action of stretching. Her entire body is stretched out. Long neck as beautiful as the swan slightly raised. Hair waterfall like sprinkled down. A handful of slender waist twisted out of the delicate and graceful arc. This is the snow-white skin in the light. Diffused the luster of the soul. Beauty. Li Rui pushed the door in and sat down directly with a big grin. Yi Bingling raised her eyebrows and threw over a stack of manuscripts. Look, Li Rui asked doubtfully. What is this? Yi Bingling was slightly smug. After you left, I carefully studied the information of Farhang Xintiandi and made a planning program. You made it? Li Rui was greatly surprised. Yi Bingling said, my program took a full media multi-channel approach, with the professionalism of Farhang real estate as the main focus, highlighting the future potential of Farhang Xintiandi, mainly TV, radio, newspapers, posters and other publicity methods as the main focus, and then supplemented by modeling catwalks and concerts, to carry out high-density and high-capacity media, instantly triggering the attention of the whole city to form a huge publicity momentum, giving the potential home-buying crowd has the impression that the sales of Yuanhang Xintiandi are hot and the potential is unlimited, worthy of being the chairman of the advertising agency, when talking about the plan, overflowing with confidence, really beautiful, only, beauty to beauty, professional is also still professional, just a little outdated. Li Rui listened to the old ways. For so many years, advertisers are really lying in the book of credits to eat old money. Over and over again are these tricks, not to mention the consumer. Do not practitioners themselves feel bored? If really according to Yi Bingling's method to publicize, the New World sales can have a big upturn, do not know. Haijo various media will certainly earn a lot of money. This is neither the way Li Rui wants to publicize, nor is it in line with Li Rui's budget. Spend a small amount of money, start a high profile, do practical things, make a lot of money. This is what Li Rui wants. How is it? Not bad, right? Yi Bingling asked with anticipation, looking like an elementary school student waiting for the teacher's praise. Li Rui knew what Yi Bingling wanted to hear and said with a slight smile, Chairman, although this program of yours is already very professional and very detailed, can be taken directly to implementation, I think it can still be slightly modified. Is that so? Yi Bingling's heart was full of complacency. This was a program that she spent a whole day to make, and she was still very happy to be able to get Li Rui's recognition. Tell me, where does it need to be modified? Yi Bingling asked excitedly. Li Rui picked up a pen and sketched, "This is too costly. Can be cancelled. This one is too old-fashioned. Can't have it. This one is a bit taken for granted. Must be taken out." Not long after, the program was covered with red crosses. Yi Bingling's face was ugly. "This is called a slight modification? This has been completely rejected." "Okay," Li Rui finally said. "Overall, this program is still good. Chairman of the board, you have worked hard." Yi Bingling's face turned red, almost unbearably asked, "Li Rui, you're not dismissing my program wholesale. Do you have some opinion about me?" Li Rui coughed dryly. "How dare I have an opinion about you? I'm just being honest." Yi Bingling was even more angry. "Since my program is so bad, then you come up with a set of programs. I want to see what new tricks you can make." Li Rui, of course prepared, took out a USB flash drive and handed it over. Yi Bingling, dumbfounded. "What is this? It will not be the program, right? You said to go back to sleep. The original is to go back to do the program." "I misunderstood you," Li Rui said. "You do misunderstand. I did go back to sleep. This program is last night by hand." Yi Bingling plugged into the U-disk. "Find out the program documents, look up." Gradually revealed a surprised look. Li Rui knew that she would have such a reaction, secretly laughing in his heart. When Yi Bingling finished reading Li Rui's program, she took a long breath, rubbed her tightened temples, and twisted her neck, before raising her head to look seriously at Li Rui. This is the program you made? Propaganda can still be done this way?" she asked blankly. "How is it? Explosion or not?" Li Rui laughed. "Simple, brutal, bold, explosive, full of effects, and the cost is not too much. I believe that by the end of the event, at least 100 million people in the country will know the great name of Farhang Zintiandi." Yi Bingling thought that what Li Rui said was too exaggerated, yet she felt that it might not be impossible if everything was executed according to the program. It's just that she is still confused. What is in Li Rui's head? How could he come up with this kind of program? Although she is not from the class, after taking over the company, also study hard to come, think for all kinds of advertising and promotion methods are very familiar, but she has never thought advertising can also be done so. Carefully reading through it again, Yi Bingling was more and more surprised. Li Rui's program looks like a pie in the sky, but it is very feasible, and it can even be said that there is no difficulty. No one had ever done such a crazy thing before, but she believed that after this time, there would be a lot of people who would follow the cat's example. But no matter how those people imitated, Manhwa advertising was the first to do so. When she thought of this, Yi Bingling was so excited that she forgot about the program that she had worked so hard to complete but was criticized by Li Rui to Java. Li Rui added, "Chairman, this single for the Voyage New World and our company are an opportunity. Do a good job, win-win, will usher in a huge development. Do a bad job, lose-lose. Lose money cannot earn yell. So what do you think? Is your program good, or is my program better?" Yi Bingling really wanted to splash the water in the teacup on Li Rui's face, and a little reluctant to do so. "You bastard. Cannot say a little euphemism, must be so direct." However, she still endured. "My program is a little problem, and so I take back to change. A good change may not be as good as yours, but, for the time being, let's use your program first." Yi Bingling hesitated again. "This program, is it okay for you to promote it?" "Many thanks to the chairman of the board of directors for valuing it." Li Rui smiled. "I will do a good job, seriously. The pro dear side also needs you. Taking on 2 projects at the same time, will it be too much pressure?" Yi Bingling asked with concern. Li Rui smiled faintly. "There are many ways to deal with work pressure, such as self-adjustment, such as vacation relaxation, and then, for example, increase wages." Yi Bingling clenched her silver teeth. "As long as you get these 2 projects done, I'll give you a raise in salary, bonuses, annual leave. The rewards that are there will not be less. That's it? I thought you would give your body in return." Li Rui bellyache. Chapter 0055, Taking Over Starry. That night, Yi Bingling temporarily set up a penguin group as the project group for the advertisement planning program of Faraway Zintiandi. The group owner is Yi Bingling, who also serves as the deputy head of the project group, and the group leader is Li Rui. The company's prime minister, director, finance and other high-level are just members of the group. Must be unconditional all-round cooperation with Li Rui's work. Anyone who has a problem, direct dismissal. The group was peaceful and quiet. Everyone said they would cooperate fully and work hard. Privately, the whole company is boiling. Everyone is rumored. Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is officially on the throne. October 11th, 2010. Monday, the 9th day of rebirth. Early in the morning, Li Rui drove straight to Maple Leaf Road. Maple Leaf Road is located in the Jinpu district, which is the busiest area in Haizhou, concentrating many financial institutions, listed companies, large shopping malls and government agencies. The business atmosphere is very dense, can be said to be an inch of gold. Maple Leaf Road lined up 7 or 8 buildings of more than 30 floors. It is said that each layer of these buildings are loaded with more than a dozen companies. The profits and taxes paid each year is an extremely horrible number. Li Rui came to the Maple Leaf Road in the middle of the Xin building, parked the car and waited for a few moments, then saw Chen Xinglian elegantly walked. This road is a lot of white-collar women. Chen Xinglian is the most dazzling one among them. A lot of men in a hurry to rush to work, and she rubs shoulders. Will not be able to help but turn back to take a look at more, leaving a whole day's good mood. The two met. Chen Xinglian introduced, today to go to the company called Starry Marketing Planning, is a real estate agency specializing in property planning and sales agency. The business was not bad, but the economic crisis in 2008, the boss invested in the loss of a large sum of money, insisted on 2 years a little unable to hold out, would like to sell the company. Xing Rui? Li Rui felt that the omen is good. All the way into the Xin building, Chen Xinglian gave Li Rui some basic information about Xing Rui Company. The main drawback was that the business was basically stagnant, and it only relied on some old customers to maintain it. Some of the strength of the staff cannot see the future, jumping ship to leave the departure of the departure. Advantage is that the rent is still half a year left. The rent is relatively cheap, and then the license and basic facilities are complete. Do not need to reprocess, saving a lot of time and energy. And the company has no debt, and the boss is asking for a low price. Elevator to the 17th floor? The two went out after turning left and right and then left, before seeing the Starry Marketing Planning Company sign. A man wearing gold glasses, well-dressed man standing at the door. Once he saw Li Rui smiled and said, Mr. Li, nice to meet you. This is my friend Lu Jia. Chen Xinglian was a bit flustered and introduced. Li Rui shook hands with Lu Jia and realized that the other party's gaze was a bit flickering, as if he was secretly observing himself. After shaking hands, Lu Jia said, Boss Chang is already waiting for you. Once inside Starry, there was first a patch of cubicles. Starry's interior opened up 2 60-square-meter office rooms, one of which was used as a cubicle for staff offices, and the other was set up with a general manager's office, a finance room, and departments such as logistics and personnel. The place is not big, all the organs are complete, the layout is quite reasonable. Lattice room is empty, 10 desks only half of the office. Just a few people are still looking around. Through the cubicle, into the general manager's office. Starry's Cheng boss has already made tea. Negotiations went smoothly. A sincere want to buy, a really want to sell. It is just the price cannot be negotiated. Finally both sides reached a price of 430,000. Are quite satisfied. Chen Xinglian's lawyer friend again came to work for a whole morning. Completed the transfer of the legal procedures. Although the name has not been changed for the time being, but the company can already be said to be Li Rui. Boss Cheng called all the employees of the company together and announced the news of the transfer of the company. The employees seemed to be psychologically prepared and didn't react too much. Boss Cheng shook hands with Li Rui again and said, I'll leave this place to you. Good luck. Sending Boss Cheng away, Li Rui started his first lecture. I took over today on the first day, and I'm well aware that the company is experiencing quite a bit of difficulty right now. Some of the employees left before, and those who stayed are the backbones who have feelings for the company. Since I dare to take over, I certainly have the confidence to put the company back on track. I promise all of you that the previous benefits will only be better, and as long as you do a good job, we can certainly work together to grow the company. Next, there will be a big project for the company. I hope you all get your spirits up and start afresh, moving forward together. Li Rui didn't understand how the company was running yet and didn't say too much. Next, he asked his employees to organize and hand over the work at hand, and all of them prepared for the new project. Li Rui returned to the office, and before he could sit still, someone knocked on the door and came in. It was an employee from the sales department who said he wanted to resign as soon as he entered. Before, when the company was tough, you have been staying. I just took over and the company is just about to pick up. Why do you want to resign at this time? Li Rui asked. The employee laughed and said, if you don't have hair on your mouth, you can't do anything. You're too young for me to trust. Li Rui frowned and said, okay, you go. Don't regret it if you go. Ha ha ha. The employee looked like he heard some funny joke. After taking over such a mess, I think the one who regrets is you. The employee who resigned left. Li Rui turned around and saw Chen Xinglian's face was a bit ugly. He laughed. Sister Xinglian, what's your expression? Chen Xinglian forced a smile and said, I kind of regret introducing you to acquire this company. I just want a shell. I don't have the assets and personnel of this company in my sights. If I can use it, I can keep it. If I can't use it and can't keep it, it's not a pity to throw it away. Li Rui pointed to his head. What's important is what's in my head, not the others. Sister Xinglian, you have to believe me. Chen Xinglian couldn't help but ask, are you really sure? If the sales are bad, all that money you deposited in our bank won't be enough even if you lose it all. I'm a person who never does anything I'm not sure of. Li Rui laughed. Give me 3 days to reorganize the company's internal affairs. Then we'll start. Chen Xinglian saw that he was full of confidence, which made him down to earth. Li Rui suddenly asked, Is Lu Jie your ex-husband? How do you know? Chen Xinglian was taken aback. Guessed. Li Rui smiled. Look at the person is not bad. How divorced? Chen Xinglian shook her head. I don't want to mention him. By the way, the transfer fee of 430,000 has him 30,000 commission inside. I know, Li Rui said lightly. I'm not afraid of others making money from me. As long as he can help me, how much money he earns is what he deserves. Chen Xinglian didn't expect Li Rui's reaction to be so calm. Secretly glancing at his side face, emotions rolling around in her heart. Complicated. She could not see through Li Rui more and more. Chapter 0056 Win-Win Cooperation. After lunch, Li Rui brought Chen Xinglian to Xinhui Road, which was not far away. Unlike the mixed situation on Maple Leaf Road, Xinhui Road is full of large internet companies. Penguin, Taotao, Yuanda, Xinlong, Netsupress, Fox. The New Dimension building in front of him is the location of Xinlong's branch office in Haizhou, with a total of 18 floors, 8 of which are self-occupied and the other 10 are rented out. Xinlong is the earliest company to carry out internet business in China, which was once brilliant for a while, but gradually lagged behind in the fierce competition. Until last year, with the rise of VBO, XLM found a new business model. Nowadays, Xinlong V-Blog, Fox V-Blog, Penguin V-Blog, Net Suppression V-Blog, several big companies are fighting endlessly, among which the most red-hot to be counted in Xinlong V-Blog. The user has exceeded 50 million, is toward 100 million of the small goal of a big step forward. Li Rui walked into the New Dimension building, first saw the spacious and bright lobby and the imposing front desk, and could not help but TSK. Internet companies really have money. However, they spend the money of investors. Of course, the pup spends the money of the master does not hurt. Front desk lady is young and pretty, a uniform temptation, pleasing to the eye. Seeing Li Rui and Chen Xinglian arrive, she got up and bowed slightly. May I ask you too, what can I do for you? I'm from Maoyuan Advertising. I'd like to meet the supervisor of your company who is in charge of the V-Blog promotion business. Li Rui handed over a business card that was new yesterday. The receptionist said, May I ask if you two have an appointment? Li Rui shook his head and said, No. Front desk lady, sorry, if you want to see a supervisor level leader, you need to make an appointment in advance. The two of you can make an appointment request via email or phone and provide the appropriate. Wait a minute. Chen Xinglian interrupted. Please give that supervisor a call, and tell him that Chen Xinglian, the senior finance manager of Guangdong Issuance, wants to meet him. The receptionist froze for a moment and nodded. Please wait. She went to make a call and quickly returned. The two of you can go in. Supervisor Su is waiting for you on the 12th floor, room 1209. Entering the elevator, Li Rui asked in a low voice, How do you have such a big face? Chen Xinglian seriously said, The money they used to build this building was a loan from our Guangdong province. Put. Li Rui was happy. It's true that the face of the debtor master is bigger. He came to room 1209 and met Su Ping, the supervisor of the V-Blog promotion department. Manager Chen from Guangdong Issuance, right? Hello. Su Ping had a warm attitude towards Chen Xinglian, but didn't pay any attention to Li Rui, probably treating Li Rui as an employee under Chen Xinglian's hand. Chen Xinglian also realized it and smiled. Supervisor Su, I'm not the main character today. Today I am accompanying Mr. Li Rui. He wants to talk about a cooperation with your company. Cooperation? Su Ping froze. Li Rui handed over his business card. Maoyuan Advertising? Su Ping revealed a puzzled expression. In his impression there was no such small to medium-sized advertising company in existence. Fortunately, the face of the debtor was relatively big. Su Ping said after pouring water for them, What exactly is the cooperation? Mr. Li, tell us. Li Rui handed over the cooperation program. Su Ping turned down one page after another, his brows getting tighter and tighter. After flipping the last page, he looked up and said, Mr. Li, this cooperation project of yours? I kind of didn't understand it. What you mean is that you are doing activities on Vblog without giving us any fees, and you want Vblog to draw traffic to you for free? Are you not too clear about the current market? Chen Xinglian was also startled. She also knew a little about how hot Vblog was now. The nature of Vblog is similar to the media. If you want to cooperate you have to pay money. How can Li Rui engage in activities on Vblog without paying for it? It's like advertising in a newspaper without paying for it. Li Rui, however, said lightly, Supervisor Su indeed didn't read it. Giving money to Vbo? It's good that I don't care if you Bo ask for money. Su Ping's face sank. What does Mr. Li mean by this? Questioning my professional standards? I admit that your proposal is good, but our company has rules and regulations. If you want to do activities on Vblog, you have to abide by our rules and pay the due fees. Otherwise, I can only say sorry. Li Rui sighed and said, alright, since Xinlong Vblog isn't interested, I'll go to Penguin Vblog. Maybe they'll be interested. He got up and was about to leave with Chen Xinglian. Just then, someone stood at the doorway and peered inside. Are you Li Rui? At the doorway was a woman probably in her 30s, wearing black framed glasses, with clear features, and an OL set dress that was elegant and generous. Su Ping hurriedly got up. Mr. Ma. Li Rui looked at the other party strangely, did not remember recognizing such a person, but from Su Ping's reaction, it can be seen that the other party's rank is very high. Are you confused? Wondering who I am? It's also right, you don't know me at all. The woman smiled. But I know you. May I ask who you are? Li Rui really couldn't recognize her. The woman walked in and extended her hand graciously. Introduce yourself. My name is Ma Wenxuan. I'm the Deputy General Manager of the Haizhou branch of Xinlong Company, responsible for media promotion and publicity and outreach work. My father is Ma Xiaotian. You are Master Ma's daughter. Nice to meet you. It dawned on Li Rui. Li Rui didn't expect that Ma Xiaotian's daughter didn't inherit the family business, but ran out to struggle on her own. Since she could sit on the position of Deputy General Manager of Xinlong Haizhou branch, it was evident that she was very capable. Ma Wenxuan said, I heard about you from my father. Also watched the live video of that day. I have a deep impression of you. I just passed by the door and recognized you at once. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ma Wenxuan asked, Mr. Li, why are you here? Talking business? Su Ping shuddered and hurriedly said, Ma, Mr. Li is here to talk about cooperation. We are discussing the details. This ability to steer the ship, quite a cow. Just now also said sorry. In a flash became discuss details. Li Rui also did not dismantle, just smiled and said, yes, I came to give your company a big gift. Oh, what big gift? Ma Wenxuan was very interested. I wrapped up the sales rights of a neighborhood, and I want to engage in a joint promotion activity with Vbo. Li Rui said, I made a planning program that can achieve a win-win situation, and I just gave it to Supervisor Su. Yes? Ma Wenxuan looked at Su Ping. Supervisor Su, how do you feel? Su Ping, however, did not know how to answer. He wasn't sure what exactly was the relationship between Ma Wenxuan and Li Rui. In the world of adults, superficial relationships and actual relationships were often different. The people who are in the face of the spring breeze may secretly be mortal enemies. The people who are not in contact with each other in the open may be sleeping in the same bed behind the back. Su Ping didn't dare to take a stance, lest he stood on the wrong team. He could only squeeze out a smile and said, I'm still considering the feasibility of this program. Why don't Mr. Ma take a look for me? Chapter 0057 Even more shameless. Ma Wenxuan was such a smart person. Seeing Su Ping's reaction, she knew that there must be something wrong with the cooperation project. If it was any other time, Ma Wenxuan would definitely not meddle in the matter. She was the vice president. She had to control the whole situation at a high level, instead of focusing on the minutiae. But today was different. The one who came to the door was Li Rui, the young man that her father had praised so much, which filled Ma Wenxuan with intense interest. She wanted to see what kind of project Li Rui brought, and whether this person was worthy of the kind of regard her father had. Good, then I'll take a look and learn as well, Ma Wenxuan said and took the planning program, carefully flipping through it. Li Rui was confident. Chen Xinglian was apprehensive. She didn't know what exactly was written in Li Rui's program. Since Su Ping couldn't pass that level, how could she pass Ma Wenxuan's level? Su Ping, on the other hand, secretly regretted. Just why to say the words to death? Hiss. The more Ma Wenxuan looked at it, the more shocked she was. This is the real estate promotion program? It can still be messed up like this. Why didn't I think of it before? After she quickly read it once, she flipped back to the first page and carefully read it a second time. By the time she finished reading it, half an hour had already passed. It wasn't that she intentionally delayed time. It was really that this program was too operational, and even opened a door for Ma Wenxuan to see the unlimited potential of Vblog marketing promotion. The whole program, Ma Wenxuan can play 99 points. The only deduction of 1 point is Li Rui too stingy. This guy actually a penny promotion fee are not going to pay, but also hope that Vblog to him free diversion of 1 million fans. If someone else mentioned cooperation conditions like this, Ma Wenxuan would have thrown the program away and got up to go. She also finally understood why Su Ping reacted that way. This is also to not to take the new Lang Vblog as a dish. Right. However, Ma Wenxuan was still thinking about the possibility of cooperation, because she saw a vast and incomparable prospect. She could even imagine what a sensational effect this project would cause when it was released. It is even possible to help Vblog complete the small goal of 100 million users ahead of schedule. No wonder her father praised Li Rui. This young man indeed deserved it. After thinking for a moment, Ma Wenchuan smiled and said, Mr. Li, you made this proposal? Li Rui nodded and said, yes, it's too wonderful. Although I've been in this business for quite some time, I was still taught a lesson by you. I can responsibly say that this project, if it can be made, will definitely be able to leave a strong mark in the history of Weibo's development. Ma Wenchuan said. This evaluation was very high. Anyway, Su Ping had been working in Xinlong for 7 or 8 years, and it was the first time he had heard such a high evaluation from Ma Wenchuan's mouth. Li Rui said. General Manager Ma overpraised. Chen Xinglian also breathed a sigh of relief, but peeked at Li Rui with a pair of bright eyes curiously, wanting to know what exactly he had done to make this beautiful boss so high-fiving. Ma Wenchuan looked at Su Ping. Supervisor Su, what do you think? Su Ping said with a bit of hesitation. General Manager Ma, I do have some immature views. It's okay, feel free to say. There were some words that Ma Wenchuan was not comfortable saying and needed Su Ping to step forward. Su Ping understood. The entire project does have very strong executability, and the prospects are also very considerable. I basically agree. The only problem is that the cost is unreasonable. Our company has never had this kind of precedent. If we can agree on the cost, I think this project can still be done. Su Ping said. Ma Wenchuan smiled. Li Rui, what do you think? Li Rui knew that they wanted money and said very directly, for the entire project, my budget is only 4 million, and every penny of this 4 million has to be invested in the execution of the project, so I really can't get any extra money to pay Weibo. If your party finds it unacceptable, I can only express my regret. Su Ping stared wide-eyed. You threatened me? Li Rui spread his hands and said, the reason why I was the first one to come to Xinlong with the program was because I was interested in your party's traffic effect, but Xinlong is not the only vlog product on the market. I can also go to Fox or Penguin. They will definitely be very happy to have such a pop-up program so that they can have a chance to catch up with Xinlong. If you take this opportunity to tilt the traffic to those few competitors' turf, I don't think you guys will be too happy, right? Su Ping's face turned green. Threat? A naked threat? Who do you think you are? Dare to threaten our General Manager Ma like this? Don't you know that General Manager Ma Shi, etc.? Su Ping suddenly realized that Ma Wenchuan seemed to be seriously analyzing Li Rui's words. Can't be. Ma General Manager, you in my mind in the wise and invulnerable, actually will be threatened by this kid? Li Rui continued. General Manager Ma should be able to see that the advancement of this project is not only to advertise Farhang's Intiandi, but also to help Xinlong attract huge traffic. In this era where traffic is king and traffic is money, isn't it a huge benefit for Xinlong to gain? I hope that your side can look at the long term, and after this battle to completely defeat the other vlogs and dominate the market. There is no problem to make as much money as you want at that time. Su Ping was dumbfounded. Your project is good, but it's not so exaggerated, right? People Fox vlog Penguin vlog is not papier-mâché. Why should it be defeated by a $4 million project of yours? Chen Xinglian is also a little silly. In her impression, although Li Rui radical a little, but still have rules and regulations, not the kind of very impulsive hairy boy. But now, Li Rui's confident look made people suspect that he didn't come to beg for cooperation with Xin Lang, but came to give Xin Lang a chance. The customer is bullying the store? Ma Wenchuan also laughed. She recognized that what Li Rui said had a few points of truth. The prospect of this project is very huge, and it should never be taken by a competitor. Now the new Lang vlog is indeed a step ahead, but many users are at the same time to use several vlog. Which vlog more stars to pay attention to which vlog activities are fun to play which, has not formed the so-called brand loyalty, not to mention the industry moat. If Li Rui's project is really promoted in other vlogs, it will have a great impact on Xinlong vlog, and may even lead to the loss of a large number of users. Unless, Ma Wenchuan smiled, this project may not necessarily have to cooperate with you. Find another company that must be willing to pay more money to make a similar event out of it. At these words, Su Ping's eyes lit up. In fact, this was also his idea. When he rejected Li Rui before, he was thinking that he could find another company to do a similar activity out, and the effect would surely explode as well. Chen Xinglian on the other hand, her face changed dramatically. Too shameless. Originally she thought that banks were the most shameless industry in the world, but she didn't realize that internet companies were even more shameless. Li Rui, however, laughed and smiled brightly. Good. This program is given to your company for free. Li Rui got up. Luckily I've hidden a few hands. I hope I can make a fight with you guys to see which one has better results. Chapter 0058 Betting Agreement. Li Rui got up and walked out without the slightest bit of attachment. Chen Xinglian hesitated and followed closely. Su Ping was secretly happy, pondering which well-connected company to introduce the project to. If the promotion effect is explosive, he can get a lot of benefits from it. Seeing Li Rui 1 foot has already stepped out of the office, Ma Wenchuan suddenly said faintly, "Don't be anxious, I still have something to say is not finished." Li Rui stopped, did not look back, said, "Oh, what else does Mr. Ma have to say?" Ma Wenchuan laughed, "Let's do it this way. I'll study the project program again. At the latest, I'll give you a definite answer before I get off work tonight." Hearing Ma Wenchuan say this, Su Ping's heart sank. Su Ping understands Ma Wenchuan's character, usually strong and bold thunder and lightning chopping iron. No matter how big things to her hands, will be chattering to solve the problem. Now, Ma Wenchuan actually need a whole afternoon to analyze Li Rui this project, that she is really moved. Li Rui nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give Ma a whole afternoon. I want the results at 5 o'clock. After saying this, Li Rui left. Su Ping stayed standing for a long time, indignantly said, "Mr. Ma, this kid is also too crazy." The rest of the words did not say out on the chokeback, because Su Ping clearly see, Ma Wenchuan face reveals a rare joy. Finished, Su Ping knows that his own benefits are gone. Walked out of the new dimension building. Chen Xinglian quickly walked a few steps to catch up with Li Rui. Worried, "Li Rui, you are not afraid that Ma will plagiarize your project?" Li Rui laughed and said, "If she wants to plagiarize, she will plagiarize. At most, she can only plagiarize the skin. She can't plagiarize the essence." Chen Xinglian was slightly relieved. Then what do we do now? Unconsciously, she had already put herself on a united front with Li Rui, completely forgetting that her identity was a senior financial manager of Guangdong Issuance rather than Li Rui's secretary. First go and have a cup of coffee, then look at the stock market and wait for 5 o'clock. Li Rui said, "Don't we need to contact the Penguin and Fox people again?" Chen Xinglian was still a bit worried. Li Rui shook his head and said, "No need. Those are all rabble. Only Xin Lang can unite the world. This project must be done in Xin Lang. Then you still put forward such harsh conditions? How about giving Xin Lang some promotion fees?" Chen Xinglian said. Li Rui hemmed and hawed. "Beautiful them. I'm helping them to accelerate their development and growth. It's good that I didn't ask them to sponsor us some." Finding a nearby cafe, the two settled down. Li Rui opened the stocks and futures software on his cell phone and watched the trend. Chen Xinglian caught sight of it and asked in a low voice, "How are your recent earnings?" "Made tens of millions of dollars," Li Rui casually said. Chen Xinglian froze. Tens of millions? Did not hear wrong. October 8th. The stock market reopened. Today is only the 11th. 4 days earn tens of millions of dollars? Even if the bank earns not so fast, how did you earn it? Chen Xinglian asked incredulously. Domestic stocks earned more than $1 million. Magnesium stocks earned a few million. Futures earned more than 20 million. Li Rui said. Chen Xinglian was a little skeptical. She recently paid attention to a few very famous funds, up to a few $1 billion. With the support of many financial experts and trader big shots, earned less than a fraction of Li Rui. No wonder Li Rui to open so many accounts after winning the lottery. The original is a master. Li Rui quickly operated on the cell phone, buying and selling, building and reducing positions. Busy. Chen Xinglian looked dazzled. She is a professional and yet, not professional can only see a piece of red and green, completely unable to understand what Li Rui is operating. Time flies, the stock market and futures market settlement. On this day, Li Rui completed the establishment of a position in the gold industry technology, the whole 20,000 hands. The current profit is more than $4 million. Cotton futures, 100/ton increase again let Li Rui accounted for more than 10 million. He is of course the more than 10 million of the proceeds continue to put in. Expand the amount of funds, continue to hold a full position. Not the slightest fear of the risk of bursting the position. Chen Xinglian see in the eyes, panic in the heart. Several times want to advise Li Rui not to play so exciting, but held back. Not that her sense of proportion played a role, but she realized that she could not keep up with Li Rui's thinking, and risked putting forward suggestions in addition to affecting Li Rui's judgment. It is useless. In that case, it was better not to say anything. Time is almost up. The two returned to the 12th floor of the new dimension building, this time directly into Ma Wenchuan's office. Ma Wenchuan said bluntly, "Li Rui, about this project thing, our company can accept it in principle, but there are some details that need to be changed. Please say." Li Rui knew that the other party had already made a huge concession and nodded with a smile. Ma Wenchuan said, "The upper echelons of the company are very interested in this project and are willing to cooperate with you. In order to cooperate with your program, they are also willing to change the rules. But in order to ensure the smooth progress of the program and the interests of our company, we need you to sign a betting agreement. According to your program, the promotion period will be 1 month, with a total of 4 rounds. The company will fully cooperate with you and do a good job in each round of promotion. But you must ensure that the traffic attracted in each round meets the expected target. This includes the total number of topics, the number of media voices, the media attention, the introduction of traffic, the number of fans, the number of comments, the number of retweets, etc. As long as you meet our data requirements, you can advance to the next round. If it can't be reached, your company will have to pay a certain fee. Li Rui smiled. This move by Ma Wenchuan had long been in his expectation. Xinlong admitted that Li Rui's proposal was feasible, but to what extent it could be advanced, they had no idea in their hearts. Neither do they want to miss this opportunity, nor are they willing to take on too much risk, which is why Xilong wants to bet against it. In this way, even if the project did not achieve the expected results, the new Lang will not be a chicken and egg in vain. Xinlong is very shrewd, but also a little petty. No wonder sitting on the V-blog so will lay golden eggs hen. The previous life still cannot beat any internet giant, can only do a vassal guarding their own acres and thirds of the land, mainly because of the temperament pattern is not quite enough. But Li Rui also knows that this is the most favorable result for both sides. It is impossible for Xinlong to give in again. So he nodded and said, "Yes, I can sign it now." Ma Wenchuan was delighted and immediately handed over the contract that had been prepared long ago. Li Rui, of course, would not sign it indiscriminately, and could only trouble Chen Xinglian's lawyer friend to make another trip. When the contract was signed, it was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening. It's so late, everyone hasn't eaten yet. There is a good restaurant nearby. My treat, Ma Wenchuan said. Li Rui didn't really want to go. The magnesium stock was already washing up waiting for him. Ma Wenchuan, however, said, "Recently there is an auction of things I am very interested in. Want to ask you to help palm eyes." Looking for me to palm eyes? Li Rui froze. Ma Wenchuan laughed. "My father said that your eyesight is better than many masters." Chapter 0059 When you are a beautiful woman. High hat everyone loves to wear. Once I heard that the famous Ma Xiaotian praised himself, Li Rui also a little fluttering. Then go. Tonight first let magnesium stock a horse. Tomorrow then get it a wind in water. To the restaurant. A few people order food. Chen Xinglian and lawyer friends chatting. Su Ping knowingly held up the phone. Ma Wenchuan opened the briefcase, pulled out a picture book. Gade Yongcheng International Auction Company, Ltd. 2010 Winter Auction Modern Paintings and Calligraphy. Before the large-scale auction, the auction company will send a similar album to important customers, the content of which mainly has the introduction of the auction and pictures, as well as estimated prices and other relatively detailed information, which allows customers to familiarize themselves with the auction in advance, to develop a bidding strategy. These albums are limited and only sent to major clients. With Ma Xiaotian's status and position in the collection industry, it is not strange to be able to get the album. Just Li Rui some strange. Ma Xiaotian's collection style is ancient. The more ancient things are more rare. Not too interested in modern things. Last time those two Zhang Daqian's works, in Ma Xiaotian's collection belongs to the very rare. Instead, what Ma Wenchuan took out was an album specializing in modern calligraphy and painting, which was not at all Ma Xiaotian's collection style. Li Rui suspected that this was her own hobby. Sure enough, Ma Wenchuan said, "I am influenced by my father and usually like to play collection, but I'm different from my father. I prefer to collect paintings and calligraphy from the revolutionary era." Li Rui nodded his head in understanding. There are many people who yearn for the fiery red era as Ma Wenchuan does, and works with the distinctive style of that era are very hot in today's collectible market, and the price has been rising steadily. This time, I've got my eye on a few paintings, but I'm a bit unsure about the authenticity, so I'd like to ask you to take a look for me, Ma Wenchuan said. Li Rui coughed dryly and said, "Ms. Ma, are you mistaken? The last time I picked up a leak in your father's auction, I was just lucky, not really know my way around. You're looking for me for this kind of thing. That's the wrong person." "Oh really?" Ma Wenchuan was surprised. "But, Mr. Jin Wenshan said that there are no such coincidences under the sky." Li Rui didn't expect. He has been so careful. Actually still be seen through? Ma Wenchuan smiled and opened the album. "You just take the trouble to help me look at it." Li Rui, speechless, can only pretend to hold up the album to see. When he looked at it, he froze. How is it so coincidental? The painting above he really recognized. In his previous life, there had been a small joke around the authenticity of this painting. "How is it?" Ma Wenchuan asked with full of interest. "This Fruit of the People is a painting by Mr. Tang Qi, 5.6 square feet, created in July 1973, obtained from the artist himself. Isn't it still good? The reserve price is 140,000. I think I can take it within 200,000. Li Rui said. "Do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" "Of course it's the truth." "Then don't buy it. This painting has problems." "How could there be a problem?" Ma Wenchuan was surprised. Guard's credibility in the industry has always been very good. If there are problems with the painting, there's no way it will go up for auction. Li Rui said lightly. Tang Chi has painted a total of 3 fruits of the people. One went out. One is in the Jinmen Museum, and one is in the Haijiu Museum. I've seen the one in the Haijiu Museum, and the style and colors are very similar to this one. Only the details are slightly different. I did my research and thought that this was the painting that went out before I wanted to buy it, Ma Wenchuan said. Li Rui shook his head. Impossible. Why is it impossible? The 3 paintings Tang Chi painted are all 18 square feet. Ma Wenchuan didn't speak for a long time. Li Rui thought she was sad, but she didn't expect her to suddenly guffaw and say, Master Jean was right. You're really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fooled, Li Rui suddenly realized. This woman was too cunning. She wasn't here to ask for advice at all. She was here to test the waters. Secretly screaming in his heart that it is not good, Li Rui did not show any color on the surface. The more this kind of time, the more cannot panic. Must show the appearance of the chest. Ma Wenchuan was really bluffed by Li Rui. You are not surprised? Li Rui said, what's so surprising? That day at the auction, you really saw the problem with Spring River Flower Moon? Ma Wenchuan's eyes widened. Unspeakable. Li Rui smiled, knowing that Ma Wenchuan wanted to know the answer, but preferred not to talk about this topic. After dinner, it was already late. Li Rui drove Chen Xinglian and her lawyer friend home. Seeing Li Rui's car, Ma Wenchuan and Su Ping were also taken aback. In 2010, Bentley is still very capable of holding up the scene. No matter who is driving such a car, it will be impressive. Ma Wenchuan sked, one day lend me open chant? Li Rui laughed, Mr. Ma joking, your family is big, but also care about such a broken car? Said a smoke ran away. Ma Wenchuan stared at the distant shadow of the Bentley car, the corner of her mouth slightly curved. Mr. Ma, this project. Su Ping came over. Ma Wenchuan said, go all out to do it. If this project is done well, at the end of the year, you and I will be able to go further. Su Ping's eyes lit up, no longer going to lament the benefits that flew away. Chen Xinglian got off the bus, said hello to Li Rui and returned home. Lu Jie was drinking, and there were already 5 or 6 beer bottles thrown across the floor. Seeing Chen Xinglian back, he drunkenly said, how come back is not accompanied by the boy surnamed Li celebrated? Should I congratulate you? Starry's new boss lady. Chen Xinglian frowned. What are you talking about? I told you a long time ago, Li Rui and I are just friends. Friends? Che, if you're just friends, why are you so attached to his affairs? Hearing that Starry Company is going to be transferred, you immediately helped to contact him? Lu Jie snorted coldly. If you can't speak properly, don't say anything. Chen Xinglian shook her head. Lu Jie suddenly got up and reached out to grab Chen Xinglian's arm. Chen Xinglian dodged back. What are you doing? Lu Jie laughed. I got 30,000 commission today. My heart is happy. You have celebrated with surname Li. Then celebrate with me? Chen Xinglian coldly said. Lu Jie, we are already divorced. Don't mess around. Lu Jie said. All old married couple. What are you pretending? He said and messily touched up. Get lost. Chen Xinglian stomped on Lu Jie's leg. While he was bending over in pain, she flew into the room and unlocked the door. Outside came the angry roar of Lu Jie dropping the bottle. Chen Xinglian, don't think I don't know what you think. You just see that he is young and rich and you want to be a big shot. You don't think about it. You're a divorced woman. You're so old. Can he look at you? An old cow still wants to eat young grass. Don't you dream. Chen Xinglian cowered in the corner, silently shedding tears, secretly thinking, tomorrow, must move. Chapter 0060 Wolf Culture. On October 12th, there was rain. In the sky, clouds came and went. Sometimes a sharp rain fell. Sometimes the rain cleared. Li Rui had just entered the company when Fatty came over and squeezed his eyebrows. You had a stroke? Li Rui asked. Fatty glared. Bah, your mouth is no good words. Why did you make such an expression if you didn't have a stroke? Li Rui laughed. Fatty whispered, yesterday you did not come to the company all day. Why did you go? Running business to go. Li Rui said. Fatty nudged towards Yi Bingling's office side. Yesterday, the chairman of the board was in a bad mood all day, scolded a lot of people, and the Mediterranean Sea was almost scolded to tears. Everyone said it was because you didn't come, so you mustn't miss work again in the future, or everyone really can't carry it. Li Rui thought the fat man was exaggerating too much, but as a result, only when he walked to the office door, Yi Bingling came out with a face as heavy as water. Li Rui, what did you do yesterday? She asked coldly. Li Rui was surprised and said, Chairman, wasn't it you who said that you put me in charge of the new project? I went to run the project yesterday. Any results? Yi Bingling's eyes lit up. Fortunately, I was able to negotiate the new Langvi bow down. Li Rui said. Really? Yi Bingling opened her mouth slightly, her face full of disbelief. Only after she read the contract did she believe that Li Rui really did it. How did you do it? When she looked at the details clearly, she was even more shocked. Xilongbo doesn't want money and gives us promotion for nothing? Li Rui said. Of course, it is to reason and move them, telling them that if they join together, it will benefit both. If they split, it will hurt both. Mr. Ma, the person in charge of Xilongbo, was quite reasonable, and instantly found the potential of this project, and signed with me. It's that simple? Yi Bingling always felt that Li Rui wasn't telling the truth, but with the contract in hand she couldn't care less. I'm going to talk about the contract with the agency of Farhang Zintiandi today. The boss over there is quite difficult to deal with, so it might take a bit more time, Li Rui said. Yi Bingling immediately said, go ahead and don't have any worries, no matter what conditions the other party puts forward. The company and I are your strong backing. If there are business expenses, all reimbursed. What if there are the kind of expenses that can't be invoiced? Yi Bingling's face was a bit ugly. The other party's expenses can be reimbursed, and you pay for your own expenses. Cheap, Li Rui muttered, turned around and slipped away, out of the company. Li Rui was in a happy mood. The agency of the voyage to the new world is starry. He is the boss. This contract wants to sign how to sign. After going around in such a circle, Li Rui just wants to get a big single for manhwa advertising to relieve Yi Bingling's financial pressure, so that she doesn't have to invest all day long. On the other hand, Li Rui does need an opportunity to lay out his forces in the field of new media, advertising and real estate. Manhwa Advertising and Starry Company are two starting points. As soon as it rains, Haijo is stuck in traffic. When Li Rui came to Starry Company, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The company is quiet. Li Rui walked in and realized that the outside lattice room is empty and no one. The ground is also thrown a few clusters of garbage. I do not know, yesterday there is no cleanup health. Inside the office came the sound of talking. Li Rui slowly walked over and stood by the door to listen sideways. I see, there is a doorway to hurry to go. This company sooner or later finished. Yesterday Xiao Su just resigned and went to Hung Yuan Real Estate. I heard that a mere monthly base salary is 4,000. The new boss is young, so he's probably practicing on us. Look, what time is it? People haven't come yet. Hey, if not for the mortgage, I would have quit. Li Rui heard a general heart a smile. Starry decay is not a day or two things. Have the ability to have access to the long ago ran, the rest of these with the old, sick and disabled to describe it is not too much. Treat these people, have to use some means to do so. Squeak, Li Rui pushed open the door. The employees who were complaining were all startled, and when they saw that it was Li Rui, they all lowered their heads. All in? Li Rui smiled. Finance Sun Big Sister dryly laughed and said, not yet assigned work, we chat together. That, boss is here. Everyone quickly go back to work. Wait, Li Rui said, since they are all here, I happen to say a few words. The room was silent. Li Rui said, in the past, I read a book called Wolf Totem. I don't know if any of you have read it? No one answered. Li Rui also didn't expect them to have read the book, and continued. This book is about a story that happened between a young man who was inserted in the prairie in the 1960s and 1970s, and prairie wolves, with a meticulous depiction of the wolves. From this book, I summarized 3 characteristics of wolves. First, wolves have a keen sense of smell and are good at catching opportunities. On the prairie, wolves always have their eyes on their prey and strike at the first opportunity. Secondly, wolves have the indomitable and defiant spirit of attacking and never speak lightly of failure. When a wolf attacks a sheep, it always bites to death. And the wolf doesn't just bite a sheep to death and forget about it, but bites as many as it can in the shortest possible time. Greedy, persistent, and not giving up. Thirdly, wolves are pack animals, extremely team-oriented and rarely fight alone. The saying that even fierce tigers are afraid of packs of wolves says it all. The crowd did not have much reaction, even a little puzzled, did not understand why Li Rui said this. Is the company going to transform into a zoo? Li Rui turned and said, inspired by this book, I also summarized the 3 wolf culture in the company's operation. From today onwards, our Starry Company, we have to run in accordance with the way of the wolf pack. First, keenly perceive rival movements and market changes. Seize the first opportunity to grasp the opportunity. Second, have the spirit of not being afraid of losing and never give up, and positively face the competition. Third, play the team effect, and everyone should work hard for the development of the company. Those who can do these 3 things can stay in the company. Those who can't do so can resign and leave now. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. If they could leave, they would have left long ago, dragging it out until now. All of them were holding the mindset of being a monk for a day, suddenly letting them change from a monk to a wolf. All of them were a bit confused for a moment. In the past, many internet companies to implement the wolf culture, especially to flower for the most prevalent and thousands of degrees. If the root of the origin, in fact, the wolf culture originated in the 100 schools of thought in the legalism of the magic potential, law, with strict rules to restrain people, art, with generous rewards to induce people. Potential, with a strong authority to intimidate people. Just now Li Rue performed potential, the next should be law and art. Li Rue said lightly, I do not require each of you to make a decision now. You can go back to think about it. Give me a reply within 3 days. Now, everyone come outside. I announce the next work plan. Chapter 0061, Making an Example Out of Someone. There were 12 employees left in Star Rue Company. 1 manager, 1 finance, 1 personnel, 1 administration, 1 receptionist, and 7 business. 9 of them were male and 3 female were finance, administration and receptionist respectively. Everyone is standing in the cubicle. Some people are nervous and some people do not care. Starry has been half dead for a long time. The former boss Chang wanted to think of a lot of ways to come back to life, but invariably failed. Even Chang boss kind of industry old man cannot do things. Li Rue this young a little too much boy can do? Li Rue raised a stack of documents. This is the underwriting contract of Yuan Hang Xintiandi. Within a year's time from today, we, Starry Company, will undertake the sales task of this neighborhood. What? The crowd was stunned. There is no one in Haizhou who doesn't know the great name of Farhang Real Estate. We were actually able to get the underwriting rights for the Farhang property. This is too bullish. But which property is Farhang Xintiandi? How come I don't seem to have heard of it? Li Rue distributed the documents and said, everyone take a look at the contract first. The crowd took the contract, quickly looked up. The more you look at the heart the cooler. Thought it was some good real estate. Dare to be in such a faraway place. That's right. If it's a property that doesn't worry about selling, why would Farhang underwrite it? It's not good to make a lot of money on its own. So this underwriting contract seems to be an opportunity. In fact, is a pit. If the final sale is not sold, all have to buy their own bottom. That is a large sum of money. The new boss couldn't have fallen for it. TSK, such a young boss, just entered society and was taught a lesson. So pitiful. Waiting for everyone to look almost done, Li Rue continued, later, we'll set off en masse and go to the sales office of Yuan Hang Xintiandi to take a look, get ready for the sale, and enter a wartime state. This project, for Starry Company, is an opportunity to rise from the dead. Do you all want to muddle through in a moribund small company? Or do you want to turn over and sing? It depends on your own efforts. Also, regarding the commission bonuses for the sale of buildings, I will make a detailed list and send it to all of you tonight. What I can guarantee is that as long as you work hard to sell your properties, everyone will get their due. The contract is the law. The bonus is the art. The magic potential is alive and well. The crowd looked at each other. Some people showed an excited expression. Some people still do not have a reaction. Li Rue looked in the eyes, made an analysis of each person's character, but also decided to stay or go. These people, those who can be used will be used. Those who can't be used will be eliminated. In the future, under Li Rue's command, must be a team of order and execution, not to leave the waste. Li Rue let the administration hire a bus, carrying all the company, and drove toward the voyage to the new world. Farhang Xintiandi is located in the location. Currently still belongs to the urban and rural areas. From the Jinpu district, after an hour, both sides of the road appeared dilapidated houses. A large area of wasteland, roaring factory buildings, vehicles have become significantly less. The most in view were properties under construction or already built, most of which were cold and quiet. Seeing this scene, the employees' hearts are cold. What kind of broken lot are almost to the countryside? Who will run to such a faraway place to buy a house? Only Li Rue's chest. Everything he saw in front of him evolved into what it will look like in a dozen years. Dilapidated houses, one by one was demolished, turned into hospitals, schools, shopping malls, parks, large tracts of wasteland, converted into a university town. The influx of more than 100,000 young people with spending power. The roaring factory buildings were moved to farther places, and countless buildings rose up. In the future, this is the treasure land where wealth is born. The car stopped. Li Rue was the first to get off. Fresh air comes to the face. There are green trees at eye level. There are flowers, and there is a piece of artificial lake. There are actually a few ducks in the lake swimming around leisurely. Shuxiangue is worthy of being a real estate big shot, knowing that the location is poor, so he started from the environment to make up for it. Farhang Xintiandi's sales situation is not good. The greening of the community and the environment is still quite good, so that people who have lived in the city for a long time have a kind of fresh and natural feeling. Based on this feeling alone, is not able to make the sales of Xintiandi have a favorable situation. So far it is still negative, and the environment around the neighborhood is not complimentary for the time being. A large number of construction sites and wasteland surrounded by more seemingly tranquil environment of Farhang Xintiandi is an abrupt existence. Seeing the environment, Li Rue's eyes focused on the community as a whole. 16 buildings, of which 10 24-story high-rise, 6 11-story multi-story. High-rise 3-staircase 4-family, multi-story 2-staircase 3-family, put in more than 10 years later a little bit cramped, in today's terms is quite reasonable. The neighborhood has been on sale for more than a year, and half of the buildings have been topped out, but sales have been poor. At present, a total of 960 suites of high-rise, only 103 sold. Multi-story 198 suites, sold 32 units. No wonder Shui Xiangui's funds are a little nervous. Smashed such a large batch of housing in the hands of anyone else would not be able to beat. The sales office is quite elegant, but no one is on duty at the door. Li Rui with people into the sales office, which is empty. Only a large sand table stands in the center of the hall. People do not know where to go. The house sold less. The commission is less. Of course, the salesman is not motivated, and the more the lack of motivation, the customer door to see the situation. The mood to buy a house directly eliminated most of the house. The house will be even more cannot be sold. The formation of a vicious circle. Starry employees see the scene, but also a little dumbfounded. Did not expect to encounter the same kind of awe here. It is not all mixed up. Li Rui coughed, and his voice echoed in the hall. A few moments later, a voice came out from next door. Look at the house? It dragged on for another minute before someone came over with a flourish, and once he saw so many people standing in the hall, he was startled and hurriedly called out, Manager Wang! Manager Wang! After another 5 minutes, a total of 22 employees of the sales office headed by Wang Qin, the manager of the sales office of Yuanhang Xintiandi, stood in front of Li Rui and lined up to accept the parade. Wang Qin is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. With a fawning smile on her face, she said, Mr. Li, just now I was giving them a meeting to cheer everyone up and welcome the arrival of the new boss. Please don't worry, we will do our best to cooperate with you in the coming year, and make sure to bring the sales of Yuanhang Xintiandi to a higher level. Li Rui smiled and suddenly pointed to a building in the sand tray and said, Can you tell me how many households have been sold in this building? Wang Qin opened her mouth and couldn't say a word. Li Rui added, What is the average price of the buildings sold in the last month? What is the income level of the customers? How many people are in the family? What area do they work in? And why did they choose this neighborhood? Have you done statistics and research? Wang Qin still couldn't say a word. Li Rui said, Manager Wang, I don't think this job at Xintiandi is suitable for you. You can pack up and go back to Farhang. Let them arrange a new job for you. There was a dead silence. Anyone can see that the new boss is killing the chicken for the monkey to see. Chapter 0062 Li Rui injured. Wang Qin also knew that her work was not done properly, but she did not expect the new boss to fire her at the first opportunity. Mr. Li, it's true that I didn't do my job properly before. I know it's wrong. Just give me another chance. I will work diligently. Don't let me go back to the group. It's too embarrassing. Wang Qin mumbled. Li Rui faintly said, It's okay to stay, but I already have a candidate for the sales office manager. If you want to stay you have to start from the grassroots. Wang Qin was at a loss for words. You think about it. Li Rui no longer cared about her and walked to the sand disk overlooking this new world. Li Rui is confident in the future of the new world of the voyage. In another half a year when the new subway plan comes out, there is no need to do any marketing, and the property will be snapped up. But before that, there are still half a year. This half year is the time for him to verify some things. Doing marketing, exercising the team, and creating a personal business card all depend on these 6 months. After half a year, Li Rui wants to become a marketing star in the advertising world, to have a team that can fight and win, and to shape his personal image in the business world of Haizhou. At that time, he no longer need to rely on Guangdong-issued black card to show identity. His name is identity. Li Rui floated around for a long time, before he turned around and said, There are 3 tasks today. First, clean up. Starting tomorrow the sales office should be a brand new image to the public. Second, perfect the regulations. All rewards and punishments are strictly enforced. There must be a reward for merit. There must be a punishment. Third, familiarize yourself with the team, the sales office and Starry Company into one, not divided into 2, for a common goal and work hard. The next full day, Li Rui busy feet hit the back of the head. Cleaning, he had to be the first to set an example. Improve the regulations, he has to weigh the words. Personally check. Familiarize the team, but also need to be in the middle of the grinding. One day down, Li Rui feels that life has reached the end of the other people reborn are drunk on the knees of the beauty. Wake up in charge of the world. How can I be as tired as a dog? Well, after a day of reorganization, whether it is starry-souled and weak or the sales office of the rabble, have changed, at least the spirit of the outlook on the revitalization of a lot. Such a team to fight a hard battle certainly not. Used to support the scene is still barely enough. Anyway, the next first battle is mainly publicity. The team and then slowly take care of it. After ending the day's work, Li Rui gave Yi Bingling a call on his way back. Why do you look tired? Yi Bingling noticed that Li Rui sounded tired and asked with concern. To be able to get the concern of the beautiful chairman, Li Rui was still a little happy in his heart. So he said, "Don't mention it. The other party's conditions are too harsh. I fought with them all day." "How was the result?" Yi Bingling asked busily. Li Rui sighed. "It's still a little bit short, but it's already seen the light of day. I estimate that with 2 or 3 more days, I can definitely take it." "Great." Even through the microphone, Yi Bingling's excitement could be heard. After fooling Yi Bingling for a few more sentences, Li Rui hung up the phone before laughing out loud. This chairman is also too good to fool. Just about to go home, Chen Qinglian came to a phone call. "Hey, Sister Qinglian, Li Rui, can you come to my house for a trip?" A terrified voice came out of the microphone. Li Rui immediately woke up. "What's wrong?" Chen Qinglian hadn't had time to say anything when Li Rui heard the explosive sound of breaking something. "I wanted to move out, and Lu Jie went crazy. He was smashing things. I hid in my room and didn't dare to go out," Chen Qinglian said in horror. Li Rui said, "Do you want to call the police?" "I don't want to alarm the police. Can you come to pick me up?" "Don't hang up the phone. I'll be right there." Li Rui foot blasted down the gas pedal. Bentley car arrow-like leaped out. Don't look at the Bentley atmosphere calm. Not like sports car, that kind of flamboyant. Accelerate up is absolutely not ambiguous. While running wildly, Li Rui kept talking to Chen Qinglian. "Sister Qinglian, don't be afraid. I'll be there soon. If he dares to do anything against you, just shout loudly. I'm already in the neighborhood. Wait for me for 5 more minutes." Li Rui didn't bother about running a few red lights, and only took half an hour to arrive downstairs at Chen Qinglian's house. The car didn't even stop. Li Rui already rushed down. "Sister Qinglian, how many floors is your house on?" "Chen Qinglian," Li Rui shouted while climbing the stairs. 401, sobbed Chen Qinglian. Li Rui rushed to the 4th floor. The door of 401's room was tightly closed, and he swung up his fist and smashed it furiously. "Tom Tom, Tom Tom, Tom Tom, open the door. Lu Jie, I know you're in there. Open the door. Open the door if you're a man. If you have anything to say to me, don't embarrass a woman." Boom! The door opened. Lu Jie stood at the door drunkenly, both eyes bloodshot and carrying a bottle of wine in his hand. He, I knew it was you." Lu Jie laughed coldly. "What? In a hurry to pick up Chen Qinglian and go home to get a broken shoe? Don't you talk nonsense. Get out of the way." Li Rui drank. Lu Jie cursed and said, "You kids seduced my wife. There is a reason? Do you think that being rich is great? So you can destroy our relationship? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Qinglian divorced you long ago. Who she is willing to follow is her freedom. It has nothing to do with you." Li Rui said and was about to enter the door. "If you dare to come in, I'll open your dipper." Lu Jie raised the bottle. Li Rui laughed coldly. "You dare to move me a little try? Lousy has a lot of money. If you touch off a hair of my head, I'll kill you." Lu Jie remembered those expensive gifts that Chen Qinglian received, and also thought that Li Rui spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to acquire Starry Company without batting an eyelid, and then he was a bit abashed. Li Rui pushed away Lu Jie. Toward the house. "Qinglian sister, don't be afraid. I'm coming." Lu Jie, tang a fire surged to the heart. Toward the back of Li Rui threw out the bottle, cursing, "You mess with my wife, I'll kill you." Behind the ears of the wind, Li Rui to the side of a flash. The bottle snapped, smashed on the wall, the debris flying. A piece of glass scraped through Li Rui's arm. Snorting, out of a smear of blood. Sneak attack? Li Rui turned around and kicked Lu Jie in the small of the back, sending him a long way out. Seeing Li Rui bleeding, Lu Jie's whine also scared to wake up most of the time. Panicked. I didn't do it on purpose," said, climbed up, turned and ran. Bam! Chen Qinglian heard the sound from the room, rushed out. Saw Li Rui arm bleeding, shaking, almost fainted. "Are you alright?" She brought a towel to cover the wound. Before Li Rui could say anything, she pulled Li Rui and ran outside. "There's a hospital right next door." "Sister Qinglian," Li Rui wanted to explain, but he was pulled by her and ran wildly, unable to stop. "To the hospital emergency room." Chen Qinglian nervously asked the doctor, "Doctor, how is his injury?" The doctor frowned. "Luckily you guys came in time. Otherwise, or else what?" Chen Qinglian's heart was in her throat. "Otherwise the wound would have healed." The doctor laughed. "For this kind of wound, just wipe some potion on it yourself. You don't even need to get a tetanus shot." Chapter 0063, Temporary Cohabitation. Li Rui and Chen Qinglian walked side by side on the road with a band-aid on their arms. Chen Qinglian's face was red. "How did you not say it earlier?" "I'm going to say it. You dragged me to run so fast. I simply can't say it," Li Rui innocently said. Chen Qinglian glared fiercely at Li Rui. "Since you're fine, help me carry my luggage later." "Hey, I'm injured." Light injuries don't go to the fire line. Back at Chen Qinglian's house, Lu Jie was probably scared out of his wits and hadn't returned yet. The two took their luggage and went downstairs. A neighbor lady saw them and asked in surprise, "Xinglian, where are you going?" Chen Xinglian said, "I'm moving out. Thank you for taking care of me for many years." The neighbor lady sighed and said, "It is good to move away. Lu Jie, that kind of bastard is not worthy of you. Is this your boyfriend? Quite handsome ah. Young man, Xinglian is a good girl. You can treat her well." Damsel. Chen Xinglian wanted to explain. Li Rota preempted, "Auntie, don't worry. I will take good care of Xinglian. I'll accompany her back to see you sometime." Waiting in the car, Chen Xinglian snapped, "What are you talking about?" Auntie misunderstood. Li Rui heatedly smiled. "Where to now? I rented a small house near the company." Chen Xinglian said the address. Li Rui drove the car and quickly arrived at the place where Chen Xinglian rented the house. Then froze. "You rented here?" Looking at a low, shabby and cluttered old residential building in front of him, Li Rui frowned. Chen Xinglian said, "This site is close to the bank and the rent is cheap." "No way." Li Rui shook his head. "Why not?" Chen Xinglian asked. Li Rui said, "Just can't. It's dirty and messy here. You often work overtime and come back late. What if you encounter danger?" In 2010 there are not as many sky-eye cameras as later. There will still be crimes in the dark corners of the city. Li Rui is not assured that Chen Xinglian is a single woman living in this kind of place. "It's okay." Chen Xinglian had not finished. Li Rui had already started the car and left. "What are you doing?" Chen Xinglian was surprised. Li Rui said, "You tell the landlord. No more rent. I paid the deposit. I'll make it up to you." "Then where will I stay today?" "Stay at my place first." Chen Xinglian stopped talking. Her face was hot and scary, but her heart was pounding when she wanted to refuse. On the way, neither of them spoke. Li Rui concentrated on driving. Chen Xinglian stole a glance at his side face, his heart in turmoil. Live in Li Rui's home. What does it mean? Chen Xinglian is a married woman. It is impossible to pretend not to understand. She must admit that she had a wonderful feeling for Li Rui in her heart, but she hadn't thought about taking this step. She knows that she is not worthy of Li Rui. He is young, golden and talented. What kind of woman do you want? Why do you want her to be a divorced one? Even today, when she asked Li Rui to come to her door to help, she also made a huge determination, because she really has no other man in Haizhou that she can rely on. Now, as the car drove towards Li Rui's home, every second was a battle of reason and emotion for Chen Xinglian. She didn't know what would happen tonight. She was a little scared, yet somehow a little expectant. The car arrived downstairs at Li Rui's residence, and he directly carried his luggage upstairs. Chen Xinglian wanted to say something, and followed behind with small broken steps. Everyone she met along the way, Chen Xinglian felt like she was looking at herself, her face getting redder and redder. When they entered the elevator, there were only the two of them. The atmosphere was silent and a little weird. Chen Xinglian was about to go crazy and felt compelled to break the silence. She coughed lightly and said, "How many rooms do you have in your house?" Only after saying this did she feel that something was wrong. To ask how many rooms there are when she's already here. Isn't it a tacit admission that she's willing to sleep in the same room as Li Rui if there's only one room? What the hell am I doing? Chen Xinglian wanted to cover her face so that she wouldn't let Li Rui see her embarrassed expression. 2. Li Rui said. Chen Xinglian gently breathed a sigh of relief. Entering Li Rui's home, Chen Xinglian was a bit stunned. In her thought, Li Rui is so rich, the room should be very luxurious. Did not think that it is just an ordinary home, and the decoration style is a little feminine, Li Rui explained. This is my rented house. The decoration furniture are the original homeowners. A young girl. Oh, Chen Xinglian nodded her head in understanding. Li Rui pointed to the slightly smaller bedroom and said, I already live in the big bedroom. Moving things is too troublesome, so I'll entrust you to live in the small bedroom. It's already very good. Chen Xinglian hurriedly said, then you tidy up a bit. Chen Xinglian entered the bedroom and closed the door falsely. Only then did she realize that her heart was beating hard. She didn't even know how she followed Li Rui here. Lonely men and women, living in the same room. This is not good, right? But come all came, is it possible to leave now? Her heart struggled fiercely for a while and found that there was no sound outside. Stealing open the doorway to look out, Chen Xinglian saw Li Rui sitting in front of the computer, is concentrating on staring at the screen. On the screen, red and green, it is the magnesium stock market. Chen Xinglian's heart suddenly calmed down, realizing that he was thinking too much. Li Rui's future was vast and amazing. Her future, it seemed that she could already see the end. They were not destined to be in the same world, so why worry about a chance meeting? Chen Xinglian packed up her luggage, felt sticky on her body, and walked out of the room. Li Rui, I'll take a shower. Well, Li Rui answered without returning his head. In fact, all the attention is on the screen. Magnesium stocks change in the wind and clouds. Li Rui stood firm. others are crying father or mother. Only he sat and received the benefits of fishing. Reviewed the position. Looking at the daily climbing earnings, Li Rui satisfied, and go to the door of the ditch on a small scale scavenging a few hundred bitcoins. Li Rui had some urination. He walked towards the restroom, walked to the door when it seems to forget something. While thinking about the side of the hand pulled open the door of the restroom. The water is dense, light and shadow, white flowers apiece, really clean. Boom! Li Rui quickly shut the door, swallowed saliva, turned around and rushed back to the computer. In his mind, what lingers is the scene just now. 10 minutes later, the restroom door opened. Chen Qinglian walked out. Everyone was unaware of this, and just treated it as if nothing had happened. It wasn't until it was almost bedtime that Chen Qinglian reminded Li Rui that the lock on the restroom door was broken and needed to be repaired. I'll call someone to fix it tomorrow, Li Rui said awkwardly. This night, perhaps because of the new bed, Chen Qinglian didn't sleep well. Li Rui also tossed and turned, dreaming of his past life, dreaming of this life, dreaming of many people. He also dreamed of a green lotus flower, pavilion, graceful, plump and pretty, hidden between the water waves, beautiful. Chapter 0064, False Advertising. October 13, 2010. Early in the morning, Li Rui fiddled with his cell phone to contact Yuna. It was evening magnesium time. Yuna might be online. Hunter, old classmate. Last time that thing, help me inquire? Although it has only been a few days, Li Rui's heart is anxious. Instagram's development is calculated in days. Only 1 month online has 1 million users. The earlier the entry, the less Li Rui's investment. Besides, who knows when Facebook was eyeing Instagram in the previous life. With Li Rui's current strength, it is still far from enough to fight against Facebook, and can only seize the opportunity while Facebook does not react. Otherwise, when Facebook strikes, then there is no chance at all. There was no response for half a day. Li Rui thought about it and sent another one. Hunter, I'm not quite sure how far you are from there, and finding them may require some expenses. If it's convenient, send me your PayPal account, and I'll give you an activity fee. Still no answer. Li Rui could only wait. Who let him not know anyone else in Magnesia? Getting up and coming to the living room, Li Rui smelled an aroma, and then looked at the table and actually placed a breakfast. Toasted bread, fried eggs and sausage, very carefully plated. Looks very appetizing. There was also a note next to the breakfast. Thanks for taking me in. I'll look for an apartment as soon as I can. I'll go to work first. I made you a breakfast. Don't mind. Li Rui scratched his head. This woman is quite virtuous. Eat and drink. Drive first to Maoyuan Advertising. To the company, Li Rui. All the company's advertising designers are all called up. Gentlemen, the company received a very important project this time, related to the future development of our Maoyuan Advertising, is to continue to fight with thousands of small and medium-sized advertising companies in the low-end market, or fly into the sky to become a large advertising company. Depends on this time. Director Li Jun, I request you to personally supervise and prepare all the publicity materials for Farhang's Intiandi today. Li Rui said right to the point. Everyone knew that what Li Rui said was true, and that Yi Bingling was paying special attention to it. They all said that they would do their best. Li Jun also changed his usual acrimony and asked, in terms of publicity, what are the specific requirements? Li Rui threw the Farhang Group's previous publicity materials over his said, the main body can learn from these, but to highlight 2 points. One is the environment. The second is the potential. I don't care how you guys write, but it must be blown out of proportion. But, Li Jun revealed a difficult look. In terms of potential, you can't just make it up out of thin air, right? I've done my research, there's nothing there yet, and I'm afraid I won't see any potential in 10 years. Even if I'm a home buyer, I'm afraid I won't choose that side? Li Rui rolled his eyes, thinking that your imagination is just like that. Now you love it. After 3 years you can't afford it. If every item has to be truthfully advertised, what is the meaning of our advertising agency's existence? I want you to draw a big cake. You draw big. Just blow. Li Rui said. I'm responsible for any problems. Then, let's try it. Li Rui said so. Li Jun did not dare to say anything else, and could only guarantee that he would do it with all his heart. Li Rui encouraged them with a few words and hurriedly turned around and went to Sinway Mansion. After arriving at the New Dimension Mansion and having a meeting with the Vibo Publicity and Development Department and giving them a good lesson, Li Rui went on the road again. On the road, he was very sad to think, I am the president of the magnesium country. Why do I have to be so busy? What is the use of my earning so much money? Do I have time to spend money? Bentley car parked in front of an old neighborhood. When the residents saw such a luxurious car, they all whispered and wondered what the luxury car was for. Not long after, Bai Lan, who was wearing a white collar suit, walked out of the neighborhood and got into the car. Seeing Bai Lan get into the car and leave, the residents of the neighborhood exploded like a pot. That girl child rented in the third building 701. I heard it's a building seller. How can a building seller sit in such a nice car? Driving is a young boy. Is her boyfriend? I've long heard that selling real estate can help you meet rich people. So it's true. I'll let my granddaughter sell real estate tomorrow. Your granddaughter's appearance will scare away the rich people long ago. The Bentley drove smoothly. Li Rui chatted with Bai Lan while driving. Resignation has no effect on the commission, right? No, Mr. Shui greeted. They don't dare to be stuck. Oh, the old Shui is estimated to secretly scold me for not being interesting enough. Actually prying away the first beautiful salesperson under him. How am I that pretty? Bai Lan's face was pink. Li Rui also stopped fooling around, and turned to say, after we go over, I'll appoint you as the manager of the sales department, and there's a key task that you need to push forward. You say, Bai Lan said. The first batch of target customers are civil servants from government departments, doctors from hospitals, school teachers, and especially professors and lecturers from nearby colleges and universities. For these customers, you can promise high discounts or preferential policies of reducing property fees and parking fees, and as long as they are willing to come to see the house, you can send a car to pick them up or subsidize the fare and give them gifts. In short, no matter what methods are used, pull them over. These customers have higher requirements for the location of the neighborhood. I'm afraid they won't look at Farhang Zintiandi. Why should we focus on them? Bai Lan said doubtfully. She also did a lot of homework in the past few days, studied the advantages and disadvantages of Farhang Zintiandi, and felt that Li Rui seemed to have chosen the wrong group. Li Rui laughed. I know I originally did not intend to sell the house to them. Then you are. Bai Lan was even more confused. Li Rui said, the next main thing is that when there is a large influx of house watchers, you must reveal the identity of these customers intentionally or unintentionally, creating the impression that the neighborhood is about to move over to the hospital school or even build a university town. Bai Lan was shocked. This is suspected false propaganda, right? Li Rui secretly laughed. Now it is indeed false propaganda, but not after half a year. Once the new plan comes out, not only is the hospital school university town all kinds of commercial support will also appear like a rainbow. By then all the people who bought the house will thank me. Just do what I say. Li Rui didn't explain. Bai Lan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll do as I'm told. But when will there be a large number of house watchers? Soon. Li Rui revealed a smile. On the weekend, the first wave of publicity campaign will start. You'd better prepare in advance. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to keep busy. When he arrived at faraway Zintiandi, Li Rui announced Bai Lan's appointment. At first there were people who were not too convinced, thinking that Bai Lan was too young. When Li Rui intentionally or unintentionally revealed that Bai Lan is a while ago shocked the entire real estate circle. 28 suites. The commission alone took hundreds of thousands of dollars. Everyone is convinced. In this industry, young or old, seniority or no seniority, it does not matter, can sell the house to get the most important commission. Everyone is looking forward to sell the first suite as soon as possible under the leadership of Bran. Chapter 0065 Advertisement Linkage. Taking advantage of the time when Bai Lan was imparting experience to everyone, Li Rui was busy sitting down and pulled out his cell phone to check the messages. The cell phone QQ received a message. White Moonlight, I'm sorry I've been busy working part-time lately and haven't taken the time to come. It was hard to wait until Yuna came online. Li Rui immediately replied. Hunter, Yuna student, I will definitely not let you make a trip for nothing. You give me the PayPal account. I'll call your expenses. Miles away in Magnesium. Yuna's roommate behind her laughed. Send it to him and see if he sends it. If he sends it, he's really trying to ask you for a favor, and if he doesn't, he's got ulterior motives. Not so good. Yuna hesitated. Roommate, however, grabbed the laptop. Crackling Yuna's PayPal account sent over. Moth also said, this kind of man I've seen a lot. Must give him some color. Yuna wants to stop has been too late. Can only sigh and said, in fact, when he was in high school is quite easy going. How a few years do not see so much heart. Society is a big dye bowl. People change. The roommate skimmed his lips. For a long time, Li Rui did not move again. The roommate laughed. How about that? No sound. He was just pretending, thinking that you would be polite with him. I didn't expect you to really send the account number over. Now it's hard to get down. I reckon he'll never have the face to chat with you again. Yuna also shook her head, vaguely a little lost in her heart. At this moment, her cell phone ding-dong sound received a prompt. Yuna picked up her phone and glanced at it, and was stunned. Shinya, Yuna exclaimed. The roommate said while drinking yogurt. What's wrong, Li? Li Rui called me 10,000 magnesium dollars. Put. The mouthful of yogurt in her roommate's mouth all spewed out. Really? When she rushed to Yuna's side and saw that Yuna's PayPal account indeed had an additional 10,000 magnesium dollars that had just been credited, she was completely dumbfounded. At this time, Yuna's penguin number received a message. Hunter, just transferred a sum of money to you. Have you received it yet? Yuna and Shinya looked at each other in disbelief. Was it really him calling? Shinya was shocked. Nana, didn't you say that this classmate is from an ordinary family with a salary of only a few $1,000s? Then how did he send you such a large sum of money? Yuna also said incredulously. I don't know. Does he really need help? Penguin rang again. Hunter, haven't received it yet? This transfer speed of Magenta Emperor is also too slow? Yuna panicked. What should I say to him? Shinya said with a twinkle in her eye. This is a rich man. Can't miss it. If you don't know how to say it, I'll help you. Saying that, she yanked over her laptop and flew around tapping on the keyboard. White Moonlight, got it. Why so much? I'll return it to you. Hunter, this money is compensation and thanks for asking for your help. If it's convenient, please contact the Instagram people for me as soon as possible. I have something very important to talk to them about. White Moonlight, okay, I won't go to class or work part-time tomorrow, so I'll definitely help you find them. Hunter, thank you so much. Moonlight, by the way, our old classmate hasn't seen us for a long time. I still don't know how you are doing. What are you doing lately? Hunter, I'm still the same, working in an advertising agency. Shinya and Yuna looked at each other. Shinya said suspiciously, could it be that he's working for the company and spending the company's money? No wonder it's given so generously. Yuna hurriedly snatched the notebook back. Don't ask nonsense. I'll do it myself. Her hands fell on the keyboard, but she didn't know what to say. Suddenly, another message popped up on the screen. Hunter, I've got something going on over here, so I'll get off first. After you find Instagram, please leave me a message. Thanks. After saying that, Hunter's avatar went out. Yuna froze, finally sure that Li Rue didn't mean to attract her attention, but really needed help. At this time, Shinya took the laptop away, opened the browser and searched up Instagram messages. What are you doing? Yuna asked. Shinya said, looking for the Instagram address. Tomorrow I will accompany you. You accompany me? Yes. How can I be left out of such a fun thing? Are you looking at Li Rue? You found this out? I've been living with you for 2 years. Can you hide your thoughts from me? I'm warning you, don't tease him. What? You don't want me to flirt with him? This is called occupying a latrine but not ting. It's a despicable behavior of wasting social resources. Zhu Xiaoya, I'll fight you. Who's afraid of who? Come on. Li Rue put the matter of Magnesium Country 10,000 miles away aside for the time being and sped back to Maoyuan Advertising to review the ad copy that Li Jun and the others had expedited to make. After a cursory look, it could only be described as ordinary. Li Rue can only think. Bragging is also a skill. Even as an advertiser is not good at bragging. For example, large green space, a panoramic view of the mountains and water have boundaries. My heart without boundaries. This kind of copy sounds very earthy. This is not bragging. This is to raise cattle. Another example is poetic habitat. Return to nature. Want to be poorer. A higher level. Indeed, according to his requirements, emphasize the natural environment. But the back of the 2 lines of ancient poetry is serious? What makes Li Rue most speechless is that there are actually several small essays, sprinkled, tireless introduction of the environment of the neighborhood, but also linked to the trend of global warming. Do home buyers really have the leisure to read this kind of stuff? Won't they take us advertising companies as psychopaths? Li Rue, is it okay? Li Jun actually asked shyly. Li Rue sighed, what if I say no? Li Jun's face turned red. We really tried our best. I know you guys tried your best, but your thinking is still stuck in the past, too out of touch with the times. Li Rue shook his head. Forget it, I'll do it myself. A classic case he had read in his previous life came to his mind, and suddenly an excellent idea popped up. Quickly, contact the Pro Deer and ask them if they are willing to have a linkage with Faraway Zintiandi. Li Rue said. Li Jun and the others were dumbfounded. TT manufacturers and real estate companies linkage? How to link? By TT send house or by house send TT is not appropriate, right? But since Li Rue asked for it, they could only rush to implement it. Li Rue, on the other hand, was already writing furiously. In just half an hour, he finished writing the copy and handed it to Li Jun. Director Li, see how it is. Li Jun took a look, mouth wide open, completely dumbfounded. Other people also hurriedly came over and couldn't wait to worship after reading it. Advertisement linkage could actually be done to such an extent? This is also too flirty. Chapter 0066 Film and Television Investment. Yi Bingling returned to the company when it was almost time to go to work, and found that the company was still brightly lit, with many people ambling about. The company's morale is not bad these days, Yi Bingling thought secretly. Since someone didn't come to work, The previous signs of laziness in the company were swept away, and it's true that without the rat droppings, the whole pot of soup has become better. Just when Yi Bingling was in a slightly happy mood, a familiar figure emerged. Li Rui. Yi Bingling was startled. Why did this guy come out of nowhere? Chairman. Still returning to the company so late, Li Rui held a toothpick in his mouth and asked leisurely. Yi Bingling frowned. What did you do today? Did a lot of things. Li Rui broke his fingers and said, talking about the contract to talk about the dry mouth. Do planning to do the brain juice boil dry. Wanna think of the copywriting, think of the anxiety. From the morning has been busy until now. Is really bowed to exhaustion. 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 Stop. 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 You're having an idiom conference with me? Yi Bingling hurriedly shut him up. Didn't I ask you to run the contract? Why did you come back to do the planning and copywriting? Those things, just let Li Jun and the others do it. Li Rui laughed bitterly. Li Jun, the planning and copywriting can be used? If I take it to the A party to see, the A party shall not kick me out the door. Ah. Yi Bingling frowned slightly. She also knew that what Li Rui said was the truth. Manhwa advertising, this kind of small and medium-sized companies, cannot attract the industry's real top talent, can only use Li Jun and other mediocrity, do out of the planning and copywriting, cannot say garbage, but also really nothing colorful place. Otherwise, Yi Bingling wouldn't have been shocked by the TT copy written by Li Rui a few days ago. It's been too long since she's seen such a wonderful idea within the company. What about it? Can you handle it? Yi Bingling was a little worried. Li Rui sighed. The task is so urgent. I also. Yi Bingling's heart sank. The mind instantly conceived a few ideas. Really can not only go to the big companies to borrow people, although the price is certainly very high, but in order not to lose the hand of the big single, there is only this way available. She is looking for. Li Rui continued. I can only personally. Made a planning. By the way. Contributed to the Pro Deer and Voyage Zintiandi linkage, for our company to fight for more than $400,000 of publicity and distribution costs. Ah, what did you say? Yi Bingling thought she heard wrong. Li Rui then took out a plan and said, please have a look at it, Chairman. Yi Bingling flipped through it. After a few minutes, her face turned red. There was this kind of program? Yi Bingling is more and more sure that Li Rui is a hooligan in his bones. Otherwise how can his planning be so flirtatious? The copy is so revealing. Specializing in the lower 3 ways to go, but she also very much admire Li Rui. This brain is how long. Actually can TT manufacturers and real estate development linked together. This can work? In the end, is the moon old man pulling the red thread or messing around? Yi Bingling cannot judge, but she believes that this program launched will be able to cause a huge sensation in the market. You're really not surprised by your words. Yi Bingling could only comment like this. Li Rui smiled and said, I'll take it that the chairman is praising me. Yi Bingling said, you have such a thick skin, even if I scold you, you will take it as a compliment. Li Rui added, does the chairman want some more guidance? No need. Yi Bingling hurriedly refused. Li Rui shrugged his shoulders. Then I'll continue to work. Wait. Yi Bingling called. I have a dinner party later. You accompany me, but I still have some work at hand. Put it until tomorrow. I'm looking at another investment project. You help me keep an eye on it. Yi Bingling summoned up all her courage before saying these words. This meant that she completely recognized Li Rui's greatness in certain aspects. Li Rui was speechless. How is it that you are missing pits in your life? Jumping up and down without end. Tang Shi introduced it. How can I go and take a look? Yi Bingling also saw that Li Rui's face did not look good and hurriedly explained. After explaining, she herself felt strange. Why do I need to explain? Why do I look like I did something wrong? I am the chairman of the board. He is just my employee. Do I have to explain to him? But Yi Bingling was just thinking about it. She was actually very vain, afraid that Li Rui would refuse. Go. To Yi Bingling's relief, Li Rui nodded in agreement. With no words along the way, he arrived at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and as soon as he entered the lobby, Tang Shi welcomed him. Bingling, why did you just come? Ha, what did you bring Li Rui for? Tang Shi was surprised. Yi Bingling said, for something this big, I want Li Rui to help me keep an eye on it. Tang Shi thought about it and said, okay, but later on, Li Rui, you observe more and talk less. If you have anything to say, wait until the gathering is over. Don't offend anyone. Good, Li Rui answered. The three of them walked towards the private room. Tang Shi whispered, tonight, we are meeting with the cast and crew, the producer, director, screenwriter, and a few actors, and together we are having a banquet for a few investors who are interested in investing. There's one called Brother Bien. I heard that he has been speculating in stocks since '92 and has over $1 billion. Yi Bingling exclaimed, speculating in stocks and making over $1 billion. So powerful. Only after she said that did she realize that there was a person beside her who had also made a lot of money in stock speculation and futures recently. which seemed to be even more impressive. Tangshur added, there is still a total of $20 million shortfall in the crew, mainly hoping that Brother Bien can invest. After you go in later, find a chance to talk to Brother Bien and see if you can catch his wave and follow the investment a little. Yi Bingling said, this drama of yours, can it really catch fire? Tangshur said, of course, with me as the star of this big beauty, how can it not be hot? Li Rui heard in his ears, and also had a few points of interest. If this step-by-step starring Tangshur pulls investment, it is possible to invest a little. If I remember correctly, step-by-step during the broadcast of the ratings reached 172%. Is the same time period TV channel TV drama ratings champion. The network broadcast more than 300 million, followed by a few years successively in a dozen TV stations and more than 40 local TV stations in turn, but also in the major TV festivals have won countless awards. The investor earns a lot of pots of money. The most important thing is that this drama has made several stars famous at once. Tangshur became one of the 4 little flower girls. Wu Long, who had already gone out of fashion, became popular again because of this drama. Zheng Ying, Yuan Hong, and Lin Xin, the 3 young stars, also started to take the lead from this drama, and became the mainstay of male stars in the next 10 years of the showbiz industry. While talking, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the private room. When the door opened, a loud voice came out from inside. An investment of $10 to $20 million is nothing to me. As long as I let Tangshur drink 3 glasses of wine with me, $20 million is my investment. The atmosphere was, for a moment, very slightly awkward. Chapter 0067, A Cup of Wine for Money. Ha ha, Tangshur, you're back just in time. Brother Bien just mentioned you. Producer Kai Chun hurriedly changed the subject to avoid letting the atmosphere go on awkwardly. Tangshur was also someone who had seen all kinds of scenes. Of course she wouldn't take this kind of verbal high to heart. Smiled and said, Sister Kai, Director Wu, everyone, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Chairman of Maoyuan Advertising Yi Bingling. She's also interested in investing in our drama. Saying that, Tangshur moved aside the doorway, and when the crowd saw Yi Bingling, they couldn't help but see a light in their eyes. Kai Chun got up and smiled. This is MS. Yi Ah. I've heard Tangshur mention you many times. I didn't expect you to be so pretty, much prettier than many actresses in our company. The others also nodded their heads. Yi Bingling indeed deserved this compliment from Kai Chun. She was much better than most actresses in terms of both her looks and figure, especially with the kind of cool temperament that came with her body, which was even better than fairy sister Lu Fei. Brother Bien, who had just made a big speech, was even more open-mouthed, his saliva lingering around his mouth as if it would flow down in the next second. Tangshur led Yi Bingling and Li Rui to their seats. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Yi Bingling. As for who Li Rui was, no one cared at all. Brother Bien suddenly wiped off the saliva at the corner of his mouth and pulled out a golden business card and said, Hello MS. Yi, my humble self Bien Yuanrun, this is my business card. Yi Bingling took the business card, felt heavy, surprised. This is gold-plated. Brother Bien said smugly, one costs more than $500, and I won't give it to a friend who isn't particularly important. The seat was filled with speechlessness, as none of them had received Brother Bien's business card. Yi Bingling looked at the business card again, densely packed with dozens of titles of President, Consultant, Honorary Chairman. It was like seeing a thug with a wrist full of watches showing off everywhere. So it's Mr. Bien, nice to meet you, Yi Bingling said. Bien Yuanren stretched out his hand and wanted to take the opportunity to mooch. Yi Bingling just pretended not to see it and sat down gracefully. He also had to resentfully shrink back. As everyone took their seats, Kai Chun said, MS, you wants to invest in our movie? Yi Bingling said, I heard from Tangshur that the writers and directors of this drama are above par, and it has already been booked by Mango Channel before filming has even begun. So it has a very promising investment outlook. I happen to want to develop my business a bit lately, so I have the imagery for it. Kai Chun was overjoyed. We do have some funding gaps, so if MS. Yi can help out, it would really be great. Bien Yuanrun suddenly said, Producer Kai, didn't I say just now that the investment matter is wrapped up in me? After saying that, he proudly said to Yi Bingling, MS. Yi, you probably don't know. I just set up a film and television company, and I'm going to invest in 100 TV dramas within 3 years to enter the Oscars. The seat was silent. No one dared to remind Bien Yuanrun that the Oscars are movie awards. Yi Bingling frowned slightly and said faintly, Mr. Bien is so generous, not getting the warm response he deserved. Bien Yuanrun thought the fire was not enough and continued to blow up the atmosphere. Isn't it just a mere $20 million? For me, it's just an uptick. Drama this kind of thing, come money too slow. To say make money fast, still have to be speculation. If you guys have free money in your hands, you can invest in my company. I'll help you invest, and you'll be able to double your money in less than a year. He boasted. and the crowd could only nod in agreement. Only Li Rui was too lazy to listen, picked up his chopsticks and started eating hard. Dian Yuanrun talked for half a day and suddenly realized that everyone else was listening and only Li Rui was eating. He was suddenly offended. Ms. Yi, who is this? Your employee? He is my friend. Yi Bingling hesitated and said. Tang Shi also said, I forgot to introduce you all. This is Li Rui. Dian Yuanrun laughed. This friend of yours doesn't seem to have seen much of the world, attending such a high-end bureau and just burying his head in food? Mr. Dian, don't talk too much. Yi Bingling raised her eyebrows. For her own employees, she could criticize them however she wanted, but she couldn't be humiliated by outsiders. Seeing Yi Bingling being so defensive, Dian Yuanrun instead came into the spirit. Ms. Yi, it's not that I'm talkative. When you come out to talk about things, make sure you don't bring this kind of person who can't get on the stage. It affects your status too much. Yi Bingling coldly said, what people I bring is my business. I don't need Mr. Dian to worry about it. Dian Yuanrun's face sank. Kai-chan saw the situation and hurriedly said, Mr. Dian, let's continue to talk about the investment. This $20 million of investment, when will it arrive? Dian Yuanrun coughed dryly and said, my funds are all placed in the stock market, so next week I'll put up a portion of my shares, and then I'll be able to invest money for you. Kai-chan was all smiles. Thank you so much Mr. Dian, come on, I'll toast you. The others also raised their glasses. However, Dian Yuanrun said, wait, there are conditions for me to invest money. Tang Shi, you're the female lead in this movie, and you'll surely be a big hit after it's released. How are you going to thank me? Tang Shi squeezed out a forced smile and said, of course I'm thanking you from the bottom of my heart. I'll always remember that Mr. Dian gave me such a good opportunity. Just thanking from the heart, that's too vain. I want practical thanks. Let's do it this way. Why don't you drink a cup of wine with me? For one drink, I'll put in $10 million. For two drinks, I'll put in $20 million. No cap, how about it? Disgusting. Such thoughts surfaced in everyone's hearts at the same time. Yi Bingling's face sank as she said, Mr. Dian, don't think you can humiliate people just because you have a few dollars. Tang Shi won't agree to such conditions. Won't agree? Dian Yuanren sneered. If you don't agree, then you won't have a penny to invest. If you don't invest, I'll do it. Yi Bingling said. Producer Kai, I'm willing to unconditionally invest $5 million. Kai-chan revealed a difficult color. $5 million is not enough. Ha 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 ha. Dian Yuanren laughed out loud at his words. Ms. Yi, you put up such a big show, but it turns out that you can only afford $5 million? Yi Bingling was also a bit embarrassed. She really only had $5 million. Any more would affect the operation of Maoyuan advertising. Originally, she had thought that this amount of money was quite a lot, but she didn't expect to be looked down upon. Dian Yuanren laughed and stood up. Producer Kai, Tang Shi, I'll only give you 3 minutes to consider whether to accompany me for 2 glasses of wine in exchange for $20 million, or to take Ms. Yes $5 million, make your choice. Kai-chan looked at Tang Shi for help. Tang Shi was also hesitating. The theater group was almost ready, and was only $20 million short of launching. Dian Yuanren was the most sincere investor out there, and if she missed him, God knows how much longer she would have to wait. I am for the sake of the crew. Tang Shi gritted her teeth and was ready to give up. Just then, Li Rui put down his chopsticks and said indifferently, isn't it just $20 million? I'll vote. Chapter 0068 Sudden Announcement. All the gazes gathered on Li Rui's face, and after a moment, some burst out laughing, some snickered, and some bitterly laughed. The ones who snickered were the few actors from the crew, shaking their heads while laughing, feeling that this young man was really talking out of his ass. Those who laughed bitterly were Kai-chan, feeling more and more that things were getting out of control, and that today's innings were probably going to go down the drain. The one who burst out laughing is Dian Yuanren. He covered his stomach and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Just like you. You have never seen the world. I will eat all the plates on the table if you can get $20 million out of it. Li Rui didn't care about him at all. Directly said, when I sell a few stocks tomorrow, $20 million can arrive at any time. This is what Dian Yuanren just said and Li Rui borrowed it. When Yi Bingling and Tang Shi heard this, their eyes lit up. They had seen Li Rui's stock account and knew that there was a lot of money in there, which was more than enough for investment. Dian Yuanren, however, laughed even more arrogantly. Learn from me? Kid, do you know how to speculate in stocks? When I made a lot of money speculating in stocks, you were still wearing open pants. Tang Shi couldn't help but say, who says Li Rui doesn't know how to speculate on stocks? He's made a lot. A lot? How much? Enough to pay for this meal today? Dian Yuanren was disdainful. Tang Shi said, the money Li Rui earned can scare you to death. He also introduced me to a stock a few days ago, called, what is it called? Flying integration. Yi Bingling reminded. Yes, it's Feixiang Integrated, Tang Shi said indignantly. Li Ruwei said that this stock can rise, so I secretly bought 100 lots. This girl bought it? Li Ruwei was surprised. He just casually said it at that time. Didn't expect Yi Bingling and Tang Shi to listen to it. Didn't expect Tang Shi to really buy 100 lots. It's a pity that the buy was a bit too small, showing that Tang Shi's confidence is still not enough. Flying integration? Dian Yuanrun laughed as if he had heard a big joke. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing you bought less, or else your pants would have to fall off. What? Tang Shi was startled. Dian Yuanrun said eloquently. Feixiang Integration is a famous garbage stock. The last 3 years have lost 2 years. The main industry has almost died through. The debt is amazingly large. The biggest customers also want to transform. This kind of time dare to buy Feixiang Integration. You are really not afraid to die. Tang Shi was shocked. It can't be. Dian Yuanrun took out his cell phone, opened the stock software to find Feixiang Integrated. Look at this K-line. Continuously pulled several large negative. Only people who do not understand the stock dare to get into this kind of. Tang Shi's face went white. Then the tens of thousands of dollars I invested. Won't it be a loss? Ha ha ha. Dian Yuanrun laughed maniacally. Hurry up and throw it away tomorrow morning when the market opens. A small loss of 10% is considered your good luck. If you throw it late, I'm afraid you'll be trapped. Don't throw it. Yi Bingling suddenly said. Tang Shi, I trust Li Ruwei. I bought 1,000 lots. I won't throw. Tang Shi was surprised. Didn't you say that Li Ruwei was playing blindly? So you bought it too? Li Ruwei was even more surprised. Can't see Yi Bingling, this kind of iceberg goddess, also engaged in the surface of the clouds clear secretly build a set of positions, and bought 1,000 hands. Well, chairman of the board, you finally made the right investment choice. Dian Yuanrun simply cannot believe. You do not believe me, this stock market veteran. Believe this kind of mouth hairless boy? I think you guys are crazy. Fine. I'll see when he can earn out $20 million. Kai Chun hurriedly said. Mr. Dian, calm down. Let's do it this way. I'll drink a few cups with you, and I'll drink until you're satisfied. Okay? Dian Yuanrun rolled his eyes. Producer Kai, although you're also quite good looking, but you're over 40 years old, right? I like young and pretty ones like Tang Shi and Miss Yi. Kai Chun's face darkened. The director and a few other actors also got up to persuade, and only then did Dian Yuanrun slowly sit down and assume an overbearing stance. I can give you guys another chance, but Tang Shi must apologize to me. As for this kid, tell him to get lost. Dian Yuanrun pointed at Li Ruwei and said. Kai Chun hesitated. Tang Shi, look. Tang Shi took a deep breath and said, if Li Ruwei leaves, I'll leave too. You don't want to act in this movie? Kai Chun said in shock. Tang Shi said, I want to act, but I can't sell my dignity for the sake of a play. It's just a drink. Kai Chun was on the verge of crying. At this time, Li Ruwei faintly said, Producer Kai, my $20 million will arrive tomorrow. Kai Chun smiled bitterly. Mr. Li, don't joke. I never joke about this. Li Ruwei said. By the way, you guys can take a look at the stock market announcement now. You'll be surprised. Stock market announcement? The crowd was puzzled and opened their cell phones, logged onto the domestic stock market website, and saw several newly issued announcements. One of them was very attention-grabbing. Feixiang Integration announces reorganization plan. Feixiang Integration reorganized? The crowd was taken aback and hurriedly clicked in to see it. The announcement indicated that Feixiang Integration intended to acquire a number of assets under the de facto controller, China Aviation Industry, through a directional issue. A total of 3.6 billion yuan of aviation electromechanical business will be included in the bag. This reorganization, if successfully completed, will greatly enhance the company's performance and profitability. They are stunned. Anyone who knows a little bit about the stock market knows what this means. This is super significant good news. After tomorrow's opening, Feixiang Integrated 100% surge, and it is likely to directly pull up. Really? Tang Shi covered her mouth. Doesn't that mean I can make a lot of money? Yi Bingling was also stunned. After she bought Feixiang Integration stock a few days ago, she was still a bit regretful, thinking that she was too indecisive. How could she trust an unreliable guy like Li Ruwei? Just now, after hearing Dian Yuanrun disparage Feixiang Integration like that, her confidence was also shaken, and she chose to support Li Ruwei purely for the sake of saving face. But only a twinkling of an eye, Feixiang Integrated burst out of such a major good, left her dumbfounded. Her 1,000 lots of stock is worth more than $1 million. And tomorrow, as long as a stop, there will be 100,000 gain. This is all thanks to Li Ruwei. The private room suddenly resounded with Dian Yuanrun's curses. How is it possible? How can Feixiang Integration suddenly reorganize? This is fake news. The crowd secretly laughed. How could there be fake news on the official website? Dian Yuanrun was furious. Isn't it just a blind cat running into a dead rat? What's the big deal? I don't believe you can make $20 million from one stock? Li Rui suddenly said. Producer Kai, is magnesium dollars okay? I just sold a magnesium stock and made a few million magnesium dollars. If it's okay, I'll transfer $3.5 million magnesium dollars to you. 5 minutes later, there was an extra $3.5 million magnesium dollars in the crew's account. Looking at the string of zeros, the crew was dumbfounded. Dian Yuanrun was also dumbfounded. It turned out that this kid wasn't a turd, but a common who had opened his eyes to the world. Chapter 0069, Property Endorsement. Dian Yuanrun slipped away. He was hit in the face in public. How can he still have the face to stay? Li Rui became the center. Kai-chan said with emotion, Mr. Li, I'm really sorry for just now. We had eyes but didn't recognize Tai, and took you as Miss Ye's employee. Li Rui smiled and said, actually, you guys didn't read it wrong. I am indeed Ms. Ye's employee, currently working as a planner in Maoyuan advertising. The crowd was dumbfounded. The strength of Maoyuan advertising is unfathomable. Just any planner can come up with $20 million to invest in a TV series? But didn't the chairman just say that he could only come up with $5 million? This company is a bit strange. The chairman is poorer than the staff? No, it should be the employees are richer than the chairman? Yi Bingling's face turned red, forcibly resisted the urge to kick Li Rui, and faintly said, Li Rui is our company's outstanding employee, much more powerful than me as the chairman. The crowd suddenly realized, and hurriedly said, there are no weak soldiers under a strong general. The next meal was a lively mix of drinks. Li Rui had an in-depth exchange with director Kai producer Wu in passing. He is not just investing in the TV series step by step, but he wants to use this as an opportunity to make contacts in the movie and television industry. Li Rui Hand can also hold a large number of Zhang Haixin's novel copyrighted, and there is a domestic version of the construction of Universal Studios' Dream, which requires the help of the film and television circle. Wine and dine, guests and hosts have fun, each dispersed, sent away Kai producer and other people. Li Rui turned back to see Yi Bingling and Tang Shi are whispering together, cannot help but squint his eyes. The night breeze blew their hair, so beautiful. Yi Bingling was as cool as the bright moon, while Tang Shi was a beautiful orchid plant blooming in the night, causing him to be thankful for the creator's generosity in sending such a beautiful being to the earth. Thanks to you today, Tang Shi came over and said, if it wasn't for you, I don't know how else the surname Dian would have humiliated people. I don't even know how to thank you. Li Rui smiled. If you want to thank me, I do have an idea. What do you want? Yi Bingling guarded Tang Shi behind her vigilantly. I'm warning you, don't think you can subvert with a few dollars. Li Rui was speechless. Chairman, am I this kind of person in your mind? Yi Bingling also felt that she was a bit too sensitive and shook her head resentfully. Tang Shi said, alright, Bingling, you don't need to worry. Li Rui, how do you want me to thank you? Li Rui said, our company has recently represented the publicity of a property. Are you interested in doing an endorsement? Endorsing a property? Tang Shi was surprised. Li Rui said, the neighborhoods under Farhang, the construction and design are good. The internal environment has the feeling of Jiangnan Watertown, and your temperament is more similar. Are you willing to earn this extra money? Of course, I'm short of money lately. Tang Shi agreed without hesitation. In fact, even if she was short of money again, she might not need to take on a property endorsement, which would make people think that her class was not high enough. But in order to thank Li Rui, Tang Shi couldn't care less. She is not very popular now anyway. But what Tang Shi doesn't know is that in half a year she will regret it. Regretting that she didn't ask Li Rui for more endorsement fees in the beginning. Easily finalized half a year later will be a big hit. Tang Shi. Li Rui mood is very cozy. Half a year later, when the new plan for the subway was introduced, the buyers flocked to the sales office and found out that the spokesperson was the popular actress Tang Shi. Those surprised expressions must be very interesting. Well, should we persuade Tang Shi to buy a suite in Yuanhang Xintiandi as well? Why don't we just use the house to offset the endorsement fee? It will skyrocket in the future anyway, and I'm not really punking her. Li Rui secretly thought. First sending Yi Bingling and Tang Shi home, Li Rui then leisurely returned home. As soon as he entered the door, Li Rui felt that something was wrong. It smells so good. Is the flavor of air freshener? Li Rui was surprised to find that the room that was a little messy before under his laziness and indulgence had become incomparably clean and tidy. The shoe rack at the entrance foyer. Originally Li Rui's shoes piled up in a mess. Now a pair of pairs placed neatly next to the small dining table is also cleaned up. The table also has an extra pot of flowers. Further inside, the living room is also spotless. Usually Li Rui threw on the sofa clothes are gone, all hanging on a brand new hanger. Li Rui stood in the middle of the living room, and thought he had walked through the wrong door. The kitchen door opened. Chen Xinglian poked her head out and said, "How come you're just coming back? Did you have dinner?" At this instant, Li Rui was in a bit of a trance, and seemed to have returned to his previous life. Returning from overtime, the woman poked her head out of the kitchen and asked him, "Have you had dinner? Do you want to cook a midnight snack?" Counting the time, "She has not yet come to Haizhou, Li Rui. What are you thinking about?" Chen Xinglian's voice roused Li Rui from his memories. "Did you pack this?" Li Rui squeezed out a smile and asked. Chen Xinglian said, "Yeah, I got off work early today, so I cleaned it up. You won't mind, right?" Li Rui laughed. Who would mind their home getting cleaner? "I just feel a little embarrassed to have worked hard for you." "What's so hard about this? I also clean up every day at home," Chen Xinglian said halfway through her sentence. Suddenly remembered something, and her mood instantly went down. Li Rui hurriedly diverted the topic. "I had dinner, but I can still eat some more. I'll give you food below." Chen Xinglian stepped away from a pair of slender legs and went to the kitchen. Li Rui went back to his room and prepared to change his clothes, when he suddenly realized that the bedroom had also been cleaned up. The underwear that was littered before was also gone. Slipping out of the bedroom to take a look, Li Rui realized that the underwear were hanging on the hanger to dry. This, Li Rui thought, Chen Xinglian is really too virtuous. Changed clothes. Chen Xinglian's noodles are also cooked, just ordinary green vegetable noodles, also added a lotus egg, but ate out a different feeling. "Is it good?" Chen Xinglian asked. "Aha." Li Rui did not raise his head, but his eyes were a little moist. "I want to think of my mom. I want to think of that her in the previous life. Life over again. Thousands of different, but some feelings, will never change." After eating the noodles, Li Rui insisted on going to wash the bowl, and only then sat down in front of the computer, checking out the day's earnings. Domestic stocks, gains 700,000. Cotton futures, gain 14 million. Magnesium stocks, intraday gains of 400,000 magnesium dollars. Simply fly like the speed of money. Li Rui still feel not fast enough. This way, half a year can save not enough 3 billion magnesium dollars. Still need to cast a wide net. Lu Heng's side is still no news. The new world back to the money needs at least half a year later. Li Rui secretly thought, "I need fast money now." Li Rui pointed his finger and clicked on a website. It was densely packed with sports scores. There is no faster way to make money than this. But, not as a last resort. Or do not dip as well. Chapter 0070, Urgent Need for Investment. Between 2nd and 3rd Streets in San Francisco, Magnesium, there was a building known as South Park. Inside office No. 164, Coke bottles, coffee cans and toilet paper were thrown all over the floor. The curtains were tightly drawn, and only the computer screen emitted light. Kevin, the server blew up again," Mike Krieger exclaimed in frustration, clutching his head. "When the hell are we going to get a high-capacity server? This is the 3rd time it's gone down today. We're going to run out of users at this rate." Krieger was a graduate student from Stanford University, currently working as a product experience designer and engineer for Instagram, one of the 2 co-founders of Instagram. He held up his gold glasses and looked into the mirror hanging on the wall, in which the little fat man was full of haggard face. His hair was messy comparable to a bird's nest, and his eyes were covered with bloodshot. He hadn't slept in 36 hours, and he felt like he was going to die at any moment. Partner Kevin Strom is not much better. As the other founder of Instagram, he gave up Google's well-paid job to create Instagram. "I thought it would be a good start, but did not expect to be tired as a dog. Good thing he also slept for a few hours yesterday, and at this time he climbed out of his sleeping bag with great difficulty, and said with a face full of bitterness, 'There's nothing I can do about it. We've already expanded it 3 times, and all the money has been spent. If the users continue to skyrocket like this, even if I sell all the organs in my body, it won't be enough.' Then go find the money," Krieger complained. "Isn't it your job to find money? I had a lot of work to do, so I got a guy to replace me. His name is Josh Riddle and he's supposed to report in today." Strom haphazardly washed his face with cool water and moved to the computer. In the next second, he forgot his troubles and raised his arms in the air and cheered loudly. 200,000. We have 200,000 users now. Ha ha ha. Mike, how many days have we been online? 4 or 5 or 6? 200,000 users so soon. Wahahahaha. We're going to make it. Krieger glared at him. Shut up. If we don't fix the server problem in a hurry, those 200,000 users will run out in a day. See, I just restarted the server and the load is already at 75%. There's nothing I can do about it. Strom muttered. Unless we can find investment. Hopefully Josh can live up to his bragging rights and pull in a ton of money. Why don't we get Jack to invest? Krieger asked suspiciously. The Jack he was talking about was none other than the founder of Twitter, which was currently a big hit. Twitter is the object of imitation of vblog, was first founded in 2006. The development of this time already has 150 million users. The wind is in the ascendant. Can be called Facebook's only rival in the social market. When Strom was at Google, he knew a lot of people in the industry, including Jack Dorsey. Before the release of Instagram, Jack Dorsey also became the first batch of seed users to help promote. Jack Dorsey showed a strong interest in Instagram, but also put forward the intention to invest. But Strom is reluctant. He has a natural sense of resistance to large companies, always feel that after accepting the investment will become no autonomy. But now the problem is that no money cannot expand the server. And without expanding the server there is no way to accommodate more users. Then Instagram will never be able to develop and grow. Freedom or survival? That is the question. I'll think about it. When Josh gets here and I'll have him ask Ronnie and Chris if they're interested. Either way, we need the money. Strom sighed. Just as the two men were getting a little down, the doorbell rang. It must be Josh. Strom leapt up and rushed to the door. A few seconds later, a startled whoa came from the doorway. Krieger got up and walked over to the door, and was also taken aback when he got a good look at his visitor. Instead of the typical Silicon Valley engineers in plaid shirts and messy hair, there were two girls with Chinese-American faces, two beauties. What can I do for you? Strom asked curiously. The visitors were none other than Yuna and Zhu Xiaoya, who had skipped their classes at Stanford and traveled halfway across the Bay Area specifically to come here. May I ask if this is the Instagram company? Zhu Xinya, a bit more cheerful and lively, asked loudly. That's right. Who are you looking for? We are international students from the country of Hua. My name is Ya. Her name is Na, and we are currently studying at Stanford University. We were commissioned by a friend and wish to talk to your company about something. Zhu Xiaoya said. People from the country of Hua also know about our company? Strom only felt incredulous. To him, Wahoku was a distant country that only existed in concepts, and it was hard for him to imagine that someone in a place that far away would know about his small company that had just been established only a few days ago. Of course, we are also a country that is keen on the internet. Yuna also spoke up. My friend recommended your app to me on the first day it was launched. Your friend is a very discerning person. Strom nodded. At that moment, Krieger said, Kevin, it's rude to let two beautiful ladies talk at the door. Couldn't you ask them to come in? Would you two like to come in and have a cup of Coke? Yuna and Zhu Xiaoya exchanged a glance, feeling that the two people in front of them, whose descriptions were haggard and seemed to have not slept for weeks, did not look like bad guys, so they plucked up the courage to walk into the office. The office was actually similar to a garbage dump, with only a large long table stacked with computers and all kinds of photographic equipment. The most conspicuous thing was a whiteboard directly in front of the door, which was filled with all sorts of symbols, and looked like it had been brainstormed many times. Have a seat, Strom said before realizing that there were only two chairs in the office, and they were stained with his and Krieger's sweat, making them really unsuitable for the girls. No need to be polite. Let's get straight to the point. Yuna hurriedly said, we came here this time, mainly to ask for your contact information on behalf of a friend who wants to invest in your company. What? Strom and Krieger were taken aback. An investment from a spar country? They had never dreamed that they would hear such news. Were the people of the spar country rich? Strom hesitated for a moment and said, can you elaborate? Chapter 0071 I only vote for money. I'm going to sleep. You also rest early. Don't stay up late. It's not good for the body. Chen Xinglian walked to the bedroom door with a cup of water and reminded Li Rue when she realized that he was still sitting in front of the computer watching the stock trends. Li Rue turned around and smiled. Well, you go to sleep first. Thank you for cooking the noodles. Chen Xinglian guffawed and returned to her room. After closing the door, she hesitated and didn't unlock the door. She believed that Li Rue was not that kind of person. Lying on the bed, Chen Xinglian heard the sound of keyboards and talking coming from outside the door. Sparring and magnesium were interspersed. It was the first time Chen Xinglian heard Li Rue speak Magnesian and found it very novel. There seemed to be the voices of young girls speaking fluent Magnesian. She was curious. Who was Li Rue talking to? What kind of person is it? Chatting so late at night? It must be someone who cares a lot, right? Could it be Li Rue's girlfriend in a foreign country? Chen Xinglian couldn't sleep. Her mind echoed scene after scene since she met Li Rue, tossing and turning. I don't know how long. Just when Chen Xinglian was about to fall into sleep, the door was pushed open with a creak. Chen Xinglian woke up with a start, but did not get up. She lay on her side, her back facing the door, sweating nervously. It is Li Rue? What does he want? Does he? Chen Xinglian's heart thumped wildly, not knowing what to do, whether to get up and question or continue to pretend to be asleep. If Li Rue wants to do something, should I resist? Just as she was doing a fierce mental struggle in her heart, Li Rue's voice rang out. Sister Xinglian? Sister Xinglian? Are you asleep? Chen Xinglian's heart was relieved. rubbed her eyes and pretended to have just woken up. What's wrong? Can you contact your lawyer friend? I have an important matter and need to prepare an investment contract right away. Now. Chen Xinglian looked at the time. 2:30 in the morning. Now. Li Rui said decisively. It's very important and very urgent. It must be done immediately. Good. Chen Xinglian knew that Li Rui wouldn't do it for nothing. Chen Xinglian went to call the lawyer. Li Rui returned to the computer, looking at the screen full of chat records, his heart surging. Yuna finally contacted him, and also directly let him video chat with Instagram's founders Strom and Krieger. Even though the transatlantic video was a bit laggy, and Li Rui's magnesium wasn't fluent enough to be able to talk to them directly, but with Yuna's help, the communication between the two sides was quite smooth. Li Rui very directly expressed his optimism about Instagram. A passive rainbow farts to the two magnesium programmers shot comfortably, full of smiles and blossoms. After the two sides talked and laughed, Li Rui then expressed the intention to invest. Strom and Krieger are Stanford graduates of the elite. Of course, not because Li Rui said a few good words to accept his investment. They also have their own considerations. Instagram wants to grow and develop. It must look for investment. This is the premise. But the amount of investment, the proportion of shares, the control of the company and the identity of the investor, they all have high requirements. The amount of investment cannot be too low. According to the calculation of the two of them, at least $25 million magnesium dollars, in order to upgrade the server to a satisfactory level, as well as to develop a better version, as well as to increase social functions. In terms of shareholding, Strom currently holds 80% of Instagram and Krieger 20%, and they want to keep it at 40% and 10% and not allow any further dilution. Control of the company. The two asked for absolute freedom of control. The best way is that investors only pay money. All the operation and management of the development of the two of them are responsible for. The last and most important is the identity of the investor. They prefer the investor is Silicon Valley insiders, so that can produce help from other aspects. For example, Jack Dorsey, as the founder of Twitter, can definitely give Instagram a huge buzz. Then there's Ronnie Conway, who they're trying to reach out to, is the son of the great Ron Conway, who is an investor in Google and Facebook. And then there's Chris Sacca, also a legendary angel investor, and Twitter is his masterpiece. Li Rui is a spar country people, far away from the miles, in Silicon Valley without half a bit of power, and the three potential investors compared to the absolute disadvantage. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Li Rui directly said, "Let me frankly show my attitude. First of all, I'm very optimistic about Instagram's development prospects, so I'm willing to inject $1.5 million magnesium dollars in exchange for 30% of the shares." Strom and Krieger were taken aback. Their mental price tag was $1.25 million magnesium dollars and a 50% stake, but without much confidence. Both Jack Dorsey or Ronnie Conway and Chris Sacca, both angels and devils, would only maximize profits. If they can pay 55% of the shares and get an investment of about $1 million magnesium dollars, the two can also accept. Unexpectedly, the conditions given by Li Rui were so generous, far beyond their psychological price. According to this investment estimate, the valuation of Instagram, which was just launched a few days ago, has already reached $5 million magnesium dollars. Not only were they surprised, Yuna and Zhu Xinya were also startled. Zhu Xinya quietly said, "Yuna, your classmate is also too rich, right?" Yuna shook her head blankly. "I don't know. I haven't seen him for years. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I'm going to get on it." Zhu Xiaoya was excited. Yuna pinched her. "Don't mess around. What? Are you going to keep it for yourself? Gotta give me a fair chance to compete. It's not easy to meet this kind of diamond king." "Zhu Xiaoya, you're talking nonsense again." While the two girls whispered, Strom and Krieger also exchanged their opinions, very heartened by Li Rui's offer, but they were still a little worried. "If we accept your investment, in what way will you intervene in the company's operation?" Krieger asked tentatively. Li Rui smiled. "There is only one way for me to intervene, investing money. Other than that, a person who knows nothing about programming and operations, won't express a single bit of opinion on any of the decisions you make. I just want to be a handshake." Afraid that they wouldn't understand the meaning of being a shirker, Li Rui asked Yuna to help translate it again. Strom revealed a happy expression. What he valued most was the control of the company. In his opinion, Instagram needs to develop independently and maintain an independent personality, and he and Krieger need space to make a big splash, even if it was a powerful investor. If he wanted to dictate Instagram, Strom would never accept it. "Can we think about it?" Strom asked. Li Rui nodded. "Be my guest." While they went to discuss, Li Rui ran to Chen Xinglian's room and the previous scene happened. The waiting time was tense and exciting. After a full hour, the sky of Haizhou had already dawned. Before Strom and Krieger rejoined the screen, Li Rui knew that the moment to decide the fate had arrived. Is it from now on to enter the Silicon Valley, conquer the Bay Area, occupy magnesium, sweep the internet, or touch a nail, thick and thin? Chapter 0072 Reaching an Agreement. In the video screen, the figures of Strom and Krieger appeared. Strom pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Li Rui, after Krieger and I argued and talked, we initially agreed to your investment. At the bottom of the screen, where the other party couldn't see, Li Rui clenched his fists, but on the surface, he didn't move and said, thank you very much for your decision. I'll be one of the best investors in the world and work together with you to make Instagram a great company. Wait, I think we still have some details to finalize, Strom hurriedly said. After all, he was someone who had worked at Google and had a fairly in-depth understanding of all kinds of venture capital, and next put forward a series of requirements, mainly to determine the equity and rights and responsibilities of both parties. Li Rui accepted them one by one, but there was one condition he would never concede. He asked for the right to prioritize the subscription of investment, no matter how many more times Instagram has to raise funds in the future. Li Rui enjoys the right to subscribe to all or part of the new registered capital on a priority basis. This ensures that his shares and control in Instagram will never be diluted. Backing up 1,000 steps, if Li Rui's plan to enter Silicon Valley fails, 2 years later, he will also be able to obtain hundreds of times the return on investment when Instagram is sold. After a general agreement was reached, Li Rui then asked Yuna to cooperate with Strom and look for professional lawyers and financiers around Silicon Valley to create a standardized investment contract, a process that would take a little more time. In order to express my sincerity, before the contract is signed, I will first inject 300,000 magnesium dollars and ask you to expand the server as soon as possible, because the 3 times I tried to log into Instagram yesterday showed that the server was busy, Li Rui said. Krieger blushed, we are really too short of money, but with this money from you, I can guarantee that within 3 days, no, 2 days, the server problem will never exist again. That would be great, Li Rui laughed. By the way, next I, as a loyal user rather than an investor, would like to make a small suggestion. Please say, can you launch an Android version as soon as possible? More and more people around me are starting to use Android phones. This is a huge market that can't be ignored, Li Rui said. Krieger said, before we were understaffed, and you know that we didn't have the money to recruit more engineers. Now that we have money, we definitely need to find a guy who is proficient in Android. Great, Li Rui continued. Also, I think an amazing thing about Instagram is the community. Is it possible to utilize the relatively mature user relationships of the already mature Twitter, Facebook, and Flickr to open up the function of retweeting and sharing? If more relevant friends can be imported to flavor the community atmosphere, it can spread among the crowd with the shortest speed and save huge promotion costs. Strom was surprised. What a great idea. Mike, next release. I want to see these features. Krieger rushed to the whiteboard and wrote down the comments that Li Rui just made, and also said excitedly, I've already got the idea in my head. Wahahaha, I can see 1 million users beckoning us. Strom said seriously, Li, you are really a brilliant investor. You have given us very valuable suggestions. Li Rui said, this is just my opinion as an ordinary user. Whether to adopt it or not you decide for yourselves. 300,000 magnesium dollars will soon arrive in the account when the investment contract is formally signed. The other one, 2 million magnesium dollars will also arrive in the account immediately. I will find a time to visit you guys in magnesium as soon as possible. I hope that by that time, we can have a celebratory drink together. Definitely. Strom and Krieger laughed heartily. Li Rui turned off the computer and rubbed his eyes. It was another sleepless night. My friend said that probably within today we can put together the legal documents and dock them with the magnesium side. The fastest we can go through the investment process is a week. Chen Xinglian walked over and handed over a cup of hot water. Li Rui drank a large amount of water and thought for a moment. Turn around and help me ask your friend if she's willing to be my full-time legal advisor. No matter what her current salary is, I'll give her double. I'll ask her. Chen Xinglian nodded. Then I'll go to bed first. I'm too tired. Li Rui only felt lightheaded. It's a good thing that he's still young. If he was 40 years old in his previous life, staying up so late would kill him. Back to the room. Collapsed on the bed and huffed and puffed. Woke up with a start. It was already 11 o'clock at noon. October 14th, 2010. Thursday. Outside the window, it was cloudy and rainy, and the raindrops hit the window with a soft crackling sound. This kind of weather is perfect for a good night's sleep at home. Walking out of the bedroom, there was the usual breakfast left by Chen Xinglian on the dining table again. Although it was a bit cold, it was still delicious. Li Rui casually opened the TV, is replaying the Do Not Disturb. Bald Meng Fei in the eloquent talk, casually changed another station. The news introduced this year's Nobel Prize winners. Literature Prize, the Peruvian poet Losa took the prize. Haruki Murakami once again accompanied the run, causing the netizens a sigh of relief. Li Rue laughed, thought this is where he will continue to run with Mo Yen get he cannot get, and then change the station. Sports Channel and the prediction of this year's European Championship situation. Li Rue remembered. This year Hua country's soccer began to take off. Hangyuan Real Estate sponsored Hangyuan team is about to start from Hua A League, the future of the creation of a football dynasty. Later facts proved that the gold dollar soccer policy cannot save the Spar soccer, but at least to the fans left a period of big names gathered memories. I was reborn back. Can I save Huagua soccer? Li Rue thought about it and gave up. God may not be able to do things. I am a small reborn or do not get involved. If you really want to invest in sports, esports are a better choice than soccer. This year, the later far-reaching League of Legends game has been operating in Magnesium for a year, and will have to wait another year to enter the Spar market. This year, President Wang has not yet entered the esports. Playing games is not yet a young man's way out. The wages of professional players are pitifully low. This year, Fist is still a small company. Steam has basically molded to start the chopping concessions. Mobile games have just had the rise of the trend. If we can seize the treasure, combined with Instagram and those companies that Li Rue envisioned, we can completely form a complete industrial chain. The more Li Rue thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible, and he immediately recorded it on his notebook. On the notebook, dense dozens of pages of wealth codes. Li Rue feels that as long as he can do half of the above, he can easily become the richest man in the world. Chapter 0073, the old general manager comes to the door. The rain kept falling and the atmosphere was a bit depraved and lazy. Li Jun called over and asked about the details of tomorrow's vlog publicity campaign. Li Rue, however, just wanted to be lazy, pinched his throat and said he was sick. Let him decide for himself. Hang up the phone, Li Rue, and sleep. Asleep directly to the evening. After waking up only feel refreshed and relaxed. Young really good. Amazing recovery. After waking up and hungry, Li Rue looked at the refrigerator inventory, decided to go downstairs to forage for food. At the same time Spit Magnesium Group and Hungry chanting rise too late. In 2010 Haijo, ordering takeout with a cell phone was not too prevalent. Calling or booking through a web page was the most common way. Hungry chanting should have been established 2 years ago, but the development has not been too smooth. Have to wait until next year to obtain the investment of the Golden Sand Venture Capital. Only began the explosive increase. As for the Magnesium Group takeaway, it is to wait until 3 years after the dust settles Magnesium Group to unify the world. Only after the official debut, plus a halfway halted 1000 degrees of takeaway. 3 fierce battle of the degree of misery is no less than the early stage of the 1000 Group war. Should we vote for Hungry? Li Rue seriously think up. As for the Magnesium Group, Li Rue doesn't really want to work with Wang Xing. That guy is too chicken thief. Wearing good clothes was about to go downstairs. The phone rang. It was Yi Bingling. Li Rue casually connected. Hey, Yi General, are you sick? Yi Bingling asked very directly. Cough cough, cough cough. Li Rue hurriedly coughed a few times. Yes, I stayed up late yesterday working overtime until very late, and I have a little cold. Tell me the address. What address? Your home address. I boiled soup to send you over. Li Rue was unbelievable. Yi Bingling would still boil soup? General Manager Yi, no need to be so polite. Tell me the address right away, or the soup will get cold. It's really not necessary. Li Rue, don't make me ask a third time. 1702. On the 17th floor of Building C in Jaha District, Li Rue gave in. Be there in 20 minutes. Yi Bingling hung up the phone. Li Rue immediately took off his clothes and ran around the living room. He had to hurry to get his body warm. Find a few packets of cold medicine, disassembled and thrown everywhere, and poured a cup of hot water to get a hot towel. Faked some sick scene. Not long ago, the doorbell rang. Li Rue covered the blanket, trembling over to open the door. At the door, Yi Bingling, a hand with a wet umbrella in one hand carrying a thermos box. Black small suit drenched in rain. A few strands of hair sticking to the forehead. Slightly messy look rather than the usual kind of super calm look, more stunning. Yi total, I am a small cold. You actually personally run a trip. 2. Li Rue has not finished. Yi Bingling has winded into the door. Do you think I'm concerned about you? I'm afraid that it will affect tomorrow's promotion. Yi Bingling put the thermos box on the dining table and coldly said while looking around the room. Li Rue hurriedly said, please rest assured Ms. Yi, I will personally sit in on tomorrow's launch. Absolutely no problems. That's good. Yi Bingling saw the cold medicine on the dining table. Have you taken the medicine? I've eaten it. I'm much better at this moment. Li Rue said. Yi Bingling nodded. Drink the soup. I personally boiled it. Li Rue took the thermos bucket to the kitchen, poured a bowl of soup, and returned to the dining room only to find that Yi Bingling was standing at the doorway observing the rows of women's shoes on the shoe rack. All of them were Chen Qinglian's shoes. There were high heels with noblewoman temperament. There were also flats for daily wear. And there were also energetic sneakers and pink slippers. I thought that Yi Bingling would ask who these shoes belonged to, but I didn't expect her to say anything and return to the table to sit down. Li Rui wants to explain, but also feel that the desire to cover up. Simply end of the bowl over to sit opposite her. Small mouth drink up. The flavor is surprisingly good. But how is there a familiar flavor? Li Rui hesitated for a moment and asked, Huaji porridge store of pork belly soup? Huaji kanji store is a store near the company. Kanji flour noodle rice taste is good, especially with the most well-known pork belly soup. Usually Li Rui and fat people will go to Huaji to solve the lunch. The flavor is more familiar. Yi Bingling froze for a moment. You drank it out? I knew it. Li Rui glanced at Yi Bingling's fingertips. How could that 10-fingered look be able to make soup? I lied to you. Actually, I don't know how to cook. Yi Bingling said quietly. Li Rui nodded. I can guess. Yi Bingling said a little awkwardly. Do you have apples at home? I'll peel an apple for you. Said also did not wait for Li Rui promised. Went to open the refrigerator. Also really let her find an apple. 30 seconds later, she ouched and screamed, and blood flowed from her fingertips. Li Rui covered his face. It's really a woman who doesn't look like a woman. Usually don't see that she is actually so stupid. Li Rui went to find a band-aid. Here, I'll wrap it for you. Yi Bingling frowned and handed her finger over. The two of them were so close that they could smell the faint aroma of her body. But fortunately, with the experience of the last intimate contact in the hotel, Li Rui already had self-control. On the contrary, Yi Bingling's breathing was a bit rapid, her face was slightly blushing, and the toes hidden in her socks were slightly hard, almost gouging out a pit in the floor. Li Rui looked at the wound inside in relief. Luckily it's not too deep, or else I would have to go for a tetanus shot, said carefully wrapped fingers. Li Rui picked up an apple and a fruit knife, swish 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 a few times to peel off the apple skin, handing it to her and said, Here, eat an apple to make up for it. Yi Bingling held the apple. For some reason her nose was a bit sour. She hadn't savored the warmth of her family since she was old enough to understand. Her parents were busy with their business every day. Her uncles and aunts always had a lot to say. Her brothers and sisters desperately fought for favor. And everyone's goal was one, money. It was because of being born in such a family that she developed her iceberg-like attitude. This is her protective color. Looks fearful, but only she knows how fragile her heart, and how much she longs for love. With the lack of love in her family, she craved for love even more. But whether it was during school or into society, the men she encountered were all more disgusting than one another, or covet her family, or covet her beauty. But one of the ability is not as good as her, and what is worth her love? Yi Bingling even doubt. She is not destined to commit the fate of the heavenly lone star. This life are going to be alone. She thought that she would not be interested in any man's heart. However, clutching the apple peeled by Li Rui in her hand, her heart was pounding. Yi Bingling looked at Li Rui, a man she had never noticed before, who had left an unforgettable impression on her in recent days. There was something in him that Yi Bingling couldn't get enough of. Yi Bingling's gaze was a bit mesmerized and she whispered, Li Rui, I. Just then, the door sounded, and Chen Qinglian pushed the door in. Chapter 0074, Shura Hell. The rain was still falling and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The moment they saw each other, both Yi Bingling and Chen Qinglian were startled. Yi Bingling had the panic of being caught in bed, while Chen Qinglian had the nervousness of having come at a bad time. Yi Bingling got up with a tang and said, I should go. Chen Qinglian, on the other hand, retreated outwards. I seem to have left something at the company. Mr. Yi, Sister Qinglian, don't misunderstand each other. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Li Rui hurriedly got up. Let me introduce you guys. A minute later, Yi Bingling and Chen Qinglian squeezed out polite and courteous smiles and shook hands. You're his personal financial advisor? Yi Bingling asked, pretending to be inattentive. How come I didn't know that banks still provide this kind of service? This question was asked a bit ambiguously. What she really wanted to ask was whether the bank had such a service as a private financial advisor. Or was she trying to ask why the private financial advisor lived with the client? Chen Qinglian is such a smart woman. Of course she can hear the ambiguity of Yi Bingling's question, but she just pretends not to understand and smiles. Of course state-owned banks do not have this kind of service. Our Guangdong issue is a commercial bank. Everything is based on the requirements of the customer. The private financial consultant is a special service for customers with assets over $100 million, involving all aspects of life. If Mr. Yi has a need, he can come to our bank for consultation. Yi Bingling froze, ignoring the hint of provocation in Chen Qinglian's reply. only hearing a few words. Assets over $100 million. Li Rui's assets exceeded $100 million? Although Yi Bingling had long known that Li Rui's stock account and futures account had amazing returns, and the Bentley Mulsanne he drove was not something an ordinary rich person could drive. Hearing this information from Chen Qinglian's mouth was still too much of a shock, causing her to go into a bit of a trance. Her father, the big boss who was busy with business all day long, in order to make money, he can abandon his wife and daughter, and he has not earned enough money to make 100 million for so many years, right? Li Rui saw the situation and hurriedly said, "That, you all haven't had dinner yet, why don't we go down to eat?" Chen Qinglian, however, raised the lunchbox in her hand. "I packed Xiaoyang Shengjian back." Li Rui was speechless. "I'll go change my clothes and heat up the Shengjian again." "Mr. Yi shouldn't mind such a humble dinner, right?" For some reason, Chen Qinglian, who usually has the most sense of propriety, is acting like the mistress of this house at this time, and the warm and friendly smile on her face unexpectedly carries an aggressive aura. "Ching, Li Rui resolutely do not want to eat with these two women. Is that a meal? That is sure a hell." Before Li Rui could say anything, Yi Bingling faintly said, "I love to eat raw pan-fried food." "Thank you, Li Rui. Let's continue to talk about things," said she. Sure sat down. "Let's finalize the details of tomorrow's vlog announcement again." Li Rui thought to himself, "Isn't it already finalized? What else is there to finalize?" Yi Bingling, however, did not consult him at all. Eloquent talk up. "Tomorrow is Friday. The weekend vlog traffic is very high, but also pay attention to a few problems. To avoid young people, especially 25 to 35 years old to buy a home just need the time of the weekend nightlife class. Try to be the first time on them to produce a sense of impact on the propaganda." This is all set by Li Rui, and I don't know what else is necessary to repeat. At this time, Chen Qinglian changed into her loungewear and came out, and Li Rui realized that she seemed to have secretly made up light makeup again. When passing by the dining table, Chen Qinglian said very offhandedly, "Li Rui, is it still soy sauce, vinegar and chili oil, 3 kinds of mix according to the old way?" Li Rui didn't know when he had this same old mix. Yi Bingling's speed of speech suddenly accelerated. Vlog's copy has to be reconsidered once again. Absolutely no typos. Chen Qinglian over there also said, "Microwave it for 2 minutes, right?" Yi Bingling's voice tone raised a bar. After the first wave of impact, the most important thing is to renew the heat. The preview for the second wave should be clear and explicit. To match juice or cola? It's better to have juice. Carbonated drinks are not good for the body. You have a great idea for the setup of the second wave of prizes, but will it cause misunderstanding to the audience? Do you drink apple juice or orange juice? Li Rui's head was buzzing around, as if he was in a noisy food market. He could see that the two women were fighting openly and secretly. One was like a snake in the ground, showing concern and understanding for Li Rui everywhere. One is a dragon. Strong attitude. How can this be done? Should I pretend to have a high fever and pass out? Ding! Finally, the microwave stopped. Li Rui hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, I'm a little hungry. Let's eat first. We'll talk after we eat." He didn't care about pretending to be sick. He drilled into the kitchen to help Chen Qinglian serve the raw pan-fried food, and by the way, he carried out all the juices and coke. The three of them were seated, and the location was very elaborate. The two women sat opposite each other, just like the Chu River versus Han border. Li Rui sat in the middle of them, impartial. Chen Qinglian smiled. "Li Rui, are you drinking juice or coke? Juice is a bit healthier." Yi Bingling faintly said, "Li Rui, don't you usually drink coke?" Li Rui coughed dryly and said, "Juice is good. Coke is also quite good. I like to drink both. I'm going to drink a cup of juice first, then a cup of coke." Yi Bingling and Chen Qinglian glared at him at the same time. The table was somehow filled with a murderous aura. Li Rui just took it as unreadable and gave them one person to clip a raw fry and said, "Come on, I'll eat a little more." Said he himself also clamped a pan-fried. Do not care about still hot it, directly thrown into the mouth chewing up. While chewing also said, "Delicious, really delicious." Seeing him in this manner, the two women also had nothing to say, silently eating up. The atmosphere at the table was very strange. No one spoke, only the sound of chewing. Li Rui quickly finished a serving of Shengjian and said softly, "I'm done eating." Chen Qinglian looked up. "There is oil at the corner of your mouth," and said drawing a tissue, about to wipe his mouth. On the other side, Yi Bingling also reached her hand towards the tissue box at the same time. In the air, there seems to be a current passing through. Li Rui raised his hand as if he was flying, wiped off the grease stains at the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and then said, "I have a little pain in my stomach. I have to go squat a toilet." Without waiting for the two women to react, he rushed into the restroom and locked the door behind him, making up his mind not to come out. Chen Qinglian looked at Yi Bingling. Yi Bingling looked at Chen Qinglian, and the two women guffawed. This is a war. May not necessarily have to be how to do with Li Rue, but once the women sprouted a competitive mentality, the scene can never lose. Not to mention that they are the beauty of this grade. Since childhood, then the charm has never lost. Absolutely not willing to lose to the other side. Manager Chen, you shouldn't be too young, right? Yi Bingling faintly asked. Pa. In the restroom, Li Rue, who vaguely heard this question, directly dropped his cell phone. Chapter 0075, the battle begins. Li Rue drilled out from the restroom with some surprise. In the kitchen, the two women were talking and laughing, without the slightest bit of imagined saber rattling. Do you need help? He slipped to the kitchen door to spy on the information. No, the two women said in unison. Li Rue felt even more confused. How did they turn enemies into friends so quickly? Women are really more difficult to understand than Goldbox conjecture. Even if Li Rue had lived 2 lifetimes in his previous life, he couldn't figure out what they were thinking in their cute little brains. Packing up the kitchen, Yi Bingling came out and said, "It's not early, Li Rue. You take a good rest. Tomorrow night depends on your performance. Chairman, don't worry. It's all wrapped up in me," Li Rue busy said. Yi Bingling nodded and said, "Then I'll see you. Qinglian's sister, don't forget to go shopping together on the weekend." "Definitely." Chen Qinglian smiled and said, sending Yi Bingling away. Li Rue turned back and said suspiciously, "Sister Qinglian, what's going on with you and Mr. Yi? What's going on?" Chen Qinglian asked back. "You just weren't. Not a little bit of gunpowder flavor. How all of a sudden become good girlfriends like?" Li Rue asked. Chen Qinglian smiled faintly. "I and Yi General Pingshui just met, and there is no interest entanglement. How can there be gunpowder flavor? Li Rue would like to say is not because of me, but this seems to be a little too narcissistic." A moment of open mouth do not know how to go on. Chen Qinglian then said, "You don't want to think too much. Man really is common and confident," said she returned to the bedroom. Bang, the door slammed shut. Li Rue was confused. What the hell is going on? Until he woke up the next day, Li Rue didn't figure it out. But he knew that Chen Qinglian was definitely angry, because there was no breakfast. Filling his stomach at the breakfast store outside the neighborhood, Li Rue first went to the sales office. After 2 days of training by Bai Lan, the employees of Starry Company and the sales office really had a facelift. The environment of the sales office has made great changes. Many places have increased the ancient style of decoration. The wall also hung ink paintings, full of flavor. At the same time, there are a few points of the smell of books. The female staff changed into hanbok-style uniforms. This year hanbok is not as popular as it was later on, giving people a bright sense of freshness, especially Bai Lan. A plain long dress, gentle and lovely, led Li Rue reminiscent of Zhao Yaji in The Legend of the New White Lady. "You're so beautiful." Li Rue was full of praise. Bai Lan's face blushed and said, "Don't laugh at me. Does this really look good?" "Of course," Li Rue said. "If a young couple comes to buy a house, you'd better not come out to receive. I'm afraid the bride will be jealous." "You also said." Bai Lan stomped her foot in shame. Li Rue asked again, "Are the publicity materials ready?" Bai Lan shyly said, "Pro dear, from the design to the factory, back-to-back overtime for 48 hours. I also just got the sample." "Are you sure you want to send this kind of thing? Don't you think it's quite interesting?" Li Rue asked rhetorically. "Where's the sample? Bring it to me." Bai Lan blushed. "I don't want to take it for you. Let someone else take it. I will go and see how they are prepared," said and ran away. Li Rue scratched his head and muttered to himself, "What is there to be embarrassed about? Determined the sales office already." Li Rue and went to the new Lang company, finalized a few details, before moving back to Maoyuan Advertising to do the final preparations. Today, Maoyuan Advertising staff all in place. Into the wartime state. Everyone knows that Maoyuan Advertising has ushered in the Battle of Destiny, and if this battle is successful, they will be able to make a name for themselves. In the future, no matter where they go, they can proudly say that the night that shook the nation's advertising industry, I personally participated in it. What if it fails? How could it fail? It is absolutely impossible to fail with such a big plan. But even if they are very confident, when the backbone did not arrive, or a little apprehensive, especially Yi Bingling, early in the morning to the office, so a while has come out to inspect several times. Everyone knows in their hearts that the chairman is not here to inspect, but to see how Li Rue has not yet arrived. This guy, obviously know that today is a big day. How not yet arrived? Just when everyone was anxious, Li Rue finally arrived. The moment he walked into the company humming a song, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Everyone was as if they were straining a string, tension and anxiety written all over their faces. "What's wrong with you guys?" Li Rue asked suspiciously. Li Jun immediately greeted him and said as if he was relieved, "Li Rue, you finally came. Everyone is waiting for you." "Waiting for me for what?" Li Rue was surprised. Li Jun smiled bitterly. "It's going to start tonight. Who can be as relaxed as you?" Li Rui was happy. Don't ever be too nervous, lest you make a mistake at night. I suggest that everyone relaxes. Those who want to take a break go take a break. Those who want to play for a while, and come back at 5 o'clock in the evening with all the staff in place. Li Jun was a little hesitant. Will the chairman's side agree? I'm in charge of this project. I have the final say. Everyone take a vacation first. Remember to come back at 5 o'clock sharp. Li Rui waved his hand. The crowd cheered and ran away in the twinkling of an eye except for the necessary posts. When Yi Bingling realized it, the office was already empty. Li Rui, what did you do again? Yi Bingling gritted her teeth. Li Rui shrugged his shoulders. In order to build up your strength tonight, you don't want everyone to doze off at the critical moment at night, right? Yi Bingling hesitantly said. Then you should also ask me for instructions. Li Rui said in a serious tone. This little thing is given to me to charge. Chairman of the board of directors. You only need to focus on the overall strategy is good. Yi Bingling froze, feeling that what Li Rui said made sense. As the chairman of the board, I have to have the posture of the chairman. I strategize in a tent. Li Rui decides outside of 1,000 miles. Very good. Well, then I'll leave it to you. Yi Bingling nodded, waiting for her to return to the office only to feel wrong. What the main grasp of the overall strategy? That is not nothing regardless of dry watching it. Time flies, turn the evening 5 o'clock. Other companies off work. Manhwa advertising employees have returned. All ready to go. Ready to fight. Li Rui began to distribute tasks. Someone docking vlog. Someone to monitor the data. Someone to manage the account. At the same time, the Haizhou branch of Xinlong Company is also in a state of full overtime. Today was a big day for Manhwa advertising, for Voyage Xintiandi, and for Xinlong Bo. Ma Wenchuan sat in her office and watched the slow growth of vlog traffic and felt that it was almost time. She dialed Li Rui's phone. It's almost time. Now the traffic has reached a bottleneck. It needs you to stimulate it. Understood, Li Rui said. Battle. Start. Chapter 0076 Raging Traffic. Friday, October 15th, 2010, 20:09 p.m. A very ordinary weekend evening. The young people had finished their work week and had just had dinner, ready to enjoy the holiday. Many of them had already gotten tired of playing with Kaisen and Renren, and turned to the most popular vlog to see which star had entered the site again, and also to see how many fans they had. At this time of the year, the traffic of vlogs happened to reach a high point. Hubby, help me see if anyone commented on the vlog I posted this afternoon? Your vlog only has a total of 24 followers. How can there be comments so quickly? If I tell you to read it, you read it. Zhou Hui and Shanli were a pair of male and female friends who had made their way in Haizhou. Their work and relationship were stable, and they had reached the point where they were talking about buying a house and getting married. The two have just had dinner. Back home, Shanli impatiently want to log on the vlog site to see. Zhou Hui couldn't argue with his girlfriend, and could only open the computer, log on to Vbo, enter the home page, and then gently eked out. Vlog at night seems to be different from the daytime workfish. There is an additional hot search category. There is also a ranking. Hot, 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 hot. Morning? Nah. Vivi? Who is the real vlog queen? Hot. 3. Is my girlfriend a nine-tailed fox really good looking? Hot. 4. The hot search list is sorted according to the number of user searches, indicating the current vlog trend. Seems quite interesting? Joey read out the explanatory notes of the hot search list, and casually clicked on the vlog that was ranked first. The page jumped and lagged a bit. What's going on? There's a bit too many people online today? It usually doesn't lag. Zhou Hui was a bit strange. Shenli washed his face and walked out with a cucumber mask and said, any comments? Zhou Hui said, wait a minute, the vlog is a bit stuck, probably caused by the new launch of this hot list feature. Why is it so stuck? Shenli came over and saw the page that was loading and also felt a little strange. Could it be something wrong with the network on vlog's side? Zhou Hui checked the broadband and didn't find any problems. He couldn't help but complain. Isn't vlog's server pretty awesome? When Diva Faye announced the concert a few months ago, the web page opened smoothly too. Just then, the slowly loading page finally appeared with content. Shenli came over and realized that what Zhou Hui had opened was not his own vlog, and was instantly annoyed. Didn't I tell you to open my vlog? What is this you're looking at? You want hangs into Andy? You want to buy a house? Zhou Hui shook his head repeatedly. No I just casually clicked on the first place on the hot search list. Farhang Zintiandi? Is it a Farhang real estate property? The two had also planned to buy a house, and could not help but come to a trace of interest. Never heard of this neighborhood. Where is it? Chen Li asked strangely. Zhou Hui, on the other hand, wondered why the number one vlog hot search was a real estate development. They, like countless netizens, were seeing this list for the first time, and thought that it was really sorted according to real-time traffic, oblivious to the fact that for many years to come, The hot search list would become a place full of demons and monsters. The page is loaded. Shenli wanted to see the location of the building. Suddenly glanced at the number of comments and retweets of this vlog. Suddenly dumbfounded. How is it possible? Zhou Hui asked. What's wrong? Look at the number of comments and retweets. Is the program wrong? Shenli said in shock. Zhou Hui fixed his eyes and was also stunned. 17, 358 comments. 18, 399 retweets. This was too much, right? How could a vlog posted by a property have so many comments and retweets? You know, even Yaochen, who is the hottest on vlogs now, doesn't have such a high amount of followers on her vlogs. According to the statistics, only 100 out of 1,000 fans will often browse the vlog of the object of attention. Only 10 out of these 100 people have the will to comment, and only 2 out of these 10 people are willing to retweet. Yao Chen's vlog has an average of 2,000 comments and 500 retweets, indicating that the number of fans who follow her vlog in real time is around 200,000, which is already a very impressive number. This property vlog actually had almost 20,000 comments and retweets. The two figures were still similar. Could it be that 20 million people were following this microblog? No wonder the loading page was so slow just now. It seemed to be due to too many people. What exactly did it post? It attracted so many people? Zhou Hui and Shanli simultaneously looked at the content of the vlog with curiosity. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of Farhang Real Estate, 1990 to 2010, and the opening of Farhang's Intiandi, Mao Yuan Advertising, together with Xinlong vlog and Farhang's Intiandi, will hold a lucky draw every Friday night at 2000 hours for 4 consecutive weeks, starting from October 15th. Today is the first wave. 113 lucky winners, to celebrate the anniversary of its founding on November 3rd, will be selected among the users who retweeted plus commented, and each of them will be given 10,000 RMB in cash. The deadline for the lucky draw is 2400 hours on October 21st. The results will be announced on Friday, October 22nd, and the second wave of the lucky draw will be opened on the same day. The two were stunned. Honey, is this for real? Is it really going to give $10,000 cash? Seems to be an event jointly organized by the official Xinlong, so it shouldn't be a scam, right? Then should we forward it and comment on it? Definitely. It's still $2 to buy a lottery ticket. It's a chance for nothing. Why not? Similar to Zhou Hui and Shenli, such young people, on the land of Huagua, there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. They are attracted by the newly launched hot search list function. After going in, they saw the vlog of the voyage of the new world hanging on the top. After seeing the content clearly, they were all immensely shocked. Before this, some people had drawn prizes on the vlog, but no one had made it so grand. So grand. And the prizes were so generous. As long as the comment plus retweet, there is a possibility to get 10,000 yuan of cash. Why not? And a person to participate is not enough. Hurry to notify family members, relatives, friends, classmates and co-workers. Have a vlog account, quickly log in to participate in the activities. No account, immediately register to participate. Why Zhou Hui and Shenli just opened the page so slowly? Not their network problems, but the server of Xinlong vlog cannot withstand the surge of users, like a candle in the wind at any time on the verge of downtime. There are too many users. Yenzhou, Sunrise headquarters. Although they had already received the report from Haizhou branch and increased the servers in advance, the technical department was still stunned when they saw the overwhelming traffic coming in. The servers they prepared were instantly burst, then opened and burst again. 20 groups of servers were burst one after another in succession. Seeing that the backup servers were about to run out, they hurriedly asked for help from their superiors. The superiors were first shocked, then ecstatic. It can be expected that the front page of the Science and Technology section of many portals tomorrow will be about this matter. Chapter 0077, So Strong. Mr. Ma, Yenzhou headquarters, CEO call. The call from Yenzhou headquarters reached Ma Wenchuan's office. Ma Wenchuan was staring excitedly at the traffic analysis on the computer screen. Her face flushed. Hearing this news brought by her secretary, she immediately let the surprise calm down, before taking the microphone. Hello, Mr. Chow. I'm Ma Wenchuan. Congratulations. This project is doing very well, and the response has been so strong so far that more than a dozen media outlets have contacted us, hoping to do in-depth reports. Xinlong CEO Chao Wei's voice came from the topic. vlog is a project launched by Chao Wei, aiming to occupy a place in the new media era and restore the glory that Sunrise once had. In Chao Wei's strategic board, VBO is the core and the most important. All the operations of Sunrise should be centered on VBO. Although VBO is dominating the market now, there are competitors such as Penguin, Fox and NetSuppressor desperately catching up behind it, which makes him not dare to take it lightly, and he is thinking how to take out the competitors and dominate the market every day. Today, this project led by Ma Wenchuan exploded. According to the data display, in the past 1 hour Xinlong vlog increased 3 million users. The flow expanded 8 times. The number of people online at the same time reached 14 million. The increase of 20 groups of servers all lit up red. The subsequent additional 50 groups of servers are still not enough. There are still 100 groups of servers are being connected. Exploded. Completely exploded. The opportunity that Chao Wei had been searching for and looking forward to had just come unexpectedly. It was imaginable that several other competitors must be looking bad, and they were already in a disadvantageous position, so they could only be passively defending themselves and looking for teeth. Just thinking about this, Chao Wei was so happy that he was about to burst out laughing, and naturally, he was also very appreciative of the meritorious officials. Ma Wenchuan was very excited. Being able to get appreciation from her top boss meant a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chao. The effect of this project is also something I didn't anticipate. I will build on the current foundation, explore the potential in depth, and continue to expand the influence. Ma Wenchuan had long prepared a set of sayings, and this was just the right time to use them. The more Chao Wei listened, the happier he got, and laughed. The fact that you can have such exhaustive preparations shows your ability. Wenchuan, after this project, is there any interest in moving to Yenzhou? Ma Wenchuan shuddered. The vice president of the Haizhou branch, said to be an executive. In fact, it was still a big step away from the real core of Xin Lang Company. If she went to Yenzhou, she could only be considered the real core, which also meant that she had taken a big step closer to the real throne of power in Xin Lang. This kind of good opportunity, no matter who will not let go. Ma Wenchuan subconsciously want to agree, but at this moment, a figure swept through her mind, causing her to hesitate slightly. In the microphone, came Chao Wei's question. What? Don't want to come? Ma Wenchuan hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Chao, regarding this project, I have some words that I need to report to you. Next, she reported the causes and consequences of the project to Chao Wei, and finally added, Mr. Chao, the entire project from proposal to planning to execution, all completed by Li Rue. I just played a role in threading the needle. I personally feel that Li Rue's sense of smell and ability in the use of new media is far beyond imagination, so I have an idea to stay in Haizhou for the time being and try to absorb him to join Xin Lang's team. What do you think? There was a moment of silence in the microphone. Ma Wenchuan was a bit nervous. Will Chao Wei think I'm ungrateful? Should I not have mentioned Li Rue? Damn it, what the hell was I thinking? Just then, Chao Wei smiled. Wenchuan, I'm very happy that you can think like this. I fully support what you're doing, and my invitation will remain valid. The matter of absorbing Li Rue will be left entirely in your hands. If you need any help from the headquarters side, just ask, and I look forward to seeing you and Li Rue in Yenzhou in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chao, for your trust. I will work hard. Ma Wenchuan's heart was on fire. What was even hotter was the Xinlong vlog. From the minute the hot search list appeared, the vlog's traffic index skyrocketed crazily, pulling out a big positive line. Whether it was Chao Wei or Ma Wenchuan, Yi Bingling or Li Jun, even including Li Rue himself, they all underestimated the power of the weekend. The traffic, the hot searches, the lucky draws and the 10,000 cash stacked together, and also underestimated the power of the old adage that a rumor spreads by the dozen. Vlog on the forwarding of the circulation, the platform between the netizens recommended, friends and relatives to share, and even some of the media's push, all become vlog traffic. The surge of traffic lasted until 2 a.m. before it finally calmed down, and at this time, the vlog of Voyage Xintiandi had become the one with the highest number of comments and retweets since the beta testing of Xinlong vlog, leaving all the big stars far behind, and even its taillights could not be seen. Comments 109,3487, retweeted 106,5534 times, both broke 1 million. It had only been 6 hours, and no one could predict what the final number of comments and retweets would be after the next weekend's fermentation. And in the comments, there were all kinds of voices. Is there really a 10,000 bonus? It's not a scam, is it? How to draw. Don't operate in the dark like the double color ball. Anyway, I can't draw me as there is shady. The developer cries poor every day, but the result of a random lottery is millions of dollars. We have to remember that the wool comes out of the sheep. May I ask what is the location of this Farhang Xintiandi property? I happen to want to buy a house. Upstairs, the location of this property is quite remote. Take my advice. Don't buy it. Upstairs is right. That place is not even. You guys are talking so hard. It seems like you don't want to be drawn. There were all kinds of comments, both positive and negative, complimentary and sarcastic, but no one cared, because the reputation hit out. The northernmost freezing snowy land of Spar country, the southernmost tropical island, the westernmost mountainous plateau, and the easternmost coast of the Great Sea, all heard about faraway New World. Many people are asking, where is this property? Not to mention the people of Haizhou. During the same period of time, the official website of Farhang Real Estate was also paralyzed. Thousands of people ran to the official website to search for Farhang Zintiandi's property, and the consulting phone kept ringing in the middle of the night, and some people already wanted to make appointments to see the property, although prepared, but see such a crazy situation. Li Ruwei is still shocked. 2010 netizens have not seen a big scene, only to engage in a $1 million raffle on the response so strong? If the second, third and fourth rounds of this breath down, you can hold out? Chapter 0078, Her Smile. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Junji Mansion was dark, only the 17th floor of manhwa advertising was lit. All the employees, from the chairman down to the cleaning ants, all of them were on duty. From 2000 hours taut strings, to this point finally got a moment of relaxation. You look at me, I look at you. I do not know who was the first to applaud, and then thunderous applause. Many people hugged together, jumping and dancing. Others secretly wiped tears from the corners of their eyes. Although they expected that this project would be a success, they did not expect such unimaginable results. The entire V-blog, and even the entire internet, was detonated by them. In the countless advertising companies in Haizhou, manhwa advertising is a very common existence. The scale of medium benefit, medium business, medium fame, medium. We are used to be a medium student, not seeking the best, just not bad. This time, they finally raised their eyebrows, can rightfully shout, I am the king of the world. After tonight's battle, Haizhou advertising industry has a place for manhwa advertising. They can proudly tell people around them, I am from manhwa ads, the same manhwa ads that organized the V-blog raffle. What Ogilvy and Mather? What Blue Label? What Maozhong Macan Blue Lion Resonance DMG Mega 1000 Horses? Have you ever made such a big scene? No. Who made such a big show? Speak up, manhwa ads. Whoa whoa, I didn't think my little fatso would have a day. Fatty fell into tears. Li Jun also stroked the top of his increasingly thinning head, feeling that the hair he had lost over the past few days had not been sacrificed in vain. They celebrated while stealing glances in the direction of the chairman's office. The project was so successful, the chairman should always smile, right? What does she look like when she smiles? And Li Ruwei, what was he doing? In Yi Bingling's office, she was sitting upright with a serious face and no smile. On the opposite side, Li Ruwei was grinning broadly and crossing his legs. The atmosphere was a bit silent. Li Ruwei suddenly said, Chairman, laugh if you want to laugh. Don't hold it in. You will hold it in? Yi Bingling glared at Li Ruwei with an odd face, and the corner of her mouth suddenly turned up uncontrollably, revealing a brilliant and incomparable smile. At this instant, it was like all the flowers in the world had bloomed. So many days of hard work. It was worth it. The smile flashed by, like it never existed, but it was deeply imprinted in Li Ruwei's mind and would not be forgotten. Chairman, actually you should smile more in the future. You are beautiful when you smile, Li Ruwei said. Yi Bingling, however, reverted to a businesslike attitude and said, don't be complacent too early. It's only the first day. People feel fresh to be so supportive. If the flow of traffic can be stabilized and transformed into the number of home purchases, only then can we be considered a success. Li Ruwei said, don't worry, the sales office side has long been ready. Well, tomorrow I also want to go see the sales floor, Yi Bingling said. This is, after all, the first big project she handled, and her mood was very excited. Li Ruwei hurriedly said, this doesn't seem to be very convenient. That side will definitely be very busy tomorrow and probably can't spare the manpower to receive you. Besides, the chairman of the board of directors, you are so beautiful. To the sales office one stop everyone looks at you who still look at the house. You are not delaying the sales. We have not been able to fight down the river and mountain. Cannot allow you to squander so much. Yi Bingling knows that Li Ruwei is flattering, but very flattered. Dry cough, do not talk nonsense. Then a few days. I also want to personally thank Mr. Shui, and Mr. Li from Starry Company. There will be a chance. Li Ruwei sighed in relief. If Yi Bingling knew that this contract was actually his left hand inverting his right hand, and that Starry Company's general manager Li was him, Li Ruwei, he would probably have to storm out. It's quite late. Leave a few people to watch the data. The others get off work. Yi Bingling got up and said. Li Ruwei nodded, got up and walked to the door and was about to go out when a heavenly voice came from behind him. Thank you. There was no beginning and no end, but both people knew the ins and outs of this sentence by heart. Li Ruwei did not turn around. He laughed to the sky and went out the door, and there was no sound at this time. This night, Li Ruwei and Yi Bingling didn't mess up their minds because of the great success, but instead, the major circles were unsettled. The internet circle has always reacted quickly. Xinlong V-blog side of the traffic explosion, they have long been monitored. Penguin, what's going on? Where did my traffic go? Shinlong Vlog has organized a lucky draw? You guys should learn from it and do a lottery next week. Fox, where's all the traffic going? Report back to Charles. What? Charles went to Tibet to realize Buddhism and hasn't come back yet? Netsuke, traffic is gone then gone. Heaven wants to reign and mother wants to marry. Let it go. Come on. Continue to study the new gameplay of the great story of the West. Beaver, will the V-board steal our traffic? Is its existence in line with our values? Can we put TB links on it? Shidu, why don't you use our ads? It's only $20 to click the link. Over $1 million is enough to buy as much traffic as you want. 720 Security, immediately make an announcement to remind users to guard against sweepstakes scams. What? You mean there's no sweepstakes scam yet? Don't worry, there will be soon. Jingon, I'm still small. I watch the fun. Magenta, I'm even smaller. I watch the fun. Nini, I'm the youngest. I watch the fun. Headline and spelling Yuzu, we haven't even been born yet. They are very red-eyed. But that's all. The new Lang v. Bo this acreage cannot have a decisive impact on the pattern of the entire internet Jianghu. But this matter must be investigated clearly. Who did it, how to do it, and what to do in the follow-up. This viral mode of communication is worth learning from them. The advertising world is equally shocked, all studying how such a common lottery vlog exploded. First of all, the launch of the hot search list is an important reason. We did not expect the new Lang vlog so good at playing the search volume into a list to attract a large number of users' eyeballs, forming a dense attention. Ogilvy and Blue Label and other advertising companies that know how to play are even more keen to find out the wonderful use of the hot search list. If you use certain means to hype their own topics on the hot search list, is not equivalent to free advertising? Secondly, the strength of this lottery low threshold has also created a record. As long as the finger can win $10,000 in cash, no wonder the users rush. This also reminds them not to engage in too complicated gameplay. The simpler the gameplay, the higher the participation, the wider the audience. They are also wondering, the first wave of lucky draw is so big, how can the subsequent play? The most shocked also counted the real estate circle. In this era where everyone is struggling to survive, Farhang Real Estate actually made such a big mess. What is it going to do? Han Yuan Lao Su, Yida Lao Wang, Longchuang Xiao Sun. The phone calls of all the big shots have called Shui Xiangui's cell phone. Shui Xiangui received a phone call is also a little confused. Li Rui too can toss it. Chapter 0079, The Flaming Scene. Li Rui turned off his cell phone before having a good night's sleep. October 16, 2010. Saturday. The weather was sunny. The temperature was 26 degrees Celsius. The air humidity was 66%, and the breeze was 5 levels. After several days of continuous rain, Haizhou finally ushered in a sunny day. The sky was as clear as a wash, a clear breeze, and only a few days ago experienced a sandstorm Yenzhou. Compared to the happiness index is simply bursting. At 8:30 in the morning, Li Rui woke up. The first thing is to open the cell phone. As he expected, all kinds of phone calls and text messages poured in as soon as he turned on his cell phone. Look at the number are from strangers. Probably from some way to know Li Rui in this matter played a role. So a swarm of interviews, right? Li Rui 1 did not return. Opened the web page of the major portals, and indeed in a more prominent position found the relevant news. Below the headline news on the home page of Shinlong, the huge black bold title, Hot Search List Online to see the strange effect. The property advertisement is hot all over the net. Shinlong vlog traffic surges. A headline blew 3 bulls at the same time. Awesome. Fox homepage of the technology section. There is a title that cannot be found without looking carefully, Vlog Lottery. The degeneration of the times or the carnival of materialism. This is very Fox, sparing no effort to combat competitors, but unfortunately always hit the vitals, but give a sour feeling. Netsuke homepage. The corner of the internet news section also has a headline, Property Million Sweepstakes. How much can the winning rate be? Worthy of being a net suppressor. The focus is always on the winning rate. Other major portals, also more or less reported. Most of the effect of this publicity expressed shock, but also at the same time show the attitude of continue to wait and see. Li Rui finished reading the news, and then opened the microblogging. The first hot search list is still the lottery of Yuanhang's Intiandi, and the back of a full 5 hot. Click in to take a look. The number of comments 185-6021. The number of retweets 184-5688. A stone's throw away from the 2 million mark. Every comment, every forwarding, are creating a new record in the history of the new Lang vlog and even the country's internet. Li Rui clicked into the comment area and looked at the hottest few comments. If I'm drawn, I'll immediately go to Yuanhang's Intiandi to buy a suite of rooms. Stand by this. I've already thought about how to spend $10,000. Now it's just a matter of winning the lottery. I'm a 3-year-old and 240-month-old. I'm asking for $10,000 to buy milk powder. The project to tile the Great Wall is just short of $10,000. $000 in startup capital. How about you draw me and the bonus counts as your share? Li Rui sighed. This is too simple, right? Casually copied an idea from the previous life, and it was so hot. This is the advantage of the reborn. Ben knows what the public needs, and there are all kinds of successful experience in the previous life. Want not to fire is difficult. The advertising effect has come out completely. Now it depends on the conversion rate. Li Rui dialed Bai Lan's phone. No one answered. Dialed again. Still no answer. Li Rui frowned. What's going on? He was a little uneasy. Casually cleaned up. Went downstairs and drove straight to the Xintiandi sales office. For some reason, Li Rui felt that there were more cars on the road today. Maybe it's because of Saturday. Everyone is driving to the countryside to play? Li Rui's idea was soon broken. The closer to the Xintiandi neighborhood, the more cars. When he drove to the intersection near Xintiandi, there was actually a traffic jam. Weekdays here, not to mention traffic jams, cars are rarely seen, but today there is a long line of left-turning traffic. Li Rui enough to wait for 2 traffic lights to turn the corner, and then found that the road to Xintiandi is parked on the side of the road in a long row of cars. Fire! Just look at this long traffic. Li Rui knows that Xintiandi is on fire. Near the sales office are people everywhere. Li Rui walked past. No one to take care of. Not one to take care of. Really too many people. Each salesman has to receive 4 or 5 sets of home buyers at the same time. Simply cannot spare the effort to receive him. Li Rui's previous arrangement of Chinese clothes and all kinds of words are all useless. People do not care what marketing means. Only focus on asking the property situation. Bai Lan stood in front of the sand tray, tirelessly explaining to one set of visitors after another. No wonder she didn't answer the phone. Look at her busy look. I'm afraid she didn't even have time to drink water to wet her throat. Li Rui hurriedly looked for a bottle of water, while she just sent away a set of home buyers. Hand it over. When did you come? Bai Lan took it and took a big gulp first before asking. Just arrived. Li Rui said. Why are there so many people? You still ask me? Bai Lan gasped. It's not all about that lottery of yours. I didn't expect the effect to be so explosive. Li Rui looked left and right with some concern. It feels like you guys are too busy. Bai Lan said. I'm sure I can't be busy. I've been selling buildings for years, and this is the first time I've seen so many people. AI real life drawing, conceptual drawing of Bai Lan. I'll make a call and pick up some people. Li Rui thought about it. The phone call was made to Xue Xiangue. Just as soon as he got through, Xue Xiangue said, Li Rui, old brother, I called you last night. Why did you turn off the phone? You really make a big scene. Lao Su Lao Wang Xiao Sun all called to ask me what is going on, but also said to find an opportunity to ask you to teach experience. Li Rui froze for a moment to understand the old Su Lao Wang Xiao Sun are people, thinking that these are the real estate sector of the Big Brother. I can teach them what experience. Besides, this lottery v blog, in fact, is plagiarized Wang Gongzi's. Let's talk about those things later. Shui, old brother, you have to do me a favor. Li Rui said the overcrowded situation in Xintiandi. Can you lend me dozens of salesmen under your hand? So hot. Xue Xiangue was also shocked when he heard it. He was most aware of the sales situation of Xintiandi before, because of its geographical location. No matter how much publicity was done, the number of people looking at the properties was very few. A while ago, the National Day holiday, the number of people visiting the house every day is not more than 30. Now listen to Li Rui said. Xue Xiangue realized that the effect of this wave of advertising does not just stay on the network, but really transformed into the number of home visits. And Xue Xiangue also got the news early in the morning. Yesterday, the number of views on the official website of the Voyage Real Estate doubled 100 times. The hotline has not stopped from last night to this morning. He was so smart that he immediately realized that the advertisement of Xintiandi would not only sell houses, but would also be a positive boost to the brand image of Farhang Real Estate in the future. No problem. I'll immediately send someone over for support, Xue Xiangue said. I'll also personally go over and give you support. That would be great. Li Rui was overjoyed. As soon as Li Rui hung up the phone and turned around, he bumped into a young couple. It was Zhou Hui and Shanli who participated in the lottery last night. Sorry. Li Rui hurriedly apologized. It's okay, the two said. Li Rui nodded and hurriedly walked away. Zhou Hui pulled Shanli's hand towards the sales office and said, the first time I've seen the sales ladies dressed so beautifully. It's called Hanfu, isn't it? Before the words fell, there was a stabbing pain on his arm. Egu, wife's honor, don't pinch. I'm not going to look at them, okay? Chapter 0080, Guaranteed Price Increase. Zhou Hui and Shanli have been working in Haizhou for a few years. Although the work is stable, the income is good, the relationship is harmonious, but there has always been a heart disease. In the mindset of Huazhong people, the only place to have their own house is considered to be officially rooted. They never bought a house in Haizhou. The family is always uneasy. After the two of them received their license a while ago, They finally put the matter of buying a house on the agenda under the urging of their family. This weekend they were also supposed to look at houses, and after participating in the lottery of Yuanhang Xintiandi last night, they ran over here today on a whim. Hubby, this side seems a bit remote. Chenli looked at the location map of the property and whispered. Zhou Hui nodded. It is indeed a bit remote, and it is also not connected to the subway. Instead, there is a bus that goes all the way to your company's neighborhood. The price point is not bad. It's quite a bit cheaper than the properties we looked at before. Chenli glanced at the price list again. A two-bedroom apartment of more than 70 square feet is less than $1 million, and we can still have money left for renovation after we pay the down payment with our savings. The environment of the neighborhood is not bad, but the supporting facilities are a bit less. I don't know how many years it will take to develop. Zhou Hui scratched his head. Why don't we look at other properties? Just as the two were discussing in low voices, Bai Lan came over. Are you two interested in the Xintiandi's property? And what types of households do you need to know about? Zhou Hui said. We think the 78 square meter two-bedroom is not bad, but we still want to reconsider. Bai Lan smiled. What other concerns do you two have? Location, transportation, and whether or not the prices can be stable. Chenli said. Bai Lan said. Location. This case is located in the core of the Jiangnan Development Zone. According to the planning of the Haizhou municipal government, the next 10 years this area is the focus of the development object. Not only will open the subway, there are many schools, hospitals, businesses, enterprises to move in. The legendary Jiangnan University City is also likely to settle in the neighborhood. When the time comes, this place will become the core of Jiangnan's education, medical and commercial zone. Really? Zhou Hui and Chenli were surprised. Bai Lan pointed to a well-dressed middle-aged man in the distance and said, that one is Director Xie of the Orthopedic Department of Haizhong Hospital, a full senior title. That lady over there wearing glasses is the vice principal of Weihong Middle School. There's also that very tall man who works for the Jinshan Township government. If it's not true, why would these highly qualified people run to Xintiandi to look at properties? Zhou Hui and Chenli looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. There were actually so many high-quality people among the house watchers, so it seemed that Bai Lan's words were not empty words. Seeing that the attitude of the two men had obviously loosened, Bai Lan secretly admired Li Rui's thinking. The efforts made in advance in these groups of doctors and teachers and civil servants have seen results. There is a saying in communications science called the rabble. People will always be influenced by opinion leaders and thus lose the ability to think for themselves. Doctors, teachers and civil servants have a higher social status, and people are often more willing to trust their judgment. And when they find that these groups are flocking to Xintiandi to look at properties, they subconsciously think that there is great potential here. Our property currently lacks commercial support and the transportation is not very convenient, but that's all just a temporary phenomenon. The potential for value increase here in the future is amazing. If the two of you miss out on this place today, you might regret today's choice in a few more years. The words Li Rui laid out in advance were memorized by every salesman, not to mention Bai Lan. Coupled with her years of rich experience in selling properties, she talked about things that were originally out of the picture, and Zhou Hui and Chenli both froze in their hearing. Doctors, teachers and civil servants? It would be nice to be neighbors with these high-quality people in the future. Chenli was interested in the circle of contacts. Zhou Hui, on the other hand, cared about the property prices. According to you guys, will this property definitely increase in price in the future? Bai Lan said. That's for sure. If the two of you are worried about this, you can write the price increase requirement in the contract, and if it fails to reach the increase, our company will unconditionally return the property. Unconditional refund. Zhou Hui and Chenli were taken aback. Bai Lan said. That's right. This is the promise our company has introduced. In the next 10 years, in any year where the increase in house prices is lower than the average increase in the city's real estate, the owner can unconditionally return the house according to the market price at that time, and our company will bear the full amount of the resulting renovation and moving losses. Big killers. Li Rui has prepared a lot of weapons. Powerful V-blog lottery. Chinese dress sales lady. High-quality crowd of real estate. Insight into the customer's psychology of words. But the strongest weapon he relies on is unconditional withdrawal. The end of 2010. The real estate market has just breathed a sigh of relief. In a very delicate point in time. First-tier cities, although prices are still maintained, the volume of transactions is shrinking. In the end, in the silence of the outbreak or in the silence of death, no one dares to say. Some second and third-tier cities are from time to time rumors of house price reduction. Owners' rights news. Alarming. Even the firm bullish, but also dare not put out a bold statement that next year will be able to rise how much, but only throw out 5 or 10 years vision. In addition to Li Rui, the prescient reborn, who dares to say that the house does not rise on the original price of the return? Hung Yuan dare not. Yida dare not. Even the most daring Longchamp wouldn't dare. No one dares. Of course, Yuan Hang wouldn't dare either. But Li Rui dared. Are you telling the truth or not? Chen Li asked excitedly. Bai Lan laughed. Of course it's true. Our contract is written in black and white. And we can also get a notary public to notarize it, completely guaranteeing your rights and interests. Can I take a look at the contract? Zhou Hui, who happened to be in the legal field, asked eagerly. Yes, Bai Lan nodded. Soon the contract was placed in front of Zhou Hui and Chen Li, who read it carefully, and the more they looked at it, the more surprised they were. What Bai Lan said was true. The rights and interests were all written in the contract. The provisions were clear and there was nothing fishy about it. As long as they signed this contract, they not only didn't have to worry about the rate of increase, but they could even find Xintiandi to settle the score if the increase was less. What do you think? Zhou Hui looked at Chen Li. Chen Li squeezed his eyes. Zhou Hui said knowingly, we go back and reconsider. Bai Lan smiled. No problem. Buying a house is a big deal. It does require all-round consideration, and it's best to ask your family's opinion again. Let's do it this way. I'll send you two some small gifts. There is a counseling phone number on it. You are welcome to call anytime if you have any questions. Gifts are not necessary. Zhou Hui felt embarrassed, but when Bai Lan took out the gifts, Zhou Hui's eyes went straight. Nowadays, sales offices are all giving this kind of thing as gifts. Chen Li's face also turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look. The gift was birth control supplies? Chapter 0081, First Day Results. Walking out of the sales office with the gifts given by Farhang Xintiandi, Zhou Hui and Chen Li's faces were red. Why are they sending this kind of stuff? Chen Li said with a bit of a grumble. Zhou Hui smiled cheekily. I think it's pretty good. I can use it tonight. Why are you pinching me again? When they arrived at the entrance, they found a few buses parked, and when they asked, they realized that they were the shuttle buses temporarily arranged by the sales office, which could send the guests directly to the nearest subway and bus station. The two got on the bus and sat in the last row. The car was quickly filled and departed. The car was full of house hunters, and everyone was talking and discussing. The location is still a bit remote. Is there really this piece in the plan? The price is still acceptable, and the house type is not bad. If the university city moves here, this side really has potential for development. I'm quite interested in that unconditional surrender. Are you buying it? I'll go home and discuss it first. Zhou Hui and Chen Li listened silently for a while, and it turned out that everyone's thoughts were similar. The advantages and disadvantages of Farhang Xintiandi were all very obvious, mainly depending on individual needs. As the car sped by, Zhou Hui felt bored and secretly touched the gift out. He just saw the words printed on the outer packaging and wanted to see what was written. Chen Li face a red. What are you looking at? Look. Zhou Hui, however, as if he had discovered a new continent, let her see the words on it. The gift was wrapped in the common packaging for birth control products. The colors were very bright, and there was a line of artistic writing on it. New world, new life, happy life has to come to a set. Chen Li covered her mouth. What a harmonic stunt. It was quite funny. The characters are all different. Zhou Hui touched another one. I want it. I want it now. 77 to 97 square meters of existing houses, ready to move in. Lu should not be late. Flipping out another one. According to incomplete statistics, there is no direct relationship between size and happiness index. 77 to 97 square meters of existing houses, good service, full support, the size of large and small, happiness is always the same. And, before the door of the house, 100 acres of green space. Next spring, about you to sow. A set of gifts 10 suits, each with a different copy on it. Zhou Hui and Chen Li read it and laughed their heads off. Too talented. They had never thought that the property and birth control supplies could be linked together, and did a good job. The content was wonderful, and it didn't make people resentful at all. The shuttle arrived at the subway station and the two rolled home. For some reason, the atmosphere was a bit odd. Zhou Hui gave a dry cough and said, Honey, what do you think? How about what? Yuan Hang Xintiandi. It's not bad. Then should we try it? Call home first to discuss it and ask their opinion. Call them later. What for? I said try the gift they sent first. Oops. You go take a shower first. 30 experienced salesmen from Farhang Real Estate arrived and joined the sales scene in full swing. When Xue Xiangui arrived, he saw such a big battle, and then saw a fluttering hanbok salesgirl. His eyes also lit up, and he nodded frequently. This idea is good. And then see those birth control gifts. Xue Xiangui is more joyful. Older brother, your head are loaded with what? Let you sell property is too talented. You should go to do advertising. Doing advertising which has to engage in real estate to make money. Li Rui said. Xue Xiangui shook his head. If the money was that good, I wouldn't have contracted the real estate to you. Li Rui said. The time to make money is coming soon. The next 10 years is the golden decade of real estate. even if it is a little cute, can also make big money in this wave? Li Rui originally had an idea, that is, the Yuanhang Xintiandi disc cover. Wait until next year, the new planning exposure, and then sold in batches. We'll get several times the profit, but time waits for no one. Within 6 months he has to raise $3 billion. A small loss now is for a bigger gain in the future. Xue Xiangui talked and laughed with Li Rui, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore because he saw the contract that Li Rui had modified. Unconditional refund, or at market price? Xue Xiangui was dumbfounded. Older brother, you're not mistaken, are you? How can you sign this kind of contract? Li Rui faintly said. Of course I'm not mistaken. In fact, there is no difference at all between having this clause and not having it, because I have confidence in future housing prices. It's unlikely that anyone will withdraw from the house. But, don't be afraid of 10,000 just in case. Xue Xiangui understood the risks involved very well and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Li Rui smiled and said, don't worry Mr. Xue, I'll be responsible for any problems. Xue Xiangui shook his head with a bitter smile, which is so simple. How to say that the Farhang Xintiandi is his development of the real estate. In the future, if there is a problem, he certainly cannot run away. Li Rui, this is not silent, stabbed a big hole. Not waiting for Xue Xiangui to think of how to make up for it, Li Rui added, the first underwriting payment of $30 million will be credited to Farhang's account next Monday. Xue Xiangui was stunned. He was in dire need of money now, and this $30 million would relieve his immediate needs and give Farhang Real Estate a chance to catch its breath. Gritting his teeth, he nodded his head and said, thank you, old brother. This matter can only be put aside for the time being, and if something really goes wrong, he will push to say that he doesn't know. Bam! Just as the two men were having their own thoughts, a gong rang out and attracted their attention. A Chinese dress, fairy-like, cool Bai Lan stood in front of the gong, holding a microphone and said in a loud voice, congratulations to Ms. Wang Fong and Mr. You both for successfully signing the contract for building E. 1202, a two-bedroom apartment of 77.5 square meters, and on behalf of Farhang Real Estate and Starry Company, I would like to wish the two of you a long and prosperous career, good health, a beautiful family, and many blessings in many lifetimes. Li Rui took over Farhang Xintiandi, and after so much padding and publicity, he finally took the first order. Congratulations old brother. Xue Xiangui laughed. Li Rui also arched his hand. Same happy. With the first crab eater, there was a second, but most people were still hesitant. Until 9:30 p.m. Sent away the last home buyer. The sales office is full of exhausted salesmen, especially the sales lady in Chinese dress. On average, each person received more than 20 groups of customers, all tired and unsteady on their feet. At this time, some people walked in carrying several large boxes. Everyone was confused. So late there are still people looking at the house? Li Rui walked over, lifted the boxes and said, everyone has worked hard. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. The box was filled with burgers, chicken wings, fries, and drinks. Everyone cheered. Li Rui said again, thanks to everyone's efforts, today we sold a total of 4 suites and booked for $64 million. I know a lot of people are muttering in their hearts, so many people are looking at the house, but the number of sold suites is so small. Is it losing money to make money? What I want to remind everyone is that whining too much prevents intestinal breakage, and the wind is always in our eyes. We can definitely achieve final success if we continue to work hard and follow the established guidelines. Wow! Applause rose again. It was unknown whether there was any sincerity or pretense in these applause.